You were killed by a dump truck and reincarnated as a brown bear that couldn't even open its eyes. Just as you were desperately taking your first sip of bear's milk, preparing to accept your new life as a beast, a gentle, warm current surged into your stomach, and your weakened body finally found its strength. But just then, a cold, unfamiliar mechanical voice exploded in your mind without warning. Host detected, system bound. Congratulations, host. You have been granted the following skills: hunting skill, stealth skill. Lines of pale blue data streamed frantically across your retinas. Consuming bear milk grants 0.05 enhancement points. You froze, then felt a surge of ecstasy wash over you. You suddenly sucked harder, listening to the constant beeps in your head. You knew that your life as a bear, no, your new life had only just begun. Chapter 1, Reborn as a Bear. What's going on? I'm actually still alive. After regaining consciousness, Sue muttered to himself in disbelief. He clearly remembered being hit by a speeding dump truck while crossing the street. But what was going on now? Apart from feeling a bit weak and having no control over his body, he didn't feel a shred of pain. Could everything that happened before have been an illusion? Just then, Sue felt something warm and sticky smeared across his face. What is that? Just as he was wondering, he realized that his eyes, which had been so hard to open moments ago, seemed to be working now. So he opened them wide, ready to see what on earth was going on. Holy crap! A monster! When he opened his eyes and saw the colossal beast before him, Sue's eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock. Had he somehow been transported into the world of Ultraman? Before Sue could react, the colossal beast in front of him opened its fanged maw and lunged toward him. I'm done for. Instantly, Sue closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. But instead of death, he felt something warm lick across his body. When he opened his eyes again and met the loving gaze of the colossal beast before him, Sue felt as though he understood something. So I didn't just survive that dump truck crash by the skin of my teeth. I was actually turned into a newborn cub. After looking down and confirming that he had indeed turned into a little bear, Sue felt a sense of resignation. Fortunately, having been an orphan in his previous life and possessing a relatively big heart, he quickly came to terms with the reality. Once he had accepted his new situation, Sue felt a pang of hunger in his stomach. Without any fuss, he slowly shuffled his way toward Mother Bear's belly. However, being newly born and still carrying the mindset of his past life, his movements were a bit wobbly. Fortunately, Mother Bear was very close by, and after a few wobbly moments, he reached her belly. After struggling for a few seconds and catching the enticing scent of milk wafting over, Sue hesitated no longer and began to suckle. Host detected. System bound. Congratulations, host, on your first system binding. As a special gift, you have been granted the hunting skill and stealth skill. Consuming bear milk grants 0.05 enhancement points. Consuming bear milk grants 0.08 enhancement points. The moment Sue took his first sip of the warm, rich bear milk, a series of notification sounds rang out in his mind. At first, he was a bit dazed, but that was quickly followed by elation. The novels really didn't lie to me after crossing over. I really did get the system. Immediately, Sue began suckling faster and faster. The notification sounds in his mind kept ringing out, making him feel even happier. Seeing this, Mother Bear's eyes flashed with surprise and joy. This cub had only just been born and had already learned to find food. It was sure to achieve great things in the future. Perhaps when it grew up, it would dominate its territory just like its father and become a majestic bear king. Therefore, gazing at the pink, plump little ball of fur in her arms, Mother Bear couldn't help but adore it. However, when her gaze shifted to the two other little balls of fur on the other plate, her expression turned slightly disdainful. The eldest and second born had been born so much longer ago. Now that the third cub has already learned to find food, the other two are still curled up together like two worms. Is this really the difference between cubs that all came out of the same womb? If it weren't for the third cub to compare them to, Mother Bear wouldn't be so annoyed by the two cubs' clumsy, adorable antics. Though a bit annoyed, Mother Bear still carefully reached out a paw to guide the first and second cubs into her embrace. Under Mother Bear's gentle guidance, the two newborn cubs made their way to Sue's back. Once there, they caught the scent of milk wafting over. The two little ones, who had been playfully wrestling just moments ago, instantly felt their stomachs growl and instinctively moved closer. Since no milk was flowing from any other teats, the two cubs instinctively tried to fight over Sue's. Sue, who was happily suckling the milk, saw the two cubs approaching and wasn't about to indulge them. Relying on the advantage of being half full in his past life experience, he first stepped aside to dodge the two little ones' head-on charge. As the two cubs passed by him, he took the opportunity to slam into them hard from behind. The two cubs were knocked flat on the ground, letting out whimpering cries of protest. They then stood up and, united in their anger, charged at Sue once more. Sue wasn't about to go easy on these two big brothers either, using a few moves to beat the little ones until they were howling in pain. Mother Bear, far from intervening, watched the scene with great interest. After all, though the cubs were crying pitifully, their underdeveloped bodies meant their fighting wouldn't cause any real harm. After being taught a lesson by Sue and howling for a while, the two little ones settled down considerably. They lay obediently on either side of Sue, fumbling around aimlessly in search of her teats. However, as newborn cubs, they were unfamiliar with everything, and after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find them. The rich scent of milk wafting nearby only made the two little ones more anxious, and the more anxious they became, the harder it was to find. It wasn't until Sue had finished eating that the two little ones finally found their feeding spots one by one. Now that she was full, Sue had no time to pay attention to the two clueless cubs beside her. She hurriedly opened the system panel to check her personal information. Host, Sue. Strength, 1. Defense, 1. Speed, 3. Skills, hunting skill. After marking a target, you can simulate its location in your mind. Only one target can be marked at a time, and the distance cannot exceed 1 kilometer. Stealth skill, upon entering stealth skill mode, the aura emitted from your body is drawn inward, allowing you to blend into the surroundings and remain undetected. Combat power, 2. Enhancement points, 0.3. After reviewing his own stats, Sue turned his attention to Mother Bear standing nearby, curious to see just how big the gap between them was. Species, brown bear. Strength, 96. Defense, 95. Speed, 49. Skills, none. Combat power, 156. Seeing this, Sue couldn't help but stick out his tongue. If Mother Bear decided to attack him, she could probably crush him to death with a single swipe of her paw. Sue's gaze then fell on the two adorable little cubs. He scanned their stats. They were almost identical to his own. Looking at the two little ones, Sue thought of something fun. He then mentally gave them names. The names were very simple and straightforward, Bear 1 and Bear 2. Sue also asked the system about the function of enhancement points. The system's explanation was simple: enhancement points could be used to strengthen any part of Sue's body at his discretion. Just then, Sue felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He didn't force himself to stay awake. Instead, he walked straight into Mother Bear's embrace, found a warm spot, and curled up to sleep. Bear 1 and Bear 2 had been playing since they were born and were already a bit tired after eating and drinking their fill. They too felt sleepy. The two little ones didn't go anywhere else. They simply walked over, curled up on either side of Sue, and fell asleep. As for the beating they just received, the two little ones didn't let it bother them. Mother Bear watched this heartwarming scene and felt deeply content. Soon, she too felt drowsy, lay down, and slowly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 2: The Wild Rabbit. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. One day, on a snow-covered mountainside, a small patch of snow suddenly shifted. A small head soon poked through the snow, its large, dark eyes scanning the surroundings. Damn it! Looking at this, winter's probably going to last a long time yet. God damn it! How am I supposed to get through this? The head peeking out of the snow belonged to Sue. Gazing at the vast expanse of white around him, his heart felt just as desolate and cold as the world outside. Judging by the thick layer of snow, spring was likely still a long way off. A gust of wind blew in, making him feel uneasy, so he quickly pulled his head back in. Jumping into the cave and seeing Mother Bear, who had grown noticeably thinner since he first arrived, Sue immediately felt a pang of guilt. Given the thick layer of fat Mother Bear had stored up before, she shouldn't have lost weight this quickly, even while nursing 4 or 5 cubs. This was all due to Su's excessive demands on the system over the past 2 months to enhance himself. Right now, he was about half a size larger than Bear 1 and Bear 2 standing beside him. This can't go on. I have to find a way to get food, or none of us will survive this winter. Su muttered to himself as he looked at the emaciated Mother Bear. With that in mind, Su called over Bear 1 and Bear 2, who were suckling milk from Mother Bear's belly. Although they were quite unhappy about it, after 2 months of training, Bear 1 and Bear 2 had no choice but to obediently walk over. Su had the 2 little ones lean against the wall, then he walked over and climbed up, using their bodies as a step. After poking his head out of the snow again, Su didn't rush to pull it back in. Instead, he carefully scanned his surroundings, looking for anything edible. After a moment, Su noticed a snow-covered bush not far away that was constantly swaying. His eyes lit up instantly, and he stared intently at the spot. Before long, Su saw a snow-white rabbit's head peeking out from the grass, holding a blade of grass in its mouth. Instinctively, he checked the creature's stats. Race, wild rabbit. Strength, 9. Defense, 14. Speed, 54. Skills, none. Combat power, 12. If only I could figure out a way to catch this rabbit. Looking at the adorable rabbit, Su couldn't help but think. Immediately, he recalled Mark's skill, one of the 2 skills he obtained when he first bound to the system. The skill description stated that by using Mark's skill on a target, he could simulate the target's movement path in his mind. And the rabbit before him was about the same size as himself. He could definitely use this skill to find the burrow where it was hiding and then hunt it down. No sooner said than done, Su quickly activated Mark's skill on the rabbit. Soon he discovered that even when the wild rabbit in the distance disappeared from his line of sight, its location automatically appeared in his mind. This is it. Instantly, Su was overjoyed, feeling that capturing that rabbit was no longer an impossible task. However, Su didn't rush into an attack. Instead, he opened his personal panel to allocate points and improve his stats first. Host, Su. Strength, 7. Defense, 9. Speed, 34. Skills, Mark skill, stealth skill. Combat power, 9. Enhancement points, 42. He had actually earned over 60 enhancement points in the past 2 months, but had already used some of them. Otherwise, even if Su had eaten his fill, he wouldn't have been that much bigger than Bear 1 and Bear 2. However, Su hadn't dared to use all his enhancement points before. If he had, his appetite would certainly have grown even larger. By then, the little fat stored in Mother Bear's body wouldn't be nearly enough to sustain him. Once Mother Bear could no longer produce milk, his entire family would likely have to brave the bitter cold and go out to try their luck. But now that there was prey, it was worth taking a gamble. After all, the worst-case scenario would simply be leaving the relatively warm cave early to search for food. Since staying warm is the top priority when venturing out in winter, Su spent 15 enhancement points to strengthen his fur. Instantly, the down on his body became more than twice as thick as before, and the outside world, which had felt somewhat chilly, became bearable. This time, the goal of the hunting skill was to follow that wild rabbit to its burrow, trap it inside, and kill it. Therefore, he couldn't afford to make his body too large. So Su didn't enhance his entire body. Instead, he used 10 points to strengthen his skeleton, 5 points to strengthen his teeth, and 5 points to strengthen his 2 pairs of forepaws. He allocated the remaining 7 points entirely to his eyes. After all, only with good vision could he avoid getting lost. After these enhancements, Su's size didn't change much, but his combat prowess was significantly boosted. Host, Su. Strength, 12. Defense, 18. Speed, 41. Skills, Mark skill, stealth skill. Combat power, 17. Enhancement points, 0. After completing all this, Su did not rush to launch an attack. After all, as the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. If he launched a reckless attack and failed to land a single blow, the opponent could easily escape from another direction. Therefore, he decided to first locate the rabbit's lair and gather detailed intelligence on the area. If there were multiple exits, he would block them with debris to prevent the rabbit from escaping through another route during the attack. After observing for a day, Sue had a general understanding of the rabbit's den. Later, on a relatively quiet afternoon, he left the den where he had lived for over 2 months for the first time. Treading on the soft snow, he felt a bit uncomfortable, but his reinforced fur provided excellent insulation, so he didn't feel too cold. After walking for a short while, Sue arrived at the snowy area directly above the rabbit's den. Although there was nothing here, he could see the rabbit sound asleep below through the layers of snow and soil. Sue didn't rush to attack. Instead, he walked to the other 2 entrances and found a few movable rocks to block them off. Only after finishing this did he slowly crawl into the last remaining passage. His stealth skill activated at that moment, making him blend into the passage so seamlessly that he was nearly impossible to spot without a close look. Having used an enhancement point to boost his vision, Sue's sight wasn't too obstructed inside the passage. Perhaps winter was simply the perfect season for animals to hibernate. He noticed the rabbit remained completely motionless. If it weren't for the distinct rise and fall of its belly, one might have thought the rabbit had already kicked the bucket. That was fine by him, it saved a lot of trouble. As he rounded a bend, the sight before him made Sue's breathing grow a bit ragged. For besides the single rabbit that the mark skill had been constantly projecting into his mind, there were 7 more rabbits here. At that moment, the group was huddled together, fast asleep. 2 of the rabbits were about the same size as Sue, while the remaining 6 were only half his size. Clearly, this was a litter of rabbits. Suppressing his excitement, he abandoned the idea of a direct attack and retreated once more. Since they were a family, he wanted to take them all together. Therefore, Sue decided to block the remaining hole as well, to prevent any of the little rabbits from escaping along the way. After spending a few minutes sealing off the last remaining hole, Sue once again activated his stealth skill and approached the rabbit group. Chapter 3: Hunting Skill. This time, Sue used stealth skill and wasn't detected until he was only about half a meter away from the group of rabbits. The large wild rabbit he had marked with mark skill clearly sensed something and instinctively opened its eyes. Their gazes locked, and for a split second, both the bear and the rabbit were momentarily stunned. However, Sue had come prepared, so he was the first to react. He decisively pounced on the still dazed wild rabbit. The attack was so sudden that the rabbit had little time to react. It was immediately knocked to the ground. Only after sensing the danger did the rabbit begin thrashing wildly, trying to push the little bear off its back. But Sue knew this was the food that would keep his family alive. He wasn't about to let it go so easily. Ignoring the excruciating pain from the rabbit's hind legs kicking against him, he opened his mouth and bit down on its throat. The teeth of an ordinary cub might not have been able to pierce the rabbit's fairly tough fur. But Sue's teeth had been enhanced by the system, and they easily pierced the hare's throat. Once the hare's throat was torn open, Sue paid no further attention to the struggling creature. Instead, he turned his gaze to the other adult hare in the flock that had just been startled awake. This hare had just woken up and, seeing its mate in such a pitiful state, didn't know what to do. It could only let out a series of squeaks, hoping to drive the intruder out of their territory that way. But this tactic had no effect on Sue. He charged straight at it and knocked the hare to the ground with a single swipe. Then, seizing the opportunity, he pinned it down and bit into its throat in the same manner. The 6 baby rabbits nearby were terrified by the scene. No longer caring about their parents' fate, they began darting around frantically. But soon, the little rabbits realized in despair that the entrances to the burrow had all been blocked by something. After biting through this wild rabbit's throat in the same manner, Sue followed the scent to track down the baby rabbits. The little one's parents hadn't even lasted a single round against him, so there was no way the babies would stand a chance. If they banded together, Sue might have had a harder time. But if herbivores could truly band together, they wouldn't be herbivores. Thus, in less than 10 minutes, Sue had bitten through the throats of the remaining 6 baby rabbits one after another. Sue had previously worked as a hand at a farmhouse restaurant, where he often slaughtered rabbits, free-range chickens, and other animals. Therefore, aside from a brief moment of nausea at the start, he felt no other negative emotions about killing this litter of rabbits. On the contrary, these 8 rabbits together yielded at least 50 pounds of meat. With this food, he felt confident he could survive the winter. He walked over to a young rabbit with its throat bitten open. Without hesitation, Sue bit open its belly and began eating the internal organs. It was remarkable now that he had transformed into a brown bear cub. This raw meat, which should have been quite gamey, tasted incredibly delicious. Consuming wild rabbit meat grants 0.14 enhancement points. Accompanied by the System S prompt, Sue ate with increasing vigor. Before long, he had devoured half of the poor little wild rabbit, about 2 pounds. This half rabbit not only filled Sue's stomach but also provided him with 0.8 enhancement points. After eating his fill, Sue prepared to call Mother Bear over to finish off the remaining wild rabbit meat. To him, everything else was meaningless at this moment. Only with the protection of a strong Mother Bear could he safely get through the days ahead. Without Mother Bear, once he grew larger in a while, it would be nearly impossible for him to squeeze through a rabbit hole like this again. Moreover, small animals on the ground moved incredibly fast with his current speed. Trying to catch them was nothing short of a pipe dream. Sue first dragged the half-eaten hare carcass back, intending to bring Mother Bear along with him. After all, it was about 100 meters from here to Mother Bear's den. If he had to carry the hare carcass back alone, he'd probably wear himself to death. Inside the warm den, Mother Bear was sound asleep when she suddenly caught a whiff of blood. This jolted her awake, and she quickly looked around to see what was happening. She shouldn't have looked the moment she did. Mother Bear realized something was terribly wrong. Why were there only 2? Where was her eldest cub? That chubby, adorable cub who was destined to become a mighty king of the bears? Just then, Mother Bear suddenly heard a commotion coming from outside, accompanied by a strong, pungent smell of blood. In an instant, Mother Bear's eyes turned red. The thought that her adorable cub might have been snatched away by some terrifying predator filled her with rage. She quickly stood up and darted out of the cave, ready to chase after the source of the blood scent. But as soon as she reached the surface, Mother Bear saw a furry bundle dragging something toward her in its mouth. Although Sue had just used an enhancement point to strengthen his fur, drastically changing his appearance. Mother Bear had been hibernating for most of the past 2 months and wasn't fully aware of her cub's transformation. Plus, the scent on him was very familiar, so Mother Bear instantly recognized that furry bundle as none other than her favorite little cub. Seeing that he hadn't been carried off by other predators as she feared, Mother Bear felt much more at ease. But as her worry faded, a surge of anger erupted within her. How dare he? How absolutely dare he? Even she didn't dare go out much in the dead of winter. How on earth did this little cub dare? That's it. It must be because she has been too lenient with him all this time, which is why he has become so reckless. It seems today she is going to give this little guy a proper taste of the world's cruelty. With that thought, Mother Bear charged straight at him and bit down on the back of Sue's neck, flinging him into the snow. Facing a full-grown brown bear, Sue was powerless to resist and could only let her have her way with him. However, Mother Bear didn't intend to kill him. She just wanted to teach this cub a lesson for wandering around in the dead of winter. So she let Sue go pretty quickly. This gave him a sigh of relief, though the bite on the back of his neck didn't hurt much. Being tossed around like that wasn't exactly pleasant. It was then that Mother Bear noticed the half-eaten wild rabbit carcass Sue had dropped on the ground. She walked over, sniffed the rabbit's remains, then looked up at Sue before walking back to sniff around his mouth. Instantly, Mother Bear formed a somewhat unbelievable theory: this was prey caught by her own cub. The thought struck her as absurd. At that age, she herself had only been able to sleep nestled in her mother's embrace. How could a cub possibly venture out alone in the cold of winter and catch such elusive prey? Though skeptical, Mother Bear, feeling hungry at that moment, walked over and devoured the half-eaten hare in just a few bites. Licking the blood from her lips, Mother Bear felt a bit unsatisfied. She wished there were a few more. However, Mother Bear knew this was unlikely, so she called to her cub beneath her, urging it to hurry back with her. Sue, of course, wouldn't agree. Instead, he let out a low whine directed at Mother Bear. The message was simple: let him come alone. Then he trotted off toward the distant rabbit burrow. Mother Bear understood her cub's meaning. Though skeptical, she trotted along behind him, holding on to a glimmer of hope. Upon reaching the rabbit burrow, Sue deftly slipped inside and soon emerged with a rabbit carcass, frozen stiff. Mother Bear saw the bite marks on the rabbit's throat and immediately realized this was prey her cub had secured using his hunting skill. This made Mother Bear's eyes light up. My son has the makings of a bear king. Chapter 4, Bison. Winter gave way to spring. With the arrival of a spring rain, the white snow blanketing the earth gradually began to melt. One day, a massive brown bear suddenly emerged from the snow. The bear looked around, then turned and growled a few times toward the cave. Then, a plump little brown bear, about the size of a mutt, emerged from inside. It was none other than Sue, now a full size larger. Following him were two cubs, one brown and one yellow, both significantly smaller than he was. Looking at the snow and ice that had already melted away for the most part, Sue's heart was filled with hope. They finally made it through. Over the past month, relying on the unfair advantage of the mark's skill to hunt prey, he managed to take down several litters of rabbits. That was what had allowed his family to survive until now. Even Mother Bear had put on a bit of weight and was looking much better than before. This was largely thanks to the fact that brown bears find it difficult to hunt small animals like rabbits, which was why there were several rabbit colonies living nearby. If this were a leopard or tiger's den, those rabbits would have long since fled without a trace. I guess you could say that fixed thinking is what dooms rabbits. But that's as far as it goes. Sue is now much larger than an adult wild rabbit. It's no longer possible to crawl into a rabbit burrow and wipe out an entire litter like before. If spring weren't just around the corner, they might still be facing the risk of going hungry. After silently mourning for a second the rabbits that had sacrificed themselves to help his family survive the winter, Sue followed Mother Bear as they slowly made their way downhill. When they climbed onto a boulder and looked down, Sue felt a wave of hope wash over him. Below them, halfway down the mountainside, the ice and snow had long since melted away, replaced by a sea of green. Spring had clearly arrived. Mother Bear followed them, looked at the scene, and let out a loud howl to the sky. She was clearly thrilled as well. Bear 1 and Bear 2 didn't understand what the lush greenery below signified. But seeing their mother and older brother so happy, the two little ones also got excited and began hopping and jumping around. As for why Sue, who was born later, was considered the older brother, don't ask. The answer is simply that the other two were too strong for him, so he had to settle for being the younger brother. Soon, led by Mother Bear, they followed a narrow path worn by animal tracks and continued their descent. Now that they saw a glimmer of hope, they moved even faster than before. Finally, after another 2 days of slow, laborious progress, Sue and the whole family made it from the mountains to the vibrant, grassy plains. Once there, Mother Bear didn't lead them to hunt for prey. Instead, she lowered her head and began nibbling on the tender shoots just breaking through the soil, just like the herbivores. Bears are omnivores by nature, so this wasn't surprising. Although Mother Bear was much fatter now than she had been a month ago, she was still quite thin compared to a normal adult brown bear. She had to regain some weight first before she could attempt to hunt. Sue tried a few bites of the tender shoots and quickly accepted the food, but as he ate, he began to feel sluggish all over. Just like someone who can't live without meat, eating a little bit of vegetables is fine now and then, but too much makes you feel off. Gradually, Sue lost interest in eating grass and instead set his sights on a rabbit not far away, which was hugging a clump of tender grass and munching on it. He quietly used the undulating terrain to conceal himself and slowly crept toward the rabbit. However, the area was too open, and the wild rabbit's wide eyes were constantly scanning its surroundings. Consequently, as soon as Sue used his stealth skill to get within about 10 meters of the rabbit, it spotted him. Without a moment's hesitation, the rabbit turned and bolted. Sue gave chase for a mere 10 or so meters before slowly coming to a stop. As expected, with my current abilities, hunting prey head-on is still very difficult. Sue knew full well that he only had the upper hand against these small animals in enclosed spaces. In open areas like this, he had absolutely no advantage. After giving up on the rabbit, he set his sights on a flock of birds, but he didn't fare any better there either. However, just then, Sue spotted a patch of berry bushes laden with small blueberries. Noticing the gnawed marks left by other animals on the berries, he didn't hesitate and went straight over to eat his fill. Tart and sweet, they tasted much better than that tender grass. Mother Bear, spotting the berries from afar, hurried over with Bear 1 and Bear 2 in tow. Before long, the entire patch of berries had been ruthlessly claimed by the whole family. Small animals like birds and squirrels could only watch from a distance, occasionally letting out squeaks of protest. Clearly, they were quite unhappy with this act of domination. However, despite their discontent, they dared only to chirp and squeak. Not a single one dared to come any closer. Before long, Sue had filled his belly with these berries and also earned 0.6 enhancement points. After eating her fill, Sue climbed onto Mother Bear's back, clinging to her fur with both paws as she settled down to rest. Moo! Just then, a series of loud, booming moos suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. Sue looked in the direction of the sound and felt a chill run down her spine. It was a herd of bison with brown coats, shoulders as broad as small hills, and a pair of short horns. Sue recognized these bison. They were the American bison, a species nearly driven to extinction by bald eagles but eventually designated as the national animal. It was only after formally identifying them that Sue felt this sense of despair. Having been reincarnated as an animal, his greatest hope was to find himself in the dragon kingdom of his past life. Although poachers entered protected areas in Dragon Country every year to hunt rare wildlife. To put it bluntly, these poachers were nothing more than pariahs, shadowy figures who couldn't see the light of day. The weapons they used were just outdated gear like tranquilizer guns or hunting rifles. If a top-tier predator was prepared, it could still take them down. But things were different abroad. In many foreign countries, guns weren't banned. The poachers here are far more ruthless. The rifles they use aren't your run-of-the-mill gear, they're high-end equipment like automatic rifles. With weapons like these, no matter how formidable a predator you are, if you're spotted, you're as good as dead. And the poachers aren't even the scariest part. The most terrifying are those wealthy, bored tycoons who love to hunt. These guys are loaded, so their gear is absolutely top-notch. They hunt with sniper rifles and all sorts of high-tech equipment. Plus, when they go hunting, they bring along some pretty skilled bodyguards. If you run into someone like that, forget about fighting back. You might not even be able to escape. And in some countries, there are bear hunters who head into the mountains to hunt bears during certain seasons. These hunters generally spare mother bears with cubs and the cubs themselves, but they rarely let adult male brown bears go. In a sense, these places are practically hell for an adult male brown bear. Thinking about having to face hunters with sniper rifles in the future, Sue suddenly felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Fortunately, he still had the system, and he had a few more years before reaching adulthood. That should be enough time for him to develop. He'd worry about that when the time came. Chapter 5: Wild Boars. The American bison charging toward them looked like colossal beasts, considerably larger than the mother bear, and the herd numbered no fewer than 100. Therefore, upon seeing these massive creatures approaching, the mother bear immediately urged her cubs to flee the area with her. After several hours of travel, Sue and the others arrived at the banks of a river. Here, Sue saw large chunks of unmelted ice being carried downstream by the river's current. Seeing water for the first time, Bear 1 and Bear 2 were incredibly excited. Ignoring the cold, they plunged right in and began splashing about. Quack, quack, quack. Just then, a flock of mallards nearby spotted the group of newcomers. Faced with these apex predators, the mallards were not afraid. Instead, they swam over, quacking wildly. They seemed to be taunting them. "Come on, you big oafs, try to catch me." Brown bears, being large, slow-moving predators, are generally only afraid of medium to large herbivores. They aren't particularly intimidated by small, agile animals. Mother bear, seeing this, wasn't annoyed at all. She lay leisurely on the riverbank and began to drink water. Sue knew there was nothing to be done about these creatures and paid them no mind either. But Bear 1 and Bear 2, being young and reckless, couldn't stand such blatant mockery from the mallards. After exchanging a glance, they charged straight toward the flock of ducks in the water. It went well at first, but once they reached a spot where they couldn't touch the bottom, the two cubs were so frightened they scrambled to retreat. Seeing this, the flock of mallards grew even more excited. Besides quacking wildly, they put on a show, darting around the two cubs like they were turbocharged. The two cubs were nearly driven mad by the sight, but since they couldn't swim, they could only rage helplessly from the shore. Soon, the flock of mallards grew bored and waddled away one by one. The flock may have spared them, but Sue had no intention of letting these mallards off the hook. True, he couldn't do anything to them right now. But it was spring, the season when these birds lay their eggs. If he couldn't harm them, surely he could harm those motionless eggs? With that in mind, Sue immediately marked the most aggressive mallard with a skill, intending to follow it to find its nest. Fortunately, it didn't take long before Sue spotted the mallard lying motionless in a spot. This was clearly the mallard's nest. Realizing this, Sue didn't hesitate to call out to Bear 1 and Bear 2, instructing them to follow him to surround the nest. This was open plains as long as they didn't stray too far from her sight. Mother Bear wouldn't intervene. Soon, Sue and the others arrived not far from the mallard's nest. By then, the mallard had also spotted them approaching. But now, on the shore, the mallard was powerless to stop the three cubs drawing near. It had long since lost the swagger it had displayed moments earlier. All it could do was pray that the three cubs were just here to play and weren't targeting its nest. But prayer was useless. It could only watch helplessly as the three cubs headed straight for the patch of grass where it was hiding. When the distance between them was only about 3 or 4 meters, the mallard decisively abandoned its nest and dived into the water nearby. Bear 1 and Bear 2, who had been completely baffled up until then, finally understood what was happening upon seeing this, and immediately rushed toward the spot where the mallard had left. Once there, they discovered a small nest made of weeds, and inside it were 5 duck eggs. Bear 1 and Bear 2 wanted to go straight over and eat the eggs, but Sue stopped them. Amid the quacking protests of the mallard nearby, he approached the nest. He selected 3 eggs and told Bear 1 and Bear 2 that they would each get one. Bear 2 looked at the 2 remaining duck eggs and clearly seemed dissatisfied, but after getting a slap, he settled down. The reason for this wasn't that Sue was suddenly overcome with a sense of self-sacrifice. Rather, he knew that this would be his hunting ground for a long time to come, and he couldn't afford to deplete the resources completely. After eating these duck eggs, Sue set his sights on a bird not far away. Before long, he found the bird's nest using the same method and took half the eggs inside. And so, on this plain, Sue and the others spent half a month subsisting on various bird eggs, as well as roots and berries. With this abundant food, Mother Bear's emaciated body gradually grew stronger. One day, Mother Bear led Sue and the others to a pine forest to search for fallen pine nuts. Just as they were eating, they heard a series of grunting sounds in the distance. They slowly made their way toward the source of the noise. There, they discovered 2 large wild boars, accompanied by 7 or 8 piglets, also gnawing on nuts on the ground. Seeing this, Mother Bear's eyes lit up. By now, her weight had returned to normal. So she decided to try out her hunting skill. After tucking Sue into a patch of grass and telling them not to move or make a sound, Mother Bear slowly circled around the boar family, approaching from a spot with uneven terrain. Just as Mother Bear reached the perfect ambush spot, a sudden gust of wind blew up. Worst of all, the wind was blowing from Mother Bear's position toward the wild boar herd. Consequently, the wind carried Mother Bear's scent straight to the noses of the 2 adult boars. Smelling the scent of danger, the 2 boars immediately lifted their heads and stared intently in the direction the scent was coming from. Hidden in a thicket, Mother Bear saw this and knew a surprise attack was out of the question, so she charged out into the open. Seeing the massive bear, the boar family was terrified and began scattering in all directions. One of the piglets ran straight toward the spot where Sue and his group were standing. Mother Bear immediately gave chase after the female piglet. However, since the ambush had been launched from too great a distance, the bear lost the female boar after chasing her for several dozen meters. When Sue saw the little wild boar charging toward him, a flicker of excitement and longing flashed in his eyes. Having already tasted meat, but having gone without it for days, he was already salivating for it. He had long been thinking about when he might catch a prey to satisfy his craving. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. So he quickly ordered Bear 1 and Bear 2 to crouch down and stay still. He didn't want the young boar fleeing in this direction to spot them too early and change its escape route. Although it was just a young boar, the creature weighed around 40 to 50 pounds, a full size larger than Sue himself. Therefore, he didn't rush into an attack but used the system to check its attributes. Species: wild boar. Strength: 28. Defense: 32. Speed: 48. Skills: none. Combat power: 31. Seeing this, Sue breathed a sigh of relief. Although this young boar was much larger than him, its combat power wasn't significantly stronger than his own. He didn't need to take it down alone, he just had to keep it occupied until Mother Bear arrived. Chapter 6: The Black Wolf's Harassment. When the little wild boar was just over 10 meters away from them, Sue struck decisively. He charged at the fleeing boar like a cannonball fired from a barrel. Before the boar could even react, he slammed his palm directly onto its hind leg. Sue had struck with all his might. He felt the force was even greater than his most powerful strike in his previous life. Sure enough, upon being struck, the young boar's hindquarters were sent flying sideways. The powerful momentum sent the young boar tumbling 7 or 8 meters before it finally came to a stop. The young boar hobbled to its feet, letting out a piercing scream. Clearly, it was seriously injured. The wild boar couple in the distance heard their cub's screams and instinctively turned to see the scene. They were instantly enraged. They could tolerate an adult brown bear after all, given its size. They knew they couldn't win. But they never expected even a lowly little beast to dare bully their cub. It was simply pushing their luck too far. In an instant, blood rushed to the two massive boars' heads. They abandoned any thought of fleeing and charged straight at Sue. Roar! But just then, Mother Bear let out a furious roar from nearby. Her expression seemed to say, "Do you think I don't exist?" At the same time, Mother Bear swiftly positioned herself between Sue and the two adult boars, standing there silently. The moment the two boars saw Mother Bear's imposing, towering figure, they instantly wilted. After grunting a few times in reluctant protest, they had no choice but to leave the area. Witnessing this, Mother Bear walked over to take charge of the little wild boar that Sue had pinned to the ground. The little wild boar, which had been struggling fiercely under Sue's grip just moments ago, now lay before Mother Bear like a toy, completely at her mercy. Mother Bear had no intention of tormenting the little wild boar. She opened her gaping maw and bit through its throat in one swift motion. With its throat severed, the little wild boar gave a symbolic kick with all 4 legs, then lay still. Seeing this, Mother Bear let out a few growls toward Sue standing nearby, her smug expression seeming to say, "See that? That's how a bear should act. When dealing with prey, you must finish it with a single strike." Clearly, after spending the past few months feeding on and taking cubs, Mother Bear felt a bit embarrassed herself. So she decided to take this opportunity to teach the cub before her how to dispatch prey quickly. After imparting a bit of wisdom, Mother Bear bit open the young boar's abdomen, exposing the fresh, tender innards inside. Then she stood up and growled lowly at Bear 1 and Bear 2 nearby, signaling them to hurry over and join the feast. Soon, the entire family began devouring the young boar's carcass with frenzied abandon. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the forest, a powerful black wolf was searching for a suitable prey. Just then, it heard the piercing screams of a wild boar, followed immediately by a bear's roar. Instantly, the black wolf's eyes lit up clearly. A brown bear had caught a wild boar in the direction the sound came from. Realizing this, the black wolf hurriedly trotted toward the source of the noise. Naturally, it couldn't defeat a full-grown brown bear, so it had no intention of stealing the food for itself. It simply hoped to use its agility to snatch some food from the brown bear's mouth to fill its own stomach. Soon, the black wolf spotted 4 brown bears, 1 adult and 3 cubs bowing their heads and greedily gnawing on a wild boar carcass. The scent of fresh blood made the black wolf, which hadn't eaten in a long time, start to drool. At the same time, its confidence grew. With the cubs present, the grizzly bear was likely to hesitate, fearing it might harm them, and thus abandon the food before it. Not only that, but after finishing this meal of wild boar meat, he might just follow this group of bears. When the mother bear isn't looking, he could seize the opportunity to bite and kill one of the cubs. That way, he'd not only fill his stomach but also eliminate a future rival. Especially that fattest, biggest cub. It was so much larger than its 2 brothers, even though they were all the same age. Who knows, it might grow up to become a powerful bear king dominating the area, and then how would he be able to hunt here anymore? As he thought this, the black wolf made no attempt to hide himself and strode out boldly. The mother bear was the first to spot the black wolf's arrival. The two were as incompatible as oil and water. The mother bear had often had her food stolen by wolf packs in the past. She harbored an intense loathing and hatred for wolves. So she stood up and roared furiously at the black wolf slowly approaching. However, she didn't rush to attack. After all, she didn't know how many wolves there were. If she attacked rashly, her cub might face a surprise attack from the others. Mother Bear would never make such a mistake. Sue, who was just swallowing a large chunk of pig liver, heard Mother Bear's furious roar and immediately sensed the danger. He looked up and followed Mother Bear's gaze, and he, too, saw the black wolf approaching slowly. He recognized it as a North American coyote, significantly larger than an ordinary wolf. In an instant, Sue's brow furrowed involuntarily. It seemed this situation wouldn't be easy to handle today. Judging by the wolf's greedy gaze, it clearly wouldn't let this pile of wild boar meat go easily. Instinctively, Sue quickly used the system to check the wolf's information. Species, wolf. Strength, 48. Defense, 43. Speed, 51. Skills, none. Combat power, 71. After reviewing its basic stats, Sue felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness Mother Bear was here. If he'd encountered this black wolf alone, he probably wouldn't even have been able to outrun it. Bear 1 and Bear 2, no longer concerned with the delicious pork, quickly hid behind Mother Bear. To them right now, this black wolf was practically invincible. Soon, the black wolf approached Sue and the others. Paying no heed to the snarling Mother Bear beside it, it simply lowered its head and tore off a large chunk of pork. This sight infuriated Mother Bear. She sprang to her feet and lunged at the black wolf, ready to teach it a lesson. However, the black wolf seemed prepared. With a quick sidestep, it dodged Mother Bear's attack. Then, clutching the stolen piece of pork in its mouth, it walked a short distance away and began chewing heartily. It looked quite content. Although Mother Bear was furious at this sight, she dared not stray too far because of her cubs. Therefore, she could only pretend the black wolf didn't exist, urging her cubs to eat as much as they could while they still could. Once they were full, they hurriedly left the area to avoid giving the black wolf any opportunity to strike. The black wolf, observing this, did not engage in further provocation but simply sped up its consumption of the stolen food. Soon, it had devoured the piece of pork in a few gulps, then slowly walked over again. After dodging Mother Bear's strike, it left the area carrying another piece of succulent wild boar meat. Mother Bear was furious at this sight. After letting out a few helpless howls, she could only lower her head and continue eating frantically. Sue was also furious inside at this humiliating scene, but since he couldn't defeat the opponent, there was nothing he could do. A small wild boar weighing over 50 pounds was soon nearly gone after being fought over by one wolf and 4 bears. Seeing that there was hardly any wild boar meat left, the black wolf, who had only eaten until he was half full, immediately grew impatient. Forgetting about the meat he hadn't finished, he charged forward once more, ready to snatch the remaining scraps. Chapter 7: The Struggle for Food. Mother Bear was already seething with frustration, and seeing the black wolf's greed before her, her anger flared instantly. She immediately stood up, raised her massive paw, and swatted at the black wolf, who was clutching the last scraps of wild boar. Seeing this, the black wolf chuckled inwardly. What a huge, brainless bear! Couldn't she come up with a different way to attack? How many times had she used this move? And she kept using it. Since you're so stupid, I won't stand on ceremony. With what little food is left, I'll gladly take it. The black wolf, having leaped into the air to dodge the blow, was just about to land and walk away before taunting its opponent. But just then, it spotted the little chubby bear that had been acting so timid all along. Now, however, it was charging toward him like a cannonball ready to fire. Hanging in midair, the black wolf had no way to shift its weight or maneuver, so it could only watch as the little bear's paw slammed toward it. All the black wolf could do was silently pray that the bear didn't hit too hard. Otherwise, if it lost its balance, it would give the enraged brown bear the perfect opening. Thud! The moment the bear's paw made contact with his back, the black wolf knew he was finished. The instant that thought crossed his mind, he crashed to the ground. Before he could even get back up, Mother Bear, sensing her chance, charged over and pinned him down with both paws. The black wolf knew that if he didn't come up with a way to save himself, there was a very good chance he would meet his end right here today. But the situation was too urgent to allow for any other options. The black wolf could only let out a whimpering cry for mercy. He hoped the brown bear before him would have a moment of weakness and spare him this time. However, Mother Bear, already enraged to the extreme, gave him no chance. She opened her gaping maw and bit the wolf's head clean off. Clearly, everything the black wolf had just done had enraged this mother to the extreme, and she desperately needed to vent her fury. After slapping the headless wolf carcass a few more times in anger, Mother Bear finally came to her senses. Looking at her shocked youngest son standing nearby, Mother Bear let out an encouraging roar, as if to say, "You did great, number 3. Bear 2, watching from the side, looked a bit displeased. He hurried over, howling loudly, as if to say, "Mom, I want praise too." Mother Bear wasn't about to spoil him. She gave the little guy a sharp swat, letting him know that acting cute in the wild was useless. As it happened, the little wild boar's family hadn't had their fill, so this black wolf became their meal. The black wolf's meat was clearly not as tender and delicious as that of the little wild boar they'd just eaten. However, to fill his stomach, Sue didn't turn his nose up at it. He tore off large chunks of wolf meat and swallowed them whole. Consuming wolf meat grants 0.1 enhancement point. As the notification kept ringing in his mind, Sue's mood, which had been ruined by the black wolf earlier, gradually improved. They ate nearly half of the wild wolf, which weighed over 80 pounds. After eating their fill, Sue and the others didn't stay to guard the remaining wolf carcass. The smell of blood had already attracted a large flock of ducks, and it wouldn't be long before other predators showed up. If a pack of wolves showed up, they wouldn't be able to take them down as easily as they had just done. In fact, all 3 of Sue's cubs might even fall prey to the wolves' jaws. After all, a single wolf isn't scary. What is truly terrifying is a pack of wolves. Once a pack reaches a certain size, even a full-grown male brown bear would have to retreat. Not long after leaving that spot, Sue lay down to rest beneath a large tree, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Meat really is best for bears. Berries, roots, and bird eggs just can't compare. In addition to providing ultimate enjoyment, this feast also earned Sue over 2 enhancement points. That's nearly double what he'd get from eating those plant-based foods. However, Sue knew that a situation like today's would be hard to come by again. Until he grew stronger, he would still have to rely on a variety of foods. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, as Sue and his family were wandering through the forest in search of food just like street urchins, they heard the frantic cries of an animal in the distance. So the family hurried toward the source of the sound, ready to see if they could score an easy meal. It didn't take long for them to figure out what was going on. It turned out a mountain lion had ambushed and caught a pronghorn. The agonized screams were coming from the pronghorn, which had been bitten in the throat by the mountain lion and was on the brink of death. Seeing this, Sue's eyes lit up. For the past month, he had been subsisting on a variety of omnivorous foods like insects and berries, and he had been craving meat for a long time. He had tried to ambush pronghorns before, but they were too fast. The moment he got close enough to strike, they would take off in an instant on their 4 long legs. Now, Sue looked expectantly at Mother Bear, hoping she would lead him to steal the cougar's prey. Sue was now about the same size as a cougar. If any other cub of this size were to face a mountain lion of the same size, it would be as good as dead. But Sue, enhanced by the system, showed not the slightest sign of panic when facing a full-grown mountain lion. Bear 1 and Bear 2, who were slightly smaller, also looked at Mother Bear with eager eyes. Clearly, after a month of eating nothing but plant matter, the 2 little ones, who had tasted meat before, were craving it too. Mother Bear clearly did not disappoint her cubs. Without a word, she was the first to charge toward the mountain lion not far away, which had already killed a gazelle and was preparing to stand up and feast. Upon seeing this, Sue and the others followed Mother Bear, howling excitedly. They clearly had the arrogant look of a bully taking advantage of its master's strength. The puma, just about to feast, looked at this band of raiders, especially the massive Mother Bear leading the pack. It was instantly terrified, forgot all about its meal, and hurried off into the distant jungle. It was afraid that if it lingered here, a single careless moment could get it swatted to death. For felines like them, losing a prey isn't a big deal. But if they were injured in a conflict with another animal, it would mean death was not far off. Therefore, in this situation, the best course of action was to abandon the food. Upon reaching the antelope carcass, Sue and the others paid no heed to the fleeing puma. Instead, they began frantically tearing at its soft belly, quickly exposing the bright red entrails within. The intoxicating scent of blood made it impossible for Sue to stay calm. He tore off a large chunk of the antelope's liver. As the liver, still dripping with a trace of blood, entered his mouth, a wave of satisfaction washed over Sue. After chewing it casually a few times, he swallowed it, then quickly tore off another large piece. Consuming antelope meat grants 0.2 enhancement points. The succulent mutton, combined with the delightful system notification in his mind, made Sue even more satisfied. Soon, the entire family had devoured this bighorn sheep weighing over 100 pounds, leaving only a few scraps behind. The puma, which had been waiting in the distance, could only approach to clean up the leftovers after the family had eaten their fill and departed. As Sue was leaving, he spotted the puma and his eyes lit up with a brilliant idea. Meanwhile, the puma, busy scavenging the leftovers, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill creeping up its spine. After turning to look around and seeing no immediate danger, it paid it no further mind. Chapter 8: Crossing the River. Host: Sue. Strength: 53. Defense: 66. Speed: 49. Skills: Mark skill, stealth skill. Combat power: 81. Enhancement points: 60. Not bad. All that effort over the past few months hasn't been in vain. Looking at his stats, which were in no way inferior to those of the Black Wolf, Sue nodded with satisfaction. Most of the enhancement points he had earned over the past 5 months had been used to strengthen his skin, bones, and paws. After all, only with high defense could he avoid getting injured. Don't let the simplicity of not getting injured fool you. In the wild, many animals die from infected wounds simply because they weren't rescued in time after getting hurt. That's why Sue has never let his guard down when it comes to defense. Right now, Sue doesn't look like a 5-month-old bear. He looks more like a bear that's already gone through hibernation. His current physique isn't even his strongest aspect. His true strength lies in his raw physical capabilities. A single swipe from his 2 heavily reinforced arms would easily overpower most human boxers. Furthermore, his claws were exceptionally hard and sharp, capable of slicing through the fur of ordinary animals with ease. If he were to encounter that black wolf from 2 months ago now, Sue could handle it all by himself. Opening the system panel, Sue planned to perform another round of targeted enhancements on certain organs. This time, he intended to focus on internal organs like the heart. He could clearly sense that his internal organs were nearing the point where they could no longer supply the energy his body now required. For instance, after a minute of full power exertion, he would feel a lack of stamina, so it was essential to strengthen his internal organs. After spending 20 enhancement points in one go to strengthen his heart, Sue felt as if he'd been fitted with a more powerful engine. He used all his remaining enhancement points to strengthen his liver, lungs, stomach, intestines, and other internal organs. In an instant, Sue felt as if every part of his body had been replaced with brand new components. He stood up and practiced a set of boxing techniques he'd created himself by combining his past life experience with short videos he'd watched. Sue could clearly feel that his stamina had improved significantly. Normally, after going through this routine, he would feel completely exhausted, with his lungs burning. Now, after finishing the routine, he felt nothing but a warm glow throughout his body and a surge of energy coursing through his veins. He practiced the routine 5 times in a row. Just as he was feeling warm and incredibly refreshed, Mother Bear walked over from a short distance away. Bear 1 and Bear 2 were on either side of Mother Bear. The 2 little ones had grown much larger than before. But if they stood next to Sue, no one would believe these 3 bears were from the same litter. Even Mother Bear herself, if she didn't see these 3 cubs every day and recognize their scent, would wonder if someone had secretly swapped her cubs while she wasn't looking. Upon reaching Sue, Mother Bear let out a low growl. Over the past few months, most of their food had been obtained thanks to this cub. Therefore, whenever Mother Bear had to make a decision, she would consult Sue. After spending several months together, Sue had come to understand the general meaning behind Mother Bear's call. Mother Bear was about to lead them to move to another place. Sue had no objections. He trusted that Mother Bear knew this place far better than he did. There must be a good reason for leaving now. Standing on a massive tree stump, Sue looked out at the forest where he had lived for over a month and felt quite a bit of reluctance. However, at Mother Bear's call, he jumped down and followed behind her and the others. Not far away, a figure watched the 4 brown bears, 1 adult and 3 cubs, as they departed, his eyes brimming with excitement. They're finally gone. It's been a month. Do you know how I've been living these past 6 weeks? Every time I just successfully hunted, this whole family of bandits would suddenly dart out. Without a word, they snatched my food right away. I don't know how they did it, but no matter where I hid. If my hunting skill failed, it was one thing, but the moment it succeeded, these creatures would appear out of nowhere like ghosts. The cougar had developed a psychological trauma toward this family of thieves. Now that it saw the thieves finally leave, it finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, it felt a strange sense of reluctance deep down. Because the cougar realized that although its prey had always been stolen by this family of thieves this past month, for some reason, prey kept foolishly wandering around it. Moreover, these prey seemed to have been chased by something, having exhausted most of their strength, so the cougar's success rate in catching them was very high. In the past, it probably only succeeded in using its hunting skill once a week, but this month, it succeeded several times a week. And although its prey was always snatched away by the others, there was always plenty of food left behind. Although it wasn't quite sure what was going on, the cougar vaguely suspected it had something to do with that family of bandits. 2 days later, Sue and the others arrived at a swift-flowing river, with the banks separated by about 3 or 4 meters. Their side of the river was forested, consisting mostly of boulders and various trees. Not far across the river lay an endless mountainous plain, currently overgrown with all kinds of vegetation. This lush vegetation had attracted a large number of herbivores, everything from American bison to moose and elk. Compared to where they were now, the other side of the river was practically a paradise. Clearly, Mother Bear intended to lead them across to that side, where food was more plentiful. However, reaching the other side meant facing the rapid river before them as an insurmountable challenge. Fortunately, although the river was swift, the crossing point Mother Bear had chosen wasn't very deep. The deepest part was only about a meter. For an adult brown bear with its massive frame, crossing was as simple as taking a few steps. But for the cubs, this river was nothing short of a monumental challenge in their young lives. Mother Bear entered the river first, then waded across with ease, reaching the opposite bank. Once there, Mother Bear called out to her cubs to hurry over. Bear 1 and Bear 2, seeing their mother had left, pushed aside their fear of the swift current and hurriedly followed her into the river. At first, everything was fine, but when they reached a spot where the water was just deep enough to submerge their bodies, the 2 little ones lost their balance, began thrashing about frantically, and were swept downstream by the current. Fortunately, having learned to swim, Bear 1 and Bear 2 scrambled back the way they came. Mother Bear, witnessing this, chose not to intervene but watched anxiously from the sidelines. For the cubs, this was a challenge set by nature and by no means the only one. The challenges they would face in the future would be far more severe than this one, so unless absolutely necessary, Mother Bear would not step in to help the cubs herself. Instead, she would let them try to overcome their own fears and successfully complete the challenge on their own. After returning to the shore in a sorry state, Bear 1 and Bear 2 were terrified and refused to go back in under any circumstances. Sue, watching from the side, knew that this was his moment to act. Ever since he saw this swift-flowing river, he knew Bear 1 and Bear 2 would struggle to cross it on their own. That's why he deliberately stayed behind, waiting for them to fail so he could cross again and reignite their confidence. For Sue, this stretch of water was no great challenge. He waded across with ease. Just as he hoped, seeing him cross restored Bear 1 and Bear 2's confidence. They then attempted to cross the river once more. Though they stumbled and fumbled, after about half an hour of struggling, the 2 little ones managed to cross the river through their own efforts. Once Bear 1 and Bear 2 had shaken the water droplets from their fur after reaching the shore, Mother Bear let out a roar to the heavens and led them charging toward the vibrant plains in the distance. Chapter 9: Hunting Skill Moose. Once they arrived, Sue had expected Mother Bear to take them to a hunting skill location, or to search for various grains as they usually did. But that wasn't the case. Mother Bear led them to a hillside covered in coral-like plants. Upon seeing them arrive, some of the herbivores living there scattered. Mother Bear paid no heed to these herbivores, however, instead searching through the coral-like shrubs. Sue soon understood Mother Bear's intention. Hidden in these thickets were newborn, still frail animal cubs. Just then, Mother Bear walked over, carrying a fawn whose leg she had bitten off. When she reached them, Mother Bear released the one-legged fawn. She then growled at Bear 1 and Bear 2, who were watching from the sidelines, signaling for them to hurry over and finish it off. Sue realized that Mother Bear had brought them here not only because she knew there was easy to obtain food, but also so she could use the young animals here to help her cubs practice their hunting skills. Mother Bear did not let Sue participate in this hunting exercise. She knew her youngest son was exceptionally gifted. If she let him join in, he would likely swat the fawn to death with a single paw. That would ruin her plan to train the first and second cubs. At first, Bear 1 and Bear 2 treated the fawn as a toy their mother had given them, not realizing it was food, so they just played with it. But soon, the injured fawn was literally played to death by the two much larger cubs. When they saw the toy stop moving, they lost interest. It wasn't until Mother Bear walked over, bit open the fawn's belly, and exposed the internal organs they usually ate. Only then did the two cubs seem to grasp what was happening. So when Mother Bear caught a second fawn, bit off its leg, and handed it to them, the brothers immediately began trying to bite the fawn to death. Having a clear target made all the difference. This time, it took only 5 minutes for Bear 1 and Bear 2 to kill the fawn. Mother Bear watched the scene with satisfaction. Likewise, Sue was quite pleased with this land of plenty. With his special ability, he could use mark skill on any young animals he spotted from a distance. These young creatures had absolutely no chance of escaping his hunt. Therefore, for Sue, this place was practically a free-for-all buffet. However, Sue knew full well that these good times wouldn't last long. It was currently the season when herbivores were giving birth to large numbers of offspring. Once this period passed, it would be impossible to obtain food so easily. After all, herbivore young are different from carnivore young. Herbivore young face various predators from the moment they're born, so they must adapt to their environment quickly. Most herbivore young can run and jump shortly after birth, with speed that's by no means slow. After all, if they aren't fast, elimination awaits them. Time flew by, and another month had passed in the blink of an eye. The young animals born during this month had also adapted to the environment here. Now, it was impossible for Sue to snag a free meal as easily as he had before. However, despite this, he had still reaped significant rewards over the past month. Not only had his physique grown larger and more robust, but he had also accumulated a total of 86 enhancement points. Now that he was in this place of abundant food, Sue no longer held back this time. He used all the points to enhance his entire body. As a warm surge coursed through him, Sue realized his size had increased once more, now reaching 1/3 the size of a mother bear. Immediately afterward, Sue eagerly opened the system panel. He checked his current personal information. Host, Sue. Strength, 83. Defense, 62. Speed, 53. Skills, hunting skill, stealth skill. Combat power, 89. Seeing this, Sue couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Having a system really is awesome. Although his current size was only 1/3 that of a mother bear, his strength was already nearly on par with hers. If he eventually grew to be about the same size as mother bear, who knows how much stronger he'd become. Growl. But just then, Sue felt a sharp pang of hunger in his stomach. Clearly, after this round of enhancement, the energy provided by the small amount of food in his system was no longer enough to sustain this body's current demands. After standing up, Sue didn't disturb Mother Bear and the others resting nearby. Instead, he walked beyond the grassy area to search for his next prey. After a brief search, Sue set his sights on a young moose whose front leg was injured for some reason. Though called a young moose, this one was easily more than twice Sue's size. However, compared to moose that weigh in the tons, this one was indeed small. Because of its injured leg, the young moose often strayed from the herd, and for Sue, this was his chance. Otherwise, though he was powerful, his current size lacked sufficient intimidation to dare confront the herd head-on. Species: Moose. Strength: 75. Defense: 51. Speed: 51. Skills: none. Combat power: 83. After using the system to verify that the moose showed no signs of abnormality, Sue slowly crept toward it using his stealth skill. With the skill's aid, his body quickly blended into the surroundings without a close look. He was virtually invisible. Once he was about 10 meters away and saw no obstructions ahead, Sue decisively launched his attack. Herbivores have naturally poor senses. Upon hearing the noise, it didn't even bother to investigate. It simply turned and fled in the opposite direction. However, due to an injury to its front leg, the moose's running speed was slow, and it was limping. Soon, Sue caught up to the moose from behind. With a powerful push from its hind legs, it leaped directly onto the moose's back. The moose was already struggling to run due to its injured front leg. With a bear weighing over 100 pounds suddenly on its back, it lost its balance and fell to the ground. The moose was much larger than Sue was at the moment. If Sue didn't finish it quickly, the moose would likely break free. If its screams attracted the nearby herd, all of Sue's efforts would be in vain. After all, Sue was practically a tiny speck compared to these adult moose, whose weight easily exceeded 1,000 pounds. If he were surrounded by the herd and those massive hooves came to a halt, he would surely meet his end in the northwest. Therefore, Sue first struck the moose's head with all his might, stunning it momentarily. He then opened his gaping maw and bit down on the throat, a fatal blow for any animal. His sharp fangs easily tore through the moose's throat, and warm moose blood gushed into his mouth. Moose blood is a highly nourishing tonic, and Sue didn't waste a drop, gulping it down in large mouthfuls. In his previous life, drinking animal blood raw was something even someone raised in an orphanage would never have dared to imagine. But now that he had become a bear, deer blood was nothing short of a delicious beverage to Sue. Consuming deer blood grants 0.3 enhancement points. Hearing this, Sue couldn't help but marvel that deer blood truly lived up to its reputation as a powerful tonic in his previous life. A single sip yielded more enhancement points than a mouthful of meat. At that moment, the nearby herd of deer also noticed the commotion. Although they had already reached a consensus in their minds to abandon this wounded deer, that didn't mean they would let it die right before their eyes. Moreover, the target of their hunting skill was clearly just a young brown bear cub that hadn't yet reached maturity. Therefore, led by their leader, the herd charged rapidly toward him. Sue, naturally, dared not confront the herd head-on. He immediately released his grip and fled in the opposite direction. After all, he had already bitten through the moose's neck. It was clearly beyond saving. There was no need for him to rush. Sure enough, when the herd arrived and saw their comrade on the verge of death, they let out a series of mournful cries. Then, led by their leader, they left this sorrowful place. Once the herd had departed, Sue hurried over at a jog to enjoy the fruits of his victory. This time, he didn't rush to eat the meat. Instead, he greedily gulped down the sweet deer blood in large mouthfuls. Chapter 10: Fighting 3 Wolves Alone. Meanwhile, not far away, 3 wolves traveling together had watched Sue's entire hunting process. They were 3 brothers who, having recently reached adulthood, had been driven out of their pack by the alpha. Wolves like them usually have 2 options: either join another pack and start from the bottom, or they could claim a territory and find a few female wolves who had also been cast out to form a new pack. These 3 outcasts intended to form their own pack, which was why they had stayed together ever since their expulsion. However, forming a new pack was secondary. Their immediate priority was to fill their bellies. They had only recently reached adulthood, and their hunting skill was still underdeveloped, making it difficult for them to catch prey on their own. Spotting the brown bear feasting nearby, the 3 brothers decided to take a chance. They would go and steal the bear's prey, and if the opportunity arose, they would even leave the bear here. Though still young, their instincts told them that such a powerful competitor was better off dead sooner rather than later. Otherwise, once the bear fully matures, it will be nearly impossible to contain. Sue, who was currently eating heartily, also spotted the 3 wolves slowly approaching from a distance. Using the system to check their stats one by one, he found that these 3 wolves had attributes similar to that black wolf earlier. Since he didn't detect any special skills on them, Su didn't give them a second thought. For him now, a pack of less than 6 or 7 wolves simply couldn't pose a threat. Ignoring the fact that the 3 wolves had surrounded him, Su kept his head down and continued eating as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, the 3 wolves grew furious and launched simultaneous attacks from different directions. At this, Su stopped eating and prepared to face the coming battle. As the white wolf closest to him charged, Su raised a paw and swatted directly at it. A flash of almost human disdain crossed the white wolf's eyes. Such a clumsy attack would be easy for it to dodge. Thinking this, the white wolf acted accordingly, leaping with all 4 limbs to evade the blow. Just as the white wolf, having dodged the blow mid-air, was about to retaliate with a swipe of its own, it felt a massive force slam into its body. The white wolf was then sent flying 7 or 8 meters away like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a large boulder. Although the impact didn't kill it outright, it left the wolf severely injured, blood continuously spilling from its mouth. "You little punk, did you think I was just an ordinary brown bear?" Seeing the other's pitiful state, Su felt a surge of smug satisfaction. It turned out that just as the black wolf had leaped to dodge his palm strike, he had driven his lower back forward with all his might, delivering an Iron Mountain shoulder charge that slammed into the white wolf. This move was one he had devised on a whim, inspired by a parody video of Brother G he'd come across in his previous life. He worked out regularly, so the force of this collision was no less than a boxer's full power punch. The other 2 wolves, terrified by the scene, immediately stopped in their tracks and tried to flee. However, having been enhanced multiple times by the system, Su's explosive power was in no way inferior to that of the top-tier big cats. With a single sprint, he closed the distance to one of the wolves and delivered a vicious palm strike to its head. Speed was so fast that the wolf hadn't even had time to react before taking the full brunt of the blow to its head. It was sent spinning through the air 4 or 5 times by the immense force, flying 5 or 6 meters before crashing to the ground. Although its skull was sturdy enough not to shatter, the force had turned its brain matter into mush. It staggered to its feet, took a few wobbly steps, then crashed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Its limbs twitched a few times before it went still. The last remaining wolf turned to witness this scene, and despair grew in its heart as Speed's pace quickened significantly. But it was already too late. They had gotten too close. All of them were now within 3 meters of Su. At this distance, facing other strong adult brown bears, they might have been able to evade the attack by relying on their physical advantage. But Su's explosive power, enhanced multiple times by the system, was far beyond what any bear could possess. So, unsurprisingly, this wolf was soon caught up by Su as well. Realizing escape was impossible, the wolf's ferocity was unleashed. It stopped in its tracks, prepared to go down fighting. However, Su had no regard for the code of honor. The moment the wolf stopped, Su charged straight at it, knocking it flying. Then, before the fallen wolf could react, Su rushed over and bit through its throat in a single bite. Roar! After finishing this, Su spun around and let out a furious roar in a certain direction. It turned out that while Su had been dealing with its companion, the white wolf had tried to sneak away. Now that it had been discovered, the white wolf was instantly overcome with panic, whimpering pitifully for mercy. Su paid no heed to its pleas. He walked over and, under the creature's desperate gaze, crushed its windpipe with a single swipe of his paw. Pfft, what a pain in the ass! Looking at the 3 wolf corpses, each in a gruesome state, Su couldn't help but spit on them. Why the hell did they have to pick a fight with him of all people? Well, now they're all just a pile of corpses. Grumbling to himself, he returned to the moose carcass. The sweet, metallic scent of blood lifted Su's spirits once more. Given the choice, he certainly wouldn't go eat that tough, gamey wolf meat. Consumed moose meat to gain 0.5 enhancement points. Now that his body had grown larger, Su's capacity for a single meal had increased significantly, and the number of enhancement points he gained was rising accordingly. This time, it took over 30 pounds of moose meat to satisfy Su's ever-expanding appetite. Just then, large numbers of ravens, bald eagles, and other animals began to gather, drawn by the strong scent of blood. Now that he possessed enough strength to defend himself as long as a pack of wolves didn't show up, Su certainly wouldn't give up this hard-earned prey so easily. After all, this young moose weighed at least 200 genes. Sue had eaten only a small portion, leaving a vast amount of meat untouched. If he were to just hand it over to these animals, he'd be nothing but a sucker. The animals that had gathered saw Sue standing motionless beside the food and understood exactly what he meant. Instantly, these creatures flew into a rage. "Damn it, do you have any sense of decorum? Once you're full, get the hell out of here, leave the rest to us." Though they thought this, they dared only to squawk noisily around him, trying to drive Sue away with their cries. However, Sue paid them no mind. He was bored sitting around anyway. He simply treated it as a concert put on by Mother Nature just for him. Seeing that Sue showed no signs of leaving, the ravens, driven mad with hunger for fresh flesh, decided to make a direct move. Soon, hundreds of ravens charged headlong toward the moose carcass. Sue wasn't about to let these creatures get away with it. Having been quietly building up his strength, he unleashed a burst of power in an instant, swiping his claw at the dense flock of ravens. The strike was so sudden and swift that it instantly killed 5 ravens that hadn't had time to escape. The other ravens, startled by the scene, hurriedly flew back. After receiving this warning, the flock of ravens, though still unwilling to leave, was no longer as brazen as before. Before long, when Mother Bear arrived with Bear 1 and Bear 2, most of the scavengers in the vicinity had voluntarily departed. Chapter 11: Stray into Snake Valley. Another week passed in the blink of an eye. During this week, thanks to the 3 wolf carcasses and the moose carcass, Sue was able to rest and didn't have to go out to practice his hunting skills. And ever since he saw that the Iron Mountain lean technique he had been practicing was highly effective in actual combat. For the past week, aside from eating, drinking, relieving himself, and resting, Sue spent most of his time practicing the self-created boxing style. He had also given this series of techniques a name, simply Bear Form Fist. Although it didn't generate any true chi or similar energy as described in human martial arts novels. After practicing it, his agility had improved significantly, and the speed of his claw strikes was much faster than before. If he were to encounter a situation like the one with the white wolf again, Sue was confident that the wild wolf would have no chance of dodging his first swipe. After finishing a set of bear-style fist and walking to where he stored his food, he saw that there was nothing left. Sue decided to leave this place and head to a new area in search of fresh prey. Walking up to Mother Bear, who was scratching her back against a large tree, Sue shared his plans with her. Mother Bear had no objections. Mother Bear had noticed that since her cub was born, obtaining food had become increasingly easy and convenient. She felt no moral qualms about eating or taking her cub. Unlike the alpha of a wolf pack, she didn't need to constantly demonstrate her strength to maintain her authority. With Mother Bear's support, Sue and the others left the place where they had stayed for a week and headed for new hunting grounds. Before long, they arrived in a valley. After searching for a while, Sue spotted their target, a herd of 2 or 3 dozen wild boars of varying sizes. When a wild boar is alone, it becomes exceptionally fierce when faced with danger and is very difficult to deal with. Conversely, when they travel in a herd, they become particularly timid and scatter in all directions the moment danger strikes. This is what is known as every man for himself in the face of disaster. Both Sue and Mother Bear, who had lived here for many years, were well aware of this trait of wild boars, which is why they decided to ambush the herd. Before launching the surprise attack, Mother Bear instructed Bear 1 and Bear 2 to climb up a large tree. This was to prevent them from being spotted by the panicked, scattering boars and becoming targets for their aggression. The 2 cubs were just ordinary brown bear cubs. They were far too weak to stand a chance against adult wild boars. Once everything was ready, Sue and Mother Bear circled around the herd from opposite sides, preparing to encircle them. What Sue didn't know was that inside a cave halfway up the mountainside, a pair of cold, piercing eyes were watching them. Moreover, the cave was home to a large number of massive pythons, the shortest of which measured 5 or 6 meters. Yet at this moment, these pythons, who were normally top predators in their own right, lay coiled in a heap, as docile as schoolchildren. They gazed with reverence at an even larger shadow ahead. That shadow was the owner of the pair of eyes that had just been watching Sue and his group. After staring at the 2 brown bears outside for a moment, the shadow turned its head and hissed at the 5 pythons behind it. The pythons, having caught the shadow's gaze, exchanged a glance before unfurling their bodies and slithering out of the cave. Outside, the area was densely swarming with all manner of snakes, venomous snakes, pythons, and the like. After the 5 pythons arrived and hissed, soon over 100 snakes of various kinds followed in their wake, slowly slithering down toward the valley below. Meanwhile, the dark figure inside the cave, having issued its orders, shifted its body and crawled deeper into the cavern. Before long, the dark figure arrived at a vast underground cavern, where numerous warm springs bubbled. However, the dark figure had not come to soak in the hot springs. It slowly moved toward a dimly lit stone wall and coiled itself into a ball. The rock face directly in front of its head was covered in a black vine, its branches heavy with vibrant, lush blossoms. At the very center of the vine hung an elongated, green fruit topped with a flower. Above the vine's roots lay a heap of snake carcasses, along with numerous skeletal remains. The snake carcasses that hadn't rotted all shared one feature: the vine's roots had pierced their bodies. Clearly, this eerie vine covering the wall survived by absorbing nutrients from these corpses. The dark figure paid no attention to the snake carcasses before it, its gaze fixed greedily on the green fruit. To it, it seemed like a peerless beauty. Meanwhile, down in the valley, Sue had just reached a point about 50 meters from the herd of wild boars when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had noticed a large number of elongated creatures steadily closing in on the herd from all sides. Upon closer inspection, he realized those elongated creatures were actually snakes. In an instant, a chill ran down Sue's spine. He suddenly realized how eerily quiet the valley had become. A place with such lush vegetation should be filled with the chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects. But ever since he'd arrived here, he hadn't heard a single bird call. Combining this with the snakes that had previously surrounded the wild boar herd, Sue suddenly realized something terrifying. His family might have stumbled into a massive snake valley. With that thought, Sue no longer cared about the original purpose of his journey. He quickly let out a roar toward Mother Bear, who was not far away, then retreated back along the path they had just come. Mother Bear heard her cub's call and recognized the warning embedded within it. Because Sue had performed so impressively over the past few months, Mother Bear trusted his judgment implicitly. Without hesitation, she too retreated swiftly back toward the entrance of the valley. Sue's roar not only startled Mother Bear but also alarmed the herd of wild boars foraging in the valley. Hearing the bear's roar, the boars stopped feeding, raised their heads, and prepared to locate the source of the sound. But just then, a sudden change occurred. The previously quiet surroundings were suddenly filled with a rustling sound. The boars soon realized they were surrounded by a dense swarm of snakes. Not only that, but the pythons leading the swarm were enormous, clearly not creatures to be trifled with. Instantly, the boars panicked, stamping their hooves frantically as they prepared to flee. The herd was already completely surrounded by the dense swarm of snakes, and they soon collided with the creatures. The charging boars were like miniature tanks. Any snake they trampled was instantly crushed into a pulp. However, some boars lost their footing and fell to the ground. They were then encircled by the snakes crawling in from all sides and eventually suffocated to death. Fortunately, since the encirclement wasn't yet complete, several large boars managed to evade the trap. They then charged toward the valley's exit without looking back. Halfway up the mountainside, the 5 pythons that had just received their orders were momentarily stunned by the sight. However, their mission was to hunt down the 4 brown bears, so they paid no heed to the unusual situation facing their comrades ahead. Leading the snake pack, they swiftly headed toward the location of the 4 bears, determined to complete their own mission first. Among the 5 pythons, the smallest, a green python measuring only about 5 or 6 meters, accelerated its writhing movements and quickly moved to the front of the group. And the path it was taking led straight toward the large tree where Bear 1 and Bear 2 were currently located. Clearly, this green python intended to go ahead and temporarily hold off the bears for the main group. Chapter 12: A World Full of Challenges. Arriving at the base of the tree and spotting the 2 panicked cubs up above, the green python prepared to climb up and take them out first. Without hesitation, the green python began to coil its body around the tree trunk and climb upward. Not far away, Mother Bear saw this and let out a furious roar. Then she picked up the pace of her frantic run. Even so, it was still unrealistic to expect her to arrive in time before the green python reached Bear 1 and Bear 2. Fortunately, Sue was there, and upon seeing this, he too was furious. Having come through from another world and finding himself bored, he often teased these two silly little bears for fun. Their relationship was as close as could be. Although he often picked on them, that didn't mean others could do the same. After taking a few deep breaths, Sue unleashed all his strength and charged forward like a cannonball. At that moment, his speed was no less than that of a sprinting cheetah. Soon, he was only about 5 meters away from the tree. Meanwhile, the green python was now just 2 meters from Bear 1 and Bear 2. Once there, Sue pushed off the ground with a powerful burst of energy, leaping in the direction he predicted the python would move and slapping out with his hand. Just as the green python raised its head to strike Bear 2, Sue's palm struck it squarely on the head. Though the blow didn't kill the python, it was a painful one, and the creature fell directly from the tree. Only then did Mother Bear rush over from a distance. Upon arriving, the enraged Mother Bear tried to deliver the finishing blow, but Sue quickly stopped her. He had spotted 4 pythons leading a large swarm of snakes heading this way. If they didn't leave soon, they'd be easily surrounded. Reminded by him, Mother Bear also saw the swarm of snakes rapidly approaching from the distance. Realizing this wasn't the time for revenge, she knew they had to get out of there first. Mother Bear then hurriedly urged Bear 1 and Bear 2, still in the tree, to come down quickly. Although the 2 little ones were frightened, they obediently climbed down from the tree. Then the family of 4 broke into a run, fleeing toward the entrance of the valley they had just entered. Inside the cave, the dark figure knew the plan had changed the moment it heard the first urgent bear roar. It swiftly twisted its body and crawled toward the cave entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, the shadow caught sight of the 4 bears just about to leave the valley, followed by the disheveled group of snakes. At this sight, the shadow's icy pupils grew even colder, and it twisted its body to give chase. The shadow's speed was 3 times faster than the speed Sue had previously unleashed at full power. But it was too late. Before the shadow could catch up to Sue and the others, the family had already nimbly left the valley. Upon reaching the valley entrance, the shadow seemed to think of something and abruptly halted. After staring at the 4 bears for a moment, it turned and entered the valley. When it reached the wounded green python, the shadow wasted no words and gently flicked its tail. 2 loud cracks echoed, and the wounded green python's head exploded into a pulp. The 4 leading pythons, witnessing this, were so terrified they froze in panic, instinctively trying to turn and flee. But Black Shadow was faster. With 4 more sonic booms, their heads were reduced to mincemeat just like the green python's. The swarm of snakes that had gathered around, witnessing all this, were terrified but dared not make a move. The Black Shadow was satisfied. After issuing orders to the few pythons beside it, it slithered toward the cave. The pythons that had received its orders dragged the 5 half-dead python corpses along behind it. Meanwhile, after escaping the valley for some distance, Sue sensed a chilling gaze fixed on him from behind. Instinctively, he turned his head to look, and nearly fell to the ground in terror. Though he couldn't see the creature's full form, its raised upper body was as thick as a car tire. If its torso was that thick, its total length couldn't be short either, at least 20 meters. What the hell kind of monster is this? Instinctively, Sue quickly used the system to check the creature's stats. Race, Black Scale. Strength, 675. Defense, 423. Speed, 65. Skills, Death Coil. Soul Capture can control a member of the same species with lower power into an obedient puppet. Aura of the King emits a regal aura, causing members of the same species with lower power or bloodline to feel fear. Combat Power, 720. Holy cow, what kind of monster is this? After reading the opponent's detailed stats, Sue's eyes nearly popped out of his head. This was definitely not an ordinary python, and this was definitely not the ordinary world of his past life. In an instant, Sue thought of Mana Awakening, and then wondered if he had been transported to some kind of Xianxiu world. However, upon recalling the plastic bag he stumbled upon earlier, that thought was immediately dismissed. Clearly, barring any surprises, he had been transported to another parallel world. And the world he arrived in was currently in the midst of a Mana Awakening. At this realization, Sue felt both excited and worried. He was excited because he could evolve into a more powerful being, making human weapons less of a threat to him. His worry was that he might be killed by other powerful creatures who saw him as prey before he had a chance to grow stronger. Overall, though, this was good news for Su. With the system by his side, he believed he wouldn't fall too far behind the other animals in this new era. Humph. Not far from the valley, Su's ears sharpened by the system picked up the sound of rapid, labored breathing nearby. After signaling Mother Bear and the others to stay put and not move, Su slowly activated his stealth skill and moved toward the source of the panting. Before long, he discovered a massive wild boar panting heavily beneath a large tree. Su recognized this boar. It was one of the wild boars that had narrowly escaped from the valley earlier. It had previously targeted Su Yun. However, due to the sudden events that followed, it had abandoned the pursuit. Little did it know that fortune favors the bull. Just as it had given up, its target had reappeared right here. This time, Su would not let it get away. In no time, he used his stealth skill to close the distance to just over 10 meters from the massive boar. The boar hadn't noticed him yet. It was still gulping down water from the muddy pool, as if trying to suppress its fear. Su seized the moment and charged at it like a cannonball. After that frantic dash, the boar had exhausted most of its stamina and energy. Now completely exhausted, it failed to notice Su's sneak attack at first. Consequently, by the time it sensed something was wrong, Su had already leaped onto its back and sunk his teeth into the back of its neck. At this point, the boar was too weak to struggle and could only let out a piercing, agonized squeal. Drawn by the sound, Mother Bear joined the fray, clamping her jaws down on the boar's throat. Before long, this massive boar, weighing over 300 pounds, met its untimely end in this inconspicuous mud pit. After dragging the carcass to a clean patch of ground, Su couldn't wait to dig in. Since realizing this might be a world where mana could be restored, he felt a sense of urgency. He couldn't wait to gain more enhancement points by eating, and eating some more, making himself even stronger. Chapter 13, Attack by a Fellow Creature. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since escaping Snake Valley. After learning that this might be a world of mana revival, Su rarely practiced his self-created bare fist anymore. Instead, he devoted most of his time to searching for food. He even spent over 30 enhancement points to strengthen his stomach, so that the food he consumed could be digested more quickly. In addition, he had overcome his previous habit of being a picky eater. Whether it was wild berries or poisonous insects, he accepted whatever food he could find without hesitation. During this time, he frequently used his hunting skill, and thanks to his coordination with Mother Bear, he was successful on many occasions. He also used the prey he successfully hunted as bait. He would trap scavengers like ravens, foxes, and jackals that came hoping to get a share of the spoils, turning them into his own food. As a result, his fearsome reputation spread among these small animals, and they no longer dared to approach him. Relying solely on this series of tactics, Su's gains over the past month have been substantial. Host, Su. Strength, 81. Defense, 120. Speed, 55. Skills, Mark Skill, Stealth Skill. Combat Power, 111. Enhancement Points, 96. Over the past month, he has earned nearly 200 enhancement points. Aside from setting aside 80 points as a reserve, most of the remainder was used to enhance his fur. Su believed that as long as his defense was maxed out, he would have a greater advantage when facing enemies. One day, just as he was preparing to go out and practice his hunting skill, Mother Bear called him over to discuss something. Although he couldn't make out exactly what Mother Bear meant, he sensed that this meant they were about to leave again. Su didn't try to stop her. Instead, he followed behind Mother Bear, heading downstream along the river. He had a vague hunch that they were clearly heading toward the areas where salmon and other anadromous fish migrated. Soon, Su realized his hunch was correct. As they traveled further downstream, the river, which had been extremely turbulent, gradually became calmer. The riverbed, shaped by the rushing waters, grew wider and more expansive, unlike the narrow, swift current of the upper reaches. Furthermore, as they continued downstream, Su spotted other brown bears besides his own family. Some of these bears were accompanied by cubs, others were watching over cubs that had recently left their mothers, and still others were traveling alone. These bears shared the same goal as Su's family, to continue moving downstream. As their numbers grew, conflicts among the bears became more frequent. Some male bears began constantly harassing the mother bears with cubs, trying to kill their young so the females would enter estrus. Sue once witnessed from a distance a cub about the same size as Bear 1 being mauled to death by a male bear. Not long after, the mother bear who had been heartbroken mated with that same male bear, beginning a new cycle of reproduction. Watching this, Sue could only pray that his family wouldn't be noticed by other brown bears. After all, although he had used an enhancement point to enter a phase of rapid development, the time had been too short compared to a true adult male brown bear. He was still no match. As the saying goes, what you fear most is exactly what happens. One day, while searching for food along the riverbank, the family was spotted by a young male brown bear. Once he had them in his sights, he acted decisively, without a moment's hesitation, charging straight toward them. Seeing the grizzly bear charging toward them like a tank, Mother Bear urgently told Sue to take Bear 1 and Bear 2 and get out of there immediately. She herself charged at the grizzly bear, clearly intent on buying her cubs time to escape. The two fought for only a few rounds before Mother Bear was forced into retreat by the grizzly bear, which was much larger than she was. The brown bear clearly understood that as long as Mother Bear's cubs were present, she would not submit but would fight back with all her might. Therefore, after driving Mother Bear back, it did not press its advantage but instead gave chase toward Sue and the others nearby. Sue, who was ahead, also knew it was impossible for his 3 cubs to outrun a full-grown brown bear. So, after scanning the area, he led Bear 1 and Bear 2 into a dense grove of trees. The trees in this grove had caught many logs washed downstream by the flood at their roots. The branches of these trapped trees crisscrossed, forming small, cage-like spaces. These spots made for excellent hiding places. Soon, Sue spotted a large pile of dead trees heaped together. It was a perfect shelter, and without a moment's hesitation, Sue led Bear 1 and Bear 2 inside. After searching for a while, they found a spot where they could squeeze through, but the adult grizzly bear could not. Once they reached the spot, Sue and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he knew this wasn't a long-term solution. He could only hope that the grizzly bear would give up on them and leave once it realized it couldn't overpower them. Before long, the powerful grizzly bear tracked them down by following the scent they'd left behind. Facing such a massive beast up close, Sue's heart was pounding just as hard as Bear 1 and Bear 2's, who had already been scared senseless. Seeing the cubs terrified out of their wits, the grizzly let out a savage, excited growl. It seemed as though nothing could quell the rage in its heart until it had torn the little cubs before it to shreds. It was then that Sue's foresight proved its worth. Although the grizzly was frenzied and desperate to tear them to pieces, it was blocked by the crisscrossing branches. These trees, as thick as washbasins, had been dead and fallen for a long time, but their trunks were still too sturdy for a single grizzly to shake. Consequently, the bear's attack was quickly forced to a halt, and it could only circle the area, searching for a spot to squeeze through. However, given its size, it realized it simply couldn't squeeze its entire body through. Seeing this, the bear still refused to give up and began trying to reach its claws inside, hoping to pull the cub out. Sue and the others weren't motionless dolls to be toyed with. They easily dodged the bear's reaching claws. Realizing this was futile, the brown bear turned its attention to smaller trees, hoping to dislodge them. It soon found a target, a tree trunk as thick as a human head. After struggling for a while, though it couldn't completely move the sturdy trunk, it managed to create a sizable gap. Realizing the log couldn't be moved any further, the brown bear decided to try squeezing through the opening. Thanks to the widened gap, its head slipped through with ease. As the ferocious bear's head emerged, a sudden flash of ferocity flickered in Sue's eyes, which had been filled with tension just moments before. Since the bear was being so aggressive, he wouldn't hold back. With that thought, Sue immediately allocated 40 enhancement points to his frequently used right arm, while the remaining 43 points were all used to strengthen the claws on his right palm. As a warm current surged through him, Sue's right arm visibly grew thicker and more muscular. The changes to the claws on his right arm were even more pronounced. They grew from about 5 centimeters to 7 centimeters, appearing even sharper than before. Chapter 14, Breaking Free. While Sue was enhancing himself, the brown bear's entire head had pushed its way inside, but its massive body was still stuck. However, as it kept writhing, the log it had just lifted began to sway violently. It wouldn't be long before the log was forced aside, allowing the bear to squeeze through unimpeded. The brown bear sensed this as well, so it increased the frequency of its writhing. With its brain consumed by hormones, it had no time to think. It only wanted to kill the 3 cubs before it. Just then, the brown bear saw the chubby cub, nearly half its size, suddenly walking toward it. Driven by its lust, it didn't sense any danger. Instead, it assumed the chubby cub had been scared senseless. Just as well, it thought. I'll just grab it, bite it to death, eat it to replenish my strength, and then deal with the other 2 cubs. As for the cub actually being able to harm it, the brown bear considered that the biggest joke in the world. It figured that even if it just stood there and let the cub attack, the cub probably wouldn't even be able to break through its defenses. But just as the brown bear was thinking this, Sue, who had been walking toward it, raised his right paw with an explosive force the bear couldn't have imagined and swiped it straight at its face. This swipe utilized 100% of Sue's strength. The strength contained within it far exceeded the full power punch of a top-tier boxing champion. Although such strength wasn't enough to inflict significant damage on a half-ton behemoth, Sue had never intended to kill the bear with a single blow. His true target was its eyes. Sensing the threat, the bear regained some composure, closing its eyes as it backed away, attempting to dodge the strike. But it was too late. The powerful, heavy paw struck its face with a resounding thud. Although the bear didn't feel the full force of the blow. Propelled by such force, the sharp claws easily sliced through its cheek, splitting one of its eyeballs in 2. In an instant, the brown bear let out a piercing, agonized scream. The animals foraging nearby shuddered at the sound and quickly fled the area. Mother bear, who had been trotting over with her injured body, was also startled by the piercing scream. She thought it might be one of her own unfortunate cubs, screaming in its final moments after being bitten by the brown bear. But Mother Bear soon realized the scream was unfamiliar. It wasn't the voice of one of her cubs. A glimmer of hope flashed through the mother bear's mind. Could something have happened to that brown bear? Even so, the mother bear quickened her pace toward the pile of trees. Meanwhile, the brown bear, having lost an eye, was driven into a frenzied rage by the pain, letting out a series of growls. At the same time, sensing danger, the bear struggled even more violently, preparing to flee. But Sue wasn't about to let it off that easily. He delivered another slap to its remaining eye. This blow just as easily sliced open the other side of its cheek, splitting the sole remaining eyeball in 2. The severe injuries to both eyes caused the brown bear to lose all reason, sending it into a frenzied rage as it let out a continuous, furious roar. But at that moment, it had no time to spare. It just wanted to get away as quickly as possible. This time, its struggle was even more powerful, and the tree trunk that had been blocking its path was knocked aside. As the trunk fell away, the brown bear's massive, trapped body was finally set free. If its eyes had been intact, it would surely have charged forward and torn the 3 cubs before it to shreds. Yet at this moment, the brown bear had only one thought: to flee this place of trouble as quickly as possible. Seeing the bear's pitiful state, Sue did not presume to try and hold it back. He knew that with his current strength, he could only injure it. Trying to keep it there was a pipe dream. If he launched a reckless attack, the enraged bear might seize an opportunity, and it would be Sue who met his end. Nevertheless, Sue silently sentenced this reckless bear to death in his mind. There was no other reason. Having lost both eyes, even if the bear somehow managed to avoid the threat of bacterial infection, it would now face the challenge of finding food. Even if it managed to scrape by on grass, the coming winter would surely claim its life. There was no need to risk provoking such a creature whose days were numbered. Mother Bear, who had just arrived on the scene, saw the young brown bear covered in blood and was startled. But her surprise quickly turned to relief. Since the bear was in such a pitiful state, it meant her cubs were still safe. Likewise, Mother Bear did not try to stop the bear from fleeing. She knew its days were numbered. Rushing over to block its path would only result in mutual destruction. No sensible animal in the wild would engage in such a thankless endeavor. And so, with its face covered in wounds, the brown bear plunged headlong into the dense forest ahead. Mother Bear walked over and saw that her cubs were all safe and sound. Only then did she let out a huge sigh of relief. Having survived this ordeal, Sue and the others didn't linger here for long, continuing to make their way leisurely downstream. The next day, as they traveled into the afternoon, Sue and his group spotted the young brown bear from the previous day again. However, it no longer possessed the dominance of the day before. Its body was covered in bite marks, and it looked utterly bedraggled. Not far from it was a pack of wolves, numbering roughly 20 or so. The gaping wounds on its body were clearly the work of this wolf pack. At that moment, the wolves surrounded it from all sides. It was clear they were preparing to deliver the final, fatal blow. Having lost its sight, the bear seemed to sense its impending death and grew exceptionally frenzied. However, the wolves' pursuit had clearly sapped most of its strength by this point. Thus, after evading the attacks of 4 or 5 wolves through instinct alone, it was brought down by the alpha wolf. Then the pack swarmed over, opening their bloodthirsty jaws and tearing at its body relentlessly. It took over 10 minutes for it to finally breathe its last breath. During those 10 minutes, not a single spot on its body remained unscathed. Its internal organs were torn out and spilled across the ground. Watching this scene from afar, Sue felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. As for the notion of mutual respect between adversaries, bullshit. If it weren't for the system, he would have met his end in the other guy's jaws yesterday. The two of them were practically sworn enemies. How could there be any room for that kind of pretentious sentiment? Just then, the wolf pack spotted Sue and his family not far away. However, the wolves merely stood up on guard. They had no intention of coming over for another fight. Naturally, Sue and his family had no intention of provoking the pack. So, after a brief standoff, Sue and his group were the first to leave the area. The wolves, meanwhile, lowered their heads and began devouring today's bountiful spoils in huge mouthfuls. Bear meat. Not only had they never tasted it before, they hadn't even dared to dream of it. Chapter 15: The Returning School of Fish. Finally, after traveling for some time, Sue and his group arrived at a stretch of the river where the current was calm. More than a dozen brown bears, along with some black bears, had already gathered near this section of the river. Upon arriving, these bears did not leave. Instead, they scattered to search for food in the vicinity, appearing ready to stay for the long haul. Clearly, this was the spot where the school of fish was about to pass through. As time went on, the herbivores in this stretch of the river began to leave en masse. Consequently, food sources for the bears here grew increasingly scarce, making them exceptionally irritable. They would often fight for seemingly trivial reasons, but they knew their limits and never went too far. Sue's family hadn't found much food either and were facing a food shortage crisis. Fortunately, they had previously caught a large amount of prey and had stored enough fat to tide them over for a while. Finally, to everyone's anticipation, a fish with a pale yellow body dotted with black spots swam upstream from the lower reaches into this calm stretch of the river. Sue recognized it as a trout, a highly prized species for both angling and consumption. Although it swam away quickly, for the predators gathered here, this was simply wonderful news. The animals, who had been frantic, gradually calmed down. They lay along the riverbank, staring intently downstream. That single trout served as a signal. After it arrived, large numbers of trout began to appear here. Once they arrived, the school of trout continued to swim vigorously upstream along the river. The bears, no longer concerned with restraint, began catching fish from the river on their own. The areas with calmer waters were occupied by the strong brown bears. Meanwhile, the mother bears with their cubs could only go to places with more turbulent currents. After all, no one dares to let their cubs stay near those hot-tempered males. What if one of them loses its mind and bites the cub to death? Who would you even complain to then? Sue and his family also arrived at a stretch of water with a slightly faster current. Seeing those plump trout here, Sue, who hadn't eaten meat in days, could hardly contain his drool. Sue immediately leaped into the water, chest puffed out and paw raised, swiping down at a plump fish beneath the surface. The water erupted in a spray of droplets, creating a momentary void where the water had been. This alone showed just how powerful his swipe was. The awkward part, however, was that while the swipe was spectacular, it didn't even make a dent. Watching the water quickly return to calm, Sue felt a bit embarrassed himself. He struck such a dramatic pose, and that was it? Fortunately, no one else was around to see it, so he didn't have to worry about being laughed at. At that moment, Mother Bear followed him into the river. She wasn't as flashy as Sue. She simply lowered her head and submerged it in the water. However, just like Sue, Mother Bear didn't catch any fish on this try either. But Mother Bear wasn't the least bit upset. She was clearly just getting a feel for it. Finally, after 2 more attempts, Mother Bear emerged from the water with a plump trout clamped between her teeth. After flinging the fish onto the bank, Mother Bear quickly followed suit, pinning the fish down with one paw to keep it from jumping back into the water. Seeing a fish for the first time, Bear 1 and Bear 2 were thrilled, circling the trout nonstop. Bear 2 even lowered his head to sniff the fish's tail with his nose, only to get swatted in the face by the struggling trout's tail. The little guy immediately let out a loud yelp in pain and rushed to Mother Bear's feet to complain. Mother Bear, of course, paid no attention to her reckless cubs. She pinned down the trout's paws and applied a little pressure. In an instant, a stream of yellow substance flowed out from beneath the trout. It was nutrient-rich fish roe. Seeing this, Mother Bear's eyes lit up. She quickly lowered her head, stuck out her tongue, and scooped the roe into her mouth. Seeing this, Bear 1 and Bear 2 imitated her with great enthusiasm, and their eyes immediately lit up. However, the supply of roe was limited, and it was soon squeezed dry. The 3 bears could only reluctantly turn their gaze to the trout, which was still thrashing about. As Mother Bear lowered her head, bit down on the trout's belly, and gave a sharp tug, a piece of succulent flesh was easily torn away as if it were a sheet of paper. Bear 1 and Bear 2 also lowered their heads to enjoy the tender fish meat. Soon, the trout weighing over 5 pounds was completely devoured by Mother Bear and the other 2 bears, leaving only a few bloodstains and scales behind. Meanwhile, Sue remained in the water, hoping to see if he could catch one himself. But he soon realized that although large numbers of trout kept swimming past him, it was virtually impossible to catch one easily. After striking a trout more than a dozen times before finally stunning it, Sue gave up on this purely brute force method. He decided to follow the wilderness survival videos he'd watched in his past life and dig a trap here, letting the fish swim in on their own. But before doing that, Sue hauled the stunned trout onto the shore to give it a taste. Bear 1 and Bear 2, who had been trying to catch fish on either side of Mother Bear, saw this and immediately trotted over. Once at the shore, Sue squeezed the trout using the same method. Watching the yellow fish roe oozing out, he quickly stuck out his tongue, scooped up a glob, and popped it into his mouth. In an instant, Sue understood why top-quality caviar was so expensive. Bear 1 and Bear 2 joined in the feast, and the 3 brothers quickly devoured the 6-pound trout. This trout, weighing over 6 pounds, provided Sue with 0.4 enhancement points, while the nutrient-rich caviar accounted for 0.1. Just then, Mother Bear pulled another fish from the water and flung it onto the shore, signaling for the 3 brothers to eat first. Sue didn't hesitate. Digging traps was going to be a physically demanding task. He hadn't eaten much in the past few days, so his strength was low. He decided to get some fish from Mother Bear first to replenish his strength. Finally, after eating about 10 pounds of fish and feeling sufficiently satisfied, Sue began searching for a suitable spot to set up a trap. He soon found a spot that was nearly level with the water's surface. Once he found the right spot, Sue got to work digging. Although he had no tools, his body's immense strength and his claws enhanced multiple times allowed him to dig just as efficiently as an ordinary person using a shovel. Bear 1 and Bear 2, who had nearly finished their meal nearby, saw Sue digging and, thinking it looked like fun, followed him inside. Free labor was free labor, why not make use of it? However, Sue was worried they might dig haphazardly, so he quickly stood up and used his claws to dig out a gourd-shaped enclosure around the area. Once that was done, Sue told Bear 1 and Bear 2 to dig freely inside the circle, but not to go beyond it. At first, the 2 cubs didn't understand, but after digging outside the circle a few times and getting scolded, they finally got the hang of it. And so, the 3 brothers began their arduous journey toward trout freedom. What on earth is going on? Have these 3 little brats lost their minds? That was Mother Bear's first thought when she poked her head out of the water and saw what the 3 cubs were up to. She couldn't understand why her cubs weren't resting peacefully after eating, like other cubs, or learning how to fish from her. Instead, they were running off to dig holes as if they could actually dig up fish from there. Especially seeing the 3rd cub working the hardest? Mother Bear felt like her world was coming to an end. Where was that all-powerful cub of hers? Heartbroken, Mother Bear went over to try to stop them, but she soon realized it was completely useless. At first, the third cub would stop when she tried to reason with him, but as soon as she went back into the river to fish, he'd start up again. Exhausted, she thought, just let it all go to hell. After a few attempts, Mother Bear couldn't be bothered with these brain-dead cubs anymore. She figured this was the cubs' first time encountering fresh, sweet, bear-friendly fish, and they'd mistaken them for something grown from the soil. As long as she waited until these fish died, then led the cubs away from this place, perhaps that clever, powerful third cub would return. Chapter 16, The Trap Proves Its Worth. Meanwhile, Sue had no idea what was going on in Mother Bear's mind. Seeing that after a few tugs, Mother Bear had finally stopped trying to stop him from digging the trap, he led Bear 1 and Bear 2 to continue digging. Finally, after several hours of effort, they had dug out two gourd-shaped traps, one with a diameter of 2 meters and the other with a diameter of 1 meter, each about half a meter deep. Once finished, Sue went to the spot where the gourd-shaped pit met the river and dug a trench over 30 centimeters wide. And so, as the river water flowed in, a simple fishing trap was completed thanks to the efforts of the three little bears. Sue was still considering whether to find a small creature nearby, cut it into pieces, and toss it in as bait. But he soon realized his trap didn't seem to need any bait. Whether it was because the fish had poor eyesight or there were simply too many of them, many swam right into the trap on their own. Seeing this, Sue, who had long since digested the fish he'd eaten earlier, jumped right in. He had designed the trap's exit to be very small, making it difficult for the fish to swim out. Once inside, they could only thrash about helplessly. The reason fish are so hard to catch is simply that they swim very fast in the open river. Plus, their bodies are covered in a sticky slime, making them difficult to grab with bare hands. Once inside the trap, however, the limited space made it impossible for them to swim at full speed like they could in the river. With their freedom restricted, the fish were like lambs to the slaughter. Grabbing them at this point was a breeze. So after just a few attempts, Sue bit down on a disoriented trout. Bear 1 and Bear 2, watching from the sidelines, were immediately intrigued by the trap's effectiveness. Instead of joining him to share the fish, they jumped straight into the trap to practice their own hunting skills. The two little ones had grown quite large by now, and at first, they were a bit dazed by the trout's thrashing. But their predatory instincts were also sparked, and they began relentlessly trying to catch the fish. The trout swam frantically inside the small trap, their bodies frequently scraping against the sides, which easily caused abrasions. This sapped their relentless energy, and their speed gradually slowed. Taking advantage of this, Bear 1 and Bear 2 worked together to finally bite down on a fish weighing about 7 g, then dragged it ashore with combined strength. Just then, Mother Bear, who was in the middle of the river, poked her head above the water and happened to witness the entire scene. For a moment, Mother Bear's eyes nearly popped out of her head. What on earth was going on? These two little cubs were already able to catch fish on their own so quickly. And this fish was so big. If this had happened to Sue, Mother Bear wouldn't have thought much of it. But coming from Bear 1 and Bear 2, it seemed almost magical to Mother Bear. After all, she herself had been working here for hours and had only managed to catch 8 fish. While that was a lot compared to some of the Air Force guys, it was still nowhere near enough to fill their bellies. When Mother Bear swam ashore, still puzzled, and saw the 5 or 6 fish trapped in the net, she instantly understood why Bear 1 and Bear 2 had managed to catch any fish at all. Given how fast these fish were moving, it would have been unimaginable if Bear 1 and Bear 2 hadn't managed to catch them. Without further ado, Mother Bear jumped right into the trap. If Bear 1 and Bear 2 could catch fish in this trap, how much more so could an experienced Mother Bear? Before long, Mother Bear emerged from the trap, carrying a massive trout in her mouth. She was in high spirits now. Any initial dissatisfaction had long since been cast to the winds. Soon, the entire bear family was happily munching on their respective catches in this small space. Using this trap, Sue alone caught over 10 fish in just 1 hour. These trout weighed anywhere from 5 to over 10 pounds each. After gutting and scaling them, the fish meat still amounted to 60 or 70 pounds. Given the choice, Sue naturally wouldn't follow the other bears' example and eat the fish with their scales and innards still on. Such a bountiful supply of fish not only allowed Sue, who had been hungry for days, to once again experience the satisfaction of being full. but also provided him with over 20 enhancement points. It was simply delightful. After eating his fill, he walked over to a large rock, lay down, and watched the various predators bustling about in the distance, feeling a sense of contentment. As cool breezes brushed against his body, drowsiness washed over him, and he drifted off to sleep right there on the rock. Bear 1 and Bear 2, who had been playing nearby, saw how soundly he was sleeping and suddenly felt sleepy themselves. They walked over and crouched down on either side of him. Mother Bear watched this heartwarming scene, her heart filled with warmth. However, she knew this was not a safe place to rest, so she did not fall asleep herself. She lay motionless beside her cubs like a reclining statue, watching over them. A dozen days later, as the peak of the migration season arrived, the river's surface was densely packed with schools of returning trout. At that moment, the river was teeming with fish. A few careless steps would likely have crushed several of them. Consequently, the trap Sue had dug was now largely useless. Even so, over the past dozen days, this trap had provided the family with a bountiful harvest. While other brown bears were struggling in the water to catch fish, they simply went into the trap to take the ready-made catch. If it weren't for the current spawning season, they would have already picked the place clean of every last fish. With a daily routine of eating and sleeping and eating all while feasting on trout, a high-fat, high-protein fish, their physiques had undergone significant changes. Sue, who had used the system multiple times to strengthen his stomach, showed the most dramatic transformation. He now stood nearly 2 meters tall. If anyone were told this was a cub barely over 6 months old, they'd likely dismiss it as a bad joke. However, Sue now looked incredibly bulky on the outside. But only he knew that most of what was inside him was muscle, with only a small amount of fat. He has tested this himself. When he used to pinch Mother Bear's body, he could clearly feel that the flesh on her abdomen was somewhat soft. But when he does the same to himself, he can distinctly feel the incredible firmness of his muscles, nothing like a layer of fat. This is why, aside from being smaller in stature than Mother Bear, Sue's stats across the board, as provided by the system, now far surpass those of Mother Bear. His current stats are now nearly on par with those of a newly matured male brown bear. Of course, all of this is thanks to the enhancement points provided by the system. However, there is a hidden concern. With his body consisting mostly of muscle and only a small amount of fat, it will be difficult to survive the winter relying on fat reserves. Fortunately, while winter is simply not ideal for animals to be outdoors, it doesn't mean all prey has disappeared. If winter arrives before his body fat is depleted, he can rely on his mark skill and his own high burst damage hunting skill to go out. Chapter 17, The Feast Ends. Host, Sue. Strength, 198. Defense, 280. Speed, 61. Skills, Mark Skill, Stealth Skill. Combat Power, 210. Enhancement Points, 50. Watching his stats skyrocket like a rocket, Sue was extremely satisfied. Especially his defense after spending several hundred enhancement points to strengthen it. His fur had become exceptionally hard, and his hide was incredibly tough, like a piece of leather that had been processed multiple times. Sue had tried scratching his own skin with his claws. After several attempts, he discovered that he needed to use 30% of his strength just to scratch himself. Don't underestimate that 30% of his strength. He was no longer the same person he had been just a few months ago. The 30% of his strength he could muster now was more than enough to crush a full power punch from a world-class boxing champion. And it's important to note that his claws had also been enhanced multiple times. Their sharpness was no less than that of a knife that had been simply sharpened. Although he was satisfied with the current defense of his fur, Sue wasn't content with just that. It's true that ordinary small and medium-sized predators can no longer harm him. But top-tier predators like tigers, brown bears, and lions could still injure him if they unleashed their full power. Not to mention humans at close range. Even a handgun could likely pierce his defense with ease. Therefore, Sue never slacks off. He eats constantly, hoping to become even stronger. Species, brown bear. Strength, 170. Defense, 182. Speed, 54. Skills, none. Combat Power, 183. Mother bear is now much stronger than she was at the beginning. In fact, most other mother bears can't even compare to her. Not only that, but Bear 1 and Bear 2 are the same. Although their bodies haven't grown as rapidly as Sue's, they've had a constant supply of meat over the past few months. The two cubs are a full size larger than other cubs born during the same winter last year. Whenever other mother bears pass by with their own cubs, they can't help but compare them in their minds. A look of surprise flashes across the eyes of these mother bears. Mother bear is quite pleased with this, and every time, she lets out a triumphant roar at them. It was as if she were saying, "Look, sisters, this is my strength. My cubs live the high life with me every day, they're all well nourished. You've got a lot of work to do, sister. Just look at how skinny your cub is. Oh my! How pitiful." All the other mother bears could do was glare resentfully as this mother bear proudly showed off her plump cubs. After all, she had a point, and her build was much more robust than theirs. They couldn't out-argue her, and they couldn't out-fight her, so they simply ignored her, treating her as if she were invisible. However, with the arrival of the massive run of trout, all the carnivores here reaped huge rewards from this feast. Some bears that had arrived looking gaunt and emaciated saw their weight skyrocket after days of gluttonous feasting. Now, at a glance, every bear along the riverbank, whether brown or black, looked plump and round. But as time went on, the number of trout in the river gradually began to dwindle. Many brown bears have left this stretch of the river, following the trout's path to their spawning grounds. Although traps are set up, allowing them to catch fish easily at any time, Sue still follows mother bear and the main bear herd in the direction the trout have departed. Before long, following the trout, they arrived at a relatively flat stretch of riverbed. Here, not only in the water but also along the surrounding banks, there were vast numbers of trout, though these fish were already dead. Clearly, they had fulfilled their mission of migrating here to reproduce. At this moment, aside from various brown bears and black bears, there were also large numbers of birds, foxes, and other carnivores. Though they were usually rivals, they all quieted down in this place of abundant food. Perhaps only during these days of plenty could one witness such a harmonious scene. And so, a world where only the trout suffered was briefly formed here. Sue wasn't interested in that, he was only interested in the fish in the river, and as soon as he arrived, he dove right in. As for the dead fish on the riverbank, he wouldn't touch them if he had a choice. After completing their task here, the fish seemed to have lost their spirit, swimming listlessly through the water. As a result, catching them was exceptionally easy. It took him less than half an hour to fill his stomach. Meanwhile, Mother Bear, Bear 1, and Bear 2 had long since eaten their fill and were lying down to rest nearby. With food this plentiful, almost like a buffet, they were quickly sated. The reason Sue took half an hour was entirely because his stomach had been enhanced multiple times. Although he currently weighed only about 200 g, he could consume 50 to 60 g of food in a single meal. This allowed him to gain 20 to 30 enhancement points per meal. However, there is one downside to this: food is digested very quickly, which means he gets hungry just as fast. He has to eat his fill at least once every 3 days, otherwise, he'll feel uncomfortably hungry all over. Sue can live with this, though after all, getting stronger always comes at a price. Compared to the sacrifices other creatures make to grow stronger, his own cost is actually quite reasonable. After all, in his previous life, top-tier athletes spent at least $1 million annually just to maintain their bodies at their current peak condition. By comparison, this minor side effect was practically negligible. With the arrival of an autumn breeze, this feast of gluttony slowly came to an end. The schools of fish that had originally blocked the river turned into corpses after completing their task, resting eternally in the waters where they were born. As the rotting fish carcasses piled up and the living salmon dwindled, the predators began to leave this feast ground. They had arrived gaunt and emaciated, but by the time they departed, every one of them was glossy-skinned, plump, and well-fed. Although this feast had claimed countless trout, it allowed many predators to survive the coming winter. Sue and his family also left the area, retracing their steps back along the path they had come. In a dim underground chamber, the black scale that had previously pursued Sue and his group stared blankly at a fruit nestled among the vines on the wall. It longed to rush over and swallow it whole, but reason quickly prevailed, suppressing that impulse. The black scale then left that spot and made its way to a hot spring in the underground chamber. Over 30 snakes of various species, ranging from 7 to 15 meters in length, were coiled there. As it approached, all the snakes, which had been resting with their eyes closed, opened their eyes and gazed at it respectfully. Black Scale scanned the 10 giant snakes with his gaze, then emitted a series of hissing sounds. Clearly, he was issuing orders. Upon receiving the command, the snakes departed under the lead of a cobra roughly 7 meters long. Other snakes encountered along the way, upon receiving the order, fell in line behind the 10 giants. By the time they reached the valley's edge, the total number of snakes had swelled to no fewer than 1,000. They were packed so tightly together that the sight was utterly terrifying. The birds of prey circling overhead which fed on snakes were so frightened by the scene that they fled without looking back. Chapter 18: The Serpent Horde's Encirclement. Standing outside the cave and watching the serpent horde depart the valley, a flicker of anticipation and nostalgia passed through Black Scale's eyes. Not long ago, he had been directing his subordinates to hunt the herd of wild boars he had lured using a special method. Unexpectedly, 4 brown bears burst in at the critical moment, causing the hunt to go awry. Many of his subordinates perished during that hunt, and 2 high-ranking subordinates he had personally trained were trampled to death by the panicked herd. If it had merely been a simple hunting skill disrupted, Black Scale wouldn't have remembered it so vividly to this day. The reason he still dwells on that failure is entirely because of that one, unusually large cub. He could clearly tell that the 3 cubs were all offspring of the same mother bear siblings. Yet one of the 3 cubs was significantly larger than the other 2, despite being the same age. This meant the creature was of the same type as himself. Black Scale now recalled that back then, he had been nothing more than an ordinary adult python. After accidentally swallowing a bird that had collapsed for unknown reasons, he felt his body grow hot and his head spin. Once that sensation passed, he realized he seemed to have entered a new growth phase. His body, which had stopped growing many years ago, had broken through the limits of his species and began growing again. In less than a few months, his body length had more than doubled. But that wasn't the most important thing. What mattered most was that, from that moment on, Black Scale found himself beginning to think critically. At the same time, vague ancestral memories began to surface in his mind. Thanks to that stroke of luck, Black Scale had evolved from an ordinary python into a snake king ruling over a territory. However, once his body reached this stage, its growth once again came to a standstill. Having already tasted the thrill of becoming stronger, he could not bear this stagnation. Consequently, over the years, he had been searching for a way to undergo another transformation like the one he had experienced back then. But all his efforts were in vain. He could no longer find a magical creature like that bird. However, one winter, Black Scale was brought to this cave with hot springs by a subordinate eager to curry favor. After staying here for a few days, he discovered a strange plant. Upon seeing that strange plant, the vague ancestral memories in his mind suddenly revealed information about it. It was a spirit resource whose fruit and petals were beneficial to serpents. In particular, the fruit borne by the plant was described in the ancestral memories as having the ability to enhance a serpent's bloodline. At that time, the plant was still in its nascent stage, and the ancestral memories stated that serpent flesh and blood were required to nurture the fruit. And so, in order to grow stronger once more, Black Scale had remained in this place for the past few years, nourishing the plant with his subordinates' flesh and blood. He had thought he would simply wait patiently for the plant to grow. Then, when the time was right, he would swallow the fruited boar and undergo another transformation, just as he had done years ago. However, the little brown bear that had intruded not long ago had shown him another path to transformation. The creature was clearly of the same kind as himself and the bird he had devoured. If he could swallow that little bear, perhaps his stagnant power would finally rise again. At that moment, the shadow considered taking action himself. But he feared that if he left, the nearly fully grown fruit would be devoured by other pythons before it was ready. This wasn't mere speculation. He had noticed that when his subordinates caught the scent of that plant, unmasked greed flashed in their eyes. If not for the deterrent of his own formidable power, that plant would likely have been snatched away long ago. And because he hadn't acted that time, the creature had managed to escape from his subordinates. Every time he thought of this, Black Scale felt deep regret that he hadn't acted more decisively. But after the regret came a renewed resolve. Having lived here for many years, he knew full well that the brown bears and other creatures would travel downstream for a period each year before returning. Armed with this knowledge, he decided to have his subordinates launch a surprise attack along the path when they returned. That cobra was controlled by a skill he acquired during his evolution. It was essentially his puppet. This time, Black Scale had specifically sent this puppet out to ensure there would be no room for error. Meanwhile, Sue had no idea that a terrifying presence had been keeping him in its sights all along. At that moment, the family was heading in the same direction and had just reached a forest not far from the snake valley they encountered earlier. Looking down at the valley from here, the image of that massive serpent involuntarily came to mind, making Sue feel uneasy. He immediately urged Mother Bear and Bear 1 to pick up the pace and leave the area. Although Mother Bear had never seen Black Scale, she had witnessed the swarm of snakes. Although she usually treated the occasional snake she encountered as a snack, the memory of that swarm of snakes still filled Mother Bear with a wave of fear. Speed also picked up the pace considerably. Bear 1 and Bear 2 did the same. But just then, Sue's keen ears picked up a faint hissing sound. He recognized the sound immediately. It was the sound of snakes. Already on high alert, he tensed up instantly and growled urgently at Mother Bear and the others ahead, signaling them to stop immediately. Hearing his voice, Mother Bear, Bear 1, and Bear 2 all halted, staring at him in confusion. Without further explanation, Sue gave a couple of calls, motioning for Mother Bear and the others to huddle close together, then began to slowly back away. As they retreated, the hissing sound returned, though this time it was noticeably more urgent. It sounded as if a command were being issued. Then Sue heard a series of rustling sounds coming from all around them. It was clearly the sound of a swarm of snakes slithering through the foliage. At that moment, Sue saw that the path they had just come from was now blocked by 3 massive pythons leading hundreds of snakes of various kinds. Furthermore, large numbers of snakes were surging in from nearby. Clearly, this encirclement had been waiting for them for quite some time. Sue looked at the dense swarm of snakes surrounding them, and a chill ran down his spine. It was obvious that he had been targeted by that Black Scale. This ambush was undoubtedly its doing. Realizing this, Sue quickly turned to look around, searching for the giant snake. However, after scanning the area, Sue finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was no sign of the giant snake here. At the same time, after observing the scene, Sue noticed that the large snakes leading the group were all staring at a massive cobra ahead of him. Clearly, the cobra was the one leading the pack this time. With that in mind, Sue quickly used the system to check the opponent's stats. Species, Cobra. Strength, 86. Defense, 96. Speed, 47. Skills, none. Combat power, 124. After reviewing the stats, Sue's previously tense nerves relaxed considerably. Although it commanded a swarm of snakes, it was, after all, just a slightly larger cobra. It didn't pose much of a threat to him now. With that in mind, Sue used the system again to check the other 9 pythons, who clearly served as minor leaders. He was pleasantly surprised by what he found. Although these snakes were large, they were still ordinary species with no special skills. Sue concluded that Black Scale had underestimated his strength, assuming he was still at the same level as when they last met. Back then, these snakes, working together, could indeed have taken him and Mother Bear down. But now? Gazing at his blade-like claws, a savage grin flashed across Sue's eyes. Chapter 19, Breaking Out of the Encirclement. With a roar, he had Mother Bear lead Bear 1 and Bear 2 to follow him, then Sue lunged forward with all his might. He knew that to break free from the snake's encirclement, he needed to take down the cobra, clearly the leader, with a single strike. This should throw the snakes into temporary chaos, allowing his family to slip away. As Sue charged straight toward them, an 8-meter-long black python, at the cobra's signal, lunged at him. The black python was confident. Although the bear charging at it looked fierce, it was still somewhat small in stature. It figured that even if the bear managed to bite it, it wouldn't suffer much damage. And once it had the chance, it could use its body to wrap around the bear. Once that happened, the bear would be doomed. Thinking this, the black python grew even more excited. It could already picture the moment after capturing the bear before it. Wang, overjoyed, would reward it with one of those magical flowers. It was certain that swallowing another one would give its strength a massive boost. As the two drew near, Su leaped into the air, using the momentum of the charge to raise his right palm and strike at the black python's head. Although his physical attributes were exceptional, his appearance was that of a cub around 2 years old. This made his appearance highly deceptive. The black python, having underestimated Su's appearance, made no attempt to dodge or evade. Its body sprang forward like a coiled spring. The black python decided to brace for the blow, then immediately execute a death coil to wrap itself around its opponent. The black python was confident that this claw strike would at most cause him a bit of pain, but wouldn't inflict any serious damage. Smack! However, the moment the two collided, the black python felt a chill run down his spine. What's going on? Is there a breeze? Just as the black python was puzzling over this, he suddenly felt an unbearable, excruciating pain in his head. At the same time, the black python realized it seemed to be flying through the air at high speed. Still dazed and unable to comprehend what was happening, the black python felt its head slam into something. As it turned its head to the side in a daze, the black python was astonished to find that the brown bear was now so far away. That was the black python's final thought. Then its consciousness plunged into endless darkness. Meanwhile, Su, the instigator of it all, stared in bewilderment at the black python, which he had sent flying 7 or 8 meters with a single swipe of his claw, only for it to crash into a tree and have its skull shattered. Was he really this strong now? Judging by its appearance alone, that black python must have weighed well over 100 pounds. And yet, in the face of his current self, such a creature was as helpless as a punching bag? After the initial shock came elation. It seemed leaving this place wouldn't be difficult at all. His overwhelming strength had restored Su's confidence. Every muscle in his body tensed, and he burst forward at full speed toward the dazed cobra. Upon seeing this, a flash of panic crossed the cobra's pupils, and it let out a series of hissing sounds. At the same time, it swiftly retreated behind the swarm of snakes. Hearing the commotion, the surrounding snakes, as if on command, lunged frantically at the charging Su. As they closed in, a dense swarm of snakes attacked him from all directions. However, the snakes soon discovered to their horror that their sharp fangs couldn't pierce their enemy's defenses. As the snake's attack fell into disarray, it was Su's turn to strike. With a single slap, the unlucky snakes split open wherever he struck them. Though not killed instantly, they were rendered incapable of fighting. Some pythons coiled around Su's lower legs, attempting to immobilize him with a death coil. But it was to no avail. Su didn't even lower his head to attack, he simply tensed the muscles in his legs and leaped. This tore through the taut muscles of the pythons that were clinging to his legs with all their might. They immediately collapsed, writhing in agony on the ground as their torn muscles throbbed. Roar! After rampaging through the snake swarm like a colossal war beast for a moment, the snakes grew fearful and instinctively retreated to the side. The cobras at the rear, seeing this, let out urgent hisses, as if ordering the others not to retreat. But just then, Su seized the moment as the snakes retreated, charging straight toward the cobra. The attack was so sudden and Su's speed so overwhelming that the cobra had no time to react or flee. Realizing escape was impossible, the cobra's ferocity flared up. Its body tensed, and it shot forward like an arrow toward the oncoming Su. Mid-air, it opened its gaping maw, revealing 2 jade-white fangs. As long as it could break the skin and inject its venom, it would be safe. After all, its master had only said to bring the target back, he hadn't specified whether it should be dead or alive. However, when it sank its fangs into the tough bearskin, the cobra's eyes nearly popped out of its head. It discovered that its 2 sturdy fangs couldn't pierce the skin, and they even seemed to have been knocked slightly loose. The cobra was baffled. After all, back when it was just an ordinary venomous snake, it had once bitten a fully grown wild bull. At that time, its fangs had easily pierced the bull's skin and injected the venom into its body. Before long, the bull had slowly collapsed in agony. But what was going on now? Having consumed several blossoms of that mysterious plant, it was now far stronger than it had been back then. The bear before it was also much smaller than that wild bull from years past. How was it that now, with a single bite, not only did it fail to pierce the bear's skin, but it actually shattered its own fangs? Just as the cobra was at a loss, Sue lowered his head and bit down on its head. With a sharp tug, the head of the 6-meter-long cobra was severed from its body right then and there. Sue dared not eat the head outright. If he were careless and its fangs were to scratch the inside of his mouth, he would be poisoned to death. So he quickly spat out the snake's head, which hadn't yet completely lost consciousness. In the valley, as the cobra's head was bitten off, Black Scale, who had been coiled up, suddenly opened its eyes. At that moment, its eyes were filled with confusion. The strength it had sent out this time could easily strangle even a full-grown male brown bear. But why had its puppet died so suddenly? Could it be that the cub had grown stronger during this time? At this thought, Black Scale's previously bewildered gaze instantly became sharp and intense. Clearly, for the opponent to have grown stronger so quickly, its bloodline must be extraordinary. If he were to devour it, he would undoubtedly undergo a massive transformation. With that thought, the dark figure hesitated no longer. He quickly stood up and activated his skill, Royal Majesty, to summon the swarm of snakes under his control. Instantly, all the snakes in the valley that had previously submitted to him sensed the call of their king. They all dropped whatever they were doing and rushed toward Black Scale. Before long, Black Scale was surrounded by a dense swarm of snakes of every variety. At a glance, there were easily over 10,000 of them. Once Black Scale saw that the entire swarm had been summoned, he led them away from the area. In truth, Black Scale didn't think it was necessary to bring so many subordinates to deal with that family of bears. The reason he took all his subordinates from the valley with him was purely out of fear that one of them might slip away. If that one reckless snake took the opportunity to steal his home, he would suffer a massive loss. Chapter 20: The Snake King's Attack. With the death of what was clearly the leader, the cobra, the snake swarm fell into a brief state of panic. Sue and Mother Bear, accompanied by Bear 1 and Bear 2, took advantage of this moment to break out. Since Sue had been blocking the front, and Mother Bear's own combat prowess was no slouch, the family suffered nothing but a scare and no real injuries. After escaping the encirclement, their speed easily left the recovering snake swarm behind. After running a considerable distance, Sue turned to look back at the dense swarm of snakes that had regrouped behind them. He felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he'd acted decisively and taken out the lead cobra right away. Otherwise, surrounded by over 1,000 snakes, even with his strength, he would likely have been worn down and killed by exhaustion. However, even though he had broken free from the snake's encirclement, Sue dared not let his guard down or become complacent. Although he didn't understand why the Black Scale hadn't come here to ambush him, that didn't mean he was safe now. It would be best to leave this place quickly, otherwise, if the enemy gave chase, he wouldn't have the advantage in speed, and it would be difficult to escape. But what he feared most came to pass. Just as he had put some distance between himself and the Snake Valley and thought he was safe, Sue turned to look behind him. His relaxed expression instantly turned grave. He saw a massive serpent 100 meters behind him, closing in at a speed faster than a cheetah's. What was most terrifying was that behind this colossal serpent was a vast swarm of snakes so densely packed that the sight alone was utterly horrifying. In an instant, every hair on Sue's body stood on end. He couldn't understand why he had been targeted. Surely it couldn't be because he had disrupted their hunting once. Could they really be so petty as to hold a grudge this long? Though puzzled, there was no room for complacency now. Sue's running speed increased even further. However, while his family was fast, the Black Scale chasing them was even faster. Before long, thanks to its blistering speed, the Black Scale closed in on Sue and his family. Gazing at the cub, which had grown significantly larger than the one it had seen earlier, the Black Scale's normally icy pupils now burned with an intense heat. The fact that it had grown so rapidly clearly indicated an exceptionally extraordinary bloodline, likely even stronger than the bird it had devoured before. If it could devour this one. At this thought, Black Scale's gaze toward Sue grew increasingly greedy and eager. It looked as if it wanted to devour him right then and there. As the distance between them continued to close, even though Sue didn't turn to look, his keen senses could feel an intensely aggressive gaze scanning his body. Unable to bear that sense of being watched, he instinctively turned his head. When his gaze locked with Black Scale's fiery eyes, Sue realized that the other's target was clearly him. This wasn't a whim to try something new, or a plan to casually snatch a brown bear for a snack. 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters. As the distance between them closed, Sue realized that if he kept running, he would likely be pounced upon like prey by a predator. Sue slowly came to a halt, preparing to face the bear head-on. He knew that if he were attacked from behind while running at full speed, he would likely lose his balance and fall. And once he hit the ground, getting back up to fight back would be extremely difficult. Now, only a head-on confrontation offered the slightest chance of survival. Seeing Sue's move, Mother Bear ahead realized there was no escape from their current predicament. So she too came to a halt, standing shoulder to shoulder with Sue, ready to face the menacing giant snake before them together. Bear 1 and Bear 2 didn't understand the situation, but seeing their mother and eldest brother stop, they halted as well. Mother Bear made no move to urge the two cubs to flee. She knew that if she and the third cub died here, even if the two little ones weren't killed by the snakes, they would soon starve to death from lack of food. Black Scale, seeing them stop, slowed his rapid swimming pace. A hint of amusement flickered in his eyes, but he showed no urgency to attack. He knew that while the two bears before him lacked the power to kill him, their sheer size meant that even a single careless blow would inflict significant injury on him. Although he was already very powerful, that didn't mean injuries wouldn't affect him. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Black Scale decided to stall for now. He would let the swarm of snakes wear them down first, then deliver the final, fatal blow himself. As for the snakes, Black Scale had always regarded them merely as fertilizer for the spirit plant he was cultivating. No matter how many died here, it wouldn't be a waste, he could simply use them as fertilizer later. Sue watched as Black Scale slowly came to a halt and saw the swarm of snakes rushing toward them from 100 meters away. He immediately understood his opponent's plan. Immediately, Sue roared at Mother Bear beside him to signal a joint attack, then charged straight toward the Black Scale. As he closed in on the Black Scale, every muscle in Sue's body erupted with power. Like a frenzied boxer, he relentlessly raised his claws and pounded them into the Black Scale's body. Sue knew full well that their only chance of survival was to either kill the Black Scale or severely wound it. Once that swarm of snakes closed in and formed a circle around them, his family would have no way out. Mother Bear clearly realized this as well. She followed closely behind Sue, reaching the Black Scale's side and lashing out with her claws. However, although Black Scale looked incredibly massive and seemed clumsy as if he could be easily struck, whenever Sue and Mother Bear's attacks landed, his body was surprisingly agile, and he dodged them effortlessly. Occasionally they managed to land a hit, but it only struck his scales. And Black Scale's scales were like intricately designed armor. When a powerful bear paw struck down, it simply slid off the smooth, hard scales. The immense strength contained in that blow was thus completely deflected, rendering it utterly ineffective. On the contrary, with every powerful strike they unleashed, Sue and Mother Bear grew a little weaker. Yet if they didn't keep fighting, they would have no choice but to wait for death. Black Scale seemed to be thoroughly enjoying this one-sided slaughter. Its previously frantic gaze gradually grew calm. As the relentless barrage of strikes continued, Mother Bear's attack speed soon began to slow. Sue, having used multiple enhancement points to fortify his internal organs, was holding up well and felt little fatigue. However, by now, dozens of slightly faster speed-type snakes had arrived, joining Black Scale in wearing them down. With the arrival of these snakes, Sue grew increasingly agitated, and his attacks became even more frenzied. Under his frenzied assault, more than 10 snakes had the part struck by him explode into several pieces, collapsing to the ground and writhing in agony. Black Scale, watching from the sidelines, felt relieved at this sight. Thankfully, he hadn't charged in right away. Had he been caught off guard and taken a direct hit like that, even his own scales would have been shattered. Although Sue appeared fierce and powerful, as more and more snakes joined the fray, his efforts began to feel futile. Roar! But just then, a spine-chilling roar suddenly echoed from the coniferous forest not far from the battlefield. As the sound rang out, most of the animals present fell into a brief daze. Several unidentified snakes, 2 or 3 meters long, near that direction even collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Chapter 21, Badian comes to the rescue. This sudden roar not only sent the snakes into a daze, but even Black Scale was affected. Until just moments ago, he had been intently watching Sue battle his subordinates, his mind fully focused on the fight as he waited for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Consequently, even though he shouldn't have been affected, he too was startled by the sudden roar and froze for a moment. The only one fully alert at that moment was Sue. Aside from finding the sudden, massive roar somewhat loud, it had no other effect on him. He surmised that this was likely due to his repeated use of enhancement points to strengthen his brain, which had made his mental power far more robust. That was why other animals were affected by the sound, while he remained largely unaffected. At the same time, he observed Black Scale, whose gaze had grown somewhat dazed. A glimmer of hope suddenly flickered in Sue's previously despairing eyes. As his muscles tensed and he unleashed a burst of power, Sue launched himself like a cannonball toward Black Scale, who had retreated several meters away to watch the spectacle. Mid-air, he raised his right palm, revealing the sharp claws on it, and lunged toward Black Scale's vital spot. He knew he had only this one chance. If he missed it, the fate of his family would become uncertain. Sensing the threat, Black Scale snapped out of his daze instantly. As he watched the bear's paw swiping toward his vital spot, his pupils contracted sharply, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. Although he had just managed to dodge Sue's attack completely. Judging by the impact on other snakes, Black Scale could tell that Sue possessed immense strength. Black Scale knew full well that he absolutely could not take a direct hit to his vital spot, otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would certainly be flayed alive. With that thought, he unleashed all his strength, trying to force his body to take a quick step backward to dodge the blow. However, it was already too late. His body had only retreated slightly before the paw struck him squarely in the vital spot. Having been reinforced multiple times, the bear's claw was now as hard and sharp as an ordinary iron blade. Combined with the massive force of the strike weighing in at over a ton, the bear claw effortlessly tore through the jet black scales and the tender flesh beneath. However, thanks to Black Scale's last-second retreat, coupled with the protection of his scales and flesh, his heart remained unharmed. The final result was merely 4 deep gashes at his vital point, exposing bone and turning flesh inside out. Even so, the black python was far from unscathed. He hadn't expected that despite being so cautious, he'd still been ambushed. If it hadn't been for the sheer terror of his life being threatened which snapped him back to his senses and made him flinch just that split second, he likely would have died right there, his heart torn open by the claws of this clearly immature cub. Just thinking about that fate was infuriating. At this thought, Black Scale couldn't help but turn his head, glaring venomously in the direction from which the roar had come. What a pity! So close. Standing to one side, watching Black Scale retreat into the snake swarm, Sue's heart was filled with regret. But such is fate, the opportunity had been missed, and there was no point in dwelling on it any longer. Sue then turned his head as well, looking in the direction from which the roar had come. He was determined to see who this hero was who had nearly prevented him from killing that Black Scale. Then they saw a massive bear with powerful limbs and 2 scars on its face charging toward them from the coniferous forest. As the beast's massive body pounded the ground, the earth around it seemed to tremble. In an instant, Sue knew this giant bear was no ordinary brown bear. Sue had seen several adult male brown bears, even bear kings, during the trout run. But compared to this colossus before him, they were like a 2-meter-tall burly man standing next to a freshman in middle school. This colossal bear was clearly of the same caliber as the Black Scale nearby. Instinctively, Sue activated the system to check the creature's stats. Species: brown bear. Strength: 721. Defense: 450. Speed: 69. Skill: frenzied bear roar can stun opponents. The weaker the opponent, the stronger the effect. After reviewing the information, Sue's heart raced. Not only did this scar-faced giant bear vastly outclass the bear kings he'd seen before in every aspect, but it actually possessed a skill. Clearly, his hunch was correct. This opponent, like the Snake King, was clearly a being that had undergone a transformation. At the same time, the arrival of this giant bear gave Sue a glimmer of hope. He didn't know the bear personally, so it likely wasn't there specifically to help him. If it had intervened, it must have been targeting this group of snakes. As the saying goes, when two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. Sue wasn't about to play any games of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He just wanted to see if he could find an opportunity to slip away with Mother Bear and the others while the two were fighting. Black Scale, standing nearby, wasn't sure if the approaching figure was friend or foe either. Now that he'd been wounded in a vital spot, he'd lost his initial arrogance and was controlling the snake swarm to slowly retreat. Just as Sue was pondering the best moment to make his escape, he failed to notice that Mother Bear, watching the giant bear charging toward them, had the same excited look in her eyes as a teenage girl seeing her idol. Then, Mother Bear forgot all about her cubs. She hurriedly jogged toward the giant bear, letting out joyful growls. Sue, who had been plotting his escape, was left somewhat bewildered by Mother Bear's strange behavior. What on earth was going on? Why does she act exactly like a fan seeing her idol? But soon, a bold suspicion took root in his mind. Perhaps this colossal creature before him was none other than his own stepfather, who hadn't shown his face for over half a year. As Mother Bear drew closer to the giant bear and began displaying signs of intimacy, Sue was certain the giant beast before him was undoubtedly his stepfather. After all, in the natural world, female animals become extremely vigilant when protecting their young, ready to attack anyone who dares to approach. Only the cub's father is allowed to get close to the cub. Some aggressive animal mothers even refuse to let the cub's father visit them. However, Mother Bear was not that kind of mother. In this situation, only a powerful father could lead the family safely away from here. How could she not be pleased? At that moment, Sue also understood why Mother Bear had been so cold toward other male brown bears along the way. Clearly, aside from having no interest in mating while raising her cub, her current mate was simply too powerful. She looked down on the others. As for why Badian hadn't gone downstream to hunt trout, Sue understood perfectly well. After all, with his size and speed, hunting was a breeze for him. There was no need to go compete with the younger bears for some fish that didn't taste all that great. Trout does taste quite good at first. But for bears, compared to beef and various types of venison, eating too much trout really isn't that great. Compared to beef and venison, its only real advantage is that it's easier to eat. Sue had come to realize this all too well over the past few days. Soon, Badian and Mother Bear walked over together, standing in front of Sue and the three cubs as they stared at the swarm of snakes. Black Scale watched the family in silence for a moment, then commanded the snakes to begin slowly retreating. He was ready to leave. He knew full well that if the snakes behind him fought with all their might, they could eventually wear down and kill these bears. But that giant bear would undoubtedly hold out against the snake's assault long enough to keep him here as well. After all, he was currently wounded, and both his reflexes and speed were significantly weaker than before. Besides, there were spirit plants inside the cave that could boost his strength. There was no need to fight them to the death here. Badian didn't stop the snakes from leaving, not because he feared the swarm. With his massive frame, even if he couldn't defeat them, the snakes wouldn't be able to hold him back. His wife and cubs were here. If a fight broke out, there was a high chance they'd all be left behind. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Badian led Sue and the others in retreating away from the swarm. Chapter 22, Badian's Hunting Skill. Once they reached a spot where the snakes were no longer visible, Sue's last lingering worry finally subsided. At this distance, with Badian by their side, if Black Scale dared to pursue them any further, it would be courting death. After all, the snakes moved slowly. Only Black Scale himself could keep pace with Badian. After stopping here, Badian, who had been watching their backs the whole time, finally turned his gaze towards Sue and the others. After sizing up the three cubs for a moment, Badian lowered his millstone-sized head and began to sniff them. Sue knew this was a common way for male animals in the wild to verify whether the cubs were their own. The fact that Mother Bear had allowed Badian to interact with her three cubs so readily made it clear that they were indeed his offspring. Because of this, Sue was able to maintain his composure, despite facing such a colossal creature. After all, in the natural world, aside from a few exceptionally vicious exceptions, male animals rarely kill their own young. Bear 1 and Bear 2, however, had no idea about any of this. They watched as Batian's ferocious face circled around them. The two little ones trembled with fear, not even daring to think of running away. They could only stand there like two little quails, looking both pitiful and helpless. Even Mother Bear, who had been watching anxiously from the sidelines, began to feel a bit nervous. It was as if Cinderella were taking the child she conceived after meeting the prince to him to claim paternity. Though she knew she hadn't betrayed him, she couldn't help but overthink the situation. What if he suspected her? How would she explain it? What if he refused to acknowledge the child? What if? In any case, no one could remain calm until the outcome was clear. Fortunately, Batian quickly got back on his feet, letting out a joyful roar. Through scent and the bonds of their bloodline, Batian had confirmed that these three cubs were indeed his offspring. As for why there was such a huge size difference among the litter, Batian didn't harbor any negative suspicions. In his view, his power was unmatched, and this outcome was entirely due to the other party inheriting his superior bloodline. Because of this, Batian developed even more affection for Sue. After all, many animals apart from humans favor the strongest cub. When Sue and Mother Bear saw Batian's excited expression, they knew they had successfully passed this test. Bear 1 and Bear 2, however, were completely oblivious to all of this. To the two little ones, Batian's booming voice sounded like the voice of a demon. So the two brothers could only hide behind Sue, trembling as they stared at Batian. They hoped he wouldn't eat them. Although Batian was a bit annoyed by the two cubs' timid demeanor. The faint connection of their bloodline prevented him from feeling even a shred of aversion. Instead, his curiosity was piqued. He lowered his head and extended his massive tongue to lick the fur on the two little ones. This was a common way for animals to express affection. Mother Bear often used this method to show her closeness. As that familiar sensation washed over them, the two cubs, who had been tense, relaxed a little. They realized that this colossal creature before them was likely just like their mother. It really liked them. As their interactions increased, the cubs' anxiety vanished rapidly. In fact, after interacting a bit longer and becoming much more familiar with each other, their natural instincts as young animals led them to tug at Batian's fur and play. Far from being annoyed by this behavior, which would normally be considered an affront, Batian instead played along with the two cubs with great interest. Soon, the three bears were happily playing together, as if they were a father and his two sons who had known each other for years. Seeing this scene, Sue could only offer Batian a wry smile. Clearly, this was Batian's first time being a father, and he had no idea just how boundless a cub's energy could be. In her past life, Sue had seen plenty of male lions and tigers experience that excitement and joy when they first met their cubs. They couldn't wait to play and roughhouse with them every day. But after just a few days, these males would regret it. Every day, they'd find ways to escape from the cubs. There was no helping it, they were just too rowdy, running around non-stop as if they had endless energy. Bear 1 and Bear 2 were exactly the same. Sue had to lose his temper with them once in a while, otherwise, it would never end. He was sure it wouldn't be long before Batian experienced that same torment. Soon, in a harmonious atmosphere, the family slowly made their way out of this dangerous area. By evening, after a full day of travel, they were all starting to feel hungry. Just then, a herd of bison drinking water by the riverbank came into view in the distance. Upon seeing the bison, Batian's eyes lit up. It was like finding a pillow just as he was about to doze off. Batian turned to Sue and the others, whispering a few instructions and telling them to stay put. Using the terrain for cover, he crept slowly toward the herd. The herd consisted of over 30 strong adult bison, a sight that would deter even a full-grown brown bear from provoking them. Yet Batian advanced without even looking up, clearly confident in his own strength. Soon, Sue witnessed a display of overwhelming hunting prowess. When Batian was about 30 meters from the herd, he was spotted by a sentinel among the buffalo. Upon seeing this, Batian abandoned his stealth and charged directly at the herd. At first, under the leader's command, the herd tried to organize a defense. But as Batian drew closer, revealing his massive frame and fierce demeanor, the herd instantly fell into utter panic. Ignoring their leader's orders, they began scattering in all directions. Soon the herd was in complete disarray, kicking up a storm of debris from the surrounding grass and brush. Badian set his sights on a nearby adult wild bull and began chasing it with all his might. Soon he was just over 10 meters behind the bull, and the gap between them was rapidly closing. Realizing escape was impossible, the bull turned around, intending to use its sharp horns to fight back. But Badian gave it no chance. With a slight twist of his body, he dodged the bull's desperate last-ditch attack. He pounced directly onto the bison, his much larger frame knocking the animal to the ground. Amid the bison's desperate cries, Badian easily snapped its throat, sparing it from prolonged suffering. After finishing the kill, Badian let out a roar in the direction of Sue and the others, signaling them to come over and join the feast. When Mother Bear led Sue and the others over, Badian let out a triumphant growl. He looked just like a human father showing off his spoils of war to his sons. There was not a trace of the imposing presence he had displayed moments earlier when he had scared off tens of thousands of snakes with a single roar. Bear 1 and Bear 2 now looked at Badian with admiration. Their shining eyes seemed to say, "Dad, you're so awesome." After all, whenever they encountered these American bison, they'd always tuck their tails between their legs and meekly make way for them. How different from this moment of sheer majesty. In the eyes of the two little ones, Badian's image had long since surpassed that of their usual, all-powerful big brother. Even Sue was awestruck by Badian's power. At the same time, she silently encouraged herself, vowing that one day she too would become such a figure. No! She would become even stronger than that. Seeing the adoring looks in the cub's eyes, Badian felt an even greater sense of fulfillment. Then he lowered his head, bit open the bison's abdomen, and pulled out the offal weighing dozens of pounds, placing it on the ground for them to eat. In the wild, only the strongest are usually allowed to eat the offal of such prey. The fact that Badian was offering them now clearly demonstrated his affection for these three cubs. Sue didn't stand on ceremony with the surrogate father. He walked over, tore off a large chunk of beef liver, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it whole. Consuming beef grants 1 enhancement point. As his body continued to grow, the number of enhancement points he gained from each meal increased as well. After finishing off the piece of beef liver, Sue took a bite out of the bright red beef. Sure enough, compared to fish, this beef was a true delight. This North American bison weighed about a ton, enough to feed their family for several days. Chapter 23, Badian departs, the dog pack attacks. 10 days later, after leaving the carcass of a full-grown moose for his wife and sons, Badian left the area. He simply couldn't take it anymore. Once they realized that this giant bear wouldn't harm them and would even look after them, Bear 1 and Bear 2 began following him around every day. They hardly ever stopped, as if they had boundless energy. Although Badian was powerful, he simply didn't have the energy to play with children all day. Once the initial novelty of seeing the cubs wore off, he spent his days trying to find ways to avoid them. Finally, unable to take it anymore, he had no choice but to pack up and leave. Sue and his family were all a bit reluctant to see Badian leave. During his stay, Badian had not only provided them with ample food but also brought a sense of security they'd never known before. Many nearby predators would flee from a distance the moment they spotted Badian's massive frame. Though they were deeply reluctant, Sue knew that a dominant powerhouse like Badian wouldn't tie his fate to just one family. Just like ancient emperors, all the female bears within their territory were potential mates for them. However, over the past 10 days, the daily abundance of food had been converted into enhancement points, allowing Sue to make a huge profit. Host, Sue. Strength, 290. Defense, 380. Speed, 59. Skills, Mark skill, Stealth skill. Combat power, 352. Enhancement points, 212. Looking at his stats, which were now superior to those of a full-grown male brown bear, Sue felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It seemed all his hard work over the past few days had not been in vain. Although he was still slightly smaller than Mother Bear, his true strength definitely surpassed that of a full-grown male brown bear. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. One day, Sue and the others were eating the moose that Badian had left behind, a carcass that had already been devoured more than halfway. Suddenly, a series of frantic dog barks rang out from the distant thicket, now turned yellow and withered. Sue and Mother Bear, who had been eating, immediately stopped and turned their heads in unison toward the sound. Then they saw a large pack of dogs, clearly strays, charging toward them from that direction. The pack included Dogo Argentinos, Caucasian Shepherds, Pit Bulls, and various other breeds. The reason they were called strays, rather than pets or hunting dogs, was that their eyes were fierce, and their fur was filthy and matted, clearly neglected for a long time. After all, whether they're hunting dogs or ordinary pets, owners usually regard them as their closest companions and bathe them regularly. They certainly wouldn't look as filthy as they did now. Watching the pack of dogs charging toward him, Sue didn't feel much fear. Instead, he was quite puzzled. Although there were 50 or 60 of them in total, and their charge looked incredibly imposing. But that shouldn't have given them the courage to launch a direct attack on two adult brown bears. After all, brown bears aren't black bears. They aren't the kind of creatures that just any old dog can overpower by sheer numbers. Don't be fooled by Mother Bear's delicate and fragile appearance in front of Batty, and she definitely weighs over 200 kilograms. Such a colossal creature would likely not even dare to approach animals like dogs, which weigh only a few dozen pounds, let alone provoke them. And there were two of them here. The fact that the dogs had launched a direct attack meant something was definitely amiss. With this in mind, Sue's eyes, enhanced multiple times by the system, began scanning the area behind the pack of dogs. Soon, he spotted something suspicious. Not far behind the pack, perched on a rock, stood a gray wolf about the size of a full-grown calf. Beside the gray wolf were several burly Doberman pinschers and pit bulls. Instinctively, Sue sensed that the gray wolf nearby was the source of all this chaos. With that thought, he immediately used the system to check the opponent's information. Race, wolf. Strength, 216. Defense, 254. Speed, 61. Skills, none. Combat power, 246. After reviewing the opponent's stats, Sue's expression instantly grew grave. Although the gray wolf in the distance had no skills, it was clearly of the same caliber as Wolf Dad and that snake. Clearly, this pack of stray dogs was the opponent's minions, and this attack had been orchestrated by them. Fortunately, the opponent was only faster than him. Unlike Wolf Dad and that black scale brute, it wasn't completely overwhelming him in every aspect. By now, the pack of dogs had already closed in. A pit bull weighing only about 20 or 30 pounds but looking incredibly muscular and powerful charged ahead and lunged at Sue. "Bring it on!" A flash of ferocity crossed Sue's eyes as he raised his palm and slammed it toward the dog. He wanted to see just how formidable this pit bull, which had been hyped as invincible in his past life, really was. He wanted to see if it could even block his strike. But Sue was quickly disappointed. Facing his palm, which was moving at the absolute limit of speed, the pit bull had no time to dodge and was struck directly in the head. The powerful force of the strike, combined with his sharp claws, sliced 4 deep gashes into the seemingly hard skull, exposing the bone. At the same time, the pit bull flew backward at a speed even faster than when it had charged. After knocking over 3 or 4 dogs that had rushed forward, it landed on the ground. After a few feeble struggles, it breathed its last. Is that it? Seeing that the opponent had died instantly without even managing to block a single claw strike, Sue was deeply disappointed. Just then, a Dogo Argentino took the opportunity to circle around and attempt a sneak attack on his rear. Feeling a chill on his backside, Sue immediately realized a dog was trying to target his vital spot. So he simply flung himself backward with all his might. The Dogo Argentino, just as it was about to succeed, suddenly saw what looked like a wall collapsing toward it from the front. Its animal instinct for danger made it instinctively try to dodge, but it was already too late. As Sue quickly stood up, the Dogo Argentino that had just tried to ambush him was now pinned beneath him, its belly split open, its guts spilling out. Not yet dead, it could only let out a feeble whimper, as if unwilling to accept that it was about to die like this. Sue paid the dog no mind, instead unleashing a brutal beating on several stray dogs that were charging toward him from the side. He was like a burly adult bullying children in a kindergarten, basically taking them down one by one with a single swat. The dogs he struck were lucky if they lost a limb. The unlucky ones had their skulls crushed or their bellies ripped open. Their fates were nothing short of gruesome. Mother Bear was no different. though she lacked Sue's agility and explosive power. Her massive bulk was no joke. Her claws were particularly blunt, so anyone struck by her bare paw met a gruesome end. Even Bear 1 and Bear 2 were now locked in a fierce battle with 3 stray dogs, and were actually gaining the upper hand. Before long, the ground was littered with the corpses of stray dogs, and there were even more that hadn't died but had their limbs shattered. At that moment, the surviving stray dogs let out agonized whimpers. These pitiful sounds sapped the morale of the stray dogs behind them, and their attacks slowed considerably. The gray wolf in the distance saw this and immediately knew it couldn't win. So, raising its head and letting out a piercing howl, it swiftly fled the scene. The pack, already terrified, saw their leader issue the retreat order. Without a second thought for their companions, they scrambled frantically backward. After giving chase and realizing he couldn't catch up to the gray wolf, Su stopped and began retracing his steps. Along the way, he made short work of the stray dogs that hadn't yet breathed their last. After taking stock, Su found that he had bagged over 20 dead canine carcasses this time. That amounted to several hundred pounds of meat, meaning he wouldn't need to go out to hunt for the next few days. Chapter 24: The Battle for the Cave. As time passed, the weather gradually grew colder. Winter was clearly approaching. Large numbers of herbivores had begun migrating to other areas, making it increasingly difficult to find prey. In addition to the growing difficulty in finding prey, Su also felt himself growing drowsier by the day. He found himself wanting to lie down and rest from time to time, a clear sign that he was preparing to enter hibernation. One day, after hunting and nearly finishing off a moose that had been separated from its herd due to an unknown injury, led by Mother Bear, they headed toward their previous hibernation site. Since Su and the other 2 cubs had grown significantly in size and stored plenty of energy in their bodies, it took them only a day to reach the vicinity of the cave where they had hibernated before. When they arrived not far from the cave, Su's keen nose detected a familiar predator scent wafting from that direction. Could another bear have beaten us to it? A shadow of unease crossed Su's mind. He recognized the scent as that of one of his own kind. At that moment, Mother Bear also sensed that their den had apparently been taken over. Realizing this, she grew restless and anxious. After all, the winter temperatures here were bitterly cold, and without a suitable shelter, they could easily freeze to death out in the open. Mother Bear had been hibernating in this area for years and knew this was the only suitable cave around. Now that it had started snowing, finding another suitable cave out in the open would be no easy task. Without a cave to shelter them from the wind and rain, it would be difficult for her family to survive the winter. Meanwhile, the intruder who had taken over their cave seemed to have sensed the presence of a stranger. So it quickly snapped out of its drowsy state, slowly crawling out of the cave to see who dared to trespass on its territory. Soon, Su saw a well-fed, muscular brown bear with a fierce glare emerge from the cave entrance. This bear was larger than the average adult male brown bear. It was clearly a rare bear king. Upon seeing the bear, Su narrowed his eyes into a dangerous slit and used the system to scan it. Species: brown bear. Strength: 260. Defense: 240. Speed: 52. Skills: combat power: 275. Sure enough, it was indeed a rather rare bear king. After reviewing the bear's stats, Su further confirmed its identity. Despite this, Su showed not the slightest fear. The ferocity flashing in his eyes grew ever more pronounced. He was well aware of just how crucial a suitable shelter was for a brown bear's hibernation. Therefore, the bear would either have to get lost, or be left here by him forever. Just then, the brown bear spotted Su's family. Any animal suddenly awakened just as it is about to fall asleep becomes exceptionally enraged. This brown bear was no exception. The way it now looked at Su and his family was as if they were already dead. The reason for this was not only its fierce temper upon being awakened. It also knew how vital a comfortable cave is for bears during the winter. If it didn't kill this entire family of bears, what if they came to ambush it while it was hibernating? The consequences of that were something it could not bear. Therefore, to ensure it could safely survive the winter, the brown bear naturally could not let this family of bears leave. In fact, with their corpses present, the winter would be even more comfortable. At this thought, the brown bear's gaze grew somewhat greedy. As for reproducing and raising offspring, it would only feel that urge during the appropriate season. And winter was clearly not the appropriate season. Both parties were in complete agreement on this point, so neither made a sound to warn or drive the other away. They simply stared at each other in silence, waiting for the chance to deliver a fatal blow. Under normal circumstances, Mother Bear would never dare to confront a full-grown male brown bear. The disparity in strength was simply too great. Now, with a hibernation site at stake, and given Sue's performance over the past few months, she felt she could take a chance. After another moment of staring, the brown bear was the first to grow impatient with the tense standoff. With a furious roar, it charged towards Sue and Mother Bear's position. Watching the massive body barreling toward them like a miniature tank, Sue showed not a hint of fear. With a low growl of her own, she charged toward it alongside Mother Bear. Bear 1 and Bear 2 were left behind, looking somewhat at a loss. Their current size was still too small compared to a full-grown brown bear. A single swipe would likely cripple them. Therefore, Mother Bear and Sue had no intention of letting that brown bear get close. Facing Sue and Mother Bear charging head-on, the king bear showed not a shred of fear. He believed that with his size advantage, he could easily take out one of them in a single round. Then, he would turn and finish off the other, and by the time he dealt with those two cubs, the battle would be over. Sue, too, was determined to take down his opponent in a single round to prevent him from harming Mother Bear. Mother Bear was merely a slightly stronger female brown bear. She didn't have the means to boost her defense like Sue did. If she exchanged blows with that powerful bear king using only her natural skin defense, she'd likely be clawed. In the wild, without modern medical care, the chances of survival after an injury were slim. Sue naturally didn't want that to happen, so he quickened his pace to end the fight quickly. Soon, Sue and the Bear King were within about 2 meters of each other. Once they were close, just like in most brown bear fights, both of them braced themselves, raised their paws, and swung them toward the other's head. Smack! 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 Roar! 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 In less than 3 seconds, Sue and the brown bear had each landed 7 or 8 blows on the other. At that moment, the brown bear suddenly realized that things weren't as simple as it had thought. The bear in front of it wasn't being knocked out of commission with just a few hits, as it had expected. On the contrary, not only was it continuing to launch attacks, but the force behind each strike felt no weaker than his own. Most importantly, its claws were incredibly sharp. His face was already slashed with several bloody gashes. Sue felt the same way. He hadn't expected the bear to be able to withstand so many of his attacks without going down. Fortunately, most of his enhancement points had been spent on defense. Especially the reinforcement of his head, whether it was the bones or the fur, he had spent over 1,000 enhancement points on that area alone. If asked which part of Sue's body had the strongest defense, it was undoubtedly his head. That's why, after taking several direct hits from his opponent, Sue felt nothing more than a slight buzzing in his skull, no significant pain. Chapter 25, Slaying the Brown Bear. Mother Bear, who had rushed over, finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Sue trading blows with the brown bear, which was a full size larger than him. After confirming her cub was safe, Mother Bear decided to launch a sneak attack from the side while the brown bear was preoccupied fighting her cub. Just then, the brown bear sensed an ambush from its right, causing its expression to grow incredibly grave. The bear in front of it was already a formidable opponent. If the ambush succeeded, its fate would certainly be grim. At this thought, a flash of ferocity crossed the brown bear's eyes. It decided to brace itself against Sue's attacks, then turn and try to take out the ambushing mother bear. Otherwise, if the two bears formed a pincer movement, the brown bear knew its chances of victory would become incredibly slim. At this moment, it had long since lost the arrogant swagger it had displayed just moments ago when fighting two bears at once. Having made its decision, the brown bear ceased its attack on Sue, weathered a few of his strikes, and turned around, preparing to deal with the mother bear first. Seeing Mother Bear approaching and observing the brown bear's reaction, Sue instantly understood its intentions. Realizing this, Sue immediately halted his attack. He knew that a few more strikes wouldn't be enough to take down the brown bear. And the bear could easily use this opening to launch a new, fierce assault on the charging mother bear. Mother bear wasn't like him. If she took a few heavy blows to the head-on, she would definitely be injured. Thinking this, a fierce glint flashed in Su's eyes. He took a deep breath and rapidly tensed every muscle in his body. Then, just as the brown bear turned to launch the same attack on the approaching mother bear, he charged straight at the bear's midsection with a full-force shoulder charge. Just as it was about to attack, the brown bear suddenly felt a tremendous force strike its midsection, sending its body flying sideways. Su's full-force shoulder charge sent the bear weighing over 300 kilograms flying 4 meters away. The recoil was so powerful that even he was knocked back several steps, and his internal organs felt the impact. Fortunately, aside from a brief moment of discomfort at the start, his body quickly returned to normal. The brown bear, however, was a different story. The parts of its body that took the brunt of the blow had several bones dislocated. Its internal organs were jolted violently, and some had shifted out of place. Especially when its massive body crashed heavily to the ground from several meters up, some of its internal organs were directly injured. Combined with the repeated blows to its head just moments before, the cumulative impact left the bear critically injured. After struggling to its feet, it had lost all will to fight. Fear consumed it, and it wanted nothing more than to flee. Watching the bear's unsteady, staggering gait, Su showed no mercy and gave chase. The brown bear's head was still buzzing. Although it sensed danger approaching from behind, its body simply couldn't react in time. Moments later, Su pounced from behind and knocked it to the ground. The combined weight of both animals crashing to the ground once again exacerbated the brown bear's internal injuries. It let out a muffled groan, then coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of its own entrails, its eyes growing glassy and unfocused. Su could feel the bear's struggles weakening, so he stood up and flipped it over. Then, under the bear's pleading gaze, he opened his gaping maw and sank his teeth into its thick neck. He had never once considered sparing anyone who sought his life. If he hadn't been so powerful, his family would have ended up just like that cub they'd seen earlier, torn to pieces and devoured alive. Scorching bear blood flowed from the wound into his mouth, and Su swallowed it down in gulps without the slightest hesitation. Su wasn't a real bear. His mind still functioned like a human's, and he didn't mind eating bear meat. Cannibalism is not uncommon in the natural world. Even among humans, cannibalism is not rare, and sometimes it's even more brutal. After all, animals eat their own kind purely to fill their stomachs, while some humans who do so are simply perverted and mentally unstable. Consuming bear blood grants 2 enhancement points. Consuming bear blood grants 2 enhancement points. As copious amounts of blood gushed out, this bear king, weighing over 300 kilograms, died right here. The blood it shed provided Su with over 10 enhancement points. Mother bear, who had rushed over, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing it dead. She then hurried into the cave. Only after confirming there was no further danger did she call out to her cubs to follow her inside. As for the brown bear outside the cave, since it wasn't currently hungry, Mother bear had no intention of eating it. However, she didn't interfere much with how the cubs chose to handle the carcass. Su, for his part, wasn't in a hurry to enjoy this bear meat feast. It had already started snowing, so he planned to dig a pit to store the bear and come back to eat it when he woke up hungry in the winter. Given the temperatures this winter, the bear would definitely freeze solid, so there was no need to worry too much about the meat spoiling. Besides, even as a bear, if the food went bad, he'd have no choice but to eat it when he was starving. After all, aside from the taste being rather poor, bears don't suffer the same adverse reactions humans do from eating rotten food. Soon, Su had dug a pit about 3 meters deep and 2 meters wide not far from the cave. First, he snapped off many branches from the surrounding trees and gathered fallen leaves to lay down a thick layer at the bottom of the pit. Then he gutted the brown bear carcass he'd dragged over, removing all the internal organs and setting them aside. After all, if he'd thrown the organs in with the meat, the bear meat would have been tainted by the smell of the entrails. After tossing all the bear meat into the pit, he used the same method to tear off a large number of branches to cover it, then covered that with a layer of soil. After several hours of hard work, Su had stored several hundred pounds of bear meat underground. He even made a mark to ensure he wouldn't lose track of it once the snow covered the ground. Once he was done, Su felt a bit tired, so he began to feast on the offal lying nearby. He devoured all several dozen pounds of offal in one go, except for the various stuffed intestines. This earned him over 30 enhancement points. After finishing all this, Su didn't go straight into hibernation instead. He kept a close watch on the spot where the bear meat was hidden. Although the bear meat was buried, the scent of blood still attracted predators like foxes and wolverines. Su took down a few of these intruders with his explosive speed, and the rest dared not approach. However, the scent of blood kept them lingering nearby, reluctant to leave. Fortunately, a heavy snowfall that night masked most of the scent. A few days later, after the area was completely blanketed in snow, the last trace of the brown bear's presence vanished. The scavengers that had followed the scent also began to slowly leave the area. After they departed, Su walked over to Mother Bear and the others, who were already lying down fast asleep, and settled down to sleep beside them. Chapter 26, A New Era. Blue Star. On this day, while most people were going about their normal work, they suddenly felt the ground shake. People living in high-rise buildings were terrified by the tremor, thinking an earthquake had struck, and rushed to flee, abandoning whatever they were doing. Some even desperately grabbed their phones to call their families, preparing to say their goodbyes. Fortunately, the tremor came and went quickly, lasting only about 10 seconds before the world returned to normal. Once the shaking stopped, the panicked crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief, their faces reflecting a sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. They then began posting about the incident online. "Hey everyone, it seems there was an earthquake here just now. I'm currently on the 18th floor. I thought I'd have to say goodbye to everyone today, but thankfully it was just a false alarm. Attention everyone in City G, my house just shook, it must have been an earthquake here. Please be careful. Guys, I've got a scary story to share. There was just an earthquake in the US. I almost thought I was going to die right there, but thankfully it was just a false alarm." At that very moment, content creators across all social media platforms simultaneously posted videos with different titles but nearly identical content. The message was simple: it seemed their respective cities had just been hit by a massive earthquake. At first, people didn't pay much attention when they saw a few videos, assuming the creators were in the same province as them. But gradually, people realized this was no ordinary occurrence, as the location tags on those videos showed they were from different regions. There were even some from overseas, and quite a few of them, at that. Gradually, people realized this wasn't a localized quake, it was highly likely a massive, global-scale earthquake. At this thought, everyone began to feel a bit anxious. If a single tremor could affect the entire world, just how terrifying must the epicenter be? With that in mind, everyone rushed to search online, hoping to find out which unfortunate place had become the epicenter of the quake. They hoped the city where their loved ones or friends lived wouldn't be the epicenter. After all, with such a vast reach, this could very well be the most devastating earthquake in human history. But as they searched, they soon became confused again. Although the tremors seemed to have affected every corner of the globe, no single place appeared to have suffered particularly severe damage. The worst-hit areas had merely seen a few people crushed to death when old, dilapidated buildings collapsed. Even government officials, aside from reassuring the public and calming everyone's fears, made no mention of any areas suffering severe damage. It seemed as though this tremor was merely a minor stumble, as if the blue star had simply tripped and swayed slightly while walking. Yet, just then, a video broke through layer upon layer of restrictions and made its way to the front pages of various platforms. The video's title was particularly eye-catching. Shocking, it turns out so many major events have already been unfolding behind the scenes in this world. Today's incident is the final shackle to be broken, a new era is about to dawn. As people clicked through, the first scene appeared. The sky was clear and cloudless, except for a massive vortex of dark clouds forming at the center of the video. In the center of the vortex, the dark clouds had formed an eerie eye. At the same time, a clearly altered male voice comes over the video. This appeared over the skies of Russia last year, resembling an eye. People called it the Eye of the Devil. It disappeared shortly after, and the matter gradually faded into obscurity. As the video ends, a blurry clip follows. In the footage, a tiger much larger than an adult bison is ambushing a herd of cattle. This is a video from half a year ago that went viral in China at the time. However, experts later claimed it was merely an optical illusion caused by the angle, and the matter was eventually dismissed. No media outlets ever mentioned this tiger again. It vanished as if it had never existed. It's quite a mystery. The clip was brief, lasting only a few seconds, before a new scene appeared. In the deep sea, several scuba divers were filming a pod of sperm whales hunting sardines. But just then, someone seemed to notice something and hurriedly pointed in that direction. The camera panned over to that spot, and suddenly, a massive dark shadow appeared from the pitch-black depths of the ocean. The shadow lunged at breakneck speed, biting into the belly of a sperm whale, then dragged it deeper into the ocean. This is a video filmed by a diver in Japan 2 years ago. When it was shared in our country, it caused quite a stir. Later, local authorities explained that the divers had intentionally created special effects to attract attention. The incident gradually faded from public view, and discussions about it mysteriously vanished both domestically and abroad. Looking back now, the video is seamless. There isn't a single trace of Photoshop. As the video ended, the screen flashed, and a figure engulfed in flames appeared, frantically fleeing down a street. Behind him were several heavily armed soldiers. Just then, a soldier spotted the person filming and rushed toward them, and the video ended there. This is a video that circulated widely in the US last year. Later, local authorities explained that those people had created it using special effects to attract attention. Afterward, they even released an apology video, admitting it was indeed a stunt they pulled for attention, and began apologizing. But if you look closely at the video, there's not a single trace of editing. The entire video, which runs over 10 minutes, consists entirely of strange events that have occurred in the world over the past few years. I don't know how long this video will remain online. If you're lucky enough to see it, save it immediately and share it with your family and friends so they can understand the changes happening in the world. Also, get ready. I suspect this might be just like what's described in some of our novels. The world is undergoing some kind of rebirth. Under normal circumstances, most people would scroll past such a long video without a second thought. Some might even call the blogger an idiot, arguing that the authorities have already provided a reasonable explanation, yet here he is, stubbornly stirring up trouble. It's like he's got too much time on his hands and is just looking for trouble. If he's really that desperate, he should just go live stream himself biting a lighter. Yet everyone watching this video now found themselves glued to the screen, watching it all the way to the end. It was only then that they realized, when someone compiled all those incidents they occasionally come across, the number was actually quite substantial. And upon closer reflection, many of the official explanations were quite unreasonable. If you dug deeper, it was easy to spot the flaws. But at the time, daily life wasn't affected, and the authorities had provided a plausible excuse. Even if people harbored some doubts, they pretend they didn't exist and go along with the official narrative. Isn't peace and stability a good thing? Yet this tremor, which had rippled across the entire world, made everyone acutely aware that the world was truly about to undergo a massive upheaval. Realizing this, many people became bewildered and began to wonder, if a global upheaval were to actually occur, how would they survive in this new environment? Upon giving it serious thought, many despaired to discover that they seemed to lack the means to survive in this new era. Faced with this realization, many fell into despair, clinging to the hope that it was all a lie, that the tremors were merely an illusion. While many were overcome by despair and confusion, there were also those whose eyes shone brightly, seemingly eager for the new era to arrive. Chapter 27, a reign unlike any other. Just as most people were still wavering between belief and doubt, drastic changes were already unfolding in certain places. On a certain concrete road, a section of the once perfectly smooth surface was now covered in cracks. At that moment, vast plumes of white mist burst from these cracks, shooting high into the sky. After traveling a short distance, the white mist halted and began to form white clouds that rapidly spread out in all directions. But the scene unfolding on the ground around the cracks was the most miraculous of all. On both sides of the ground, which, being winter, had been nearly devoid of vegetation, tendrils of fresh shoots were now bursting through the soil, growing at a pace visible to the naked eye. In less than a few minutes, the area within a kilometer of the cracks had become a sea of lush greenery. Especially near the center of the cracks, the plants had grown in just a few minutes as if they were prehistoric flora. Even the hard concrete surface, after a brief tremor, was pushed aside by large clumps of vegetation. People nearby stopped in their tracks upon witnessing this scene. They quickly pulled out their phones to capture this astonishing moment, intending to post it online. Moreover, this miracle wasn't limited to this single location. The same phenomenon was unfolding in many other places at that very moment. Netizens who had been heatedly debating the authenticity of that video suddenly noticed it had been quickly pushed down the feed by other videos. They wondered what kind of video could possibly be trending more than the previous one under such circumstances. So, out of curiosity, they all clicked on it. At first glance, the video looked quite ordinary. It was clearly just a casual snapshot taken by a passerby who had witnessed something unusual, with no special editing or effects. Yet, despite its seemingly ordinary appearance, netizens watched this video intently from start to finish. There was no other reason, it was simply too shocking. They never expected scenes that usually only appear in movies or novels to unfold so realistically before their eyes. There was not a trace of special effects, and in that very moment, numerous similar videos began flooding the platform. Some were shot from close range, while others were captured from a distance. The locations varied as well, some in rural towns, some in cities, and others deep in the mountains and forests. But no matter the location, there were numerous videos shot from different angles, with even more coming from urban areas. Additionally, in some places, people observed large amounts of white mist rapidly spreading from the distance across the sky. When all these factors were considered together, the possibility of human intervention could be ruled out completely. In an instant, everyone realized that, just as the previous video had concluded, a new era had truly dawned. Upon realizing this, some panicked, some were delighted, and some were bewildered. The full spectrum of human emotions was on full display at that moment. Subsequently, large crowds began rushing into grocery stores, supermarkets, shopping malls, and other retail outlets to stockpile supplies. Some countries, having reacted promptly and recognized the danger, immediately deployed military forces to secure the cities. They then released large quantities of stockpiled supplies into the market, helping the panicked crowds gradually regain their composure. As a result, aside from some localized chaos, the overall situation stabilized. However, in many areas where firearms were not restricted, those unable to secure supplies saw the weapons in their hands and were immediately overcome by malicious intent. Soon, gunfire echoed constantly through the cities, and even the military's intervention proved largely ineffective. In some areas, large groups of thugs began to band together, carrying out a massive $0 shopping spree. Wherever they went, anything of value that could be looted was taken, and whatever couldn't be carried off was burned to the ground. Consequently, these areas descended into utter chaos. Serious crimes such as robbery and rape were rising at an uncontrollable rate. Within just a few hours, most nations declared a state of emergency, and some even declared a state of combat readiness. As the human world descended into chaos, the entire sky was completely shrouded by the white mist rising from the ground. If viewed from the outside, this planet, which had once been a watery blue, had, at that moment, turned into a giant white sphere. By this point, the cracks that had appeared were no longer emitting mist. However, the events triggered by this did not end there. On the contrary, after the white mist swirled in the upper atmosphere, rain began to fall from above. Seeing this, people panicked even more. If this were a global downpour, it would spell a catastrophe of no small magnitude. Consequently, chaos intensified in many places as people scrambled to gather supplies to weather the storm. Fortunately, people's worries were unfounded. Although the rain covered a vast area, it was merely a light drizzle. Yet, with this light drizzle, the world began to undergo a genuine transformation. The farmland, left idle with the arrival of winter, was drenched by the rain, and the seeds that had fallen during harvest quickly sprouted. In just 2 short hours, the fields which had previously contained nothing but scattered straw were transformed beyond recognition. They were now overgrown with various weeds and rice plants. In fact, these rice plants were even more robust than before, bearing more and larger grains. A single plant was estimated to be worth 5 or 6 of the old ones. And all of this had taken place in less than a few hours. The trees in the desert, ravaged by wind and sand until they resembled a dead forest, began to experience a second spring after being nourished by the falling rain. Within just a few hours, the once barren forest turned into a lush green expanse, with some trees even blooming. Even the ground, which had been nothing but parched, yellow sand, now saw a profusion of weeds breaking through the soil. What humans could never achieve in 10 or even 100 years was accomplished by this light rain in just a few short hours. Now, wherever this rain had fallen, the plants were growing wildly, as if on steroids. These miraculous scenes were captured on cell phones and posted online. Instantly, everyone realized this was no ordinary rain. So, some daring individuals began collecting the rainwater and drinking it. With the first sip, they discovered the rainwater was incredibly sweet as it went down. A warm sensation spread through their bodies, instantly revitalizing their weary limbs. Even the acne on their faces and the scars left on their bodies from various causes began to fade. Seeing that this rainwater had such miraculous effects, everyone knew it was a treasure. Consequently, they began grabbing whatever tools they could find at home to collect the rainwater, paying no heed to its cleanliness, and downed it in one gulp. They, too, experienced that miraculous sensation. In some chaotic areas, people who had previously lost their senses stopped looting and instead began collecting rainwater. This brought a brief period of calm to many of these chaotic places. Family members in the hospitals, witnessing this, disregarded the doctor's instructions. They grabbed cups and other containers to fetch rainwater from outside and fed it directly into the patients' mouths. Soon, the patients who had been writhing in agony from various illnesses saw their pain diminish by more than half, and their bodies began to feel more comfortable. The family members, overjoyed at this sight, rushed out to collect more rainwater. Before long, with the exception of those suffering from severe external injuries, most patients miraculously recovered after drinking the rainwater. Instantly, the hospital was filled with weeping not out of grief, but from overwhelming joy. Chapter 28, The Transformation. In a dark corner somewhere, a disheveled young man swallowed half a bowl of water he had collected in a broken bowl. Suddenly, a burning sensation swept over him, as if someone had lit a fire inside his body. Soon, the young man collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. However, since this was an abandoned area where no one ever came, no one noticed him. Gradually, smoke began to rise from the young man's body, and soon he turned into a human-shaped cloud of smoke. After struggling for a while longer, the smoke surrounding him instantly transformed into clusters of blue flames. His clothes were consumed by the flames in an instant, turning to ashes in less than a few seconds. Yet, miraculously, the young man was not burned to death by this wondrous blue flame. In fact, aside from his clothes, not a single hair on his body suffered the slightest burn. On the contrary, the young man now appeared as if reborn from the ashes, his skin as white as jade and his eyes bright and lively. His hair, which had become greasy and filthy from years of neglect, was now smooth and silky. Even his legs, which had been broken years ago, were fully restored in that moment. As he stood up and walked upright for the first time in years, 2 hot tears involuntarily streamed down the young man's cheeks. After a moment of elation, the young man turned his gaze toward the luxurious hotel standing at the very heart of the bustling city in the distance. A look of undisguised murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he walked straight toward it. Before long, a lavishly decorated room within that luxurious hotel was littered with corpses and a pool of an unidentified black liquid. Among the victims were security guards dressed as thugs, as well as several high-ranking figures whose status was immediately apparent. In addition to the bodies, an open ledger lay on the table in the room. The page the ledger was open to was straightforward. 5 years ago, a college student had borrowed 50,000 yuan from this place to pay for his mother's medical treatment. However, his mother passed away before he received the money, so the student wanted to return it. Yet they refused to refund it, insisting instead that he repay the debt as stipulated in the contract. Over time, the student's debt ballooned to 500,000 yuan, and when he could no longer pay, his legs were broken. Now, written in blood across that page of the ledger were 2 large characters. Paid in full. Shortly afterward, a man dressed as a secretary entered to report on the situation, only to be met by the sight of the bodies strewn across the floor. A scream echoed through the room, drawing a crowd of people who discovered this harrowing scene. The local crime boss, who had ruled the area for years, along with his family and his high-ranking father-in-law, all met their end here that day. When the surveillance footage was reviewed, it showed the family apparently discussing something when a young man arrived and immediately launched into a fight without a word. The bodyguards who rushed over upon hearing the commotion didn't even last a single round against him. Most terrifying of all was that he could conjure blue flames from his hands. The flames were extremely hot, and anyone they touched was quickly burned into a pile of unidentifiable black liquid. Seeing this, those who stepped on the black liquid instantly felt their stomachs churn. The video was also posted online, causing a stir. Inside a circus somewhere, the animals locked in their cages grew restless as they caught the scent of rain in the air. They began to let out a constant chorus of cries, hoping to be let out. But no one paid them any mind. A middle-aged man, who had been catching rainwater in a cup, was getting annoyed by the noise. He walked straight over, opened the cage of the tiger that was roaring the loudest, and pulled out a whip, intending to teach it a lesson and make it behave. However, this tiger, usually very docile, remaining perfectly calm no matter how much it was beaten or scolded, flashed a menacing glint in its eyes the moment the man entered. Just as the man raised the whip to strike, the tiger lunged forward and swiped at the man's head. The sight of the massive cat weighing hundreds of pounds charging at him instantly terrified the middle-aged man, and he instinctively tried to turn and run. But the tiger was faster. Just as he turned, the tiger's paw struck him squarely on the head. In an instant, the man was sent flying by the blow, crashing heavily against the iron bars of the cage. After falling to the ground and letting out a few agonized cries, he slowly drew his last breath. Ignoring the man's body, the tiger swiftly leaped out of the cage and fled the scene before the other circus staff could react, vanishing into the rain. Somewhere along the coast of the land of cherry blossoms, a black dog lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, with two large tumors by its head, preparing to face death. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall from the sky. After lapping up a few mouthfuls of rainwater, the dying black dog suddenly perked up and opened its mouth wide to catch the rain. Soon, the black dog was able to stand up. Realizing it couldn't catch much water this way, the dog made its way to a large rock. The pitted surface of the boulder had collected a large pool of rainwater. The black dog immediately lowered his head and began lapping it up greedily. But soon, the dog felt a burning heat spread through his body, causing him to roll around on the ground incessantly. Before long, a layer of black flames ignited on his body. At the same time, the two tumors on either side of its head stirred. After writhing for a moment, two hideously grotesque dog heads emerged. These two dog heads looked sinister and terrifying. They were clearly no good. The black dog snapped out of its pain and, feeling the strength surging through its entire body, could not help but raise its head to the sky and let out three chilling howls. In a pitch-black underground chamber somewhere, just as a large volume of rainwater had pooled into a pond, the silence was shattered by the clanking of chains. Following the sound, one could see a colossal creature lying in a corner of the underground chamber. At that moment, 18 massive iron chains pierced its body, securing it firmly to the mountain wall. The clattering sound had been caused by the creature shifting its body upon sensing the aura emanating from the pool. But as the creature laboriously dragged itself to the edge of the pool, it couldn't help but let out a piercing cry. The excitement in that cry was akin to the feeling a prisoner experiences just before being released. After swallowing the spring water and the mud beneath it in one gulp, the shadow felt its strength begin to recover. It shook its body once more, causing the surrounding chains to clang even louder than before. Hearing this, the shadow felt deeply satisfied. As the rain had been falling more frequently lately, the shadow's strength was recovering at an ever-increasing pace. A few hours later, when the shadow shook its paw again, the iron chain binding that paw snapped clean off. Seeing this, the shadow let out another loud roar. Then it lowered its head once more, waiting for the rain to come. In India, a group of monkeys was bathing in the rain falling from the sky. However, just then, one of the monkeys began convulsing, and water started oozing from his body. Seeing this, the other monkeys were terrified and retreated to a safe distance. After struggling for a moment, the monkey returned to normal, though his eyes now held a hint of liveliness. Seeing that he was unharmed, the monkeys rushed over to watch the spectacle. As the group approached, he stared at the Monkey King for a moment before launching a decisive attack. In less than a minute, the Monkey King and several of his subordinates were instantly killed by his bites. Upon witnessing this, the other monkeys immediately crowned him their new king. Just then, several children who had heard the commotion walked over to join the spectacle. When the new Monkey King saw the children, his eyes filled with greed, and he commanded the troop to attack. Soon, the air was filled with the agonized screams of the humans. As more and more humans and animals began to mutate, the number of casualties increased at a rapid pace. People snapped out of their fascination with the rain's wonders and hurried home to collect water through their windows, afraid to linger outside. They feared that one misstep could cost them their lives. That evening, the news reported a shocking announcement. The government had decided to establish an association of supernatural abilities and was inviting the public to join. Those who had awakened to superpowers could apply to join as officially certified superpowered individuals and receive official resources for training. This announcement caused a global sensation, and many who had suddenly awakened to superpowers during the rain rushed to find ways to join the official organization. However, there were also many who did not wish to be bound by the government and therefore chose not to participate. Chapter 29, The Ox King. Black Scale, who had been hibernating inside the cave, suddenly opened his eyes and swam swiftly toward the outside world. When he emerged and felt the falling rain hitting his body, he couldn't help but let out a series of excited hisses. In his vague ancestral memories, the energy contained within this rain could be absorbed to cultivate and grow stronger. With this in mind, he began to practice cultivation, following the vague images in his ancestral memories. Soon, streams of energy invisible to the naked eye emerged from the rain and seeped into Black Scale's body. Feeling that energy constantly nourishing him, Black Scale grew increasingly excited. He could sense that if he continued absorbing it at this rate, it wouldn't be long before he underwent a true metamorphosis. After completing this transformation, his strength would undoubtedly be 10 or even 100 times greater than it was now. Lowering his head to look at the festering wound on his abdomen, Black Scale's excited gaze turned to one of venomous hatred. Just a few days after returning with his injury, the wound had become inflamed and gangrenous. It had only recovered slightly after he consumed the petals of that spirit resource. After consuming all the petals from that spirit resource, the wound which had begun to scab over started rotting again. Fortunately, winter arrived just in time, preventing the wound from deteriorating further. However, due to this injury, coupled with the winter season, his strength had declined significantly. This made him hate the bear responsible for all this with a vengeance. He resolved that once this transformation was complete, he would go out and hunt down that bear and its entire family, then wipe them all out. Inside a cave deep within a forest, Badian, who was sound asleep, sensed that something seemed to be changing outside. However, since it was winter and he was simply too tired, he couldn't be bothered to pay it any mind and chose to continue sleeping soundly. But with each breath he took, a stream of invisible yellow energy emerged from the rain and seeped into his body. As this yellow energy entered his system, his body began to grow at a visible speed. Deep within a dense forest, a pack of dogs lay crouched in a circle. The ground beneath them was crisscrossed with deep fissures. Not long ago, while they were out hunting, they had seen a massive cloud of white mist rising from this spot. Led by their pack leader, they had come here. In the center of the pack, the gray wolf who had previously sent his minions to ambush Sue and his group was lying there, greedily absorbing something. Before long, the gray wolf's body began to convulse uncontrollably. Was he undergoing some kind of transformation? On a snow-capped mountain, amidst a hot spring surrounded by yellow sulfur and as clear as washed-out blue, the water shimmered in the light of the blue star. Suddenly, a sprouting red plant appeared at the bottom of the previously empty hot spring. As rainwater fell from the sky and merged with the hot spring, the plant grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the plant had grown into an enormous red lotus. At this stage, the lotus's roots and leaves ceased growing. Instead, all its energy converged at the top, slowly condensing into a crystal clear, fiery red lotus seed. Once the seed had fully formed, it emitted a fragrance so intoxicating that any living creature who caught a whiff of it would be driven mad. Near the hot spring, a herd of North American bison lay sprawled out, their bodies covered in snow like tiny floating icebergs. Upon catching this scent, the animals who had previously been utterly listless instantly felt a jolt run through their bodies. Their bodies, which had grown sluggish from the wind and snow, returned to peak condition in that very moment. Their instincts told them to find the source of this scent and devour whatever was emitting it. In an instant, hundreds of bison around them rose to their feet in unison, gazing toward the red lotus at the center of the hot spring. However, the water before them was no pushover. Its temperature was nearly that of boiling water. Soon, the dozen or so bison that charged in first were scalded, letting out agonized screams, and before long, they lost the ability to move. Though their companions' plight was gruesome, the herd behind them felt no fear. On the contrary, they surged forward in a chaotic rush. Soon, the bodies of over a dozen wild buffalo floated to the surface of the spring, and the scent of roasting meat began to waft through the air. Finally, the herd's leader, his skin torn and bleeding, barely able to hold on, swam up to the red lotus. Upon reaching it, he eagerly swept the gem-like lotus seed into his mouth with a single flick of his tongue. Once the seed had vanished, the frenzied herd regained its senses. Seeing the corpses of now, his muscles were bulging, and the fur surrounding his body had changed from its previous grayish-black hue to a fiery red. At that moment, 6 gray wolves were rushing over from a short distance away, clearly drawn by the scent the lotus seeds had emitted earlier. Facing over 100 North American bison, these gray wolves approached with remarkable composure, showing not the slightest hint of fear. They were experienced hunters, knowing that while these colossal beasts looked terrifying, their movements became sluggish during the winter months. Their pack frequently came here in winter to hunt these massive creatures, so they felt no fear at all. At this moment, the 6 wolves were strutting through the herd as usual, searching for suitable prey. Although the scent that had drawn them had faded, they had come this far, so they decided to secure some food first. When the Bull King saw the 6 wolves strutting about as if he didn't exist, he could not hide the rage burning in his eyes. These wolves and the pack behind them were their sworn enemies. Every winter at this time, countless of their kind fell victim to the wolves' jaws. In the past, as the leader, his limited mobility during winter had left him barely able to protect himself, but now things were different. While the 6 wolves were still laughing and joking as they searched for today's prey, the Bull King stepped right in front of them. Could this be true? The prey had actually come right up to them. Seeing the Bull King step out of the herd, a flicker of surprise and bewilderment crossed the wolves' eyes. But before they could savor their surprise for long, the Bull King opened his mouth wide, aiming directly at them. Before they could even comprehend what was happening, a ball of crimson flame erupted from his mouth and hurtled toward them. Instinctively, they tried to dodge, but the flame was faster, instantly turning the 6 wolves into 6 balls of fire. In less than 30 seconds, only charred bones remained on the ground. During this time, countless humans and other creatures underwent a metamorphosis, evolving from ordinary beings into superpowered individuals with various abilities. Having suddenly gained powers they could never have imagined before. Neither animals nor humans were content with the status quo. They craved more. For instance, attractive members of the opposite sex, the irresistible allure of power, and various spirit resources capable of enhancing their own strength. Consequently, all manner of conflicts began to erupt. Wars between humans, wars between animals, and wars between humans and animals occurred incessantly during this period. Even in China, which had previously managed the situation most effectively, only areas heavily garrisoned by the military maintained relative stability. Many other regions remained temporarily beyond control. Some towns have even been seized and dominated by powerful mutant beasts leading their subordinates. As for the small nations that were already weak to begin with, they faced a true catastrophe. Their internal chaos meant they could not unite when disaster struck. Some even began attacking one another. The mutant beasts seized this opportunity to launch attacks. It's normal for their bodies to change significantly after a few months apart. But what about Mother Bear? The fact that she'd given birth clearly meant she was already an adult. After all, animals are different from humans. They only enter their mating season after reaching adulthood. And once they're adults, their body size doesn't change much. But right now, Mother Bear was clearly about a third larger than she had been before hibernation. That was very strange. With that in mind, Sue quickly used the system to check Mother Bear's current stats, to see if she had broken through her species limits like Badian did. Species, Beast. Level, Common Beast. Bloodline, Ordinary. Strength, 290. Defense, 310. Speed, 59. Skills, none. Overall, all the current changes were caused by the mana revival. With that in mind, Su hurriedly checked the full version of the system. Soon, he found the answer to his question about bloodline within the system. Bloodlines are ranked from lowest to highest as common, ordinary, epic, legendary, and mythical. The higher the bloodline rank, the greater the potential for future achievements, and the higher the rank, the easier it is to awaken skills. Upon awakening, epic-level bloodlines even have a certain chance of obtaining bloodline heritage memories. Ordinary bloodlines, however, fare the worst. Without extraordinary luck or vast resources, 99% of beings with an ordinary bloodline will remain ordinary. Conversely, beings with a common bloodline can break through to the entry level through dedicated cultivation over several decades, provided they aren't killed. After reading this, Su couldn't wait to check which tier his own bloodline belonged to. Considering that Badian had grown to such a level before Mana's revival, his bloodline must have been extraordinary. Having inherited his superior genes, Su's bloodline should be no ordinary one either. At this thought, Su couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Host, Su. Level, Common Beast. Bloodline, Ordinary. Strength, 760. Defense, 510. Speed, 61. Skills, Mark Skill, Stealth Skill. Overall power, 784. Enhancement points, 0. System, you're joking, right? After reading the stats, Su felt numb. He assumed that since his father was so powerful, as the son who inherited his genes, he couldn't possibly be weak. Even at the very least, he should have been an ordinary tier, but he never expected to end up with a mediocre tier. His disappointment was as immense as his previous expectations had been. Even though his stats had doubled compared to before, Su still couldn't bring himself to feel happy. After brooding for a while, Su pulled himself together. What the hell was he worried about? He was a man with the system. What was a little difficulty like this? With that thought, Su immediately queried the system in his mind. System, with my current bloodline, can I still get stronger in the future? Will I hit some insurmountable bottleneck? Also, can this bloodline be improved? Rest assured, host. Even if your bloodline is trash, as long as you have enough enhancement points, your strength can keep growing. The bloodline can also be upgraded. The small icon in the top right corner of the system panel lists various methods for upgrading bloodlines. Chapter 31, Going Out. After repeatedly tapping the icon of the giant bear roaring at the sky in the top right corner, the system panel before Su's eyes transformed. Earth Raging Bear. Bloodline, Epic. Requirements: 10 Earth Attribute Spirit Resources of Tier 3 or higher plus 5 portions of Blood Essence from Epic Earth Attribute Bloodline Creatures plus 10,000 enhancement points. Skill unlocked: Earth Resonance. Striking the ground causes violent tremors in the surrounding area, dealing area of effect damage. Greenwood Berserker Bear. Bloodline, Epic. Requirements: 10 types of Tier 3 or higher would attribute Spirit Resources plus 5 portions of Blood Essence from Epic would attribute Bloodline Creatures plus 10,000 enhancement points. Skill unlocked: Plant Resonance. Gain control over surrounding plants, commanding them to assist in battle. The stronger the plants, the larger the area of effect. Shadow Demon Bear. Bloodline, Legendary. Requirements: 100,000 common ghosts plus 10 shadow attribute spirit resources of tier 5 or higher plus 100,000 enhancement points. Skill unlocked: Night Parade of 100 ghosts. Controls weaker ghosts as puppets. The stronger you are, the more ghosts you can control. Seeing the wonders of these various bloodlines, Su could hardly contain his excitement. However, for now, he could only look on. No matter which bloodline he considered, he couldn't meet the requirements at the moment. Su didn't feel any resentment about this, though, because he had a clear path for his own growth. As for the animals with ordinary bloodlines, without resources or a stroke of luck, they were destined to achieve little. Compared to that, his situation was absolutely fantastic. Just then, hunger pangs struck again, snapping Su back to reality from his musings. He decided to head out and eat some of the bear meat he stored earlier to tide him over. But when he emerged from the cave, Sue was completely dumbfounded. Outside, snow was falling from the sky, and the ground was covered in a thick layer of snow. The plants which had been withered and yellow before hibernation were now a vibrant green. Even covered in snow, their vitality was impossible to hide. It was as if it weren't winter at all, but merely a mysterious snowfall in the midst of spring or summer. Is this the world after Mana-S revival? It's fucking amazing. Having considered Mana-S revival, Sue wasn't all that surprised by the wondrous scene before him. What delighted Sue most, however, was that although it was still snowing, the abundance of vegetation meant there were actually quite a few herbivores in the vicinity. Sue also noticed that the size of these animals had changed significantly and quite noticeably at that. Not far away, a rabbit munching away on grass was nearly as big as a goat. Moreover, after checking with the system, it turned out to be just an ordinary rabbit, not some kind of exotic beast. It seems my family missed out on the biggest benefits of the mana revival by hiding in the cave to hibernate. Looking at the animals around him, whose sizes were 3 or 4 times larger than before, Sue muttered to himself. Fortunately, although these animals had grown in size and their stats had improved significantly, they were still no match for the brown bear they'd encountered before. There was no need to worry that, after missing out on the mana revival, his family would end up at the bottom of the food chain, struggling to even find food. However, these random thoughts were quickly replaced by the rumbling protests coming from his stomach. Sue first went to the place where he had stored the bear meat, only to be met by a foul stench wafting from inside. It didn't take much to realize the meat had gone bad. With that in mind, Sue abandoned the idea of grabbing some of the stored meat to fill his stomach. He decided to hunt for fresh prey, and his eyes immediately fell on that plump rabbit. After using his mark skill to mark the rabbit, he cautiously crept toward it. Since the surrounding vegetation was quite dense, combined with his stealth skill, he quickly closed the distance to about 10 meters from the rabbit. When he saw the rabbit spot him, Sue decisively launched his attack. Sensing danger, the rabbit immediately dropped the food in its mouth and took off in the opposite direction, sprinting for its life. Soon, the two were engaged in a chase, with the surrounding animals scattering at the sight of the commotion. Although Sue, who had invested heavily in his stats, was quite large, his actual speed far exceeded that of the rabbit. It didn't take long for him to catch up to the rabbit's rear, and within seconds, he would have caught up to it. The rabbit sensed this as well. It knew that if it kept running straight ahead, the giant bear behind it would catch up soon. Therefore, it decisively slammed on the brakes, skidded a few meters, then turned to run off to the side. This sequence of movements was exceptionally fluid. Clearly, it had practiced it many times. If it had encountered any other predator, even a cheetah, it might have been caught off guard and allowed the prey to escape. However, Sue's reaction time, honed through repeated neural enhancements, was nothing to sneeze at. The moment the wild rabbit slammed on the brakes, he had already grasped its intention. Sue then decided to turn the tables on it. With a speed the rabbit could never have imagined, he raised his right paw and brought it down toward its head. Just as the hare completed its sudden stop and prepared to turn right, the massive bear paw slammed down on its head. In an instant, that cute little head burst open like a watermelon hit by a bullet. The sheer force of the blow even sent the nearly 30-kilogram hare flying over 10 meters away. Holy shit! Seeing the sheer power of his own blow, Sue was taken aback. But that was quickly replaced by elation. The stronger he became, the better his chances of survival in this world where mana was reawakening. By the time Sue jogged over to the hare's corpse, it was already motionless. Sensing the rich scent of blood emanating from its body, the ravenous Sue picked it up and began devouring it. In less than 10 minutes, every part of the hare save for its fur and intestines had been devoured. His enhancement points had risen from 0 to 6. But for Sue, this meager meal was merely a snack. Just then, Sue heard a somewhat familiar sound in the distance. After listening closely for a moment, his eyes lit up. He recognized the sound as that of a moose. Thinking of the sweet moose blood and the tender, succulent meat, his mouth began to water. Without further hesitation, Sue set off decisively toward the source of the sound. However, upon reaching a small earthen hill, his earlier enthusiasm was dashed like a bucket of cold water. At that moment, not far below the earthen hill, along the bank of a river, a herd of several hundred moose was drinking water. In the center of the herd, a giant moose as massive as an elephant occasionally let out a bellow. The sound Sue had just heard clearly came from its mouth. Although the surrounding moose weren't quite as enormous as that giant, most of them were still half its size. After getting a clear look at their size, Sue didn't even dare to think about using his hunting skill. He was too afraid to even show himself in front of them. In that moment, he felt as though he had been transported back to that scene from months ago when he first encountered a herd of moose. Chapter 32, Two Mutant Beasts. Race, Beast. Level, Tier 1 Mutant Beast. Bloodline, Common. Strength, 1521. Defense, 1124. Speed, 86. Skills, none. Combat power, 1634. After reviewing their stats, Sue felt a chill run through his entire body. He abandoned his last shred of hope and prepared to leave, searching for other prey. This herd of behemoths was far beyond his current capabilities. Even without the Stag King, any single male stag from the herd would be a formidable opponent. And there were dozens of them over there? Woof! But just then, a piercing wolf howl echoed from the distance. Hearing the sound, Sue, who had been about to leave, stopped in his tracks and looked toward the source of the howl. Then he saw that as the howl rang out, wolves began emerging one after another from the grass surrounding the deer herd. Even just a few dozen meters to Sue's right, a black wolf emerged from the underbrush. These wolves had clearly reaped the immense benefits of the mana revival as well. Each one was incredibly massive. Sue was extremely grateful that he possessed the stealth skill, otherwise, he would have been spotted long ago. Upon appearing, the wolf pack did not immediately launch an attack on the deer herd. Instead, they began preventing the deer that had wandered too far from rejoining the herd. If this were an ordinary herd, the sight of so many wolves would likely have sent them scattering in terror. But after the initial chaos, the herd quickly regrouped under the command of the Stag King. The wolves paid no heed to this, simply continuing to block the stragglers from reaching the main group. Once the Stag King saw that the herd had mostly regrouped, he prepared to lead the charge against the surrounding wolves. Howl! But just then, that same wolf howl rang out once more. Then, from a nearby direction, a massive white wolf, accompanied by over a dozen others, rushed toward them at full speed. The 20-odd wolves that had been sent out earlier seemed to find their anchor upon seeing the white wolf approach. Their retreat, which had been driven by fear of the Deer King, came to a halt. They resumed following the Wolf King's earlier orders, blocking the deer from approaching the herd from various directions. Upon seeing the Wolf King, Sue could clearly sense that this opponent was no ordinary creature, so he quickly used the system to check its stats. Race, Beast. Level, Tier 1. Bloodline, Common. Strength, 1363. Defense, 1080. Speed, 78. Skills, none. Combat power, 1456. Sure enough, like the Deer King, this wolf was a Tier 1 mutant beast. Seeing their ordinary bloodline, Sue felt a pang of resentment. He was deeply frustrated. Why had mana only begun to revive while he was in hibernation? As the system's explanation made clear, the Deer King and Wolf King before him owed their current status entirely to the windfall of mana's revival. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to encounter two mutant beasts so soon after emerging, both of which possessed ordinary bloodlines. Jealousy aside, Sue knew this was fate. Forcing the issue would yield nothing. After all, with the system by his side, his future achievements would certainly not stop here. Soon, the Wolf King and the Deer King closed the distance until they were only about 10 meters apart. At this point, neither side initiated an attack. Instead, they both paused to observe the other. After observing for a moment, the Wolf King gave some orders to a black wolf beside him, one whose size was about 2/3 his own. In no time, this black wolf led 5 others away from the standoff and headed toward a group of deer nearby that were trying to make their way over. The Deer King saw this and instantly understood the wolf's plan, then moved to stop them. But the Wolf King wasn't one to be pushed around. He let out a howl and, leading his pack, took a step forward. Clearly, he intended to divert the deer herd, allowing the black wolf and the others to hunt the deer surrounding the hunting skill. Watching the Wolf King take a step forward, baring his teeth, the Deer King hesitated for a moment. Although he had evolved into a mutated beast, the mindset of his former life as a herbivore still lingered. He still harbored a certain fear of these carnivores' instincts. Consequently, facing a Wolf King of equal rank, he felt a bit intimidated deep down. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot, delay and you lose momentum. This adage applies not only to human battlefields but also to the wars of animals. Because of this hesitation, the herd's earlier momentum vanished, and chaos began to spread once more. Upon witnessing this, the Stag King realized that if they engaged the wolves now, his flock might scatter in panic. So, after glancing at his companions trapped behind the wolf pack, the Stag King could only reluctantly sound the retreat. This was the final straw. Upon hearing their leader's order to retreat, the herd began to retreat rapidly. Fortunately, with the Deer King holding the center, though there was some chaos, the herd did not completely collapse. Seeing this, a flash of disappointment crossed the Wolf King's eyes. Just moments ago, he had been planning to launch an attack on the Deer King if the herd panicked and scattered. If he could successfully use his hunting skill to take down that king and devour its flesh, his own strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Unfortunately, though the herd retreated in a panic, they still maintained a certain order. If he launched a reckless attack, he would easily get caught up in the chaotic herd and risk being trampled to death. Therefore, he could only watch helplessly as the herd departed, then led his pack to assist the subordinate who had just used the hunting skill. After witnessing this brief skirmish, Sue truly realized that this world had indeed changed. In the past, herbivores would never have dared to face predators head-on like they do now. Although they ultimately succumbed to fear, it was clear they were much stronger than before. He believed that once they fully adapted to their own strength, they would no longer fear predators to such an extent. The deer that had previously strayed from the herd, seeing the main group choose to leave, decisively turned and ran back. The wolf pack did not attack all of these stragglers. They simply split into 3 small groups to pursue 3 isolated deer. Sue, who had been about to leave, suddenly saw a moose fleeing in panic toward him. This made his eyes light up. Judging by its current size, this moose was merely of medium build, comparable to a mature moose before hibernation. Before Mana's revival, he could hunt mature moose at will even before hibernation, let alone now. Moreover, with no wolf pack in pursuit, it was practically the perfect prey for him at this moment. Chapter 33, The Green Python. Although he had a plan, he was still not far from the wolf pack. Launching a sudden attack would likely alert the wolves. If that happened, he might end up losing more than he gained. Therefore, Sue first marked the moose in his mind and then followed it from a distance. After about 10 minutes, sensing they had run out of the wolves' range, Sue decisively launched his attack. The moose was already on edge, and the long escape had already drained it of considerable energy. Now, seeing another predator suddenly appear, the moose was terrified even though the creature was half its size. It immediately turned to flee once more. But it was too late. When the distance between them was down to just 5 or 6 meters, Sue mustered all his strength and leaped toward it. The moose, just as it was about to flee again, was knocked to the ground by the impact. Several of its ribs were even broken. As for the impact of such a collision, it didn't cause Sue much harm. Watching the moose groan in pain, he ran straight over and bit into its throat. Soon, a large amount of sweet deer blood flowed into his mouth through the wound, making Sue feel completely refreshed. At the same time, Sue noticed that consuming this deer blood yielded twice as many enhancement points as he had received from consuming it before hibernation. Once he had devoured all the blood from the creature's body, Sue found that the number of enhancement points he gained was roughly the same as from the rabbit earlier. What Sue didn't know was that his every move was being watched by a small green snake not far away. While Sue was greedily devouring the moose's flesh and blood, the little snake slithered swiftly back toward the snake valley. Soon, the little snake arrived in the snake valley and found the black scale in the hot spring. The black scale had doubled in size since before, and the gruesome wounds on its abdomen had all vanished. The most noticeable change was at its head. 2 bulges had appeared on its jet black, seemingly rock-hard skull. Only after the green snake drew near did it slowly open its eyes. Upon seeing it open its eyes, the green snake hissed, reporting what it had just witnessed. After listening to the report, Black Scale opened his mouth and issued a command toward the darkness beside him. Then, a green python slightly larger than Black Scale himself emerged from that direction. Although it was much larger than Black Scale, it showed not the slightest hint of disrespect in his presence. Soon, the green python received its orders and, led by the green snake, departed. Watching his subordinate leave, Black Scale closed his eyes once more and resumed his cultivation. He didn't harbor much hope for this operation. His subordinate's description didn't sound like that family of bears. The reason he sent his subordinate anyway was simply that he'd rather kill the wrong target than let the right one slip away. Having recently completed his own metamorphosis, he had once gone out personally to search for Sue and the others. However, after searching for several days, he hadn't found a single trace of them. Therefore, he had no choice but to awaken the snakes still in hibernation, preparing to send them out on a search. Thanks to that spiritual rain, the awakened snakes hadn't frozen to death. Instead, through a series of fortuitous circumstances, they had completed their metamorphosis and become mutant beasts. That green python from earlier was one of those lucky ones. Although they had grown into Tier 1 beasts, none dared to challenge the former Snake King. It wasn't that they didn't want to, rather, whenever they approached Black Scale, they felt a wave of terror emanating from their very souls. This was the suppressing power of the bloodline. Even among equals, it could influence an enemy, causing them to lose 3 parts of their courage before the battle had even begun. Despite dispatching a large number of subordinates, Black Scale still hadn't located the family of bears that had previously injured him. He had, however, found quite a few other bears. Because Sue had instilled a deep loathing for bears in Black Scale, he devoured every bear he encountered. After several fruitless attempts, Black Scale decided not to go out personally whenever he received new intelligence. Instead, he ordered his subordinates who had since grown into Tier 1 to handle the matter. Yet, to this day, there is still no sign of that particular family of brown bears. Despite this, Black Scale has not given up. Instead, he continues to dispatch large numbers of his serpentine minions to search the area. The reason for going to such great lengths is not only his hatred for the claw that nearly took his life, but also his craving for their flesh and blood. After that transformation, Black Scale discovered 2 bulges had appeared on his head. The ancestral memories in his mind made it clear to him that once these 2 bulges matured, he would undergo a complete and utter transformation. However, reaching that stage required a massive amount of spirit resources. Spirit resources weren't limited to just various types of spirit resources. The flesh and blood of mutated beasts were also viable. Given the growth Sue had previously demonstrated, Black Scale believed that the other's flesh and blood would undoubtedly be a top-tier elixir. That was why he had been fixated on it all this time. Sue, who was in the middle of eating, suddenly sensed something. He immediately stopped eating and looked to his left. There, he saw an enormous green python rapidly slithering toward him. Its massive bulk crushed every smaller plant in its path, a testament to its terrifying might. At the sight, Sue's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively used the system to check the creature's information. Race, beast. Level, Tier 1. Bloodline, ordinary. Strength, 1010. Defense, 980. Speed, 53. Skills, none. Overall power, 1120. After reviewing the opponent's profile, Sue quickly dropped the food and fled the scene without looking back. Seeing that the target had spotted him and was fleeing rapidly, the green python remained completely unfazed, leisurely trailing behind. Lately, the most frequent orders he'd received were to hunt bears, and he'd already killed 5 or 6 of them. As a result, the green python knew the weaknesses of these clumsy behemoths all too well. Let them run first. It won't be long before their speed slows down. By then, he'll be able to track them down quickly by following their scent. By that point, they'll have already exhausted most of their stamina, making the hunt a breeze. That was why the green python was acting so relaxed at that moment. But his sense of ease vanished just as quickly, replaced by panic. He realized he'd been chasing for half an hour. Although he could still sense the target's scent, he hadn't seen it once. For the past half hour, both of them had been sprinting at full speed, without stopping to rest even once. He knew that the brown bears he hunted before would have to stop and rest after no more than 10 minutes of such frantic running. How could they possibly keep running for half an hour straight like this target was doing? Is this something a normal brown bear could even do? In an instant, Green Python began to doubt. But he quickly dismissed that suspicion. Throughout the chase, he hadn't sensed any of the aura typical of a mutated beast emanating from his target. Moreover, if the target were a mutated beast, it wouldn't have any reason to fear him. Earlier, one of his comrades had encountered a black bear, also a mutated beast, right at the start of a mission. The outcome was grim. The comrade had dragged his body torn to shreds by the bear's claws back to Snake Valley. If the leader hadn't killed that black bear that had barged in recklessly, Snake Valley would have been overrun. And that unlucky comrade ultimately became fertilizer for the spirit resource plant inside the cave. From this, Green Python could conclude that the target was not a mutated beast like himself. This conclusion was based not only on the target's behavior but also on its small stature, which did not match the typical characteristics of a mutated beast. Chapter 34, Counterattack. However, as the chase continued, the Green Python began to panic. He realized that no matter how hard he chased, he could not catch up to the target. If it had been spring or summer, even if the opponent were a master runner, the Green Python would not have been as panicked as he was now. As a snake, even as a mutated beast, the bitter winter remained a forbidden zone for them. Though their powerful vital energy as mutated beasts allowed them to move about in the cold winter, there were limits to how long they could endure it. If they stayed out in the freezing cold for too long, their bodies would gradually stiffen, eventually leading to death by freezing. At that moment, the Green Python could already clearly feel his body beginning to stiffen. If it continued this chase, it wouldn't be long before its body became completely immobile, and it would freeze to death. The mere thought of this scenario filled it with dread. Yet it dared not simply turn back. The leader was known to punish subordinates who failed to complete their assigned tasks with extreme severity. While mutant beasts like them weren't executed outright, they would be flogged until they were in excruciating pain. After another half hour with still no sign of the target, the Green Python decided to abandon the mission. Failing the mission would be painful, but at least it would save his life. If he kept chasing like this, however, he would likely lose his life right here. The Green Python knew full well which was more important. After casting a fierce glance ahead, the Green Python could only turn and head back the way he came, resigned to his fate. His speed was now much slower than when he first appeared, and his body felt much stiffer. However, the Green Python wasn't overly concerned. He could sense that the energy remaining within him was enough to sustain him for half a day. That was more than enough time to crawl back. The only bad news was that both his reflexes and speed would continue to slow down. Fortunately, his massive size was intimidating enough that he didn't have to worry about being targeted by other predators. Meanwhile, several hundred meters ahead of the Green Python, Sue, who had been fleeing frantically, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He spun around abruptly and looked back over his shoulder with a pensive expression. When the Green Python appeared, Sue had not only used the system to check its information but had also marked it with the mark skill. Therefore, during his escape, although the Green Python hadn't seen him, every one of its movements had been clearly displayed in Sue's mind. In fact, Sue had even noticed the changes in its body before the Green Python did. Once he realized that although the opponent was powerful, it was affected by the winter, a wild idea popped into Sue's head. During his escape, he had also deduced that this Green Python was likely a subordinate of Black Scale. If the opponent reported his information back, Black Scale might come personally to hunt him down. If even his minions had grown to this level, the Black Scale himself must be even more powerful. Therefore, he couldn't let this Green Python return. He had to leave it here. If the Green Python had been in its full strength, Sue would never have had such a thought. Instead, he would have run as far as he possibly could. But his observations along the way had shown Sue that the current cold weather was having a significant effect on the opponent. Right now, the opponent's remaining strength was likely only about 60 or 70% of what it had been. In fact, it would likely decrease even further with time. Therefore, he now had both the opportunity and the ability to eliminate the opponent completely. With that in mind, Su decisively turned and gave chase. Before long, the green python spotted the target it had been pursuing now right behind it. Instantly, its eyes lit up. Without pausing to wonder why the target had suddenly appeared, it charged straight ahead. Seeing the opponent charging toward him, Su decisively retreated. After chasing for a while and noticing the distance between them widening, the green python abandoned the pursuit. He turned and began heading back the way he came. However, just then, Su, who had been fleeing for his life, turned back and followed him, staying about several dozen meters behind. Seeing this, the green python felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Was the other party trying to kill him? The moment that thought crossed his mind, the green python found it somewhat amusing. For an ordinary brown bear to try to kill a mutated beast was nothing short of a colossal joke. What gave him the right? But as he laughed, the green python could no longer find it funny. He suddenly realized a serious problem. His body was growing stiff. It wouldn't be long before he could barely mount an attack. By then, he might as well be a wind-up toy at the mercy of others. Facing an opponent who could only passively defend and had no ability to fight back. One would think that as long as the disparity wasn't too great, a way could be found to deal with it. At the thought, a wave of fear welled up inside the green python. He no longer cared about the mission. He hurriedly accelerated his writhing, preparing to temporarily shake off the Su behind him. However, the green python soon discovered that no matter how much he increased his speed, his opponent could still keep up with him. At the same time, the intense exertion had drained his stamina, his ability to withstand the cold was deteriorating, and the rate at which his body was stiffening was accelerating. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could do nothing more than simply wriggle forward. At this thought, the green python's fear grew ever more intense. It even began to resent the leader for sending it on this mission, despite having broken through the bloodline's suppression. However, such trivialities were of little consequence now. The most urgent matter at hand was how to shake off the tenacious brown bear behind it. If it allowed the bear to continue the pursuit, once it lost the ability to fight back, it would mean death was not far off. The saying that people can push themselves to their limits when facing death also holds true for animals. As death drew ever closer, the green python finally came up with a way to take down its opponent. While crawling rapidly, its speed suddenly began to slow, and before long, it lay motionless on the ground. Its body was still writhing feebly, clearly unwilling to give up. But before long, the writhing ceased, as if it had completely lost the ability to move. "Ha, so you've even learned to use tricks. You really are a mutant beast. But unfortunately for you, you crossed paths with me." Looking at the green python lying motionless on the ground ahead, Su's heart was filled with scorn and disdain. This tactic might indeed be remarkably effective against animals lacking sentience. But for a human, the opponent's so-called scheme was as laughable as a child's game of house. Su decided to stop right there. He wanted to see just how long the other could keep up the act. It wouldn't take long. 5 minutes later, the green python was already panicking. What was going on? Why was the other still standing there? Why wasn't he rushing over? Had he seen through his scheme? That shouldn't be possible. This was a scheme he'd worked so hard to devise logically. Those inferior creatures shouldn't have been able to detect it. Doubts aside, the green python dared not keep up the charade any longer. Because as he stopped moving, the speed solidifying on his body was accelerating. If he remained motionless for another hour, he would turn into a complete ice sculpture. Chapter 35, Becoming a Mutant Beast. An hour later, seeing his opponent growing increasingly sluggish, Su decided to launch his attack. If he dragged this out any longer, it would be disastrous if the black scale noticed his opponent's prolonged absence and came chasing after him. Watching Su approach, the green python's eyes filled with terror at this moment, he had no strength left to resist. The thought that he might be killed by an ordinary brown bear filled the green python with a wave of resentment. Su couldn't care less about the other's thoughts. After closing in and testing the situation a few times to confirm the opponent was truly helpless, Su simply raised his paw and swatted directly at the vital spot. The green python tried to take the opportunity to turn around and bite him. Once it bit down and refused to let go, it could use its size advantage to slowly coil around him. However, its condition was now abysmal. A move that should have been executed in one fluid motion was now performed with excruciating slowness. Never mind Sue, even an ordinary bear could have easily dodged it. As a result, the green python's final strike bit into thin air. While evading this last attack, Sue countered with a backhand strike to the vital spot. Though the blow didn't break through its defenses. The hard scales loosened, and it likely wouldn't hold out much longer. Sure enough, after Sue stood up and slashed at the same spot a dozen times, the hard scales were sliced open, and the snake's flesh and heart were torn into a pulp. Having suffered such a severe blow, the green python struggled for a moment before collapsing motionless on the ground. Phew, finally finished it off. Looking at the motionless corpse lying on the ground, Sue finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was winter, and the creature's strength had been suppressed to its lowest point, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to turn the tables and kill it. After catching his breath a few times, Sue began devouring the mangled python flesh in large mouthfuls. After running non-stop all this way, the meager food reserves in his body had been nearly depleted. If he hadn't found any food, he likely wouldn't have been able to withstand this bitter winter. Consuming Tier 1 meat grants 2 enhancement points. Hearing the system's notification, Sue couldn't help but marvel it truly lived up to its reputation as mutant beast meat. A single serving was equivalent to over a dozen servings of ordinary wild game. Moreover, the texture was excellent, tenderer and smoother than fish, with a unique, distinctive aroma. Halfway through eating, Sue suddenly discovered a crystal-clear, walnut-sized object of unknown origin inside the green python. Sue could sense a surging force of strength emanating from it. This reminded him of the novels he'd read in his previous life, where demon beasts and the like always had a beast core inside them. Could this be the beast core of this python? With that thought in mind, Sue pondered for a moment before swallowing the object in one gulp. It melted the moment it touched his tongue, transforming into a warm current that flowed through his entire body. Sue could feel the cells in his body frantically absorbing this warm current. Devoured a Tier 1 beast core. Gained 100 enhancement points. Just as I thought. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Sue couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. At the same time, as his body absorbed the warm current, Sue could also feel himself growing larger. As his body expanded, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Sue dared not fall asleep right there, so he quickly began searching the surroundings for a place to hide. Soon, thanks to his keen sense of smell, Sue found a suitable spot, a wild boar's den. At that moment, a whole family of wild boars was still living inside the den. Upon seeing a brown bear burst in, 2 adult boars hurriedly led their young out of the den. Sue knew he might fall into a deep sleep next, so to be on the safe side, he decisively gave chase and launched an attack. This family of wild boars were ordinary animals, although they had become much stronger after their mana had been restored. They were still no match for Sue. As a result, he quickly caught up to them and deftly took down the 2 adult boars. As for the piglets scattering in all directions, Sue couldn't be bothered to chase after them. He was confident that even if he fell asleep, they wouldn't be able to breach his defenses if they came looking for him. Having eliminated the threat, Sue dragged his weary body into the boar den he had just encountered. This den was far dirtier and more disorganized than the hibernation den his own family used. He could even see some boar droppings lying about. But with Sue so utterly exhausted at that moment, he couldn't be too picky. Just finding a place to hide was good enough. Besides, there was plenty of dry grass inside, clearly gathered by the wild boars. The surroundings might not have been ideal, but it was certainly warm. He burrowed right in, and the overwhelming drowsiness sent him into a deep sleep within seconds. Before long, the spot was covered in fresh snow. Although covered in snow, Sue felt not a hint of cold. On the contrary, in his sleep, he felt warm and incredibly comfortable all over. At the same time, his body was growing at a visible speed. Before he knew it, a week had passed. Sue, who had been keeping his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide, then couldn't help but stand up and let out a howl to the heavens. He could feel that the strength within him was now immeasurably greater than before. If he were to encounter that green python again, even at its peak, he would be able to give it a run for its money. Furthermore, Sue discovered that something new had emerged within him, something from which he could extract energy. Beast core. I'd become a mutant beast too. The thought flashed through Sue's mind in an instant, filling him with overwhelming joy. Immediately, Sue opened the system to check his current stats. Host, Sue. Level, Tier 1. Bloodline, Ordinary. Strength, 1523. Defense, 1250. Speed, 85. Skills, Mark skill, Stealth skill. Combat power, 1635. Enhancement points, 125. Seeing that he had indeed evolved into a mutant beast, Sue couldn't help but let out another roar to the heavens. His roar was piercing, causing nearby animals to scatter in panic. Growl. Just then, his stomach suddenly growled in protest. The abrupt sound made Sue feel a bit embarrassed, though fortunately, there was no one around. Sue quickly left the wild boar den, intending to go out and find some food to fill his stomach first. He arrived at the site where the two large wild boars had been, only to find nothing but a pile of white bones. Sue also found the corpse of the green python he had killed earlier. But just like the two wild boars, nothing remained except a scattering of scales. Not a single hair was left. Looks like I slept for quite a while. After sighing helplessly, Sue had no choice but to leave and search for new prey. Chapter 36, The mantis stalks the cicada, unmindful of the sparrow behind. In a snow-covered forest somewhere, a herd of antelopes braved the snow, constantly nibbling at the tender grass hidden beneath the white blanket. Normally, when winter arrived, these animals would either migrate away or stay behind to starve or freeze to death. However, this year, just as they were about to starve, a light rain suddenly fell from the sky. The cold brought by the combination of ice, snow, and rain left them feeling utterly hopeless. But before long, countless tender shoots suddenly burst through the ground that had been covered in snow. Desperate, they decided to feast one last time before dying. To their astonishment, after eating the rain-soaked tender grass, the vitality that had been nearly extinguished within them instantly returned. As every part of their bodies revived, the once bitter winter no longer felt so cold. In just a few short days, these animals recovered from their emaciated state to their strongest form. They even continued to grow. However, once the rain stopped, this rapid growth began to slow. Just as the herd of antelopes was happily feasting on the fresh grass, which was even more delicious and sweet than that of spring. Not far away, a pair of icy eyes watched their every move. Once the herd had drawn close enough, the owner of those icy eyes launched an attack. It was none other than a mountain lion. At the sight of the mountain lion, the herd panicked and began scattering in all directions. One unfortunate gazelle was singled out by the cougar, which followed close behind before tripping its hind legs. In an instant, the gazelle, still running at full speed, was thrown forward by the force of its momentum and crashed to the ground. Just as it struggled to get back on its feet and flee, the cougar closed in and sank its teeth into its throat. Before long, the unfortunate antelope was completely dead. Upon seeing its prey dead, the mountain lion did not rush to eat, but instead let out a few roars in the direction of the nearby area. Soon, another mountain lion emerged from that direction, followed by two fluffy cubs. These were his mate and their offspring. A few days earlier, while wandering aimlessly as usual, he had thought of the partner with whom he had spent a single night of passion before winter. Then, as if by some mysterious force, he had made his way to her territory and found her there with their cubs. As a first-time father, he was overjoyed. Unwilling to leave, he dutifully took on the role of a husband and began leading his family on a hunt. Watching the two little ones fight over the entrails of their prey, he felt a deep sense of fulfillment. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. But just then, the sound of barking suddenly rang out from all around. Hearing this sound, the hairs on its body stood on end, and a flash of fear crossed its eyes. Years ago, its mother had been killed by a two-legged creature carrying a creature that made this very sound. If it hadn't been for a stroke of luck that led it to meet its father, it might have starved to death in some forgotten corner long ago. Therefore, it both hated and feared dogs. Soon, dogs of all kinds began to appear around the mountain lion family. Leading the pack was a pit bull even larger than the mountain lion itself. Seeing so many dogs surrounding them, and the pit bull at the head of the pack, the mountain lion couple quickly carried their cub up into a tree. The pack of dogs moved to the spot where the mountain lions had been, swarmed the area, and quickly devoured the antelope carcass. Even the bones and large clumps of fur were devoured, leaving only a pool of blood staining the ground. After snatching the prey, the pack did not rush to leave. Instead, they began barking incessantly at the tree. Some dogs even tried to climb up, but their paws were simply unsuited for climbing. However, the pack did not give up. Aside from those still barking wildly, most of the dogs lay down in a circle around the tree, clearly intending to trap the family. The cougar perched in the tree looked down at the pack below, its eyes filled with despair. It never imagined that so soon after its family had reunited, they would face such a calamity. Its thoughts inevitably returned to the scene it had witnessed from afar years ago, its mother, cornered by a pack of dogs and trapped in a tree. Back then, its mother had fallen from the tree because she lacked the strength to hold on, and was torn to pieces by the dogs. Its current situation was exactly the same. As time passed and its strength waned, its family would meet the same fate. But just then, out of the corner of its eye, the cougar caught sight of a massive figure lurking in the distance, creeping toward them. Had it not been for its elevated vantage point and the figure's slow movement, it would have been nearly impossible to detect its approach. Especially after getting a clear look at the figure, some hazy memories began to surface in its mind. Back then, it had only recently left its father when it encountered a pack of treacherous bears. The moment they appeared, they snatched away the prey it had painstakingly hunted down. Back then, it had little hunting experience, and going hungry for 9 out of 10 days was the norm. That prey had been a hard-won catch, so at the time, it hated that family with a passion. But later, for some reason, prey that had once been extremely difficult to catch suddenly became easy to secure. Although that family would always steal it away in the end, they would still leave behind enough food to fill its belly. It didn't understand what was going on back then. But after that rain, it realized that it was all thanks to that family of bears. They would first drive the prey toward it from a distance. By the time the prey reached it, it was already exhausted, making it easy to catch. There were also a few times when it was surrounded by them, but they never attacked it. Instead, they let it go. This showed that, without its knowledge, the other party had unilaterally chosen to cooperate with it. Because of these realizations, it no longer harbored any resentment toward that family of bears. On the contrary, its heart was filled with gratitude. Since it was always the one to deliver the final blow in each collaboration, it had gained a wealth of hunting skill experience. As the figure drew closer, hope began to rise in the cougar's heart, which had previously been filled with despair. Indeed, the bear before it was the very one that had let it go after it had been cornered. Though it didn't know why the bear had come, it was certain that with the bear's presence, its family would most likely survive. Soon, the cougar saw the bear crouch motionless in a patch of grass not far away. Its gaze remained fixed on the powerful pit bull. In an instant, the cougar realized the bear was waiting for an opportunity to take out the lead pit bull. At this thought, its eyes darted about. It quickly placed the cub it was holding in its mouth onto a few crossed branches. After doing so, it seemed as if its strength was nearly spent. Its 2 front paws clung desperately to the tree trunk. A terrified yelp escaped its mouth, as if it were about to fall at any moment. Seeing this, the pit bull's eyes lit up, and it leaped up to catch the cub. But just then, a tremendous commotion erupted in the distance. Instantly, a chill ran through the pit bull's body, and it instinctively looked in that direction. Then it saw a massive bear charging toward it like a cannonball fired from a barrel. Chapter 37, Information. What filled the pit bull with despair most was that it could sense the same aura emanating from the creature as it did from itself. Clearly, the creature was also a mutated beast. If it were struck by a single swipe from the creature, it would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries or, if things went badly, die instantly. At this thought, the pit bull tried to twist his body to dodge. However, he was suspended in mid-air at that moment, with nowhere to brace himself. His mind struggled to resist, but his body, driven by inertia, lunged forward in the original direction. Sensing the danger to his life, he did not launch an attack once he reached the puma's underside. Just as he landed and was about to leave, the pit bull suddenly felt a powerful gust of wind coming from his right. Glancing sideways, he saw a bear paw larger than his own head swinging toward his face. Smack! Because they were so close, the oncoming paw struck the pit bull's head with a heavy thud. The immense strength contained in the blow sent him flying over 10 meters. He didn't come to a stop until he crashed into a tree trunk as thick as a fist. However, despite such a heavy blow, the pit bull survived, though his right cheek was torn open by several deep, bone-exposed gashes. It's important to note that Su's full-power claw strike could easily snap a tree as thick as a bowl. The fact that the pit bull managed to withstand it head-on speaks volumes about the sheer terror of its vitality. Just as the pit bull struggled to its feet to flee, Su caught up and pounced, pinning it to the ground. Although both were Tier 1 mutant beasts, their massive size difference resulted in a vast disparity in strength. Pinned down, the pit bull couldn't even roll over. Watching its opponent open its fanged maw to bite at its head, the pit bull began barking frantically. "You can't kill me, kid. This is Howling Heaven's territory. And I'm one of Howling Heaven's most valued subordinates. If you dare kill me, the Wolf King will definitely avenge me." Su, who had opened his massive jaws ready to finish off the pit bull in one bite, suddenly froze. To his surprise, he realized that although the pit bull was making barking sounds, he could actually understand what it was saying. Seeing that the giant bear before him had been intimidated by a single sentence, the pit bull finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, seizing the moment, he quickly added, "I can see you've got extraordinary talent, brother. Why not spare me this time? I promise I'll never seek revenge on you. I can even introduce you to Lord Howling Heaven. Who knows? Once you've earned his favor, you might be able to go to the Holy Land to train, and your strength will skyrocket." Though he said this, a flash of deep, venomous hatred flickered in the pit bull's eyes. Not seeking revenge was out of the question. The other had nearly taken his life. How could he let him off so easily? Once the other let him go, he'd call a few brothers to surround and finish him off. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. However, these inner thoughts absolutely must not be voiced now. After once again discerning the meaning behind the other's bark, Su was certain he hadn't misheard earlier. He had indeed understood the meaning within the dog's bark. It seemed this was an ability he'd gained after becoming a mutant beast. However, Su didn't believe a single word of what the other was saying now. Let him go. He figured that the moment he released the other, it wouldn't be long before the other brought that so-called Howling Heaven to seek revenge. That Howling Heaven was likely the Grey Wolf that had led the ambush against his family last time. The reason he decided to launch a surprise attack on this pit bull who was of the same rank as him wasn't just because he recognized the cougar. It was also because he recognized this pit bull as one of the underlings who'd been by that Grey Wolf's side back then. Su had always kept a mental record of the pack of dogs that had ambushed him out of the blue. He'd always been thinking that one day, when the opportunity arose, he would definitely take his revenge. Although he had no intention of letting the other party off the hook, Su wasn't in a hurry to deal with him just yet. He planned to see if he could extract some useful information from the dog's mouth. First, he turned his head and let out a roar at the pack of dogs slowly closing in around him, scaring them back to a safe distance. Su lowered his head and addressed the pit bull pinned beneath him. "Just how powerful is this so-called Howling Sky Wolf King? Since when did this become his territory?" Hearing this, the pit bull's eyes darted around in confusion. What kind of hick is this? He actually doesn't know the territorial boundaries of this area. Su could tell from the dog's expression that he'd asked a rather foolish question. But he didn't let it bother him. Instead, he continued. "I've just come out of hibernation, so I'm not up to speed on what's been happening out here. Answer my question properly, and I'll let you go. Who knows, I might even need you to lead me to Howling Heaven later, and then we'll be brothers." So he is just a dumb bear fresh out of hibernation. No wonder he is clueless about the outside world. Just as expected, he is still a dummy. Even after growing into a being just like himself, he is still nothing but a dumb bear. And he actually wants to be my brother? That is downright laughable. Though that's what he was thinking, the pit bull knew he couldn't voice those thoughts. Otherwise, the other guy would tear him to pieces. So he decided to tell the other guy everything he knew first, and then sweet-talk him into letting him go. Once he was free, he'd round up some of his old brothers to come back and take care of the other guy. With that in mind, the pit bull started barking away, spilling everything he knew. Soon, Sue learned from the other's mouth what had happened around here while he was hibernating. When mana awoke, a long-lasting spiritual rain fell, containing abundant mana. Many ordinary animals consumed large amounts of it and broke free from their limitations, evolving into mutated beasts. In addition, many plants that absorbed the spiritual rain grew into spirit resources. Consuming these could accelerate one's growth in power. Consequently, wars over the acquisition of spirit resources soon broke out in the surrounding area. This war involved not only herbivores, carnivores, and various insects, but even humans. Thanks to their firearms, humans inflicted heavy losses on the other three factions, leaving them increasingly unable to hold their ground. Large quantities of spirit resources, along with the carcasses of mutated beasts, were constantly loaded onto carts and hauled down the mountain by humans. However, just as humans were on the verge of achieving total victory, three powerful mutated beasts suddenly emerged. These three beasts not only possessed the robust physiques of ordinary mutated beasts but also wielded formidable supernatural abilities. With the three beasts uniting all the mutated beasts to mount a joint resistance, the humans began to retreat in disarray and eventually withdrew from the area. Led by those three mutated beasts, they even charged out and slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people across several small towns. Just as they were in the midst of their rampage and preparing to launch attacks on other towns. For some unknown reason, the three mutated beasts ordered a halt to the offensive and commanded all mutated beasts to return to their original positions. Upon returning, the three beasts divided the region into three territories, each claiming one for themselves and proclaiming themselves beast kings. They also established a rule that any animal that evolved into a mutant beast must join one of these three factions within a set period. Upon joining, members would receive a sizable territory, and everything within it would belong to them. Not only that, but members would also receive protection from the three factions. If other mutant beasts attempted to seize their territory, the three factions would dispatch their subordinates to assist. However, members were required to pay an annual tribute of flesh and blood or spirit resources. Failure to do so would result in the confiscation of their territory and expulsion. Mutant beasts who did not join any of these three factions received no protection here. Anyone could kill them at will without cause. Chapter 38, The Kill. Sue also learned from the pit bull the names, Crimson Flame and Black Scale. And this pit bull was a subordinate of Howling Heaven. Sue was somewhat curious. Judging from what he'd seen earlier, the pit bull before him appeared to be a close confidant of Howling Heaven. Logically, such a being should have remained by his master's side, so why had it suddenly ended up here? Sue always asked questions whenever he was unsure about something, so he voiced this one as well. However, the moment he asked, he saw the other party begin to stammer, clearly too embarrassed to speak. Seeing this, Sue lost interest in pressing the matter. It was obvious that the other party's demeanor suggested he'd committed some offense and been banished. It was just like a minister in ancient times who angered the emperor and was then exiled to the frontier. As for what exactly the other had done to enrage Howling Heaven and get banished here, Sue wasn't particularly interested. Seeing that the giant bear before him wasn't pressing the issue, the pit bull finally breathed a sigh of relief. Back when they were attacking the human town, he devoured an old man in an inn who was just about to get intimate with his secretary. But not long after swallowing the man's intestines, he felt a wave of heat surge through his body, as if a fire were about to erupt. Later, one of the Wolf King's concubines arrived with his orders, summoning him to the assembly. Consumed by lust at the time, he had his way with the Wolf King's concubine. Because he'd been so heroic in that encounter, the Wolf King's concubine often sought him out for fun afterward. Then, not long ago, the truth came out. Another of the Wolf King's concubines discovered their affair and reported it to the Wolf King. Fortunately, the Wolf King was fairly magnanimous and had plenty of concubines, so he merely banished him from the sacred land. If Sue knew this fellow had such an incredible story, he'd definitely say, "That's awesome." Though he wasn't particularly interested in why the man had been banished. He was very curious about the sacred land the man kept mentioning. So he quickly asked, "What is this sacred land you're talking about? Why do you get so excited every time you mention it?" Hearing this, the pit bull, who had been looking somewhat listless due to his injuries, instantly perked up and said smugly, "The sacred land is, of course, the sacred land. It's abundant in mana. Our great king led us to discover it. The reason our great king's faction is the strongest among the three major factions is entirely thanks to that sacred land. One day of cultivation there is equivalent to several days outside. If you let me go this time, I'll take you to the sacred land. I guarantee your strength will double in no time." After saying this, the pit bull looked at Sue with a smug expression, as if he were already certain the other would spare him. In his view, no mutant beast could stand in the way of the thrill of growing stronger again. Sue seemed persuaded and was pondering whether this was feasible. Seeing this, the pit bull grew even more smug, a hint of contempt even flashing in his eyes. A stupid bear is a stupid bear. Believing such nonsense after just a few words of persuasion was simply beyond belief. But just then, Sue, who had been deep in thought, suddenly turned his head, opened his gaping maw, and bit down. "You!" The pit bull had barely let out a bark when his entire head was swallowed by the bear's jaws. Crunch! With both jaws clamping down, the dog's head, which should have been rock hard, shattered like a piece of candy. Consumed Tier 1 meat. Gained 5 enhancement points. Looking at the headless dog carcass still twitching on the ground, a look of undisguised scorn flashed in Sue's eyes. A beast that had only recently gained sentience actually thought it could outsmart him. Didn't it realize how pathetic its act was? Couldn't even hide the hatred in its eyes. Did it think he was a fool? The pack of dogs nearby, witnessing this scene, were instantly terrified out of their wits and began darting around like headless flies. Sue wasn't about to let them off that easily. He was actually pretty hungry right now. That pit bull weighed barely over 100 pounds, hardly enough to fill his belly. Soon, Sue caught up to 5 of the larger dogs and crushed their skulls with a single swipe of his paw. As he dragged the Dogo Argentino's corpse back in the direction he'd come from, Sue spotted the familiar cougar scolding her 2 cubs. Watching the 2 cubs cast greedy, drooling glances at the pit bull's corpse, Sue instantly understood what was going on, and he felt a newfound respect for the cougar. Clearly, the 2 cubs had been drawn in by the aura emanating from the beast core inside the pit bull. They wanted to go over and devour it, but were stopped by their father. After dragging the Dogo Argentino over to the cougar, Sue raised a paw and patted the cougar's trembling shoulder. This was to show that he was very satisfied with what the cougar had done. Seeing Sue like this, the last bit of worry in the cougar's heart vanished. It was clear that this brown bear, just like back then, had no intention of killing him. As for why he didn't take the opportunity to flee, the cougar had his own reasons. He could clearly sense that he was no match for the bear. Running away was out of the question. He might even provoke the bear, leading to the annihilation of his family, who might otherwise have survived by the enraged beast. Although both choices carried risks, the decision he ultimately made turned out to be the right one. Watching the cougar family standing there timidly, Sue waved his hand, signaling that if they wanted to leave, they should go ahead and do so. Then, ignoring them, Sue lowered his head and began greedily devouring the headless corpse of the pit bull. Devoured a Tier 1 beast core, gained 100 enhancement points. Although the number of enhancement points remained the same, Sue could clearly feel that the beast core's effect was significantly weaker. It wasn't like when he had swallowed the green python's beast core, after which his body had grown at a visible pace. Sue didn't pay it much mind. Clearly, he had grown stronger, which was why the effect was so diminished. Before long, he had devoured every last bit of the 100-pound pit bull's flesh, leaving behind nothing but a pile of intestines, fur, and bones. Just as he finished and was about to drag the Dogo Argentino over to continue eating, Sue noticed that the mountain lion family was still standing nearby. Seeing the entire family staring longingly at the pile of intestines on the ground, Sue instantly understood their intentions. He wasn't stingy. He waved at the male puma, signaling that if they wanted to eat, they should help themselves. Seeing his gesture, the puma seemed to grasp his meaning. After a few cautious attempts, it finally walked over and swiftly dragged the intestines and a stomach from the ground. Soon, the family was devouring the food voraciously, not even sparing the stuffing inside. Seeing this, Sue felt a shiver run down his spine, and he quickly led the Dogo Argentino to a nearby spot. Chapter 39: The Cougar. Host: Sue. Level: Tier 1. Bloodline: Ordinary. Strength: 1632. Defense: 1310. Speed: 87. Skills: Mark Skill, Stealth Skill. Combat Power: 1759. Enhancement Points: 360. Looking at those 360 enhancement points, Sue began to ponder where it would be best to allocate them next. He soon made up his mind. He would first enhance his stomach to give it even greater digestive power. Now that his mana had recovered, there was no shortage of food. All he needed to do was speed up his stomach's digestion so he could consume more food. With that in mind, Sue used all 360 enhancement points to strengthen his stomach. As a warm sensation spread through his stomach, Sue could feel his digestive system beginning to process food more quickly. Just then, the puma standing nearby walked over and let out a few soft meows at Sue, who was still sensing the changes within himself. This caused Sue, who had been closing his eyes to feel the changes within himself, to quickly open them and look at the creature with some confusion. Seeing Sue look over, the cougar pointed in a certain direction with its paw while continuing to call out. After watching for a moment, Sue roughly understood what the cougar meant. There must be some treasure in the direction it was pointing. Sue's guess was indeed correct. Not long ago, the cougar had discovered a magical plant whose fruits emitted a unique fragrance. At the time, it had been drawn to the scent and was about to go eat the fruits. However, just as it was about to act, a wild boar, also lured by the scent, beat it to the punch and charged toward the plant. But just as the boar reached the base of the plant and was about to open its mouth to gnaw on the fruits, two leaves at the top of the plant, which had been closed and motionless, suddenly snapped open, enveloping the boar. After struggling for a few moments, the massive boar quickly went still. The cougar, which had been in a frenzy, was jolted back to its senses by the sight and immediately turned to flee in the opposite direction. However, it knew that although the scent of those fruits was used by the plant to attract prey, they were undoubtedly something valuable. Consuming them would surely enhance its strength. It was just that it was too weak. Though it had always longed for them, it dared not approach them until it had grown stronger. Now that its family had been saved by Sue, it decided to tell him about that magical plant. In doing so, besides repaying the debt of saving its life, the cougar also hoped that if the brown bear in front of him was in a good mood, he might even give it a fruit. Sue wasn't entirely sure what the cougar was thinking, but since he was bored, he decided to go take a look. Soon, the cougar led Sue to a dense forest. Once they arrived, it climbed a large tree and motioned for Sue to hurry up and join it. After Sue reached the tree, the cougar pointed toward an enormous plant not far away. Looking in the direction it indicated, Sue didn't see anything unusual. There was only a patch of plants resembling Venus flytraps, albeit much larger. If this had been considered magical before Mana's revival, it was nothing out of the ordinary now that Mana had returned. Seeing the confusion on Sue's face, the cougar quickly told him to wait a moment. He'd find out soon enough. After mulling it over for a while and finally figuring out what the cougar was thinking, Sue decided to wait and see what was going on. He had nothing else to do anyway, so he figured he might as well take a stroll. He waited for an entire hour, and just as Sue was starting to get impatient, among the plants that had been motionless in the distance, the roots of one suddenly began to shift. Seeing this, Sue knew it was about to happen. He immediately focused his gaze on that spot. Then he saw the leaves, which had been tightly clenched into a ball, slowly unfurling outward. As the leaves unfurled layer by layer, 3 green fruits soon came into view. The fruits were crystal clear, looking as if they were crafted from glass. At a glance, they were clearly no ordinary objects. With the appearance of the 3 fruits, an extremely dense and potent mana, along with a fragrant aroma, filled the surrounding area. Smelling the scent, Sue instinctively lunged forward and swallowed all 3 fruits in one go. Fortunately, his willpower was strong, so after a momentary lapse, he snapped back to his senses. At that moment, Sue understood why the mountain lion had forbidden his mate and cubs from following him all this way. If they had come along and caught that scent, they would have charged right in. Turning to see the cougar beside him, whose eyes had quickly returned to normal from their earlier intensity, Sue couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the animal. Just then, a herd of pronghorns foraging nearby also caught the scent. The eyes of over a dozen pronghorns grew fiercely intense, and they charged toward the source of the fragrance. Once the herd entered the vicinity of the plants, Sue suddenly noticed that the vines around them, which had been completely still, had begun to writhe slowly. Seeing this, he was startled. He hadn't expected those unremarkable vines to actually be part of that plant. After all, the area covered by the vines surrounding that plant was easily the size of a basketball court. The cougar was also startled by this sight and quickly turned to look at Sue beside it. Fortunately, it saw that the massive bear before him hadn't grown suspicious, which finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He himself hadn't realized that the vines all around them belonged to that plant. At that moment, however, the herd of antelopes seemed oblivious to the writhing vines, continuing to charge forward in a single-minded rush. Soon, some of the antelopes had their limbs entangled by the vines, which then slowly wrapped around their entire bodies. Even with their bodies completely bound, these antelopes showed not a hint of fear, their eyes still burning with intensity as they stared ahead. Soon, more than a dozen fork-horned antelopes were wrapped layer by layer in the surrounding vines, looking like giant green rice dumplings. But these dumplings were still writhing constantly, a sight that was eerie beyond belief. The last antelope in the group slowly approached the plant at the very center. Once there, it lowered its head, preparing to devour the crystal-clear green fruits in one gulp. But just then, the two sprout-like leaves at the top of the plant suddenly snapped open and snapped at it. At the same time, as the herd was wiped out, the leaves at the base, which had been spread out, rapidly contracted back, quickly wrapping the three fruits into a tight bundle once more. As the fruits were enclosed, the fragrance emanating from the area vanished completely. Some of the fork-horned antelopes whose heads were still exposed regained their senses, but it was already too late. By then, the vines had already pierced their bodies, and copious amounts of blood began gushing out. Chapter 40: The Puma's Breakthrough. Although the scene before him was somewhat eerie and terrifying, Sue wasn't particularly afraid. He had already realized that the plant was only effective against animals whose minds had been clouded. As long as he wasn't lulled by the scent, he figured he could easily break free from the vines. However, Sue didn't rush into an attack. Instead, he moved to the outer edge to test the vine's resilience. After a few attempts, the last vestige of worry in Sue's mind vanished. Although the vines were quite tough, his strength was even greater, using just 20% of his power. He could easily snap them in two. Therefore, they posed little threat to Sue himself. Having reached this conclusion, Sue charged straight in. The surrounding vines sensed an intruder and instinctively writhed, attempting to entangle him. However, all this was in vain. The vines' writhing was far too slow. Most didn't even touch Sue's fur before he had already moved on. A few vines that managed to wrap around his hind legs were yanked out of the ground and severed from the main stem as he sprinted at full speed. Soon, Sue arrived in front of the plant. As if sensing danger, the two large leaves that had been closed quickly opened again. Up close, Sue could see that many sharp spines grew within these two large leaves. The antelope from earlier had already been pierced all over by those spines and was as dead as could be. After spitting out the antelope, the two large leaves snapped open like the gaping maw of a giant troll, lunging toward Sue. However, Sue moved even faster, slapping the stem as thick as a baby's fist with the palm of his hand. The stem, which had been incredibly hard, shattered instantly under the blow, and the two leaves collapsed to the ground. Then Sue saw a steady stream of blood flowing out from there. However, it was immediately clear that this blood did not belong to the plant, but to the antelope from moments before. Having dealt with the two highly aggressive leaves, Sue reached out with his claws toward the fruit at the base, which was wrapped layer upon layer in leaves. As he pulled out the three fruits along with the leaves with a slight tug, Sue noticed that the plant, along with the surrounding vines, began to wither rapidly, as if scorched by a raging fire. Before long, the once lush green expanse had turned into a withered, yellow wasteland. Sue was somewhat taken aback by this miraculous sight. However, he knew this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Seeing that the surrounding vines were dead and no longer posed a threat, Sue picked up one of the fruits and swallowed it. As soon as he swallowed it, Sue felt a surge of strength within him. That sensation of growing stronger returned once more. However, the effect was slightly weaker than that of the pit bull's beast core he had consumed earlier. But compared to the beast core, this seemed to be absorbed by his body more easily. At the same time, a notification from the system sounded in his mind. Consumed a level 1 spirit resource, the soul-devouring fruit, gaining 30 enhancement points. So it's called the spirit-devouring fruit. That is quite fitting, a fruit formed by devouring the life essence of living creatures. Just then, the puma approached cautiously, its eyes fixed on the 2 remaining fruits in Sue's hand. Sue wasn't the stingy type after all. He wouldn't have obtained these without the puma's help. So, after a moment's thought, Sue picked up one and tossed it to the puma. Seeing that it had indeed received its share, the cougar felt incredibly excited. It had made the right decision after all. It immediately lowered its head and swallowed the translucent green fruit lying on the ground in one gulp. Then came Sue, who ate the green fruit as if it were a piece of candy. Yet, their reactions after eating it were worlds apart. At first, the cougar convulsed in pain, letting out agonized cries, but before long, those cries of agony turned into moans of pleasure. It looked as if it were being massaged by a beautiful woman. At the same time, Sue noticed the cougar's body growing larger at a visible speed, and a faint green glow began to emanate from its body. The withered vines surrounding them, upon coming into contact with the green light, began to show signs of a final burst of vitality, regaining a hint of life. But this was merely an illusion. As the green light faded, the plants quickly withered again. Watching this scene, Sue found it quite miraculous, but that didn't stop him from swallowing the last remaining soul-devouring fruit. With this fruit now in his system, in addition to gaining another 30 enhancement points, Sue could feel his strength growing once more. Host, Sue. Level, Tier 1. Bloodline, Ordinary. Combat Power, 1699. Defense, 1350. Speed, 87. Skills, Mark Skill, Advance. Combat Power, 1723. Enhancement Points, 60. Opening the panel, Sue discovered that his strength had indeed received a noticeable boost, which put him in a very good mood. After enjoying the moment, he turned his head to look at the puma still curled up on the ground, then glanced at the scattered antelope carcasses nearby. Sue walked straight over, piled all the pronghorn carcasses together, and began to eat. This way, he could fill his stomach while keeping watch over his companion, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just then, a flock of vultures flew in from the sky. Spotting the scattered carcasses, they attempted to swoop in for their share. But Sue wasn't about to let them get away with it. After he killed over a dozen of them, the vultures grew fearful and flew away, cawing frantically. Before long, the female cougar, noticing they hadn't returned, followed the scent and came over with her cubs. At first, she was startled when she saw her husband lying on the ground. But once she got closer and felt that he was still breathing merely in a sleep-like state, she relaxed. The 2 cubs didn't think twice about it having been saved by Sue earlier. They already had a fondness for him. Now, seeing the food scattered all around Sue, the 2 little ones hurried over, hoping to beg for a bite. Sue wasn't one to be stingy. He tossed aside a pronghorn, ripped open its belly, and pulled out the entrails for the 2 cubs to eat. Before long, the next day arrived. During that time, many predators, drawn by the scent of blood, rushed toward them, but Sue killed them all. Finally, that afternoon, the mountain lion, which had been motionless, suddenly opened its eyes. Now, its gaze lacked the confusion of a wild beast and instead held a spark of the liveliness unique to humans. Seeing the cubs and his mate beside him, he quickly and gently licked them, reassuring them. When he turned his head and saw the ground littered with the corpses of various animals, he was startled. But he immediately understood what had happened clearly. Someone had come to his aid. Otherwise, in his helpless state, he would have certainly been mauled to death by these intruding animals. As for who would help him in such a situation, even a cougar didn't need to think to know who it was. Chapter 41, Simba. Race, Beast Clan. This feels more natural. I'll go back and change the previous entries accordingly. Level, Tier 1 Mutant Beast. Bloodline, Ordinary. Strength 1052. Defense 1012. Speed 92. Skills none. Combat power 1102. Seeing the creature walking straight toward him, Sue instinctively opened the system to check his stats. Sure enough, although he lacked a bloodline advantage, he still had a racial advantage. Under the same bloodline conditions, the stronger 1's power before mana recovery, the stronger 1's power after breaking through. Bro Bear, thanks a lot. Just then, Puma walked up to Sue and thanked him with a sincere look on his face. Hey! It's the least I could do. I used to steal your food back then, so I guess this is my way of paying you back. Sue was the type who responded better to kindness than to force, so hearing the other guy say that made him feel a little awkward. After all, he forced the partnership on the other party back then, and the bear had no idea about the details. He probably still thought of Sue and his family as bandits who stolen his prey, didn't he? Brother Bear, you're being too formal. If you hadn't chased those prey until they were exhausted and brought them right to me, I wouldn't have been able to hunt them down so easily. If anything, I should be thanking you, Bear. Otherwise, my hunting skill wouldn't have leveled up so fast. Seeing the massive bear who he'd always imagined to be ferocious and brutal actually look embarrassed, the Puma quickly added. Sue was actually quite surprised to see that the other party was so sharp as to have figured this out, so he didn't bring it up again. Sue then asked, now that you've become a mutated beast, what's next? Then, recalling what the pit bull had said yesterday, Sue decided to tell him about it as well. By the way, I learned from that pit bull yesterday that the area we're in now is divided into territories by 3 powerful beast kings. Those 3 beast kings have decreed that beings like us must choose one of the 3 sides to pledge allegiance to. Otherwise, we'll have no guarantee of safety here, and any mutated beast can kill us without reason. Upon hearing Sue's words, the cougar's pupils contracted instantly, and he grew visibly unsettled. He hadn't expected that the place where his ancestors had lived for generations had already been carved up by others. But he quickly accepted this rule. Having lived in a dog-eat-dog environment since childhood, he knew that might made right here the strong could dictate all the rules. To break these rules, one would have to be even stronger than those who made them. And he himself did not possess such strength. So, after pondering for a moment, the mountain lion said directly, Brother Bear, I plan to stick with you from now on. Whomever you choose to align with, I'll follow. Hearing this, Sue, who hadn't previously considered such a move, immediately had an idea. Now that his mana was recovering, and having missed the optimal period due to hibernation, he needed some capable allies to develop quickly. Although he had just killed the pit bull, another mutated beast, it was largely due to the advantage of a surprise attack and his larger size. Finding such ambush opportunities in the future wouldn't so easy more often than not, he'd have to fight head-on. When he encountered animals roughly his size or larger, he wouldn't have much of an advantage. Are you sure you want to tag along with me? You should know our strengths are about the same. However, Sue didn't rush to agree. Instead, he tested the waters first. Bro Bear, I'm sure. The cougar answered without hesitation. Having been a loner since birth, he had no idea how to navigate life within a pack. But he had observed wolf packs. Though they were technically a single pack, they were divided into smaller subgroups. Wolves that hadn't joined these subgroups were often bullied by those who had. And the alpha wolf usually didn't intervene in such matters. He knew that if he joined any one of those 3 factions alone, he'd likely face bullying from other smaller groups. To avoid being bullied, he'd need a certain level of strength enough to make other mutated beasts afraid to provoke him. And from this brown bear's behavior, it was clear he was not only powerful but also incredibly generous and magnanimous for a bear. The cougar reflected that if he had faced the same situation yesterday, he would never have rewarded the bear with a precious spirit resource just for showing him the way. He might even have killed the bear outright to eliminate a potential threat. Yet the bear had tossed a precious spirit resource to him without hesitation and even stood guard to protect him. This clearly demonstrated the bear's broad-mindedness. Whether human or animal, while everyone harbors their own ulterior motives, deep down, we all hope that our friends or superiors are generous and magnanimous. All right. Since you've chosen to follow me, you're my brother from now on. I don't have many rules for those who follow me, but there is one: you must never abandon or give up on a brother. Can you do that? Although he'd already decided to take him in, Su knew he had to establish the rules first. His demands weren't high. He didn't need the other to have exceptional moral character or great abilities. He just needed him not to betray him. This point had to be made clear. I can. The cougar replied immediately, his voice firm and resolute. Although he still had some reservations, he knew this was the moment to show his resolve. Very good. From now on, you're my brother. As long as I have a bite to eat, I won't let you go hungry. By the way, do you have a name? After formally accepting him, Su suddenly realized he didn't even know the other's name. What a name? It's just a way to address you. I don't have one yet. Why don't you give me one, Brother Bear? The other was actually asking him to name him, and Su didn't refuse. After pondering for a moment, he said, I once heard humans speak of a legendary lion king among you lions named Simba. You are a lion too, and I imagine your future achievements will be no less than his, so you shall be called Simba. If he later discovered that this so-called Lion King Simba was an African lion, Su would say it wasn't his fault. He was just a native bear who didn't understand all the ins and outs of the situation. Simba. That's a great name. From now on, I'll be Simba. The puma was quite pleased with the name and agreed immediately. Alright, are you hungry? If you are, fill your bellies with this food, and then I'll lead you out of here. Su said, gesturing toward the two remaining impala carcasses on the ground. After this transformation, Simba felt hungry too, so he didn't hesitate to walk over and start devouring the meat in big bites. At this moment, his size was about the same as Su's before hibernation, so he required a lot of food. He devoured more than half of the two antelopes, which together weighed over 300 pounds, leaving behind only bones and fur. Once Simba had eaten his fill, Su led the family back toward their previous hibernation site. Mother Bear and the others were still hibernating, so Su planned to wake them up to ensure they didn't miss out on too much. Chapter 42: The War of the Mutant Beasts. Since they were carrying two cubs, it took them a full 2 days to reach the foot of the mountain. Over those 2 days, Su observed that no matter how much meat Simba ate, his strength hadn't improved much. He knew this was likely the drawback of having a low bloodline. At this point, the only way to increase his strength was clearly to consume spirit resources or the meat of mutant beasts. Otherwise, his strength would remain stagnant. Fortunately, Su himself didn't need to worry about this. Although his bloodline meant ordinary meat couldn't significantly boost his strength, it did grant him enhancement points, which could be used to enhance his power. So, in a way, ordinary meat could still help him grow stronger. Consequently, over the past 2 days, through their collaborative use of the hunting skill to gather a large amount of food, Su's strength has increased significantly. During this time, Simba has also sensed Su's strength steadily rising, which has left him utterly astonished. Beyond astonishment, he felt nothing but joy. Following a leader with such immense potential meant his own future was boundless. Roar! 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 Howl! 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 Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, just as they were about to climb, Su and the others suddenly heard a series of animal roars coming from the distance. The commotion didn't sound like a predator using the hunting skill. It was more like a large group of beasts engaged in a chaotic brawl. Hearing this, Su grew concerned. After all, this area wasn't far from the hibernation grounds. After finding a safe spot to settle Simba's wife and cubs, Su led Simba toward the source of the noise. When he stood atop a boulder and looked down at the plain below, Su was almost speechless. He witnessed a war that should only happen among humans, and it was unfolding right here. Yet the combatants were not humans, but two groups of genuine beasts. One side consisted of a force made up of giant snakes, wild buffalo, and various deer species. The other was led by bears, supported by canines. Both sides were currently locked in a fierce battle, with animals constantly being killed by their opponents, yet not a single animal present behaved as they had in the past, neither fleeing in panic nor immediately crouching down to feast on the spoils of victory. Like human armies, they would dispatch their immediate opponents before rushing to assist their teammates nearby. After watching for a while, Sue realized that most of the animals on the battlefield were those that had broken through their species limits but had not yet evolved into mutant beasts. However, leading the charge were those who had already broken through to become mutant beasts, and there were quite a few of them. Sue could count over 30 just within his line of sight. Not to mention the swaying bushes all around. There were surely many more lurking within. Clearly, this was a war launched by a mutant beast leading its subordinates. After scanning the battlefield for a while, Sue suddenly spotted a massive, familiar figure. Especially when he saw the familiar scar on its face, Sue instantly recognized it as his own Batian. At this moment, Batian was more than 3 times larger than before hibernation. Standing upright, he was as massive as a large truck. Clearly, he had gained a great deal during the Mana Awakening. Race, Beast. Tier 1. Bloodline, Epic Stone Armor Bear. Strength, 3689. Defense, 3560. Speed, 85. Skills, Frenzied Bear Roar stuns the opponent. The weaker the opponent, the more pronounced the effect. Rock Solid can condense a layer of stone armor around the body. The stronger the user, the higher the defense. Combat Power, 5560. After reading this, Sue was taken aback. He hadn't expected Xiongba to possess an epic tier bloodline. And an epic tier bloodline was simply terrifying. However, Batian was currently in a bit of a bind, being attacked by a blue ox, a black python, and a moose working together. Sue quickly opened the system to check out the stats of the 3 beasts. Race, Beast. Level, Tier 1. Bloodline, Common. Strength, 3796. Defense, 2598. Speed, 84. Skill, Bull Charge. Strength doubles while charging. Overall combat power, 4420. After checking all 3 through the system, Sue understood why they had been able to push Batian to the brink. Although all 3 beasts had common bloodlines, their strength was on par with Batian's, or even stronger. Yet, even under these circumstances, Batian was only slightly at a disadvantage thanks to his bloodline advantage. If it were just one of them, Batian could likely have easily eliminated it. From this, Sue realized that going it alone was no longer a viable strategy. He had to build his own faction. After observing for a while, Sue joined the battlefield alongside Simba. He didn't rush to assist Batian right away, as that wouldn't have been very effective. His current strength was far inferior to that of the 3 beasts. Even if a surprise attack succeeded, it likely wouldn't inflict much damage. He might even end up getting targeted by them, which would lead to a disastrous outcome. The best course of action now was to head into the fray, retrieve the beast cores from the fallen mutated beasts, and consume them to boost his power. Once he was stronger, he could see if there was an opportunity to help Batian. Sue and Simba joined forces and launched an attack on a green snake that was currently overwhelming a black bear. The sudden arrival of 2 mutated beasts of the same rank caught the opponent off guard, instantly turning its offensive into a defensive stance. Taking advantage of the opening created by the opponent's panic, Sue struck with a single palm strike right at its vital point. The blow shattered the opponent's heart, and it immediately collapsed to the ground, convulsing. "Thanks, bro," the black bear muttered with a dumb grin before turning to hunt for other opponents. Sue quickly crouched down, pushed aside the green python's belly, and swallowed its beast core in one gulp. Not far away, 2 mutated wild bulls that had been preparing to attack them saw this and widened their eyes in shock. Who on earth was this? How could someone be so foolish as to dare devour a beast core right on the battlefield? Didn't they know that was a surefire way to get killed? Their reaction wasn't because mutant beasts couldn't devour beast cores, nor because there was a rule against doing so on the battlefield. The reason was simply that after devouring a beast core, a mutant beast's body would go limp, and its strength would plummet. In a safe place, this wouldn't be a problem, but on a bloody, brutal battlefield, it was nothing short of suicide. So, after a moment of shock, one of the 2 mutant demon bulls led its subordinates to other battlefields. Only one remained, accompanied by 5 or 6 subordinates, heading toward them. In their eyes, Sue was already a dead man. Their only opponent now was Simba. The enemy's aura clearly indicated a recent breakthrough. Together with his subordinates, he was confident they could take him down. Su had observed every move the enemy made and instantly understood his intentions. But all he could do was respond with a cold, derisive chuckle. Consuming a beast core would indeed make the body sluggish, but he only needed to use an enhancement point, and that sensation would vanish instantly. This was his greatest asset in charging directly into the battlefield. Others might find their strength depleted by more than half as they fought. But he was different. As long as he had enough beast cores, not only would he not grow weak, he would actually become even stronger. Chapter 43, Taking Advantage of the Chaos. Soon, the mutated wild bull arrived with over a dozen henchmen, surrounding Su and Simba. Upon arriving, they paid no attention to Su standing nearby and moved to encircle Simba. In the eyes of the mutated bison, the brown bear beside them had effectively rendered itself useless and posed no threat whatsoever. As long as they took care of the puma, they could simply turn around and crush it with a single stomp. The puma's aura clearly indicated it had only recently broken through a new level. The mutated bison and its minions were more than capable of handling it. And so, he made a fatal mistake, one that would cost him his life. As the mutant buffalo rounded Su, the cougar, lying in wait on the ground, surged forward and pounced onto its back. Seizing the moment while the beast was thrown into panic, it sank its teeth into its cervical spine. The immense force of the bite instantly crushed the bone. Moo! After letting out a piercing scream, the mutated bison crashed heavily to the ground. However, the mutated beast's formidable vitality was no joke. Although it had fallen, it wasn't dead yet. It was still struggling fiercely, and its strength was so great that even Su found it hard to withstand. The surrounding wild buffaloes, who had been closing in on Simba, saw this and immediately rushed over, ready to rescue their leader. But just then, Simba leaped forward to block Su's path, letting out a threatening roar at the approaching buffaloes. Hearing their leader's call, several buffaloes ignored the danger and charged straight through, determined to save him. But Simba wasn't one to be pushed around. Although these buffalo were slightly larger than him. As soon as they charged, he slashed their throats with his sharp claws. Meanwhile, Su had bitten through the throat of the mutant buffalo, which let out a death cry of resentment. Seeing this, the other buffalo quickly retreated and joined the ranks of the other mutant buffalo. "Bro Bear, what's the plan now?" "I'll follow your lead." Seeing that there were no enemies left in the vicinity, Simba hurried over to Su to ask about the next move. After observing the situation for a moment, Su said to him, "Although you've just broken through and are still relatively weak, your speed is faster than most of the others here. I've got my own business to attend to right now. You go over there and use your speed to help them, but remember not to get bogged down in battle." The ground was now littered with corpses from both sides, including dozens of mutated beasts, and no one was paying them any attention yet. Therefore, Su planned to take advantage of the chaos to extract and devour the beast cores from these mutated beasts. Otherwise, once the battle ended, these items would surely be turned over to the authorities. Simba had no objections to the leader's decision and quickly joined the other battlefields as instructed. Su, meanwhile, made a point of moving toward the skirmishes near the mutant beast corpses. On the surface, he pretended to be helping his fellow bears, but he would always get accidentally kicked by an opponent. Then, before he knew it, he'd be sent flying onto the corpse of a dead mutant beast. As if sensing danger, he would quickly retreat from that battlefield and head toward other smaller skirmishes. The other bears, who had initially been smug at the sight of their brother coming to help, couldn't help but mutter under their breath, "Useless," upon witnessing this. Then they could only resign themselves to facing their current opponents. Only the fallen mutant beast's corpse remained for some reason. A hole had been ripped open in its abdomen, and the beast core inside had vanished. Half an hour later, Su, who had been taking advantage of the chaos on the battlefield, successfully collected 18 beast cores. Devouring the 18 beast cores not only granted him 2,200 enhancement points, but also increased his body size by a third and significantly boosted his combat prowess. Host, Su. Level, Tier 1. Bloodline, Ordinary. Strength, 1999. Defense, 1460. Speed, 87. Skills, Mark Skill, Stealth Skill. Overall power, 2,250. Enhancement points, 25,010. Although he was satisfied with this improvement, Su also noticed that consuming beast cores no longer significantly increased his strength. It seemed he had hit a bottleneck. Furthermore, no matter how many beast cores he consumed, the increase in defense was nowhere near as noticeable as that of strength. Fortunately, the number of enhancement points he gained decreased as a result. However, just then, a giant python noticed Su. It wasn't that it suspected his actions, rather, the python recognized the brown bear before it as the very one the Snake King had ordered to be hunted down. Although the bear was much larger than before and other pythons might not have recognized it. But at this moment, the giant python was certain this was the same brown bear. After all, he had been one of the pythons ordered to intercept Su and his family back then. Without a second thought for his current opponent, the giant python lashed out with its tail, sending the bear flying, and then charged straight toward Su. He knew full well that bringing this bear back would provide more than enough resources for cultivation, even without taking it into battle. Soon, using the chaos of the battlefield as cover, the mutated giant python had closed the distance to within about 10 meters of Su. At that moment, Su had just used the same method to devour a beast core and opened the system panel, so he didn't notice it right away. The mutated giant python saw this and instantly realized it was a golden opportunity, rushing forward immediately. Before Su could react, the serpent whipped its tail at him with blinding speed. Su was sent flying over 10 meters by the full force of the strike, crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, not only his exterior but also his internal organs had undergone multiple enhancements, so the blow didn't inflict serious injury. Seeing that its first strike had succeeded, the giant python twisted its body and gave chase, preparing to use death coil to finish off its opponent. While being flung through the air by the tail strike, Su had turned his head to catch a glimpse of the attacker, allowing him to gather information on the opponent. Race, Beast Clan. Level, Tier 1. Bloodline, Ordinary. Strength, 2,450. Defense, 1,250. Speed, 86. Skill, Death Coil. Overall power, 2854. Clearly, the opponent was one minor cultivation level above him, much like the difference between early and mid-stage chi cultivation in cultivation novels. If it were any other mutant beast, upon learning this, it would have immediately stood up, endured the pain, and fled. But Su didn't rush to get up, he remained lying on the ground, feigning severe injury as if he'd been beaten to a pulp. The moment he turned his head, he had used the mark skill on his opponent, and now every one of the creature's movements played clearly in his mind. Su intended to let this giant python taste the despair of being ambushed next. But before that, he needed to boost his strength first. As 1,000 enhancement points were spent, Su felt the minor bottleneck restraining him instantly shatter. His power had risen once more, and he could distinctly feel the beast core within him grow slightly larger. Even his absorption of external mana was now faster than before. Su planned to use the remaining enhancement points on his claws, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the three beasts surrounding Badian. Over 1,000 enhancement points would only boost his combat power by a few hundred points, making it difficult to break through their defenses. But as long as he strengthened his claws to make them exceptionally sharp, a surprise attack would definitely break through their defenses. Instantly, as the warm current formed from the remaining 1,000 plus enhancement points flowed into the sharp claws on his palms. The claws lengthened at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly reaching 30 centimeters, looking just like Wolverine's claws. Of course, achieving the same ability to cut through iron like mud as Wolverine's claws was unrealistic, but compared to human swords and blades, they were certainly no less formidable. Feeling the cold gleam on his claws, Su prepared to let the giant python that had ambushed him taste their power. Chapter 44, Driven to Rage. The giant python, now in front of Su, raised its head high, ready to bite him and then execute a deadly constriction. But just then, Su, who had been trembling all over, suddenly spun around. The moment the python raised its head, he brought his claw down on its vital spot. The layers of hard black scales were sliced open as easily as paper by the sharp claws, revealing flesh and blood beneath. In an instant, 2/3 of the python's waist, which had been as thick as a water bucket, was severed, leaving jagged gaps all around. The giant python, having just raised its head, was momentarily disoriented by the blow, feeling a sudden lightness in its midsection. Then the upper half of its body fell backward. Seeing this, Su swiftly slashed its belly with another claw, exposing the apple-sized beast core within. As he swallowed it whole, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Consumed a Tier 1 beast core. Gained 200 enhancement points. What excited Su most was that, just like before, he felt his body grow stronger after consuming this beast core. Although the sensation was much weaker than before, it was better than nothing. Su then left the area without looking back. All that remained at the scene was the corpse of a giant python, its front half slumped on the ground while its rear half writhed frantically. It wasn't completely dead yet, its dazed eyes still couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Host, Su. Level, Tier 1. Bloodline, Ordinary. Strength, 2203. Defense, 1653. Speed, 89. Skills, Mark Skill, Stealth Skill. Overall Power, 2410. Enhancement Points, 0. Looking at the information on the system panel and feeling the immense strength coursing through his body, Su almost laughed out loud. This trip had truly been worth it, otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken to reach this level. However, upon seeing Badian covered in wounds and being forced into a retreat by the three beasts, his excitement immediately faded. He then walked toward that direction, preparing to find a suitable opportunity to lend Badian a hand. Since mutated beasts often headed toward their battle to help out, Su wasn't worried about his actions. Soon, he was within 10 meters of the four beasts. Even at this distance, Badian hadn't recognized the bear in front of him as his own cub. He didn't expect this bear approaching him to be able to take down any of his three opponents. As long as it could hold one of them off and give him a moment to catch his breath, that would be enough. The other three beasts did turn to glance at Su. But after a brief look, they paid him little attention and continued to focus all their efforts on Badian. After observing for a moment, Su set his sights on the moose. The reason was simple: it was the weakest of the three beasts. It was covered in deep wounds, and its intestines were even spilling out of its abdomen. Although he made his decision, Su didn't rush to attack. Instead, he engaged in a fierce struggle with a mutated python that was closing in. He knew he had only one chance to strike, and he had to seize it. Otherwise, if the three beasts realized he possessed claws capable of easily piercing their defenses, they might very well turn on him and focus their fire to take him down instantly. You two hold him off for a moment. After being forced back by Badian once more, the mutated wild bull whispered to the two beasts beside him. The two beasts knew immediately that their leader was about to unleash a special ability, so they quickly agreed. Soon, the two beasts launched another attack on Badian from different directions. But the 2-on-1 outcome was different from before. The two beasts were driven back by Badian, their injuries worsening by another third. Moo! Just as Badian let out a sigh of relief, an angry bellow suddenly rang in his ears. Then he saw the mutated wild bull, its eyes bloodshot, charging toward him like a cannonball. Seeing the two horns on the bull's head short but incredibly hard, Badian knew he had to fight for his life. Roar! He let out a furious roar, and a layer of stone armor began to form all over his body. Even so, he still felt it wasn't safe enough and tried to dodge to the side to avoid the bull's ferocious charge. But the python and the deer beside him wouldn't give him a chance, frantically blocking all his escape routes. Thud! With a massive thud, Badian was sent flying over 20 meters by the bull's charge. The mutated wild bull wasn't faring much better either. The powerful recoil left his head buzzing. Cracks had appeared in both of its hard horns. Clearly, this was a desperate move that killed 1,000 enemies but cost him 800. You two, hurry over and finish him off. Otherwise, once he recovers, we'll be the ones defeated. Seeing his two companions dazed by his own attack, the mutated wild bull grew irritated and urged them to act quickly. The two snapped out of their daze and immediately charged toward Badian. Su, who had been feigning a struggle with the mutated python, saw this and knew his chance had come. He unleashed his full power, and before the mutated python could react, a single claw swipe split its head into 4 pieces. Then, like a cannonball fired from a barrel, he charged toward the mutated bison, which was staggering and trying to get back to its feet. The bison sensed the threat and instinctively turned its head in that direction. Upon seeing Sue charging toward it and sensing his aura, the mutated bison let out a sigh of relief. A guy who just broken through mid-tier 1 actually thought he could ambush me? Absolutely laughable. He has probably only broken through physically, his brain is still that of a dumb bear. With that thought, he pushed off with his hind legs, bracing himself to take the blow head-on, intending to kick him to death with his front hooves. Rip! However, the mutated bison didn't hear the impact he expected. Instead, there was a sound that made one's teeth ache like the tearing of animal fur. Immediately afterward, he felt a searing pain in his abdomen. Despite this, he still swung his raised foreleg toward Sue in front of him. However, that once powerful kick now carried little strength as it struck Sue. Sue was merely sent flying 5 or 6 meters before landing on his feet. In contrast, the mutant bison's front hooves went limp as soon as they touched the ground, like 2 strands of noodles. Its massive form then crashed to the ground with a thud. At that moment, its eyes were filled with resentment, and its mind swirled with countless questions. How is this possible? The opponent's aura was clearly that of a mid-tier 1, so why were its claws so sharp? After all, even the giant bear they just fought couldn't have had claws that sharp. Why are your claws so sharp? Watching Sue slowly approach, the mutated wild bull forced out 2 moos with his last breath. He really wanted to know the answer. Take a guess? Sue didn't answer. Instead, he replied with a mischievous grin. Put. Instantly, a mouthful of blood spurted from the mutated bison's mouth, and then, with eyes wide open, it died with a look of utter disbelief. It had clearly been driven to its death by anger. Seeing this, Sue felt helpless. After all, he couldn't very well tell the other party the real reason. Chapter 45, Thoughts. Consumed a Tier 1 Beast Core, gained 200 enhancement points. After devouring the Beast Core, Sue turned to go help Badian. Fortunately, although Badian had taken the brunt of the attack, the stone armor protecting him had limited his injuries to just a few scrapes. Though his strength was somewhat diminished, he was still holding his own against the 2 beasts, even gaining a slight upper hand. The mutant stag turned to see the pitiful state of his companion and Sue charging toward them, and immediately knew things were looking grim. Glancing at the mutant python beside him, whose movements were now much slower than before, he realized the battle was lost. So, letting out a piercing bellow to the heavens, he broke away from Badian and fled the scene. The mutated giant python watched this scene and was furious enough to burst a blood vessel, but at that moment, there was nothing he could do about it. He, too, turned to flee. However, Badian wasn't about to let his opponent escape so easily. He had already held a slight advantage in a 2-on-1 fight now. Needless to say, the mutated giant python's head was soon smashed into a pile of pulp. At that very moment, a massive shift occurred on the battlefield. With the mutant moose leaving the battlefield, all the surrounding moose fled at his call. Although their numbers were the smallest among the enemy forces, the impact of their retreat was immense. As the saying goes, when the front line collapses, the rest follows like a mountain falling. Seeing their comrades flee, the other mutant bison and giant pythons also chose to run. Badian walked up to a mutated Alaskan Malamute, whispered a few words to it, and the 2 led their forces in a relentless pursuit. What had been an evenly matched battle had now turned into a one-sided slaughter. The carnage continued until nightfall. Thanks to their superior speed and endurance, many of the 4-legged animals such as the moose and bison managed to escape the battlefield unscathed. But the snakes fared terribly. The prolonged battle had allowed cold energy to seep into their bodies, slowing their speed. Consequently, the snakes were virtually wiped out during their retreat. Though the battle had ended, none of the beasts rested. Instead, they began cleaning up the battlefield. Boss, it's bad news. Most of the mutant beasts' corpses here don't have beast cores. A mutated black wolf hurried over to the mutated Alaskan Malamute and said urgently. What? Upon hearing this, the Alaskan Malamute, who had been sitting down, instantly stared at the other in disbelief. After all, nearly 50 mutated beasts had died here today, which meant there should have been nearly 50 beast cores. That was a massive fortune. He never expected his subordinate to tell him that this fortune had vanished. What is going on here? Explain this to me in detail. Could it be that stupid bear and his crew stole all the beast cores behind our backs? After getting over his shock, the Alaskan Malamute angrily questioned the black wolf in front of him. His suspicion fell on the very comrade he had just fought alongside. Well, I'm not entirely sure, but I don't think so. I've been watching the battlefield the whole time, and I didn't see any bears moving those corpses. The black wolf thought back on everything he'd observed today and shook his head. He knew that extracting a single beast core took considerable time, and hiding one would require some effort it would be easy to spot on the battlefield. Today, whether it was the bears or their own side, every beast was fighting with all their might. There was simply no motive for such a crime. One bear had frequently been knocked into those corpses, but it quickly returned to the fray. If they had really extracted a beast core and hidden it on their person, getting beaten up like that, it would have fallen out long ago. If he were to suspect them, he certainly couldn't claim that they had swallowed those beast cores in the heat of battle. He felt that if he voiced this thought, the boss standing before him would tear him to shreds. After all, since the revival of mana, wars between mutated beasts like this have never ceased. Everyone knows that consuming a beast core or spirit resource can boost one's strength. But to consume them, one must calm their mind and slowly refine the strength within, otherwise, the strength will run wild inside the body, causing internal injuries. On the battlefield, swallowing a beast core would instantly cause one to lose more than half their strength, rendering them useless. Consequently, no one dared to consume beast cores during combat anymore, let alone dozens of them. Stop with the no-s. If those stupid bears didn't take them, did you? Or did that bunch of cowards who ran away take them? Go on, go gather all the brothers. We're going to demand an explanation from them. At this moment, the Alaskan Malamute seemed convinced that it was Badian and his crew who had taken those beast cores. After scolding Black Wolf for a while, he ordered him to quickly gather all his men and go demand them back. Yes. I'll get right on it. Although the Black Wolf didn't understand why his boss was so certain that the beast cores had been taken by the bears, he had no choice but to comply. After all, the other was his boss, stronger than him, and more favored by the great king. Thus, he could only reluctantly agree. Watching the Black Wolf's retreating figure, a flash of contempt crossed the Alaskan Malamute's eyes. What a bunch of stupid beasts! It was bad enough that they were foolish enough to expel the great king from the pack back then. Now they can't even figure out what the great king intends to do. It's utterly idiotic. No wonder the great king has no regard for you lot. Don't I know that those stupid bears couldn't possibly have taken those beast cores right under our noses? But so what? The great king has long been wary of these stupid bears' strength. If it weren't for the other two great kings coveting the sacred land and joining forces to oppose us, the great king might have already led us to wipe them out long ago, rather than letting them grow unchecked like this. Now, however, we can use this to our advantage. These stupid bears are clearly very powerful, yet they always deploy only a fraction of their forces in battle. Now, I can use this to blackmail them into deploying their entire force for all-out war. If they refuse, I'll seize this opportunity to wipe out the entire bear clan. That way, no one will feel a sense of shared loss, which could lead to a split in their ranks. Thinking of this, the Alaskan Malamute grew even more smug. It was all thanks to the various TV shows his master had shown him back then that he'd come up with so many ideas. Otherwise, he'd be just as clueless as a beast living deep in the wilderness. Even if he'd evolved into a mutant beast, he'd still be nothing but a brainless fool. Thinking of his former master, the Alaskan Malamute couldn't help but shiver, feeling a chill run through his empty lower body. A flash of intense hatred then flickered in his eyes. Back then, he had been so full of vigor, using his tall, imposing frame to win the hearts of countless female dogs. Later, because he had been sleeping around, those damned owners of the female dogs came knocking on his door. In the end, his fate was tragic. The tool of the trade that so many female dogs had longed for was confiscated. Ever since then, although he appeared respectful toward his master's family on the surface, deep down he harbored the utmost hatred. But constrained by the powerful artifact equality of all beings in his master's possession, he held back his fury. Even after the mana revived and he became a mutated beast, he continued to pretend to be his master's obedient dog. It wasn't until the three great beast kings led the beasts in an assault on that small town that he finally ceased his restraint and struck decisively. That day, he bit off the male masteress and his three sons' manhoods, then devoured them. As for the mistress, her fate was even more gruesome. He bestowed her upon the ordinary dogs that had come to seek his protection. When it was time to withdraw, he personally bit to death the masteress family, who were still in a daze. Chapter 46, A Case of Mistaken Identity. Big brother, I never expected it to be you. We owe you a debt of gratitude this time, otherwise, we would have suffered heavy losses among our kind in this battle. At that moment, Batian recognized Su as well. He walked over to him, patted his shoulder with his right paw, and said with relief, "Father, you're too kind. It was my duty." Su had not the slightest objection to addressing the giant bear before him as father. Ever since the bear had rescued his family from the Black Scale, Su had accepted him as his father. "By the way, where are your mother and your two brothers?" At that moment, Batian remembered Sua's wife and the other two cubs, and hurriedly asked. "Mother and the others should still be hibernating in the mountains. I was actually planning to go wake them up today." Su held nothing back from Batian and told him everything. "Ah! Hibernation. This hibernation has really been the downfall of our bear clan." Hearing this, Batian couldn't help but sigh. Judging by Batian's reaction, there were many things Su didn't know. Just as Su was about to ask, a massive Alaskan Malamute appeared in the distance, leading a pack of dogs and wolves toward them. "Batian, what do you think you're doing? Stealing all the beast cores while we were chasing the enemy? Didn't Great King Howling Heaven make himself clear enough? All spoils of war belong to the state. No one is allowed to take them privately during battle. You're openly defying Great King Howling Heaven's orders. What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to stage a rebellion?" Before the dog even arrived, a barrage of furious, barking shouts erupted from his mouth. "What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to stage a rebellion?" The dozen or so mutated dogs and wolves trailing behind the Alaskan Malamute now echoed his soul-searching interrogation. Even the hundreds of wolves and dogs following behind them, beasts that had broken through the limits of their species, joined in the barking at that moment. Though they couldn't understand the words, their meaning was the same as their leader's. "Bullshit. Which of your dog eyes saw me and my men secretly taking the beast core? If it weren't for me and my men fighting our hardest, who knows if we'd have won or lost this battle today?" Seeing the other side dare to slander him, Batian was enraged to the extreme. He stood up abruptly and shouted furiously. Hearing Batian's angry voice, the surrounding bears hurried over. Although there were only about 50 of them, a third were mutated beasts. Moreover, each was massive in size, and their presence was no less imposing than the pack of dogs across from them. Hey, look at this. If this isn't a rebellion, then what is it?" Facing a bear pack that was clearly stronger than his own, the Alaskan Malamute showed not a hint of panic. Pointing at the menacing bears, he challenged Batian. "Say one more fucking word, and I'll twist your dog's head off and kick it around like a soccer ball today." Hearing this, Batian grew even angrier. He took a step forward, pointed at the Alaskan Malamute, and shouted furiously. The bears that had gathered around also took a step forward, looking as if they would follow Batian's lead no matter what. "Ha, come on. I'll just stand right here. If you've got the guts, come over and try twisting my head off to kick it around like a ball. Let us see if, after I die here today, the great Lord of Howling Heaven will lead his men to wipe out your entire bear clan tomorrow." The Alaskan Malamute didn't back down in the slightest. He took a step forward, pointed at his own head, and said defiantly to Batian. Upon hearing the name Great Lord of Howling Heaven, Batian, who had been seething with rage, suddenly sobered up, and the fierceness in his eyes vanished. The mutant bears standing nearby had also lost their earlier swagger. Clearly, everyone was filled with trepidation toward this so-called Great King of Howling Heaven. The pack of dogs, which had taken a step back earlier out of fear of Batian and his men, now grew bold once more. One after another, they mimicked the Alaskan Malamute, barking defiantly, "Go ahead, try to touch me." Seeing this, the Alaskan Malamute felt a surge of smug satisfaction. "So what if you're stronger than me? Without any backing, I'll still act cocky right in front of you." However, the Alaskan Malamute didn't dare to provoke Badian too much, fearing the other might resort to a desperate, all-or-nothing fight. Although he was a neutered dog, that didn't mean he wasn't afraid of death. On the contrary, he valued his life greatly. He was still hoping to find a spirit resource capable of regenerating severed limbs in the future, so he could regain his former glory. And so, seeing that he had managed to suppress Badian and his group's momentum, the Alaskan Malamute's tone softened slightly. "Brother Bear, I admit I acted impulsively just now, but you really can't blame me for that. After all, I only gave them a light tap, and most of the beast cores from those dead mutated beasts vanished. 31 of them. A full 31. I'm sure you, Brother Bear, understand just how staggering that number is." Hearing this, even Badian was stunned. He quickly turned to look at a black bear standing nearby, his eyes asking if this was true. Noticing Badian's gaze, the black bear stepped forward and said, reporting to the leader, "This is indeed true. Although we couldn't clear away the corpses, I saw that they didn't recover many beast cores from them either." Badian turned to look at the other bears, and they all confirmed that this was indeed the case. Hearing this, Badian realized that the other party wasn't deliberately picking a fight with him, it was a genuine occurrence. At the same time, Badian understood that trouble was brewing. Although he didn't know who had taken those beast cores, his clan would undoubtedly be identified as the prime suspect. The Roaring Heaven Wolf King had always harbored strong suspicions toward his clan. If not for the threat posed by the other two Beast Kings, and the risk that acting rashly would undermine internal unity, he would have already taken action against his clan. Now that this incident had suddenly occurred, the other side would undoubtedly use it as an excuse to strike against his clan. There were only two possible courses of action: either force his clan to muster all its strength to engage in a bloody battle with the other two Beast Kings, or use this as a pretext to wipe out his entire clan before waging all-out war against the other two Beast Kings. Your comrades are fighting fiercely up front, while you're reaping the benefits from the rear. Once labeled as such, even if they were to wipe out his clan, the other beasts wouldn't turn against them because of it. After all, everyone despises that kind of behavior. At this thought, Badian grew somewhat alarmed and quickly explained. "We didn't take those beast cores. We've been fighting all day, we simply didn't have a chance to take them." Seeing Badian, who had remained calm and composed from the moment they met, now looking flustered, the Alaskan Malamute was overjoyed. Then he said bluntly, "Ha, if you didn't take them, does that mean I did? I am the most trusted strategist of the great king of Howling Heaven. Would I defy his orders and do something like this?" Hearing this, Badian was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. The fact remained that over 30 beast cores had mysteriously gone missing on the battlefield. When the time came, the Howling Heaven King would certainly send his men to investigate the matter, and his clan would end up taking the blame. The Alaskan Malamute could see Badian's distress, so he pretended to be the good guy and said, "Old Bear, you know how serious this is. You have to give the Howling Heaven King an explanation. Here's what we'll do: I'll keep this under wraps for now and give you 10 days. In 10 days, you'll hand over 50 beast cores to me, and after that, no one will ever bring this up again. Otherwise, you know what'll happen. Like hell I do." Although he desperately wanted to curse the other party as disgusting and greedy, Badian knew that doing so would lead to a public falling out. Once that happened, even if he managed to eliminate them, Howling Heaven would hear about it by tomorrow and take action against his entire clan. Agreeing to the deal, however, would buy him 10 days of breathing room. 10 days wasn't much time, but it still offered some opportunity. At worst, he could find a chance to lead his entire clan to escape these mountains. Chapter 47, Reward. The Alaskan Malamute led the pack away. Before leaving, they not only took all the remaining beast cores but also half of the mutant beast carcasses. Although these weren't as potent as beast cores, they were still valuable. Badian and his group were understandably furious, but there was nothing they could do about it now. Unless they broke ties. But the bear clan couldn't afford the cost of a public rift at this stage. Although Sue knew the incident had been caused by him, he felt he would still have done the same if given the choice. Moreover, it was clear from the Alaskan's actions that there was a significant element of deliberate provocation. This suggested that Batty wasn't exactly thriving within their own faction. It seemed a clash between the two sides was inevitable. It would be better to build up strength now for the future. After the pack of dogs had left, Batty once again asked the bears around him why the beast cores of the dead mutated beasts had vanished. However, the answer was the same as before. None of the bears present knew why they had disappeared, and they all claimed not to have seen the dogs take them. Upon hearing this, Batty's expression instantly turned grave. To be able to steal those beast cores silently right in the middle of the battlefield meant the culprit's strength was certainly no joke. With that in mind, Batty immediately ordered all the bears to be on high alert to avoid a surprise attack. All the bears nodded in agreement, except for Simba, who was mingling among them, staring thoughtfully at his leader. Sue, who had been feeling a bit guilty, glared back the moment he met Simba's gaze. Seeing the leader's hostile stare, Simba could only sheepishly look away. Although he already knew the answer in his heart, he certainly wasn't going to say it out loud. At that moment, Batty summoned a black bear. After whispering something in its ear, the bear left. Once the bear had gone, Batty ordered the surrounding bears to pile the dead bodies from the battlefield into a heap. It took over an hour, but eventually, hundreds of animal carcasses were piled together, forming a small mountain. Among them were moose, bison, pythons, canines, and even bears. They even discovered 3 intact carcasses of mutated beasts in a hidden spot, with their beast cores still intact. Once the battlefield was cleared, Batty began slowly climbing to the very top of the mountain of corpses. Even though he stood 7 meters tall, it still took Batty, who was as powerful as a primordial beast, some time to scale the pile. Once he reached the top and saw that all the bears were looking his way, Batty spoke up. "My fellow clan members, you've all worked hard. Although things got a bit unpleasant just now, this victory belongs to us. Just as humans say, reward those who deserve it and punish those who don't. I shall bestow these 3 remaining beast cores upon." As Batty finished speaking, Sue and the 2 mutated brown bears began to step forward. Once they had stepped out, Batty pointed out, one by one, their actions on the battlefield. Some bears who had initially been resentful were convinced by his words. Then, the 3 of them each received a beast core. Seeing this, not only the mutated beasts but even the ordinary bears who had broken through their limits had a gleam of greed flash in their eyes. However, they dared not go and snatch them away. Under these circumstances, they could only silently resolve to fight with all their might in the next battle. After collecting their rewards, Sue took advantage of the other bears' inattention to slip the beast core he received into Simba's hands. As the leader, he secretly flaunted dozens of them on the battlefield, so he figured he should at least let his underling have a taste. Otherwise, it would look too greedy. Simba was a bit flustered by this sudden surprise, then took it with trembling hands. At that moment, he felt that having such a leader was definitely worth it. Just then, Batty's voice rang out again. "Those who didn't receive a reward shouldn't be discouraged. Although there are no beast cores, there is plenty of mutant beast meat. Everyone can eat as much as they want." Hearing this, the crowd erupted in waves of excited roars. Not to mention the ordinary bears. Even mutated bears rarely got to eat mutated beast meat. Soon, led by Batty, everyone began a feast of epic proportions. This feast lasted a full hour. Another 2 hours passed before the black bear that had left earlier returned. Only this time, he was followed by several hundred bears, both black and brown. Most of them, however, were ordinary bears. After these bears arrived, Batty let them feast to their heart's content, though not on the mutated beast's flesh. The new arrivals showed no sign of dissatisfaction. They ate until they were completely satisfied. Once he saw that all his clan members had eaten their fill, Batty began directing them to carry the corpses away. Soon, the group of bears, like a swarm of ants, began steadily hauling the mountain of corpses back in the direction they had come. Having issued his orders and with some free time on his hands, Batty began explaining to Sue what he knew and had experienced. The general outline was similar to what the pit bull had told him. This mountain range had been divided into 3 territories by 3 Tier 2 mutated beasts. The difference was that the Crimson Flame and Black Scale had now joined forces, preparing to wage war against Howling Heaven. The reason was also for the so-called Holy Land. But regarding the Holy Land, Badian admitted he wasn't sure no one from the Bear Clan had ever been there. At the same time, Badian told Sue about the awkward situation the bears found themselves in during the Mana Awakening. It turned out that because the Mana Awakening occurred during hibernation, most bears had missed the optimal window of opportunity. Only those bears who had woken up early due to starvation before winter could participate by sheer luck. But the majority of bears had missed that great opportunity, even Badian himself. The reason he had awakened now was because he had been informed by other members of his kind. It turned out that after those bears who woke up early became mutant beasts, they were required to join one of the 3 major factions. However, once they joined, they were often targeted and bullied by other members of those factions. But since they lacked a leader capable of shouldering the burden, the Bear Clan had been unable to unite. Then, one of the mutant bears thought of Badian, who had been extremely powerful even before the Mana Revival. So, he immediately gathered a few other mutated bears, and after discussing it, they decided to find Badian and ask him to take charge of the situation. Using the powerful sense of smell granted by their mutation, they quickly located Badian, who was still in hibernation. Although Badian was still in hibernation, his powerful bloodline had already made him a Tier 1 mutated beast. Although he was only Tier 1, his strength surpassed that of most other Tier 1 mutant beasts. The bears then told Badian everything that had happened since Mana's revival. At first, Badian felt remorse, but upon realizing his strength was among the highest here, he rallied. He then assumed the position of Bear King. In addition to rousing other bears from hibernation, he began uniting them. With Badian's emergence, the Bear Clan, which had previously fought independently, instantly coalesced into a unified group. They became a significant force within these mountains. Their territory fell within Howling Heaven's sphere of influence, so news of their activities quickly reached his ears. Howling Heaven then dispatched his forces to surround and eliminate them. However, they were defeated by the Bear Pack led by Badian. Howling Heaven had originally planned to lead the campaign himself, but he received intelligence that 2 other Beast Kings were joining forces against him. Consequently, he immediately abandoned the idea of leading the expedition and sent his trusted subordinates to negotiate with Badian and his group. Badian understood that the current Bear Clan was no match for the Howling Heaven Wolf King, so he agreed. However, he had a condition: the Bear Clan must remain together and not be scattered. Wolf King Howling Heaven agreed, but on the condition that the Bear Clan relocate to the territory he had designated for them. The area he designated was the border where the 3 factions met, a place where conflicts frequently erupted. At first, Badian was unaware of this, and so he agreed to move in without fully understanding the implications. By the time he realized it, it was too late, and in the end, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept the outcome. Fortunately, the 3 factions were currently in a stalemate and hadn't yet gone to war, so the Bear Clan's strength was just barely enough to hold the area. After hearing all this, Sue felt his mind go numb. If the creature before him weren't a bear, he would have thought a human was telling him this. Between suppressing rebellions, recruiting allies, and pulling the wool over people's eyes, this was exactly like a human war. It seems that not only is the era progressing, but even the animals are evolving. Chapter 48, The Incredible Camp. After an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. Sue had initially assumed that, even if a group of animals united, their camp would be a makeshift shelter like a cave. But when he actually approached the camp, he was instantly dumbfounded. The so-called camp ahead wasn't some makeshift cave or anything like that, it was clearly a human town. Not only were there crude fences made of massive logs, but inside the enclosure stood all sorts of huge, brand new wooden houses. Moreover, aside from several large bonfires burning, there were many points of light all around, obviously streetlights. Although the lights didn't look like electric bulbs, they resembled oil lamps from the last century. It was still incredibly extravagant. Soon, a scene unfolded that shocked Sue even more. After entering the camp through the massive wooden gate, he saw not only giant bears but also a group of humans wielding sharp blades standing in an open area nearby. There were easily over 1,000 of them, most with Western Caucasian features. Seeing this, Sue almost thought that everything he had experienced up to that point was a lie. Just as a certain novel had described, this was a world akin to the Truman Show. He had been duped by humans who treated him like a fool. Whether it was the revival of mana or the powerful mutated creatures, they were all products of human projection. He quickly dismissed this thought, however. Everything else could be faked, but the system and that immense strength within his own body could simply not be fabricated. Just then, a middle-aged man from among the humans hurried over and spoke respectfully to Badian. "Respected Bear King, I have summoned all the adult men as you ordered. Please give your instructions on what needs to be done." "Very well. Have these corpses we brought here cut up, then take them to the cellar for storage." Badian was satisfied with the man's response. He then pointed to the line of people stretching out behind him like a long dragon and addressed the middle-aged man. Upon receiving the order, the man immediately walked into the crowd, and soon the scene became bustling with activity. Standing beside Badian and silently observing it all, Sue felt as though his entire worldview had been turned upside down. It felt as if he hadn't just dozed off for a moment, but had slept for thousands of years. This was the age of animal awakening, where humans once high and mighty had been reduced to slaves of the beasts. When Badian turned back after giving his orders and saw the shock in his young one's eyes, he understood. When he first learned of this, he himself had almost thought it was an illusion. After all, even back then, when faced with armed humans, he had no choice but to flee meekly. Who would dare to casually whip those once mighty humans? Yet reality was so strange this had actually happened. According to the information Badian had gathered, the cause of all this was not the animal's overwhelming power following Mana's revival. The current situation was entirely the result of the human's own actions. He learned from the locals that the white-skinned people had originally lived alongside a group of people as dark as black bears. Before the Mana awakening, although there were occasional frictions between the two groups, they managed to coexist. But after the Mana awakening, everything changed. Those black-skinned humans began raising their blades against humans of other skin colors. It wasn't that the black-skinned humans had become particularly powerful after the Mana awakening. Rather, it was simply that once they became psychics after the Mana awakening, the black-skinned humans were no longer held back. They began openly leading ordinary black-skinned people in raising their blades against those of other skin colors. This was not an isolated incident, it was the norm, as if they had long suffered great oppression and were now venting their anger. After Mana's revival, those regions lost most of their order, leaving no one to maintain it. Other humans were forced to fight back, and the world they inhabited was plunged into a relentless, brutal war. Whenever either side captured a territory, they would slaughter every human there. Under these circumstances, ordinary humans were utterly powerless to resist. They could only hide, hoping not to be discovered. It was then that they realized, while the mutated beasts in the wild frequently used their hunting skills to hunt humans for food. However, once they were full, they rarely attacked humans and even allowed them to go about their business. The rebels were well aware of the terrifying power of these mutated beasts and dared not provoke them lightly. Consequently, some humans began attempting to communicate with the mutated beasts, offering to submit in exchange for protection. At first, most of the mutated beasts had no interest in the former overlords who had once ruled over them. However, some mutated beasts that had previously been kept as pets harbored a favorable impression of humans and chose to accept them. The other mutated beasts then noticed that after accepting these humans, their camps instantly became neat and clean, and various defensive structures were erected. Seeing this, the majority of the mutant beasts began to follow suit, accepting the humans who sought to join them. Even the three great beast kings were no exception within their factions. The majority of members were humans. However, although they accepted humans, they demanded that humans not bring firearms into their territories. If anyone was found carrying a firearm, not only would that person be killed, but everyone they knew would be executed as well. After hearing everything Badian had to say, Sue was utterly shocked. He never would have imagined that it was humans who had caused the initial chaos. And it wasn't caused by other animals, it was purely infighting. But when he considered that, regardless of the era, it was always humans themselves who had wiped out the most of their own kind. Sue felt a sense of resignation. I really don't know what these humans are thinking. Why kill so many when they have plenty to eat and drink? At that moment, Badian seemed to recall something and couldn't help but utter this remark. You'll find out soon enough. Hearing this, Sue couldn't help but echo the sentiment in his mind. Once one sheds the naivety of a beast and possesses human-like intelligence, there will be so much to think about. Once consumed by certain matters, it's entirely possible to do things beyond imagination. Soon, the bodies of the mutated beasts were hauled in one after another, and the humans, armed with tools, began to cut them up. Once the butchering was complete, they placed the meat on crude wooden carts, which were then pulled by bears into a massive warehouse. Inside the warehouse was a vast cellar filled with ice blocks, where the meat was stored. The two sides worked together in perfect coordination. After observing this, Sue couldn't help but marvel at just how strong the adaptability of intelligent beings truly was. Just then, the black bear from earlier walked up to him and said, "Young master, the chief is summoning you for a meeting." "What is your name?" On the way, Sue curiously asked the black bear his name. He noticed that Badian seemed to enjoy giving him orders, which piqued his curiosity. In reply to "Young master, this subordinate is called Black Mountain." The black bear replied respectfully. Sue was merely curious about the bear's name and didn't think much of it. So, after uttering a brief he said no more. Xiangshan watched this scene with some regret. He had thought he'd caught the young master's eye. Soon, Sue arrived at a house in the very center of the camp, constructed from various giant logs. At that moment, 3 mutated beasts were seated there. Apart from Badian, who sat in the central seat of honor, the other 2 were a slightly smaller brown bear and a firefox. After scanning them with the system, their information appeared before Sue. Although the brown bear possessed an ordinary tier bloodline, its combat power exceeded 3,000, clearly marking it as a late tier 1 mutant beast. The fox, however, had a common tier bloodline. Upon seeing him enter, Badian immediately pointed at him and said, "Ha, this is my eldest son, whom I've often mentioned to you too. Let me tell you too. This kid is something else." Before hibernation, he wasn't even a year old yet, but he was already capable of hunting down an adult moose on his own. The fact that we were able to win this time is largely thanks to him. He took out that bull with a sneak attack. Otherwise, we still wouldn't have settled the outcome. Badian was very pleased with this eldest son and didn't hold back on his praise. Upon hearing this, the 2 beasts turned to glance at Sue, both wearing expressions of surprise. The chief had always liked to mention that he had 3 sons, especially his eldest, and how remarkable he was. Now, seeing him, they realized the reputation was well deserved. Although they couldn't detect his bloodline, the aura emanating from him was exceptionally sharp. Clearly, he was no ordinary individual. After introducing his son, Badian explained the identities of the other 2 to Sue. The brown bear was the one who had led the search party to find Badian back then. His name was Xiong Yuan, and he served as the deputy leader of the bear clan. As for the firefox, his pack had previously been wiped out by a wolf pack, and he had been saved by Badian by sheer luck. Due to his naturally high intelligence, he served as something of a secretary to Badian. The reason Sue had been summoned this time was to discuss the clan's next course of action. Chapter 49, Surrounded, Then Striking Back. Early the next morning, Sue left the Bear Clan's camp and headed toward the outskirts of Yellowstone National Park. It was through overhearing the humans' conversation the previous night that he had learned this mountain range was the famous Yellowstone National Park. After discussing the matter until late into the night, they finally reached a decision: the entire clan would flee Yellowstone National Park. However, they had to do so quietly to avoid detection by Howling Heaven and his group. Of course, for a massive clan of several hundred giant bears to leave without a trace was an incredibly difficult task. Therefore, they had to find a suitable and relatively hidden route. The task of scouting the route was assigned to Sue, who is currently the 3rd-ranked fighter in the bear clan. As for Badian and Xiong Yuan, they are both on the official registry, so any unauthorized departure would certainly be noticed. Therefore, Sue, a new face with extraordinary strength, was the perfect choice for this mission. As for waking up Mother Bear and the others, Badian said he would go himself. Sue roughly pointed out the location, figuring it wouldn't be too difficult for Badian to find it later. Then, under cover of night, Sue used his stealth skill to evade the mutated beasts sent by Howling Heaven to monitor the camp. As dusk approached, just as Sue was about to hunt for food to fill his stomach, a commotion suddenly arose in the distance. Sue then saw 3 figures leaping through the trees. They quickly closed in and surrounded him. The group consisted of 1 dog and 2 wolves. Leading them was a 3-meter-long, lean yet muscular mutated spirit greyhound. Beside it stood 2 North American grey wolves, much larger than the dog. They were also mutated beasts, but their positioning made it clear they were under the dog's command. Race, Beast Clan. Rank, Tier 1. Bloodline, Common. Strength, 1205. Defense, 1050. Speed, 95. Skills, none. Overall power, 1359. After reviewing their stats, Sue furrowed his brow. Their speed was significantly higher than his own. This was going to be a tough fight. Now that they had Sue surrounded, the greyhound took a step forward and said smugly, If the great king hadn't been so cautious and sent us to patrol this area, you might actually have gotten away. Hearing this, Sue's brow furrowed again. It seemed the Alaskan Malamute had reported everything that happened yesterday to the Howling Sky Wolf King. The other party was clearly no pushover either. Realizing his pack might be plotting an escape, he had begun deploying more spies in the surrounding area. Seeing Sue frown, apparently not expecting his scheme to be exposed, a black wolf stepped forward smugly and said, "Ha, you stupid bear, didn't expect our great king to see through your plan, did you? Have you been scared out of your wits?" The grey wolf on the other side clearly didn't want to waste words on the dead bear, so he cut straight to the point. "There's no need for us 2 brothers to waste so much time on him. Let us join forces and take him out right now. Then we'll hand over his beast core. Not only will we receive the great king's reward, but we'll even split this plump bear's meat 3 ways among us." Clearly, this guy was already drooling over Sue's succulent bear meat. Upon hearing his words, the other 2 also flashed a greedy gleam in their eyes. Last night, the Alaskan Malamute had returned victorious with plenty of spoils, and through their connections, they managed to secure 2 bear legs. They still couldn't stop thinking about the exquisite flavor of that mutated bear meat. Consequently, the 3 beasts lost all patience for further banter with Sue and simultaneously launched an attack on him from 3 different directions. If this had been 2 days ago, Sue might have turned tail and fled, but today was different from any other day. Not only was he now stronger than them, but he also possessed a pair of sharp claws. Dispatching them would be a breeze. Sue focused his attention primarily on the greyhound, as its speed was exceptionally fast. If he took out the 2 wolves first, they might panic and flee immediately, making it difficult for him to catch up. If they managed to relay that information to Howling Heaven, all his efforts would be for naught. Therefore, the greyhound had to be the first to die. The greyhound, sensing the danger, suddenly halted his rapid pace, allowing the 2 wolves to attack first. "Damn, that's cunning." After silently cursing at the sight of its move, Sue had no choice but to hold back, even retracting the claws he'd just been about to extend into his paw pads, so as not to instantly kill the 2 wolves. Since he was only using about 40% of his strength, Sue found himself locked in a fierce, back-and-forth battle with the 2 wolves. Each time, he narrowly dodged the wolves' lethal attacks, and even the greyhound watching from the sidelines couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Finally, after Sue narrowly evaded the black wolf's deadly pounce once more, the greyhound could no longer hold back. It prepared to launch a final, fatal strike while Sue was retreating and off balance. But just as he opened his bloodthirsty maw to bite Sue's defenseless neck, Sue's previously terrified expression instantly turned ferocious, and a smug, savage grin spread across his lips. The greyhound, seeing that ferocious grin, instantly realized he had fallen into a trap. But it was too late. Sue suddenly raised his right paw and pointed it at him, as if saluting. Seeing the sharp, cold steel claws spring out from the bear's paw, the spirit hound was overcome with despair. In that moment of despair, he lunged forward with his mouth wide open, only for the razor-sharp claws to pierce through his mouth and into the back of his skull. Even in that moment, he was not yet dead, his eyes filled with a look of utter refusal to accept his fate. Su paid no heed to this. With a light flick of his raised right hand, the opponent was flung away like trash, flying over 10 meters. The spirit greyhound struggled on the ground for a moment before finally drawing its last breath. The two mutant wolves, witnessing this scene, were instantly startled. They hadn't expected their opponent, who had been in such a desperate state just moments ago, to instantly take out one of their own comrades. Though shocked, the two did not flee immediately. The reason the greyhound had been appointed captain of their patrol squad wasn't because he was stronger than them. It was because he was faster, and also because Howling Heaven had a bit of a grudge against wolves like them. At that moment, the two hadn't yet realized the gravity of the situation. They still believed Su had killed the greyhound mostly by luck. Deep down, they even thought it was for the best that he was dead. Once he was gone, not only would no one have to share the bear meat with them, but the several 100 pounds of meat on his body would belong entirely to them. As for brotherly bonds? Ha! As mutated beasts, as long as it made them stronger, they didn't care if they devoured their comrades' corpses or even their own kind. But soon the two wolves realized their assumption was wrong. The brown bear before them was no longer as easy to handle as before. Now, every swipe of its claws was no longer weak and feeble like before, but instead brimming with immense strength, sending shivers down their spines. Finally, after taking a direct hit, the black wolf's paw was instantly sliced into several pieces. Before he could even let out a cry of pain, another claw ripped open his skull. The gray wolf was horrified by this sight and instantly realized the bear had been biding its time. Without hesitation, he turned and tried to flee. But it was too late. He had barely escaped a few meters when he felt a powerful gust of wind behind him. He instinctively turned his head and saw the shadow of a massive paw slamming toward his head. Then the gray wolf's consciousness plunged into endless darkness. Chapter 50, Howling Heaven. Shortly after Su left, a large flock of massive vultures descended upon the spot where he had been standing. In a massive wooden structure at the very center of a vast camp, a huge gray wolf lying on the ground suddenly opened its eyes. As if sensing something, an elderly white man outside hurriedly opened the door and stepped inside. "How is Anx? Has the Bear Clan shown any unusual signs?" Seated on a wooden chair covered in tiger skin, the gray wolf addressed the old man who had entered. "Reporting to the Wolf King, our men have been monitoring the Bear Clan's camp. We haven't seen anyone leaving without permission, nor have there been any other disturbances. However, one of the 4 patrol squads we sent out has not returned yet, and we have no news of them whatsoever." Upon hearing the question, Anx quickly relayed all the information he knew. A thoughtful look flashed across the gray wolf's eyes as he spoke. "Wait a moment. You go to the Bear Clan's camp yourself and see if Badian and Xiong Yuan have left. Also, have Cody and the others follow the route taken by the missing patrol squad to see what happened." "As you command." After replying, the elderly Anx prepared to leave. However, the gray wolf suddenly thought of something and continued. "Wait a moment. What about those 2 fools? Have they taken any further action?" Anx understood that the 2 fools the Wolf King was referring to were the other 2 beast kings of this territory. So, after gathering his thoughts, he slowly relayed the information he had received. "Your Majesty, following the failure of yesterday's probing attack, our informant embedded among them reported that they now seem even more wary of our strength. They had originally planned to launch an attack against us in half a month. Now they've postponed it again and seem to be seeking allies from outside." Hearing this, a fleeting, barely perceptible look of relief flashed across the gray wolf's eyes, but he remained calm as he said, "It's a pity. Since they've delayed their attack, the special move we prepared for them won't be needed. But that's for the best. As long as we can buy a little more time, I'll have a chance to try breaking into Tier 3. By then, the entire mountain range will be our territory." Hearing this, Anx instantly grew excited and asked, somewhat flustered, "Your Majesty, is this true? Tier 3? At this point, that's practically the status of a supreme ruler. Once I break through to that stage, forget about this tiny Yellowstone park. Even taking over half of North America would be a breeze." "Ha ha ha. Do you really think I'd lie to you? It's all thanks to the Holy Land. Otherwise, even with the power of my bloodline, I couldn't have advanced this quickly. Faced with his subordinate's skepticism, the Grey Wolf King was not only unfazed but laughed heartily, assuring him it was all true. Without waiting for a response, he continued, "All right, you may go. Hurry and carry out the orders I've given you. I'm going into seclusion to train. Once I successfully break through to Tier 3, you'll certainly reap your rewards." To put the subordinate's mind at ease, he even dangled the carrot of future benefits. "As you command." Upon hearing this, ANX responded with perfect discretion before leaving the room. As he departed, one could clearly see him trembling all over. He was clearly thrilled. He couldn't help but be excited. After all, he was now Howling Heaven's most prized subordinate. Once Howling Heaven broke through to Tier 3 and dominated the region, he himself would become second to none. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel grateful that his grandson had such foresight. Back when Howling Heaven was expelled from the wolf pack, he'd been injured by a hunter's trap and discovered by his grandson. His grandson had brought the injured gray wolf home to nurse it back to health, letting it recuperate at their house for half a year before releasing it back into the wild. Shortly after Mana's recovery, a black man living next door successfully awakened his powers and became a psionic. Their family, however, was a traditional white family with no regard for black people. They had frequently discriminated against and bullied him in the past. Consequently, after the man became a psionic, he stormed their home and slaughtered their son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. However, just as the man was about to kill him, the gray wolf that his grandson had saved earlier came to his rescue. After discovering they could communicate, he immediately joined the wolf pack and, through hard work, successfully rose to become the second in command. Soon, ANX found Cody, the Alaskan Malamute who had fought alongside Badian and the others the day before, and assigned him a mission. The Alaskan Malamute then led 5 mutated beasts toward the location of the former Patrol Squad 4. Meanwhile, ANX, flanked by 10 mutated beasts, set off toward the Bear Clan's territory. Both groups returned around the same time in the middle of the night. However, ANX's group looked much the same as when they had left. The Alaskan Malamute and his pack, on the other hand, were in a sorry state, and their numbers had dwindled by 2. What happened? How did you end up like this? And did you find any information about that patrol squad? Seeing their disheveled appearance, ANX hurriedly asked the lead Alaskan Malamute urgently. "Deputy Chief, please ask the Great King to judge for us." Seeing the old man approach, the Alaskan Malamute clung to his leg and wailed as if he had seen a savior. With such a massive beast lying at his feet and pleading, Ankh, being an ordinary person, felt a bit flustered. But he forced down his fear and said, "What happened? What happened? Get up and tell me properly." Reporting to the deputy leader, it was the Golden Eagle King. That patrol squad was ambushed and wiped out by the Golden Eagle King's minions. When we arrived, we saw them devouring the bodies of the patrol squad members. As soon as they spotted us, they launched an attack. Since they outnumbered us, we couldn't hold them off. After losing 2 of our comrades, we finally managed to escape back here. After hearing the dog's account, Ankh felt an immediate headache coming on. It was a well-known fact that Yellowstone Park had been divided into territories by the 3 Great Beast Kings, a reality acknowledged by most ground-dwelling mutated beasts. Those who refused to acknowledge it had all been killed. However, the flying mutated beasts refused to accept this, frequently rampaging to plunder the spirit resources within the territories. They had even rallied around a golden eagle with a powerful bloodline, forming a significant faction. Since that Golden Eagle King possessed only Tier 1 strength, they were utterly incapable of establishing a foothold on the ground to claim territory. Yet these creatures were incredibly arrogant. Knowing that the ground-dwelling mutant beasts could do nothing to them, they refused to submit. Consequently, they simply abandoned the ground, retreating to the mountains beyond, only occasionally returning in flocks to raid the area. They were nothing short of a band of bandits that left everyone utterly helpless. Faced with these bandits, not only was he powerless, but even the 3 Great Beast Kings couldn't do a thing against them. Consequently, after briefly reassuring the Alaskan Malamutes and the others, he departed to report the situation to his superiors. "Damn it! Damn it! Those damn bandits. Just you wait. Once I break through to Tier 3, I'll make you regret every single thing you've done. Upon learning it was this very band of bandits, the Howling Heaven Wolf King was furious. But anger aside, he was powerless against these flying mutant beasts at the moment. So he can only vow to make them pay in blood for their crimes. Later, he learned that the Bear Clan had taken no further action, merely staying put and preparing for battle. They planned to seize beast cores from the mutant beasts of the other two major factions to fulfill their own objectives. Howling Heaven's rage finally subsided somewhat. Since the Bear Clan was temporarily quiet, he saw no urgency in taking action against them. Chapter 51, The Gutter Sailboat. After 2 more days of travel, Sue spotted the winding concrete road below. However, there were no longer any traces of cars on these concrete roads. They had become exclusive pathways for animals. Not long after, Sue spotted various human-built structures along the riverbank. But these houses had long been abandoned. The steel and concrete buildings were now overgrown with giant plants, resembling castles from a fairy tale forest. Yet there were no princesses or princes within these castles. Most were eerily dark, containing nothing but the remains of their former owners. Sue even saw a group of centipedes writhing incessantly over a skeleton inside one of the houses, a scene of utter eeriness. Just as he was about to leave the place, Sue suddenly felt his vision grow hazy. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered that his surroundings had undergone a drastic transformation. He had arrived in a place that resembled a fairyland from a dream. All around him were spirit resources, and the ground was strewn with all kinds of beast cores. Faced with these temptations, Sue became wildly excited, his eyes burning with intense desire. But that was not all. Just then, a mother bear with an adorable appearance suddenly appeared from the side. By bear standards, this mother bear was a true beauty. Upon appearing, she first gave Sue a seductive smile. Then she darted into a magnificent tree hollow that had appeared out of nowhere. As she entered, she turned her head and winked at Sue, as if saying, "Come on in and play, big brother." If a normal bear had witnessed this scene, it would likely have lost all restraint and charged right in. But although Sue was now a bear, he possessed a human soul, and his sense of aesthetics remained firmly rooted in human standards. After Mother Bear had cast this spell of seduction on him, he snapped out of his daze in an instant. He bent down, picked up a beast core from the ground, and sniffed it with his nose. After that, Sue had a rough idea of what was going on. Although this thing carried the scent of a mutant beast, it was very faint. An ordinary mutant beast might not recognize it at first glance. But as a being who had devoured dozens of beast cores, Sue immediately recognized that this wasn't a real beast core the moment he came to his senses. Glancing at the fairy tale-like surroundings, Sue immediately realized he might have fallen into some kind of illusion. With that thought, he hurriedly opened his personal interface. Seeing the enhancement points nearing 2,000, his fear subsided somewhat. Without a moment's hesitation, Sue immediately used 100 enhancement points to enhance his brain. As the enhancement concluded, Sue noticed the world before him begin to ripple like water. It works! Seeing this, Sue knew he'd made the right choice, so he used another 500 enhancement points to enhance his brain. This time, the effect was even more pronounced. The moment the enhancement finished, the fairy tale-like scene before him shattered like a broken mirror. Soon, the world before him returned to its previous state. He looked down and realized that what he had been holding wasn't a beast core at all, but merely a stone imbued with the aura of a mutated beast. How is this possible? You actually managed to break through my illusion. Just then, a young girl's voice, filled with astonishment, suddenly rang in Sue's ears. Following the sound, he saw a fluffy, incredibly cute fiery red fox staring at him with a look of astonishment. Clearly, she still couldn't believe Sue had actually managed to break through her illusion. Having just been ambushed, Sue couldn't care less about whether she was cute or not. He charged straight at the fox, ready to knock her out with a single blow. Ah! Seeing Sue charging toward her, the red fox let out a terrified shriek. Bang! But just then, a gunshot rang out nearby, louder than the fox's scream. The moment the shot rang out, Sue felt a surge of fear and instinctively tried to dodge. But before he could react in the slightest, he felt a searing pain in his back, followed by a numbing sensation. Immediately afterward, his entire body went limp, and his forward momentum carried him crashing into the house ahead. The vine-covered house, struck by his van-sized frame, collapsed with a thunderous crash. The force of the impact and the falling bricks and stones didn't cause Sue much harm in his current state. But at that moment, he couldn't even stand up. His whole body was exhausted and weak, and an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him. Fighting off the sleepiness, he turned his head to glance behind him and saw 3 humans approaching from a short distance away. Leading the group was a woman with fiery red hair, scarlet lips, and a strikingly alluring figure. She was holding a sniper rifle and gazing in his direction with a smug expression. "Bitch!" That was the last thought in his mind before Sue's consciousness plunged into complete darkness. "What's wrong, little fox? Your mind-altering spell has always been so effective. How did you manage to screw up against this Tier 1 brown bear? If I hadn't stepped in just in time, you'd be toast." The red-haired woman, Deleuze, approached the still-dazed red fox and said with a hint of amusement. Hearing this, the red fox finally snapped out of it and replied helplessly. "I'm not entirely sure myself. My illusions have never failed against Tier 1s before. It started out the same this time. The brown bear was clearly under my spell at first, but I don't know why it managed to break free later. There's no point in the two of you discussing this now. We should hurry up and take this bear back to base." At that moment, a muscular man stepped forward and pointed at Sue, who was half buried in rubble not far away. No, Jack. This is very significant. The fact that it managed to break free from Alice's illusions means it's no ordinary bear. I'm sure the mad scientists back at the lab will be very interested in this bear once they hear about it." Chris clearly disagreed with her companion's view and immediately spoke up to counter it. "Chris, you're right, but that doesn't really concern us. We should call for backup and get this bear hauled away. I can't wait to get back and enjoy that batch of red wine we found at Count Troffes' estate." The burly man, Jack, said, "I agree with you, but let us finish the job first." Another white man stepped forward, pulled a walkie-talkie from his waist, and began reporting. Before long, the deafening roar of a helicopter's rotors echoed from the distance. Soon, 2 professionals descended from the helicopter. Once on the ground, they used specialized equipment to restrain the unconscious Sue. Red Fox, standing nearby, felt a surge of anger upon realizing he'd nearly been killed by a single blow from the other man. He hurried over, intending to land a few punches to vent his frustration. However, as he approached Sue and caught a faint, familiar scent on him, Red Fox's expression changed instantly. Chapter 52, Red Fox's Cooperation. Before long, the helicopter arrived above a human camp, dragging Sue, whose limbs were bound. Although this camp was much smaller in scale than the Bear Clan's, the facilities inside were worlds apart. The surrounding fences were not made of wood, but of solid reinforced concrete. In addition to several machine guns mounted on the walls, a large number of fully armed personnel patrolled the perimeter. The buildings and facilities within the camp were also constructed of reinforced concrete. The entire structure gave the impression of being nearly impregnable. Soon, as the helicopter slowly landed, Sue was taken to what appeared to be a laboratory and strapped to a massive experimental bed. On the way, Dylas told the elderly man in the white lab coat leading the group that Sue had broken free from the Red Fox's illusion. Upon hearing this, the man looked surprised, then his eyes grew increasingly intense. Soon, all other non-essential personnel left the laboratory. Only the elderly man in the white lab coat, a dozen or so assistants, and the Red Fox, Alice, remained. Once the non-essential personnel had left, the elderly man in the white lab coat gazed at Sue with an even more intense look, as if he were admiring a flawless treasure. "Oh my God! Oh my God! This body is perfect. I'm sure that after we VE modified it a bit, it will be the perfect war machine." Running his hands over Sue's body, the elderly man in the white lab coat spoke with great excitement. Hearing this, the assistants around him also flashed looks of excitement in their eyes. Only Red Fox furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing these words, feeling displeased, though she dared not show it. "Everyone, let us work together from here on out. This time, we must create the war beast of our dreams. Seeing that everyone shared his sense of excitement, the elderly man in the white lab coat felt even more confident. Everyone in the laboratory sprang into action, preparing to carry out their respective tasks. By the time Sue appeared on their monitors, they had already held a meeting and finalized their plan for his modification. Therefore, although everyone was highly excited at that moment, there was not a hint of chaos. Rock, inject him with serum number 3 first to bring him out of his stupor. We need to erase his consciousness first, to avoid creating an uncontrollable creature. Seeing the team members all looking at him, waiting for his orders, the elderly man addressed a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man nodded, opened an insulated box nearby, and took out a vial of purple serum. Then he took out a syringe as thick as a baby's arm and drew out the purple liquid inside. He walked over to Sue, who was lying on the lab table, and jabbed the syringe directly into his massive body. Sue's tough skin was pierced by the sharp needle as easily as if it were fragile paper. Soon, half a syringe of the purple liquid had been injected into his body. Shortly after the purple solution entered his system, Sue's consciousness, which had been plunged into darkness, returned. Although he was awake, he felt completely weak and had no sense of control over his body. It was as if he had been reborn as a newborn baby. When he opened his eyes and saw that the surroundings were exactly like the experimental settings in movies, Sue felt utterly horrified. Damn it, he'd been captured by humans and was about to be dissected for research. Especially when he saw those white people in lab coats, this terrifying thought only grew stronger. Seeing that Sue had opened his eyes, the old man spoke to the red fox standing beside him. Miss Alice, begin. Although he has regained consciousness due to serum number 1, his mind is at its weakest right now. I imagine he won't be able to break free from your illusions right now. This is the perfect opportunity to erase his consciousness. Hearing this, Sue, lying on the bed, felt his pupils contract sharply and instinctively tried to struggle to his feet. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't regain control of his body. The old man saw the fear in Sue's eyes and took a step forward, smiling as he said, "Don't be afraid, kid. There's no need to fear. Just cooperate with us, and you'll be able to sink into boundless pleasure. You won't have to worry about anything else. Worry my ass. Go ahead and try erasing my consciousness, you old bastard. Let us see if you care then." As he mentally cursed the old bastard's entire family, Sue prepared to try using his enhancement point to break free. Just then, the red fox beside him began to exert her power, and Sue's weakened consciousness was once again transported to that place that resembled a fairyland. At the same time, a seductive, melodious voice reached his ears, seemingly intent on making him sink forever into this dreamlike world. Just as Sue was about to use an enhancement point to further strengthen his brain and break free from this illusion, the red fox's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "I know you can break free from my illusion, but don't rush into it just yet. I have something to tell you." Hearing this, Sue halted his actions, ready to listen to what the other party had to say. He reasoned that, as he was already a lamb led to the slaughter, this likely wasn't some kind of trap. After confirming that Sue's consciousness was within her illusion but still fully awake, the red fox knew he was listening. She then communicated telepathically once more. "I'm not on the same side as these humans. I'm being controlled by them. They've planted a microbomb inside me, and if I don't cooperate, they'll detonate it. I want to work with you now. In a moment, I'll tell you that your consciousness has fallen into a state of decline. Then you need to play along and act as if you're clueless. Later, they'll perform a procedure on you, but it won't cause you much harm in the short term. Just go along with it for now. Once I'm out and the guy holding the remote control for the bomb inside me comes in to check on you, you take him out. Once you've killed him and seized the remote, I'll be able to control those ordinary people, and then we can escape from here." Hearing this, Sue wanted to ask, "Who are you? Are we that close? Why should I trust you?" But he soon realized he couldn't make a sound. Red Fox seemed to sense his thoughts and spoke to him again in his mind. "I sense my father's presence in you and it's alive. Clearly, you know him. I don't want to be controlled by these humans any longer, and since I know you have the ability to break free right now, I've decided to work with you. Don't even think about escaping on your own, even if you killed everyone in the lab. The humans outside are fully armed, and their guns are incredibly powerful. They could easily turn you into Swiss cheese. If you agree to this partnership, pick up a beast core within the illusion, but don't make any movements, not even a flicker of your eyes, to avoid being detected by the humans outside. After hearing what the other party said, Su trusted them. So, within the illusion, he bent down and picked up a beast core. Very good. Since you're cooperating, I'll now tell you everything I know about this place. Seeing that he had done as instructed, the Red Fox spoke again. Chapter 53, Wings. Soon, Su obtained a great deal of useful information from the Red Fox. First of all, this Red Fox was likely the daughter of the strategist by Bat-En's side. From her, Su learned that when her family was wiped out by that pack of wolves, she had narrowly escaped by jumping into a cave. Then, by sheer luck, she discovered a spiritual spring deep within the cave. After consuming the spring, she successfully transformed into a Tier 1 mutant beast. As a mutated beast, she possesses two abilities, illusions and the ability to communicate telepathically with other creatures. Using these abilities, she quickly wiped out the very wolf pack that had slaughtered her family. That wolf pack was under the command of Howling Heaven, so she was hunted down and had no choice but to flee Yellowstone National Park. Shortly after arriving in the outside world, she was spotted by a security camera installed by the people at this camp. Subsequently, the camp dispatched several psychics to deal with her, but she ultimately turned the tables and killed them all using her illusions. Later, the camp reported the incident to their superiors, and a Tier 2 psychic specializing in mental abilities arrived and captured her outright. She then realized that this camp and the Tier 2 psychic belonged to a powerful faction. Upon learning of her illusions, the faction implanted a microbomb inside her body to control her and make her work for them. Being a fox who feared death, she agreed to assist the faction. However, although she agreed on the surface, she was secretly plotting how to break free from their control. As for this camp, Su also obtained some useful information from them. This was one of the many camps under that vast faction's command, dedicated to conducting various experiments. In addition to producing strange potions designed to extend lifespan and enhance strength, it was also responsible for modifying mutated creatures, aiming to turn them into puppets under the faction's complete control. Unfortunately, having entered their surveillance range, she had the misfortune of being targeted. Having learned this, Su decided to cooperate with the fox and prepare to escape the laboratory together. However, while he was willing to cooperate, he would resist immediately if he discovered that those humans intended to sever his tendons in his legs or hands. Inside the laboratory, the Red Fox, who had been keeping his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide, his body staggering slightly. He was clearly exhausted. "How's it going? Did you manage to erase his consciousness?" The elderly man in the white lab coat clearly wasn't concerned about the fox's current physical condition. He only wanted to know how the experiment was progressing. "It's done. Most of his consciousness has been erased. He should now be in the form of a 1 or 2-year-old child." Hearing this, the Red Fox quickly replied in a weak voice. Her weakness was no act. Maintaining the illusion while simultaneously communicating telepathically had truly taken its toll on her. The old man looked quite satisfied upon hearing this, then walked over to stare at Su. Seeing the dim, vacant glint in Su's eyes like those of a mentally disabled person made him even more pleased. He then turned to a young, beautiful woman and said, "Lisa, bring out nutrient solution number 7. After she nodded and left, he turned to the middle-aged man beside him and said, "Bring me the wings from that vulture we had earlier. Let us see if we can graft them on." Although this bear is only Tier 1, it's stronger than the previous ones both mentally and physically. I think we should be able to make the graft work this time. The middle-aged man nodded, then led a few young men over to open the freezer next door. They retrieved a pair of wings preserved inside with various rare, high-quality materials. Hearing this, Su immediately lost his composure. What the hell is going on here? Giving a bear wings, is that something a normal person would do? But just then, the Red Fox's voice echoed in his mind once more. "Don't worry, this procedure isn't very risky. Even if it fails, it won't cause you much harm. And if it does succeed, just think of the incredible benefits you'll gain. Hearing this, Sue immediately imagined himself soaring freely with wings and was instantly captivated by the idea. Soon, the group pushed the massive pair of vulture wings into the laboratory. Although the wings had been separated from their owner for quite some time, thanks to the humans' costly cultivation efforts, they looked as fresh as if they'd just been cut off. Once the wings were in place, the elderly man in the white lab coat personally took the scalpel and made an incision in Sue's back. Thanks to the general anesthesia, Sue felt nothing but a slight itch, not a trace of pain. This gave him a sense of relief. He didn't consider himself particularly strong-willed. If the pain had been too intense, he might not have been able to endure it. The surgery lasted 4 hours, and the wing bones were successfully fused with Sue's own. During the procedure, large quantities of nutrient solution were injected into Sue's body, granting him over 100 enhancement points. Sue learned from the fox that these nutrient solutions were made from rare medicinal herbs and were extremely valuable. Even if she wanted to obtain a single small bottle herself, it would require a significant number of points to exchange for it. This faction operated much like a guild. Members could earn points by completing various tasks. Points could be exchanged for many useful items within the faction. However, just as everyone thought the experiment was about to succeed, the alarm nearby suddenly emitted a piercing, shrill sound. After a quick inspection, the group realized that the brown bear's body and the pair of wings were violently rejecting each other. After injecting several more types of potions in quick succession, they discovered that the rejection reaction had not only failed to subside but had actually intensified. The last traces of smiles vanished from everyone's faces, replaced by expressions of deep disappointment. Clearly, this experiment, like so many before it, was headed for failure once again. Consequently, many people gradually put down their tools. Even the elderly man who had been the most enthusiastic earlier was no longer urging everyone on. It was obvious that he, too, had given up. The others could choose to give up without hesitation. But Sue, who had already fantasized about what it would be like to have a pair of wings, had no intention of giving up so easily. After glancing at the enhancement points on the panel, he decided to take a gamble and see if he could use them to save the wings. With that in mind, he used 100 enhancement points to test the waters. Soon, Sue was pleasantly surprised to discover that as the warm current formed from the enhancement points appeared at the junction where the wings met his own bones, the two sides which had previously been repelling each other no longer did so. On the contrary, both sides simultaneously began to voraciously absorb the warm current created by the enhancement points. Once the warm current formed from the 100 enhancement points had dissipated, the intense sense of repulsion, though not entirely gone, had diminished significantly. This is promising. Seeing this, Sue was overjoyed and prepared to press on. Meanwhile, the previously shrill alarms in the laboratory outside were slowly fading. The disheartened crowd, witnessing this, saw a glimmer of hope in their eyes and quickly turned their attention to the instruments. Quick, quick, quick! Bring all the remaining nutrient solution and inject it into this bear's body. The elderly man in the white lab coat, though unsure why this change had occurred, knew it was a positive development. After 10 vials of nutrient solution were injected into the bear's body, Sue instantly gained another 80 enhancement points. At the same time, as Sue consumed another 200 enhancement points, the sensation of rejection diminished significantly. It seemed that with just a few more enhancement points, the vulture's wings on his back might finally become his own. Chapter 54, Breaking Free. Oh my God! It actually worked! In a lavishly decorated room somewhere in the camp, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man stared at the high-definition screen before him and exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, the screen was broadcasting everything happening inside the laboratory. Moreover, through the high-definition screen, the young man saw that the wound on the giant bear's back was actually healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. He assumed this was the result of the experiment's success, which made him even more excited. Beside him, on the bed, a sexy, sultry woman dressed in a bunny girl outfit couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mr. Steven, what is there to be so happy about? Just the materials old man Dick and the others used could have produced a tier 1 psionic, right? Now that the experiment has succeeded, isn't that just normal?" Is there really any need to get this excited? In the past, Stephen would have slapped her without hesitation, telling her not to pry into his affairs. But right now, he was so excited he needed an outlet, so he didn't bother with formalities and replied directly. Ha ha ha. You're wrong about that. My family can provide countless resources like this. But what happens after we cultivate a psychic? Once they have power, they inevitably want to grow stronger, and they need us to keep supplying resources. If they're even slightly dissatisfied, they might betray our family. But by cultivating these mutated beasts, we can control them at will, without the slightest fear of betrayal. And if we can fully master this grafting technique, we'll be able to cultivate countless mutated beasts that are far more powerful than their peers. By then, our family will hold even greater influence in this new era. Stephen was clearly delighted at that moment, speaking his mind at length. However, deep in his eyes, the gaze he cast upon that exquisite woman had taken on a hint of coldness. But it was deeply concealed. The woman didn't sense it. On the surface, she wore an expression of profound reverence. But deep down, she had already cursed this bunch of bastards 1,000 times over. The greatest beneficiaries of the Mana-S revival were not the mutated beasts or the psychics. The biggest winners were the powerful elites who had sensed its return even before the mana had fully awakened. Armed with the military forces they had amassed beforehand, these individuals swiftly seized territory after the Mana-S revival, establishing themselves as regional warlords. They then dispatched troops to force everyone within their territories to hand over all acquired spirit resources. If anyone refused, they would immediately send troops to wipe them out. Newly awakened psychics were no match for these men. They were either wiped out or forced into collusion with them. With resources, scientists, and military might, these men rose to power at an astonishing pace. They even began forming alliances and coalitions to develop together. Since they were all former nobles of their respective nations, their networks of connections were highly complex. This is precisely why they weren't wiped out immediately, buying time for the later ones to grow stronger. Now that these individuals have united, even the major powers that have temporarily suppressed domestic conflicts are powerless against them. They've even thrown caution to the wind, going so far as to invite powerful mutant beasts to join their organizations. If it weren't for these troublemakers, the human world wouldn't be in such chaos. So-called beast kings and the like wouldn't be able to dominate and wreak havoc in their regions. Although these matters have been exposed online to the point where everyone knows about them, no one can do anything to stop them. In fact, many ordinary people have to live at their mercy. Even she herself is no exception, though she'd love to skin them alive. For the sake of a better life, she has no choice but to use every trick in the book to please them in bed. You guys go in and escort that vixen out first. I'm going to take a look myself. At that moment, Stephen picked up a walkie-talkie and spoke. After saying that, he changed into a different outfit and walked out the door. Once outside, he pointed toward the room to a black-clad bodyguard standing at the entrance, then made a throat-slitting gesture. The bodyguard nodded at the gesture and walked straight inside. A woman's scream echoed from inside, but it abruptly cut off. Before long, the bodyguard emerged carrying a pale, lifeless body. Those who witnessed the scene along the way silently lamented the loss. After all, before Mana-S comeback, this woman had been one of the country's hottest actresses, the dream girl of many. Regrettable as it was, no one dared to speak up. The tightly shut doors of the laboratory suddenly swung open, and several heavily armed men entered, politely inviting Fox Alice to step outside. The base commander is on his way. It's up to you now. Hearing this, Sue casually winked at her, signaling that he got the message. The crowd around them was so excited that they were all staring at the wings on his back and didn't notice his subtle gesture at all. Before long, the laboratory doors opened again. This time, a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes walked in. Beside him were 5 bodyguards, 2 psychics and 3 heavily armed regular soldiers. The young man was also a psychic, but through the system, Sue discovered that his strength was alarmingly weak. No wonder he wouldn't let Red Fox get close. Red Fox could probably take him out in an instant if she got within 10 meters. The remote control is the gem ring on his right hand. Be careful when you make your move. I've already taken control of the guard watching me and positioned him near the control console. As soon as you act, I'll immediately take control of the people inside to prevent them from sounding the alarm." The other party's voice rang in his ear again. Sue was quite surprised he'd assumed the other could only communicate face to face. Watching the young man walk in and stand defenselessly before him, discussing with the old man how to further enhance himself, Sue knew the moment had come. He immediately used his remaining enhancement points to strengthen his entire body. He noticed earlier that after using enhancement points, the numbing sensation in his body would vanish. After using over 1,000 enhancement points, not only did the numbing sensation vanish completely, but his strength had also increased. At that moment, the alarm by the bedside blared loudly, warning everyone that the giant bear before them had shaken off the anesthesia. Although the alarm sounded immediately, the excited crowd didn't realize what was happening at first. Sue, lying on the operating table, strained with all his might, instantly breaking free from the 5 shackles binding his limbs and neck. Before anyone could react, he delivered a single blow that crushed the skull of the young man staring at him in horror. The bodyguards, who had been completely dazed moments before, snapped out of it in an instant. Seeing their charge reduced to a headless corpse right before their eyes blazed with fury. After all, their families were still under the control of the opposing clan. If word of this got out, their families would likely face the harshest punishment. Only by eliminating this murderer before them would they have a chance to spare their families from punishment. Sue didn't bother with the 2 psychics right away. Their strength was on par with that of the puma, and they possessed no special abilities. They posed little threat to him at this moment. The greatest threat to him right now was the 3 armed humans. Soon, Sue had reduced the 2 of them to piles of mincemeat, but the remaining man managed to fire a shot before Sue's palm struck him. Fortunately, although the bullet pierced his skin absorbed a significant amount of its force, so it didn't cause much damage. Moreover, this bullet was clearly not the same type of specialized round as before, so it didn't knock him unconscious again. Chapter 55, The Camp's Demise. In a lavishly lit room within the camp, a group of men and women were partying wildly, the scene a picture of decadence. The 3 men who had captured Sue earlier were among them. Moreover, most of the people here were psychics. However, just as they were about to reach their climax, Tylis suddenly heard the faint sound of gunfire. Instantly, she snapped out of her frenzy, pushing the person in front of her away, then shoving the 2 behind her aside. As the group prepared to pounce on her again, she spoke up. "Hold on a second. I think I just heard gunshots. Something might have happened outside." Hearing this, the 3 men's lust vanished instantly, and their expressions turned grave. Since awakening her psychic abilities, Tylis's senses had become incredibly sharp, and everyone had avoided danger more than once while on missions with her. Now that she mentioned hearing gunshots, it meant something must have happened inside the camp. So the group hurried over to turn off the stereo, snapping the revelers out of their euphoria. Some who were still in the heat of the moment came over cursing, ready to pick a fight, but they fell silent the moment they heard their explanation. The group then scrambled to pick up the clothes scattered all over the floor and put them on. The chaos was such that they couldn't even find their own clothes. But with the situation so urgent, no one cared about that anymore. After a quick check to make sure everything was in order, the group rushed toward the gate. However, the moment they opened the gate, everyone felt a momentary blur before their eyes. But as soon as they focused their minds, that blurring sensation vanished instantly. "You damn fox, are you looking to die?" The moment she regained her senses, Tylis immediately shouted angrily. She recognized this as the red fox's doing. Combined with the gunshots she just heard, it had to be that fox's doing. This time, she was determined to kill her. It wasn't that she was fiercely loyal to the organization and couldn't tolerate anyone betraying it. The reason for her determination was purely the deep-seated grudge she harbored against the Red Fox, Alice. Back then, she had been one of the agents assigned to capture Alice. If it hadn't been for that sycophant stepping in to shield her, she would have died at Alice's hands. That sycophant's death had cut her income by more than half. And although he was her sycophant, as an open-minded Westerner, she occasionally let him have a taste of the action, so she did have a special attachment to him. All these reasons combined filled her heart with hatred for Alice. But later, since Alice had also joined the organization, and the organization's rules forbade members from attacking one another, she had kept that hatred buried deep within her heart. Now, seeing Alice strike first, Tillis decided to seize this opportunity to eliminate her. However, the moment she uttered those words, a wave of dread suddenly washed over her. Before she could react, a burst of gunfire rang out. As the shots echoed, the psychic who had just snapped out of her daze was instantly engulfed in a mist of blood. As she lay dying, she saw the soldiers, their eyes vacant, firing like machines as they unleashed streams of fire toward her and a fiery red fox standing beside them. Only one thought filled Tylus's mind: how dare they? Don't they fear the bomb inside her? But no one answered her. As the hail of bullets rained down, her curvaceous body was torn to shreds. Not far away, watching that group of psychics get torn to shreds by bullets in an instant, as if they were mere ants. Sue's gaze toward the red fox, Alice, also betrayed a look of shock. Even with his current strength, facing these dozen or so psychics, he would likely have no choice but to lie low for the time being. If she hadn't used her illusions to momentarily daze them just now, most of the psychics would likely have dodged this barrage of bullets. But it was precisely because they lost their focus at the most critical moment that they missed their best chance to evade the fire. Stop staring. Don't worry, I won't lay a finger on you. Seeing Sue staring at her, Red Fox couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, then continued. Besides, this intense gunfire has definitely alerted all the guards in the camp. I can handle the regular soldiers on my own, but I'll need your help with the remaining psychics. Why would I worry about you? We're partners, after all. Leave the rest to me. Sue gave an awkward chuckle and assured her he'd handle the remaining psychics. He was extremely confident in his abilities. The two psychic bodyguards from earlier hadn't even lasted a few rounds against him. As long as they weren't tier 2 or higher, he wasn't afraid of anyone. However, as Red Fox had mentioned, Tier 2 fighters were considered the top-tier combatants right now. A lab like this wouldn't even be worthy of them. Before long, a squad of 9 fully armed soldiers approached. They immediately exchanged fire with the soldiers controlled by Red Fox Alice. Suddenly, one of the 9 soldiers' expression changed, and he turned his gun on his teammates, opening fire. But just as he killed 3 of them, a stone flew through the air and instantly pierced his skull. Damn Fox! Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a burly middle-aged man walking toward them. Seeing him arrive, the group, who had been demoralized, instantly regained their courage and raised their guns, ready to continue firing. But their joy was short-lived. The man's expression suddenly changed. Then they saw a massive bear appear from the side, swiping a paw toward the man. Seeing this, several of them raised their guns at the bear, ready to shoot it down. But the bear was too fast. It quickly followed the retreating middle-aged man out of their line of sight. The bullets they fired all ricocheted off the reinforced concrete wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. Just as they lowered their guns, another soldier's expression suddenly changed. He raised his weapon again and pulled the trigger. This time, without the support of his comrades, the remaining men fell under the soldier's gunfire. After dispatching his own teammates, the soldier did not hesitate to turn the gun on himself and pull the trigger. From then on, the human-made steel fortress echoed with the sound of gunfire, cries of shock, and the agonized screams of those facing death. It took nearly an hour before the gunfire within the camp finally ceased, and calm returned. But by then, the camp had already been reduced to ruins, with thick black smoke billowing from many areas. Chapter 56, Spoils of War. Inside the devastated camp, the original force of over 300 had been whittled down to fewer than 60. This was largely thanks to Alice's ability. Had she not been able to manipulate ordinary humans into turning on one another. Faced with 300 fully armed soldiers, no matter how strong Sue was, he would have had no choice but to flee. But he wasn't entirely useless. He was the one who took care of the remaining 6 psychics. If it weren't for him and those psychics, Alice wouldn't have been able to handle the situation, and she wouldn't have been left facing only ordinary people. The two could be said to complement each other. Without either one, both sides would have had no choice but to flee. After the battle ended, Sue, like any victor of war, began strutting around the camp in search of loot. After a thorough search, Sue discovered many valuable items in the camp's treasury. In addition to a large quantity of common herbs used to synthesize nutritional potions, there were over 20 types of Tier 1 spirit resources and 2 Tier 2 spirit resources. There were also plenty of materials from mutated beasts. In addition to hides, fur, and bones, there were over 50 Tier 1 beast cores. Sue learned from Alice that the humans had obtained all of this with the help of drones. Outside Yellowstone National Park, due to the presence of many human camps and the lack of powerful mutated beasts, the mutated beast population was relatively weak. This meant that the mutated beasts in this area had become targets for the hunting skill of the surrounding camps. Ordinary soldiers, armed with their weapons and supported by drones, can even take down mutated beasts. After hearing this, Sue couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Humans truly lived up to their reputation as the former rulers of this world. No matter how chaotic things got, as long as the mutated beasts hadn't fully matured, humans remained the strongest beings in this world. If only these humans were a bit more united, there probably wouldn't be much left for mutated beasts like himself to do. But alas, the various grudges between humans had long surpassed those against mutated beasts. After all, while they knew that other species were the most terrifying, animals hadn't caused them any significant harm in the past. On the contrary, the hatred stemming from exploitation, mockery, and other conflicts among humans had long since reached its limit. After gaining their abilities, many were more eager to eliminate those who had previously annoyed them. Add to that the disruption caused by various troublemakers, and this has plunged them into endless infighting. Still, despite his musings, Sue was quite satisfied with the gains from this operation. Furthermore, Sue discovered energy crystals similar to beast cores within the bodies of those human psychics. Upon consuming them, he found their effects to be identical to those of beast cores. Not only did they boost his own strength, but they also provided him with a decent amount of enhancement points. The 50-odd survivors from the center of the camp had all been gathered here. These people were either lab staff in white coats or workers in overalls. As for the soldiers responsible for security, not a single one remained. Most had been wiped out during the recent battle. The dozen or so who were left were under Alice's control, surrounding the group in the center with their guns drawn. Should the remaining people dare to make a single move, those soldiers would shoot them without hesitation. The corpses nearby, reduced to pulp by bullets, served as the best proof of this, deterring everyone from running around recklessly. At that moment, the crowd stood there trembling all over, unsure of what fate awaited them. After taking stock of the supplies and stepping out to see the crowd, Sue ordered his men to bring out the base's second in command. He was a burly middle-aged man who, though not yet a psionic, had surpassed the limits of human physical capability and could easily overpower a dozen ordinary people. "Have you reported what just happened?" Looking at the man bound and gagged, Sue asked directly. But the man was clearly a tough nut to crack. He simply turned his head away, refusing to acknowledge him. Seeing this, Sue frowned. Not wanting to waste any more time interrogating him, he nodded directly at Alice standing nearby. Alice instantly understood his meaning and stepped forward to lock eyes with the middle-aged man. The moment he saw Alice, a flicker of despair flashed across the man's eyes, but it quickly turned to confusion and a blank stare. "All right. They haven't sent this information out yet. If you have any other questions, just ask them directly." 5 minutes later, Alice opened her eyes and addressed Sue. After a moment's thought, Sue said, "Ask him how he usually communicates with their organization, how often he does so, and how long it takes for them to send someone here." Seeing that Sue had nothing more to say, Alice nodded and closed her eyes again. But this time, only 3 minutes passed before she opened her eyes and said, "He said that after Mana's revival, communications here were disrupted, so they can only contact headquarters using special equipment. Every contact is a hassle, so they only reach out to higher-ups in special circumstances. Unless there is something unusual, they only report the base's situation to headquarters once a week. Unless something major happens, the people above rarely send anyone down here. Only when they've gathered enough resources here will headquarters send someone to collect them." After hearing this, Sue fell deep in thought, and a crazy plan slowly began to take shape in his mind. "I've got a question for you. Can you cast an illusion on about 20 mutant beasts at the same time?" Then create some scenes within that illusion so that when they come to, they believe those scenes are real. After thinking for a moment, Sue turned to Alice beside him and asked, "Are you kidding me?" Hearing this, Alice stared at him in disbelief, her eyes wide. 20 mutated beasts. Although many mutated beasts, having evolved from wild animals, possess souls only slightly stronger than those of ordinary humans. Even when she exerted her full power, she could only trap 3 or 4 of them in her illusions. And he was actually talking about 20? Did he really think her illusions were invincible? Alice was about to turn around and snap, "Do you have any idea what that entails?" But then she thought of something, and her tone shifted as she said, "It's not impossible to achieve. As long as we get them to take the same serum that humans injected into you at the beginning, and if my illusions are enhanced, it should be doable." Hearing this, Su who held much hope suddenly beamed with joy and hurriedly asked, "How can you enhance your illusions? Will it take a long time?" "It's simple. Just find a spirit resource with hallucinogenic properties and let me consume it, and my illusions will be enhanced. As it happens, there's a mushroom forest just a few dozen kilometers from here where this type of spirit mushroom grows. If you can bring it to me, my illusions will improve very quickly." Upon hearing this, Sue was about to set off immediately for the place the other person had mentioned. But just then, Alice spoke up before he could, "Don't be in such a hurry. I haven't finished speaking yet." Only after seeing Sue stop did she continue, "However, those spirit mushrooms aren't easy to harvest. Ever since the mana revived, that area has been shrouded in a layer of gray mist, with very low visibility, and it also has some anesthetic effects. Not only that, but there's a swarm of spiders inside. The gray mist has no effect on them, making them exceptionally powerful. 5 days ago, the camp sent a team and all 50+ soldiers who went and died there, and only 2 of the 5 psychics managed to escape. The escaping psychics said their vision was obstructed and their movements slowed down, allowing those spider men to ambush them. Therefore, to obtain the spirit mushrooms growing inside, we must first eliminate those spiders." Chapter 57, A Shift in Smiles. After hearing what Alice had to say, Sue recovered from his earlier panic. It wasn't that he was afraid of those spiders. The fact that only 2 out of 5 psychics managed to escape under such circumstances suggested they weren't all that powerful. However, until he knew the true strength lurking inside, he'd better boost his own power to the maximum first. Sue flapped the small pair of wings on his back, feeling both delighted and a bit disappointed. Although these wings had been taken from a Tier 1 mutated vulture and were quite large, they were still too small compared to his massive frame. They couldn't support him in flight at all right now. Fortunately, although most of the energy from the beast cores and spirit resources he had devoured had been absorbed by his body, he could use enhancement points to strengthen these wings at any time. He figured that as long as he had enough enhancement points, it wouldn't be impossible for these wings to carry him aloft. However, to strengthen them to that level would require tens of thousands of enhancement points, a number he couldn't spare for the time being. Therefore, there were only 2 ways to increase his strength at the moment: first, devouring those demons, spirit resources, and human energy cores. Thinking of the second method, Sue turned his head to look at the group of humans not far away. He knew that earlier, these humans had planned not only to genetically modify him but also to equip him with a suit of armor, aiming to turn him into a war beast that would serve them. Although that annoying old man had already been taken care of, the idea behind their plan wasn't half bad. Tier 1 and Tier 2 mutated beasts still fall within the category of carbon-based lifeforms, and combat often relies on physical collisions. Whose physical body is stronger determines who gains the upper hand in battle. There is a way to narrow the gap between the 2 sides in such combat: equipping gear. Imagine a colossal beast weighing several or even dozens of tons clad in heavy armor. The very image is terrifying. Moreover, the combined strength of the 2 isn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Having made his decision, Sue had Alice order the soldiers to detain those people first. He, meanwhile, went to the storage area for various spirit resources, intending to use this method to boost his own strength first. Host, Sue. Level, Tier 1. Bloodline, Ordinary. Strength, 2895. Defense, 1850. Speed, 91. Skills: Mark skill, stealth skill. Combat power, 3012. Enhancement points, 350. After glancing at his current stats, Sue swallowed an apple-sized spirit resource. Consumed Tier 1 spirit resource, Crimson Flame Fruit. Gained 25 enhancement points. After devouring 8 spirit resources in a row, Sue realized that the bottleneck he had encountered earlier had reappeared. He then used his enhancement points, and in an instant, that seemingly impenetrable bottleneck was shattered, further boosting his strength. After consuming most of the spirit resources, the energy cores from those humans, 15 beast cores, and over 1,000 enhancement points, Sue's overall strength saw a significant boost. Host: Sue. Level: Tier 1 Mutant Beast. Bloodline: Ordinary. Strength: 5,895. Defense: 2,510. Speed: 92. Skills: Mark skill, stealth skill. Overall power: 5012. Enhancement points: 2503. The primary reason for such substantial gains was those 2 Tier 2 spirit resources. In addition to granting him over 200 enhancement points, the 2 Tier 2 spirit resources had the most noticeable effect on enhancing his abilities. Apart from the improvements in his stats across the board, Sue's size had also ballooned to nearly 7 meters, clearly making him a colossal beast. At this moment, the pair of wings on his back seemed even more diminutive. But he didn't care in the slightest. The mere existence of those wings meant that he would be able to fly in the future. Once he could take flight, his overall strength would undoubtedly double, and even if he encountered an opponent he couldn't defeat, he could still escape. After the enhancement was complete, Sue slowly walked out of the treasure vault where the supplies were stored, intending to have those humans craft a set of gear for him. Alice, waiting outside the door, was startled the moment she saw Sue emerge. It had been less than half an hour, yet his size had grown this much, and his strength had increased so drastically. However, when she stepped inside and saw the nearly empty treasury, she was stunned. More than half of the items inside were gone. No wonder his strength had improved so rapidly. With so many treasures to aid him, it would have been unreasonable for him not to grow stronger. Still, Alice knew full well that ordinary mutant beasts were simply incapable of consuming that much spirit resource at once. The fact that he could convert those spirit resources into his own strength in such a short time spoke volumes about his terrifying natural talent. This made her secretly grateful that she'd chosen to cooperate with him. If she'd made an enemy of such a being, she might not even have known how she'd met her end. Although she felt a pang of regret over the resources, Alice felt somewhat better after he promised to give her all the resources from the mushroom forest. After all, improving her illusions was far more important to her. Upon seeing Alice, Sue immediately leaned in and whispered something in her ear. After listening, Alice shot him a puzzled look, then said nothing and turned to leave. In a room somewhere, a group of starving and freezing people were anxiously awaiting their fate. Just then, 2 soldiers pushed a cart loaded with food and drinks into the room. Seeing this, most of them breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the other side still intended to use them and had no plans to kill them. So the desperate crowd rushed forward, grabbed the food from the cart, and began devouring it in huge bites. Once they had eaten and drunk their fill, they noticed their vision growing hazy and their consciousness fading. In an instant, despair spread across their faces. The food was poisoned. They were being poisoned to death. Realizing this, everyone was in disbelief. They were completely defenseless. The enemy didn't even need to lift a finger. If those soldiers had simply opened fire, they would have had no choice but to wait for death. But why go to such great lengths now to poison them? Could it be that this group of defenseless civilians was more dangerous than the fully armed soldiers they had just faced? They were given no time to ponder this further. Soon, their consciousness plunged into darkness. But before long, those whose minds had been engulfed by darkness slowly opened their eyes once more. By now, they had long forgotten the events of moments ago. All they could recall was being locked inside, then having food brought to them. After eating and drinking their fill, they had fallen asleep. As sunlight streamed through the windows, they realized it was already the next morning. Just as everyone was waking up, Alice walked in and addressed them directly. "Go get ready. The Bear King needs you to craft a set of gear for him." Hearing this, the group couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The fact that he still needed them meant their lives were safe. Soon, everyone arrived at their workstations, where various materials had been prepared in advance. However, they quickly discovered that hidden among their materials were powerful timed bombs. Seeing the bombs, some were excited while others were terrified and tried to report it, only to find they couldn't move. Those who were excited, however, showed no signs of distress, and gradually, they gathered together. 2 days later, the group had finished crafting the gear they needed, tailored to Sue's measurements. Alice then instructed them to fit the gear onto Sue. Many approached with a look of ease on their faces. But those who had been chained together earlier trembled uncontrollably as they walked over, though some had a look of madness in their eyes. Once everything was in place, they nodded to one another and then sprinted away as fast as they could. Half a minute later, with a thunderous explosion, the fully armed Sue was instantly blown to bits, reduced to a cloud of blood. The 12 who had fled to a distance burst into excited laughter upon witnessing this scene. But just then, they saw the world before their eyes begin to shatter layer by layer, like shards of glass. What appeared before them was the very place they had been in just moments ago, the room they had been locked into 2 days prior. Especially when they saw Alice smiling sweetly nearby, the smiles on their faces vanished instantly. At that moment, a single thought filled their minds. It's over. Chapter 58, The Spider Queen. 3 days later, following the map given by Red Fox Alice, Sue arrived at the so-called mushroom forest. This mushroom forest was not composed of giant mushrooms. It was called the mushroom forest because a vast array of fungi grew beneath the towering trees. Moreover, it was shrouded in a layer of gray mist from the outside. It looked just like a scene from a horror movie. However, faced with this, Sue felt not the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, he was eager to get started. He was a completely different person now compared to 3 days ago, not because he had grown much larger, but because of his appearance. He was now clad head to toe in armor that glinted in the sunlight, making him look every bit the terrifying steel colossus. Especially after the lesson learned from the previous 12, the remaining individuals dared not make a single move afterward. The armor was crafted from a special alloy, harder than most steel on the market, and impervious to many bullets. In addition to this titanium alloy armor, they had also mounted a launcher on Sue's back. The launcher held 12 armor-piercing rounds, which could be fired singly or in 4-round bursts. Each round possessed enough power to easily penetrate a 10-centimeter thick concrete wall. The firing button was located on Sue's rarely used thumb claw. He only had to extend that claw to reach the switch. The left button is the fire button, and the right is the adjustment button. From the outside, Sue now looks just like a member of the Beast Clan from the Adventures of Lolo. After donning this gear, he felt that his true overall combat power could easily exceed 10,000, rivaling that of some Tier 2 mutant beasts. It was precisely because of this confidence that Sue felt not the slightest fear when facing the forest before him, which resembled a dark abyss. Soon, Sue walked deeper into the forest, completely unfazed by the gear weighing several tons that covered his body. Once inside the forest, Sue found his vision obstructed, with visibility limited to about 20 meters. Moreover, the further he went, the more severe the effect became. In addition, upon coming into contact with the gray mist, a numbing sensation set in, though it was very faint. Sue simply used a single enhancement point, and the sensation vanished instantly, only to reappear after 4 or 5 minutes. On a massive spider web hovering above the gray mist, a spider the size of a millstone was feasting on its prey inside a cocoon. Just then, it heard a commotion coming from below. Looking in that direction, he saw a massive steel beast bursting in. With its colossal frame and armor that looked incredibly sturdy, the spider immediately knew this visitor was no pushover. So he hurriedly climbed onto a silk thread and scurried deep into the forest. Sue, below, also heard the sound of the creature crawling, but his view was obstructed, so he couldn't see a thing. Even without a clear view, Sue could guess that the spiders had spotted him. But he didn't care in the slightest. In fact, he was eagerly anticipating their arrival so he could test just how much strength he now possessed. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, the spider that had spotted Sue earlier swiftly arrived at a place filled with white cocoons. The smaller ones were about the size of a pig or a dog, while the larger ones were nearly as big as a small truck. Moreover, some of the white cocoons were still twitching clearly, the creatures inside hadn't yet died completely. Arriving before a spider as large as a small truck, its body entirely white, he spoke directly. Reporting to Her Majesty the Queen, another intruder has breached the outer defenses. The opponent is massive and clad in a layer of armor I've never seen before, but it looks incredibly hard. I sense this foe is not to be trifled with, so I've come to inform Her Majesty. Upon hearing this, the white spider which had been lying down, sucking on the brain of the woman encased in a white cocoon stood up. This massive white spider actually possessed a terrifying human face. The human face was now streaked with red and white, looking utterly horrifying. The woman on the ground, still encased in the white cocoon, was not yet dead, though her eyes were filled with a vacant stare. The Spider Queen paid her no mind, instead ordering one of her subordinates nearby to gather all the others in the vicinity. She then lowered her head again to finish consuming the remaining food. This time, the process was swift. The encased woman withered like a plant drained of moisture, quickly turning into a desiccated corpse. By then, most of the Spider Queen's subordinates roaming the area had been summoned, over 30 of them, all mutant beasts. Once her subordinates were assembled, the Spider Queen had the spider that had brought the news lead the way. Before long, they spotted Su rampaging below. Though they were momentarily stunned by his massive size, they showed no fear whatsoever. For their Spider Queen's power had not only reached the late Tier 1 stage but also encompassed a formidable bloodline. They were confident that the unknown colossal beast below stood no chance against them, led by their queen. The Spider Queen shared this conviction. Upon arriving, she let out a chilling voice. "Haha, what kind of beast is so bold as to dare intrude upon the Spider Queen's territory? But I suppose you didn't mean to. As long as you personally offer your beast core and your very flesh and blood to this queen, I shall grant you a quick death and spare you further suffering." Her voice was as hoarse and unpleasant as that of a dying old woman. "Haha, you old beast, this place is my territory now. Get the hell out of here. And hand over all the spirit mushrooms in here while you're at it, or I'll make sure your whole family ends up lying here." Su didn't hold back, firing back at her. "You beast, you're asking for death. This queen has decided not to let you off easily. I'll skin you alive and tear you limb from limb." Hearing the Spider Queen's furious voice, she immediately ordered her minions to launch an attack from all sides. Although Su couldn't see them, he heard the sounds of their approach and immediately went on high alert. Soon, 5 spiders, using the gray mist as cover, closed in to within about 3 meters of him, then pounced on him all at once. Once they were on top of him, the spiders let out excited chirps and opened their jaws wide to bite him. Their fangs contained deadly venom. As long as they pierced his armor and injected the lethal venom, they could take his life in an instant. Snap! However, the moment their fangs touched the armor, a sound like something snapping echoed through the air. Then, all 5 spiders covered their mouths and ran toward the gray mist. Su quickly marked one of them with a skill. Although the target was engulfed in the gray mist, its figure appeared in his mind. Without hesitation, Su pounced on the target like an agile leopard. "Xiaoqi, watch out!" Having entered the gray mist and crawled along the spider web for a distance, the spider thought it was safe and was just about to check its fangs when suddenly, the Spider Queen's urgent voice rang in its ears. Instinctively turning to look behind it, it saw the steel colossus lunging toward it. Especially when it saw the cold, gleaming claw on the creature's right palm, it was terrified out of its wits and instinctively tried to dodge. But it was too late. That claw struck its face with full force, carving 4 deep gashes that exposed the bone. After letting out a piercing scream, the spider plummeted straight down. "You're asking for death." Seeing this, the Spider Queen was furious. After all, this spider was one of her few offspring that had become a mutated beast, and she cherished it dearly. Chapter 59, The Power of Equipment. The enraged Spider Queen then leaped from the tree toward Su below, leaving a strand of spider silk hanging from her tail on the tree. Hovering a few meters above Su, the Spider Queen swung her 2 front limbs which resembled scythes and slashed directly at him. Whoosh, whoosh. In less than a second, she unleashed no fewer than 10 consecutive strikes, her speed terrifying to behold. Yet it was all in vain. Aside from sending sparks flying, she couldn't scratch Sue in the slightest. How is this possible? Why are your scales so hard? Seeing this result, the Spider Queen, who was usually so confident, was now left speechless. After all, her front claws possessed the greatest strength among her 8 legs, and were the hardest and sharpest of all. Normally, with just a slight effort, she could easily crack open a prey's skull and feast on its delicious brain matter. But even now, with these 2 front limbs unleashing their full power, they couldn't pierce the height of the colossal beast before her. What kind of monster is this? How can its defense be so terrifying? She screamed inwardly. In that instant, the Spider Queen, who had never encountered human technology, was plunged into deep confusion. Though bewildered, her combat experience was vast. Seeing her surprise attack had failed, the Spider Queen snapped to attention, and the webs behind her swiftly pulled her back. Sue, who had turned to counterattack, could only watch as the creature's back receded into the distance. However, just as it vanished into the mist, he managed to mark it with his mark skill. Then he burst forward again, ready to take down this ambusher just as he had moments before. Retreating back to the tree, the Spider Queen watched the giant bear charging toward her and muttered under her breath, "You just won't leave me alone." Yet she remained completely unfazed. The spinner on her abdomen fired a 2-meter-wide spider web at the oncoming Sue. Mid-air, Sue sensed something rushing toward him, but with nowhere to brace himself, he had no choice but to brace for the impact. Instantly, he was dragged downward by the spider web. The web's threads were not only incredibly tough but also highly adhesive. Upon hitting the ground, they stuck Sue to a massive tree. If an ordinary mutant beast had been caught in this web, it would certainly have been captured without a fight. However, Sue's strength was now terrifying. With a roar, he channeled all his strength, and the spiderweb clinging to his body was instantly shaken loose. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Its power is so overwhelming. Seeing this, the Spider Queen couldn't help but curse aloud. She had fired this web in haste. Though its area was small, its toughness was by no means lacking. She had tested it before. Breaking free would normally take several seconds. But she never expected the opponent to break free in just a few brief moments. However, surprise aside, the Spider Queen wasn't about to let the opponent off that easily. After all, a grudge had been formed. If she let the opponent go now, she might face retaliation in the future. Therefore, no matter what, she had to eliminate the opponent today. After all, her side had the numbers. Even if she resorted to a human wave tactic, she could overwhelm the opponent. The Spider Queen then issued a direct command to the surrounding spiders. The spiders immediately formed a circular encirclement along the web above, trapping Sue within layer upon layer. Once the encirclement was complete, they mimicked the Spider Queen, spewing white webs from the spinnerets on their abdomens toward Sue below. With his vision obstructed, Sue managed to dodge most of the webs thanks to his keen hearing. However, some webs still stuck to him. Although the webs spun by these spiders weren't as tough as the Queen's, there were an overwhelming number of them. Soon, Sue below found himself frowning. Seeing that this tactic was indeed effective, the Spider Queen urged her subordinates to increase their web spinning speed. At the same time, a low humming sound emanated from her mouth. Though the sound was faint, several venomous insects nearby dropped dead instantly upon hearing it. Sue, who was dodging the spider webs below, felt a sudden sharp pain in his head the moment he heard the sound. Fortunately, his mental fortitude, enhanced multiple times with enhancement points, remained quite strong. Apart from a slight headache, his body wasn't significantly affected. However, Sue wasn't a masochist, so he quickly used 500 enhancement points to further strengthen his brain. In an instant, he felt his mind become crystal clear. Now, listening to the Spider Queen's voice, he was unaffected except for finding it a bit noisy. However, he didn't show it. On the contrary, he deliberately acted as if he were deeply affected. His constantly dodging movements grew increasingly sluggish, and the spider silk clinging to his body became more and more abundant. Then, in a moment of inattention, a clump of spider silk stuck to his hind legs, and his body fell backward toward the Spider Queen. At the same time, 2 more strands of spider silk seized the opportunity to wrap around his front limbs. Perhaps because his mind was clouded, he didn't immediately struggle to break free and get back up. Seeing this, the Spider Queen was overjoyed. Her abdomen swelled high as she prepared to channel all her energy into weaving a massive web to ensnare him. Once his entire body was wrapped in silk, that layer of hard scales would be utterly useless. Although his view was obstructed, Sue still sensed the Spider Queen gathering her power through the mental image in his mind. Seeing this, he felt not a shred of fear. Instead, a smug smile of triumph curled at the corners of his mouth. "Don't think you're the only ones with ranged weapons, I've got them too. Now, let me give you a taste of my ranged weapon." In an instant, Sue pressed the fire button. Whoosh! The launcher on his back, which had already been aimed at the Spider Queen, opened instantly, followed by a piercing screech. Then, streaks of fire shot out from within, hurtling upward toward the Spider Queen at breakneck speed. At that very moment, the Spider Queen had just finished gathering her power. A massive spider web, 5 meters in diameter, emerged from her abdomen and rapidly descended toward Sue below. The two paths crossed in midair, each carrying its master's will as they raced toward the other. Having channeled most of her energy into that spider web, the Spider Queen had already fallen into a state of exhaustion. Sensing the threat, she immediately dodged to the side, but managed to evade only 2 of the streaks of fire. The other 2 streaks of fire struck her directly. Due to the immense power of the armor-piercing rounds, they passed right through the Spider Queen's body. Subsequently, all 4 rounds slammed into the large tree behind her, triggering a massive explosion. The Spider Queen, along with the 5 mutated spiders beside her, was sent flying by the immense force. Seeing this, Sue below stopped pretending and mustered all her strength to break free from the spiderwebs binding her. She then rushed toward the direction where the Spider Queen had fallen. From the images in her mind, she could tell that although the enemy was severely injured, she was not yet dead. She was now preparing to climb up the spider slope toward the dense web above. Soon, Sue spotted the Spider Queen. Although she was not yet dead, her body was covered in wounds, green fluid oozing constantly, and only 3 of her 8 legs remained. Upon seeing Sue approaching, the Spider Queen immediately begged for mercy. "Please, don't kill me." Chapter 60, Breakthrough. This was the first time Sue had seen her true form previously. He had only glimpsed a faint white shadow. Now, gazing at the terrifying human face on the giant spider's body and hearing that eerie voice, even though he held the upper hand, Sue still felt a chill run through his body. Race, Insectoid. Rank, Tier 1 Mutant. Bloodline, Epic. Strength, 3510. Defense, 1010. Speed, 94. Skills, Web Spinning, Lethal Sonic Wave. Total Power, 3968. An Epic Tier Bloodline. Sue's eyes lit up at the sight, and he immediately prepared to move in and finish the creature off. "Stop! Let go of our queen!" At that moment, the other spiders in the vicinity snapped out of their daze following the massive explosion. Seeing their queen about to be killed, they rushed toward Sue like mad. Sue paid them no mind. Under the queen's desperate gaze, he ended her life with a single swipe of his claw. The swarm of surrounding spiders grew frenzied at the sight and charged at Sue as if their lives depended on it. Had he not been wearing this gear, Sue might have chosen to lie low in the face of such a frenzied horde. But now was the perfect opportunity to clash head-on with these spiders and test the limits of his hand-to-hand combat prowess. Although that was his intention, Sue didn't let his guard down. He crouched down first, using the sounds the spiders made as they crawled to pinpoint their locations. His keen hearing allowed him to clearly distinguish whether the spiders were stepping on spiderwebs or on the trees. As soon as he heard the sound of them stepping on the trees, Sue pressed the firing button without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, more than a third of the 30-odd spiders charging recklessly at him were wiped out. The remaining ones were all injured to some degree. Upon reaching Sue, the swarm of spiders desperately scrambled up his body, determined to avenge the Spider Queen. But his hard titanium alloy armor kept their fury at bay. Sue swatted at them as if they were flies, repeatedly striking them off his body. His sharp claws easily pierced the bodies of the frenzied spiders, slicing them clean in two. The battle lasted a full half hour. In the end, all 30 mutated spiders that had followed the Spider Queen were wiped out in the battle. After finishing them off, Sue approached the Spider Queen's corpse and ripped open her abdomen with a single claw. Unlike mammals, whose insides are a blood-red mess that actually whets one's appetite, the Spider Queen was a far cry from that when he ripped open her abdomen. A slimy green liquid oozed out, looking utterly repulsive and revolting. However, Sue paid no heed to this. All he cared about now was her beast core. Soon, he spotted a beast core, and next to it, a single drop of blood radiating a green aura. Seeing this, Sue guessed that this must be the so-called essence blood, and he swallowed it in one gulp. At that moment, the system's notification sounded in his mind, confirming his guess. Congratulations, host. You have consumed the essence blood of an epic tier bloodline mutant beast and gained 200 enhancement points. In addition to gaining 200 enhancement points, Sue felt a surge of immense strength suddenly welling up within him. The moment that strength appeared, it flooded every fiber of his body, creating a sensation as if his body were about to burst. Faced with this situation, Sue didn't panic. He immediately used 500 enhancement points. With the warm current generated by the enhancement points flowing through him, that bursting sensation vanished, and his body began absorbing the energy even faster. At the same time, his body began growing at a visible speed, expanding wildly. Seeing this, Sue quickly unfastened a button on his abdomen, revealing an emergency switch beneath. After pressing the switch, a mechanical hum emanated from his body, and the armor began to peel away on its own. He had specifically requested the humans to install this feature, just in case a situation like this occurred. 2 hours later, the energy derived from the Spider Queen's essence had been completely absorbed by his body, and Sue's stature had grown another size. Even the pair of small wings on his back had grown slightly. However, they still seemed rather insignificant compared to his massive frame. Furthermore, Sue could sense that the demon within him was on the verge of some sort of transformation. But it was still lacking a bit of energy. With sufficient energy, the transformation could take place. Fortunately, the one thing in no short supply here was the energy-rich beast core. So Sue walked straight over to the corpse of a mutated spider nearby, ripped open its abdomen, and swallowed the beast core inside. When he swallowed the 8th beast core, Sue suddenly felt a tremor within the beast core inside him. Then, to his surprise, it began frantically absorbing the surrounding celestial and earthly mana to grow stronger. At the same time, the gray mist around him was drawn in, rushing madly towards Sue's body. As the gray mist entered his body, Sue was horrified to discover that not only was his physical body weakening, but even his beast core was growing feeble, and its suction power had diminished slightly. Seeing this, Sue silently cursed his luck. He immediately used 100 enhancement points to perform a full-body enhancement. Soon he found that this was indeed effective. Not only did his body recover, but the beast core's suction power was restored as well. A massive amount of heaven and earth mana, mixed with the gray mist, was sucked into his body. But soon that feeling of weakness returned. With no other choice, Sue had no option but to use more enhancement points. 2 hours later, another problem arose. Sue discovered that his body had actually begun to reject the wings on his back once again. Fortunately, the enhancement points remained effective. After consuming over 2,000 points, the sensation of rejection vanished completely. It was as if the wings had become an integral part of his body, and the energy they absorbed was treated exactly like that of his other organs. Half a day later, everything finally came to an end. By now, the gray mist had completely dissipated from the mushroom forest. It had all been absorbed into Sue's body during the process. And in the process, Sue had evolved from a Tier 1 mutant beast to a Tier 2 mutant beast. This breakthrough not only brought a massive increase in strength but also gave Sue an unexpected bonus. Host, Sue. Level, Tier 2 mutant beast. Bloodline, Ordinary. Strength, 15,602. Defense, 3,650. Speed, 105. Skills, Mark skill, Stealth skill, Poison antibody immune to most poisons from Tier 2 and below. Total power, 16,100. Enhancement points, 1,500. The poison antibody was clearly born from absorbing the gray mist. However, only he, possessing enhancement points, could achieve this. Any other creature that inhaled that much gray mist would likely have died countless times by now. Beyond his stats, Su's appearance has also undergone a dramatic transformation. Standing at around 10 meters tall, he has clearly become a colossal creature. His bare paws are as large as millstones, and the claws within have grown increasingly sharp and hard. What surprised Su the most was that the pair of wings on his back had also doubled in size during this process. They no longer looked as out of place as before. Roar! Feeling the surging strength within him, Su couldn't help but throw back his head and let out a mighty roar. At this moment, he felt increasingly confident about his upcoming plan. Su then extracted and swallowed all the remaining beast cores. Although the effects were diminishing, fortunately, the number of enhancement points he gained remained the same. Chapter 61, The Plan. Inside the Yellowstone Park Bear Clan camp. Standing atop the camp's palisade, built from massive logs, Batty and his eyes were filled with a solemn expression. For some reason, that Alaskan Malamute had been constantly urging him lately to make up for the beast cores. In his words, he also hinted that Badian should attack a nearby cattle clan settlement. It also offered to send some men to assist in launching a joint attack on the settlement. Although he didn't understand what the other party was up to, Badian knew full well that they clearly didn't have good intentions. Therefore, every time he spoke with them, he deliberately skirted the issue, refusing to give a direct answer. He had fobbed them off like this on both of their visits. However, Badian knew that if the other party came again, he couldn't get away with such evasiveness. At that moment, he could only hope his eldest son would return soon. Once his son returned with a safe route, he would immediately lead his entire clan to flee this treacherous and unpredictable place. Just then, Badian's keen eyes spotted a red figure moving furtively in the woods not far to his right. Seeing this, he furrowed his brow. Could it be that the other side was already this impatient? Even their scouts were appearing so brazenly now. But Badian soon realized he had misjudged the situation. That figure did not resemble a surveillance scout sent by Howling Heaven, as it was heading straight toward them. As the figure drew closer, Badian noticed that it bore a striking resemblance to his military strategist, Old Hu. For a moment, he wondered if his strategist had gone out somewhere. But as the figure drew nearer, Badian realized the aura wasn't his strategist's at all. It felt more like that of a female creature. Clearly, the visitor wasn't his strategist. Once they were close enough, Badian also noticed a red backpack on the figure's back, its color matching their fur. Faced with this strange visitor, Badian ordered his men to open the camp gates, intending to have them apprehend the intruder first and ask questions later. However, just as he opened the gates and was about to lead his men to capture the visitor, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, "Bear King, I am your son's friend, and also your military strategist's daughter." Hearing this, Badian, who had been about to act, paused and stared at the red fox in astonishment. Then he was surprised to discover that the aura emanating from her did indeed bear some resemblance to that of his military strategist, Hulai. Thinking Badian still didn't trust her, the red fox continued. "I have evidence in my backpack that can verify my identity, and you can also have my father come out to confirm who I am." Although Badian already believed her claim, he ordered one of his men to fetch military strategist Hulai just to be safe. Before long, military strategist Hulai, who had been discussing how to further strengthen the camp's defenses with the humans, walked over. When he saw Alice, who had rushed over looking disheveled and dusty, tears welled up in his old eyes. When Alice saw her father, tears welled up in her eyes as well, and soon the two embraced and wept together. It was precisely because they had developed greater emotional capacity after evolving into mutant beasts that this scene was unfolding. After the father and daughter had cried for a while, Alice took a tablet out of the large backpack on her back. With a few swipes of her claws, she quickly unlocked it and opened a video player app. When she tapped on a video, Su's figure appeared on the screen. The video had been pre-recorded. Su first greeted Badian, then confirmed that Alice was indeed one of their own. In the video, he also mentioned that he had a plan to save the Bear Clan, but it was too sensitive to discuss over video. However, he had already explained the entire plan to Alice. All they had to do was follow her instructions to the letter. After watching this, Badian and his strategist Hulai both stared intently at Alice. They were eager to see just what the young master's plan entailed. After all, over the past few days, they had stayed up late countless times, racking their brains over strategies for the Bear Clan's future. It was only thanks to the mutant beast's formidable physical constitution that they hadn't gone completely bald by now. Seeing the two pairs of expectant eyes fixed on her, Alice didn't rush to reveal her plan. Instead, she began by recounting their previous experiences. Hearing that his son had been captured and nearly had his consciousness erased, Batty and Eshart skipped a beat. Hulai felt the same way upon learning that a bomb had been implanted inside his daughter. He trembled with rage. Finally, after hearing how the two of them had teamed up to wipe out the entire base, the two old fathers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ignoring the two elderly fathers' sighs of exasperation, Alice continued recounting what happened next. What? Is that true? When Alice mentioned that Sue had already broken through to Tier 2, the two elderly fathers stood up simultaneously and exclaimed in shock. The news was simply too astonishing. After all, it had only been a few days since Sue left. He hadn't even reached the late Tier 1 stage before. How could he have broken through to Tier 2 in just a few short days? Alice understood their emotions at that moment. After all, even she had been utterly shocked when she first found out. In less than half a day, he had actually surpassed her by an entire major cultivation tier. Furthermore, the terrifying grey mist forest had mysteriously cleared of its fog after he entered. Thanks to the fog's disappearance, they managed to gather all the spirit mushrooms inside in just half a day. After consuming a large quantity of spirit mushrooms imbued with illusory effects, Alice's own illusory arts had not only improved significantly, but her combat strength had also increased. She'd broken through from early Tier 1 to mid-Tier 1. Now, with her illusions, she was practically unbeatable at the Tier 1 level. After explaining all this and waiting for the two old men to fully process the news, Alice finally revealed her next plan. If Sue entered Yellowstone Park after breaking through to Tier 2, he would be easily exposed. Once the three great beast kings discovered a new presence of the same tier suddenly appearing in their territory, there's a high probability they'll join forces to eliminate this newly emerging power first. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Sue laid out his entire plan for Alice. The plan was simple. First, trick members of either the Black Scale or Crimson Flame factions who were nearby into attacking the Bear Clan. Then, find an opportunity to mix the so-called Serum Number 1 from the human base into their food and have them consume it. Once that was done, Alice would step in to lure the weakened individuals, those who had ingested Serum Number 1, into an illusion. Within the illusion, she would create a scene where they had already annihilated the Bear Clan camp. Then she would conjure a scene where, after the battle had ended and they were cleaning up the battlefield, Howling Heaven's subordinates suddenly appeared and ambushed them. Finally, after a grueling battle, they barely managed to return with the extracted beast cores to report back. But these beast cores weren't fakes, they were real. Sue had deliberately left them behind earlier, and this time, he had Alice bring them back to the Bear Clan camp. As long as they were soaked in bear blood overnight, by the next day, they would be imbued with the Bear Clan's scent, making it impossible to tell which animal they came from. Once all three factions believe the Bear Clan has been wiped out and begin their post-battle debriefings, Sue will lead the fully armed, mutated Bear Clan to join the battlefield at a suitable moment. He will eliminate the leaders of all three factions and then seize control of the entire Yellowstone National Park in one fell swoop. Chapter 62, Raid on the Bear Clan. On a grassland dozens of kilometers from the Bear Clan's camp, a large herd of North American bison was frolicking along the shore. Unlike their timid state before Mana's revival, these animals were now playing with great enthusiasm, even beginning to mate before winter had fully ended. Such unrestrained behavior at this time was entirely due to the emergence of a powerful beast king within their tribe. Furthermore, the territory they currently occupied had been bestowed upon one of his sons by that beast king. Unlike the other two groups, the Buffalo Clan, due to their different habits, were accustomed to migrating and roaming freely. Therefore, after Mana's revival, aside from building a camp at the summit of the snow-capped mountains where Crimson Flame presided, the other members on the periphery continued to roam freely within their own territory as they always had. However, now that they were the rulers of this land, few predators dared to attack them. Crimson Flame's son is also the leader of these several hundred wild buffalo. At this very moment, he is engaged in the important business of procreation with his queen in a secluded grove. After a series of contented moos, his massive, mountain-like body collapsed onto the remaining patch of grass. The queen let out just 2 discontented moos before leaving the thicket with a look of resentment on her face. Watching her departing figure, the bison leader, lying on the grass, let out a long sigh. It was like this before the breakthrough, and it's still like this after. Didn't I just break through for nothing? But just then, exhausted as he was, he suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He closed his eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the liveliness typical of a mutant beast had faded from his gaze, replaced by a look of confusion. However, unless one looked closely, no one would have noticed. After looking around and standing up, he let out a low moo directed at the herd of cattle still frolicking along the riverbank. Hearing the sound, the 13 mutated wild cattle in the herd stopped what they were doing and hurried toward him. Seeing that his men had all gathered, he spoke directly. Just now, the spy I planted within the Bear clan brought back some news. A few days ago, when the Bear King left the camp to fetch his wife and children, he was severely wounded by an unknown assailant. Now is the perfect opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Get ready, we'll launch our attack this afternoon. Once we've annihilated the Bear clan and avenged my elder brother, I'll have His Majesty bestow a wealth of treasures upon you. After hearing the chief's words, a look of eagerness and greed flashed in the eyes of all the mutant bison present. They knew full well that the Bear clan wasn't particularly strong. The true source of their power was the Bear King with his unique bloodline. If he was indeed seriously injured, then wiping out the entire Bear clan wouldn't be a difficult task. As for any doubts, the mutated wild bulls present had no such thoughts. Apart from not being clever enough to think that far ahead, they also placed great trust in their leader. The leader's twin older brother had previously died at the hands of the Bear clan, and the leader had been plotting revenge ever since. But, held back by the Bear King's formidable power, he had never taken action. However, secretly planting spies to gather intelligence was a perfectly reasonable strategy. Once his subordinates had gone to make preparations, the leader ordered his trusted lieutenant to gather the other mutant beasts in the vicinity. In this territory, aside from their own buffalo clan, there were many subordinate species, such as moose and antelopes. Once these species evolved into mutant beasts, most chose to join their ranks. After all, they were all herbivores, and sticking together offered a sense of security. Before long, the summoned mutant beasts had all arrived. After leaving 3 mutant bison to guard the camp, the remaining 10 mutated bison, 3 mutated boars, 2 mutated moose, and 5 mutated antelopes set off in a massive procession led by the bison chieftain, heading toward the Bear clan's territory. When they reached the border between their territory and the Bear clan's, they saw a huge pile of food ahead. In front of the food stood a fiery red fox. Seeing this, all the mutated beasts turned their gaze toward the bison leader. But he seemed to have anticipated this, speaking calmly. This is the spy I planted within the Bear clan. I specifically requested that they send this food so that you would be well fed and well rested before the battle. Hearing this, the beasts no longer harbored any doubts. They had previously heard rumors of a red fox serving under the Bear King. However, it now appeared that the fox was merely a pawn in their own leader's scheme. Although herbivores are said to eat grass, sometimes they also catch small rodents to eat. Even some snakes can become their prey. And that goes without saying once they become mutated beasts. While their main diet remains grass, they often indulge in meat as well. Faced with the temptation of a pile of mutated beast meat, they couldn't resist and rushed over to devour it in huge mouthfuls. Their rows of large, yellow molars chewed the food just as efficiently as the sharp fangs of carnivores. Although the food had a slightly strange taste, the rich flavor of the mutated beast meat and the mana it contained made them unwilling to think twice. They just wanted to eat as much as possible. After all, the meat they usually ate was from ordinary animals. They never tasted mutated beast meat before. With such a windfall at hand, they were determined to make the most of it. But once they had eaten their fill, they began to feel dazed, and an overwhelming wave of sleepiness washed over them. One after another, they collapsed to the ground. The red fox nearby, seeing this, grinned like a cat that had successfully stolen a chicken and walked over to them. When they awoke again, they found that dawn was already breaking. At that moment, the Buffalo Chief stood up and ordered everyone to get ready. They would now launch a direct assault on the Bear Clan's camp. Upon hearing the command, they quickly got to their feet and followed the Buffalo Chief into the Bear Clan's territory. As for what had happened the day before, they had long since forgotten it. They only vaguely remembered that the chief had apparently sent someone to bring food to reward them. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the chief told everyone to rest well and conserve their strength for the great battle the next day, then he went to sleep. Before long, the Bear Clan's camp walls constructed from massive logs came into view. Then they saw their chief leading the charge, charging headlong toward the walls that looked incredibly sturdy. In an instant, the sturdy wall was knocked down by the chieftain. Inspired by this sight, the warriors charged forward with reckless abandon. Once inside, both the humans and the Bear Clan were caught completely off guard by the sudden invasion. But that wasn't all. Soon, they saw their chieftain emerge, carrying the corpse of the Bear King on his shoulders. This only fueled their excitement further, and their slaughter grew ever more relentless. By afternoon, the entire Bear Clan camp had been reduced to ruins under their iron hooves. Whether mutant bears, ordinary humans, or regular bears, all had become corpses. Just as they were mopping up the battlefield, a pack of dogs suddenly charged out from the surrounding area and launched a direct attack. Having just fought a fierce battle, they were already exhausted and stood no chance against the dogs, forced to retreat slowly. But their leader was suddenly pounced upon by an Alaskan Malamute, which snapped his spine, causing him to collapse to the ground. Seeing this, the rest of the pack charged in all at once and quickly tore the leader to pieces. Though enraged by the sight, they were outnumbered and had no choice but to retreat. Once they had retreated to their resting spot from the previous day, they were pleasantly surprised to find that the pack of dogs had not followed them. Exhausted from a day of turmoil, they simply lay down where they were to rest. The next morning, they left the area with the beast core they had previously captured and headed back to their territory. Chapter 63: The Hidden Dragon and the Phoenix Cub. In the mirror-like hot spring atop the snow-capped mountain, Crimson Flame was bathing with several of his concubines. On the shore, a group of human women, led by a woman with Eastern features, stood waiting nearby, holding towels and other items. Just then, a subordinate hurried in and whispered something in the Bull King's ear. "The sixth son is dead." "Well, so be it." Upon hearing of one of his son's deaths, Crimson Flame was only briefly startled before shrugging it off. Before the Mana Awakening, he had been the leader of the herd for several years, and as such, he had sired countless offspring. This resulted in an enormous number of his offspring here numbering in the hundreds. As for these illegitimate calves, before Mana's revival, they were generally driven away by the Bull King once they reached adulthood. However, after Mana's revival, those who had become mutant beasts were summoned back by him. He would grant them a territory, hoping to firmly control the entire domain through the bloodline. There were over 20 such offspring after the Mana Awakening, so he didn't pay them much mind. What? They actually wiped out the Bear Clan? However, upon hearing that Old Six and his group had annihilated the Bear Clan, the Bear King stood up abruptly, speaking in disbelief. Although the Bear Clan was nothing more than a slightly stronger ant to him personally. But the three great beast kings had once made a pact. As long as they hadn't completely broken ties, they would not personally intervene in Tier 1 conflicts. Without their intervention, the Bear Clan led by Sheung Body could be considered the strongest among the smaller factions. The reason he and Black Scale had delayed their attack was because they reasoned that if Howling Heaven's subordinates were already so strong, the clan's overall strength must be even greater. That was why they planned to seek outside reinforcements first, then launch a decisive assault to swallow up the enemy's territory. But he never expected that a scion he usually paid little attention to would lead his men to annihilate the Bear Clan. What was going on? Could it be that the sixth brother was a genius too? He just hadn't noticed it before. For a moment, Crimson Flame couldn't help but entertain this thought. Is this for real? You're not pulling my leg, are you? After a brief pause, Crimson Flame, still finding the news hard to believe, pressed the subordinate who had just arrived for further details. Your Majesty, every word is true. The sixth princess men are currently outside, and they brought back 12 beast cores. I have inspected each one personally. The aura on those beast cores definitely belongs to the bear clan. Furthermore, during this period, I haven't heard of any large-scale deaths of demon beasts in that area, so it doesn't seem like a forgery. However, unfortunately, the men of the Howling Heaven Dog King suddenly attacked from behind, catching them off guard. Prince Lu tragically perished in the process, and the Bear Clan's collection of spirit resources, along with all the bear meat, fell into the enemy's hands. Hearing the news of his son's death once again, Crimson Flame remained unmoved. He merely sensed that this matter was not as straightforward as it seemed. At that moment, the woman with Eastern features standing nearby approached and said respectfully, "Congratulations, great king." "Congratulations, great king." This is clearly a ploy by Howling Heaven to use others as tools for their own ends. It seems some sort of crisis has arisen within Howling Heaven, and it just so happened that the Bear Clan discovered it here. Just in case, they personally struck to severely wound the Bear King, then sent someone to secretly inform the Sixth Prince, instructing him to eliminate the Bear Clan. Meanwhile, they had already stationed forces on the outskirts, waiting to launch a surprise attack once the Sixth Prince and his men were exhausted from battle. This way, not only would the secret they wished to keep hidden remain safe, but they would also eliminate the Bear Clan, which had become a thorn in their side. And by eliminating the Sixth Prince, they can claim to have avenged the Bear King's clan, which will only serve to strengthen their internal unity. After hearing the woman's words, Crimson Flame suddenly had an epiphany and burst into laughter. "Little Chen! You are truly this kingess. Mid-sentence, Crimson Flame forgot the name of the protagonist from the story the woman had just told him. This left him feeling rather embarrassed, and for a moment, he even stuttered. The Dragon and Phoenix. Just then, a perceptive woman standing nearby suddenly reminded him. Right, the Dragon and Phoenix. After your explanation, it all makes perfect sense." At that moment, Crimson Flame grew increasingly pleased with the woman before him. He then turned to the subordinate who had just arrived and said, "Go fetch a portion of the golden lotus flowers that old Nine sent over earlier. I wish to bestow them upon little Chen. Oh, and bring an extra portion. Little Jiang did quite well just now, so she shall be handsomely rewarded as well." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity." "Thank you, Your Highness, for your generosity." Upon hearing of the rewards, the two women immediately curtsied deeply, bowing in gratitude. Seeing their deference, Crimson Flame's sense of vanity was greatly satisfied. At that moment, he felt as though he were the emperor from the stories the woman before him had once told him. "By the way, Your Majesty, the fact that Howling Heaven is scheming to eliminate the Bear Clan at a time like this. Aside from his fear that the Bear Clan might one day surpass him, it's also possible that the secret they know poses a grave threat to him. I surmise that this secret is either that Howling Heaven has suffered severe injuries for some reason and is now greatly weakened. Fearing that you and your forces might discover this secret, he is attempting to prevent a joint assault at this critical moment. Another possibility is that he is likely on the verge of breaking through to Tier 3. The process leaves one vulnerable, and he fears being interrupted. As the person he trusted most, she knew full well that the great king before her had long coveted Howling Heaven's territory. However, due to the other party's abundant resources, superior strength, and larger, more powerful forces, he had never dared to launch an attack. At the same time, the great king generously rewarded subordinates who offered advice on how to attack Howling Heaven. That is why, as soon as she overheard their conversation, she came up with the above analysis and decided to share it in exchange for some cultivation resources. For humans like them, while the mutant beasts took them in, they remained wary, and they rarely received any resources. Even as the person Crimson Flame trusted most in the entire camp, the resources she received were limited. They didn't even compare to those of an ordinary mutated wild bull. As she listened to the analysis, Crimson Flame's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Finally, she spoke with delight. "Reward! Bring all the snow lotus flowers old Nine sent over and bestow them upon little Chen." Hearing this, the woman's eyes lit up with excitement. The snow lotus flowers brought by the Wine Prince last time were all Tier 1 spirit resources, of full 13 of them. These were insignificant compared to the entire treasury of the cattle herd, so they had been kept in reserve and never used. Counting the one she had just bestowed upon her companion, the remaining 12 would all be hers. 12 Tier 1 spirit resources. Never mind ordinary people like them, I doubt even most of the mutant beasts could possess such a thing. Just look at the envious, jealous, and resentful glances from the other women, that alone shows how precious this is. She was delighted, and Crimson Flame was overjoyed as well. At that moment, he couldn't help but wonder who had started this trend of taking these bipeds under one's wing. It's just so incredibly useful. Just looking at this brief analysis, it seemed to cover the entire situation quite thoroughly. It was exactly like the reclining dragon and phoenix cub mentioned in the other party's story. With such a talented person by his side, he was certain he would one day become the true master of these mountains. Just like the emperor the other party had once mentioned, he would hold absolute power over life and death here. Chapter 64, The Meeting. Very good, you're quite impressive. Tomorrow, I will personally go to contact Black Scale regarding our joint military operation. Once we successfully seize Howling Heaven's territory this time, I will credit you with the primary merit. After a moment of excitement, Crimson Flame immediately spoke up. Hearing this, everyone wore expressions of envy. Even the Bull King's several queens and the subordinates standing beside him looked astonished. It seemed this human woman before them had truly caught the great king's eye. From now on, anyone who dared to bully her, even a mutated wild bull, would likely pay the price. Surprised as they were, they raised no objections. This was not only because Crimson Flame held great prestige within the tribe, but also because they affirmed everything the woman before them had just said. For a tribe that had only recently developed sentience, a figure akin to a sage was absolutely essential. The woman before them had already won them over with her actions. Amidst her profuse thanks, the Bull King led his 3 queens toward the newly constructed palace in the distance. As for the beauties before him, women who would score over 90 in the human world, he didn't even glance at them. These creatures were scrawny. Aside from the 2 somewhat plump mounds in front, they held absolutely no appeal for him. He preferred the incredibly robust queens he had now, only they could withstand the full force of his passion. As for those 2-legged beasts, they'd likely burst apart in a single round. If it weren't for the fact that she had a pair of nimble hands capable of trimming his nails, grooming his fur, and telling him delightful stories, the Ox King wouldn't have kept her by his side. Early the next morning, Crimson Flame set off for Black Scale's territory with a few trusted subordinates. Black Scale, who was in the midst of his training, heard from his subordinates that the other party had arrived, and his face immediately darkened. During their last joint operation, his entire force had been wiped out, while most of the men the other side had sent out had managed to escape. Later, he had learned that the reason for such a crushing defeat was entirely due to the other side's men deserting in the heat of battle. Although the other side had personally brought that subordinate to him afterward for him to deal with. The thought of his own men being wiped out still pained Black Scale deeply. It wasn't so much that he felt sorry for them, it was simply a sense of resentment. If the other party's men had also suffered total losses in that battle, he wouldn't feel this resentment. Nevertheless, Black Scale knew that the other party's personal visit to his territory clearly signaled that there was important business to discuss. So he paused his training, stepped out of the cave himself, and prepared to greet them. Standing before Snake Valley, gazing at the increasingly imposing structure, Crimson Flame couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. But there was nothing to be done about it. After all, the other party held the advantage of the terrain, and many areas could be put to use with just a bit of simple construction. In contrast, at the peak of his own snow-capped mountain, materials were hard to come by. The area was vast, and building on such a scale would require an engineering effort at least several times larger. Soon, the gates of Snake Valley slowly opened, and Black Scale personally escorted Crimson Flame inside. They then entered a magnificent mansion situated in the heart of the valley. Once there, Black Scale dismissed all his subordinates, leaving only the 2 Beast Kings behind. Crimson Flame then relayed the news he'd received the previous day, along with his subordinates' analysis. However, in front of Black Scale, he shamelessly passed off his subordinates' analysis as his own. Black Scale didn't pay much attention to these details. After all, he was far more intelligent than Crimson Flame. After pondering for a moment, he spoke up, "So, has the Bear Clan truly been wiped out? Did you see it with your own eyes?" "Not exactly, but my son led the operation with his men. They brought back evidence clearly, it can't be faked." Faced with skepticism, Crimson Flame smugly claimed it was his son's handiwork. "We must be prepared for such a scenario. Once we join forces to attack that old wolf. If we fail to wipe him out immediately and end up in a protracted battle, things here will descend into chaos, and neither of us will have time to continue our cultivation. So, to be on the safe side, we should go take a look." Black Scale, however, was quite cautious and wanted to go personally to confirm the situation. "Is this such a big deal? Do both of us, as rulers, really need to go in person? Can't we just each send a subordinate to handle it?" Crimson Flame was speechless at the other's wariness and quickly voiced his thoughts. Hearing this, Black Scale also realized that it would be beneath him to handle such a minor matter personally. So he simply agreed to his suggestion. Then the two of them each sent one of their subordinates to the Bear Clan's territory to see if it had been destroyed. It wasn't too long before the two subordinates sent to gather intelligence arrived not far from the Bear Clan's camp. Upon reaching the area, just as they were about to press on, they caught the scent of blood. Following the trail of blood, they soon discovered a dying pronghorn in a hidden tree hollow. The animal was not yet completely dead. Seeing the two approach, it was as if it had found a lifeline. It quickly cried out for help, "Please, help me." The two exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. The mutant bison hurried over and asked, "What happened? How did you sustain these injuries?" The mutant antelope seemed to sense a chance at survival right before its eyes, and a glimmer of hope flickered within it. He then hurriedly recounted everything that had happened the previous night. He was one of the 5 mutant antelopes that the wild bull leader had brought over yesterday. "Is there any other information?" After asking this, and seeing the other shake his head, a flash of ferocity suddenly crossed the wild bull's eyes. Then, under the antelope's terrified gaze, he raised his foot and kicked the creature squarely in the head. The antelope was too weak to resist and took the blow head on. Its head instantly turned into a pulp. "We'll split it 50-50. Afterward, the bison turned to the giant python beside him and spoke. The giant python nodded in agreement. The bison then ripped open the antelope's belly, extracted its beast core, and placed it on the ground. With a forceful stomp, the beast core split instantly into 2 halves, and the mana within began to rapidly dissipate. Seeing this, the two beasts hurriedly swallowed their respective halves. Once they had fully assimilated the beast core, their gaze shifted to the antelope's flesh and blood. Once again, Wild Bull went over and split it in 2, and the two of them each began devouring their respective halves. After finishing, they felt a momentary daze, but this sensation quickly faded. Then the two continued on toward the Bear Clan camp. When they reached a hillside not far from the Bear Clan camp, they saw the camp, now in ruins, and a pack of dogs constantly hauling away corpses. Seeing this, they knew their mission was complete, and they left the area. When they passed the spot where they had killed the antelope again, they felt a wave of dizziness wash over them once more. After walking a bit further, they felt a slight headache, but it quickly subsided, so they paid it no mind. Soon they returned to Snake Valley and relayed all the information they had gathered. They even mentioned the incident involving the antelope. Upon hearing this, Black Scale and Crimson Flame's eyes lit up. It seemed the story was true. After dismissing their subordinates, the two resumed their conversation. Following their discussion, they decided to make preparations and join forces in 3 days' time to launch an attack on Howling Heaven. Chapter 65, Cultivation. Inside the human camp, Sue lay on a large wooden sofa, intently watching the projection screen before him. The content on the screen wasn't an action movie, but rather news reports from after the Mana Awakening. Due to the loss of communication, these had been sent by people from the outside world earlier, so the content was several weeks old. Although it wasn't current news, Sue still watched with great interest. This was because it documented many events that had occurred since the Mana's revival, and after watching it, he could gain a certain understanding of the world's current landscape. He no longer had to be completely in the dark about the current state of the world, as he had been before. At that moment, the projection screen was showing news from Sakura Nation. From the footage, it was clear that it had been filmed using drones. From the volcano in the footage, it was clear that this was Mount Fuji, Sakura's most famous landmark. The video showed two colossal beasts engaged in a earth-shattering battle. One was the three-headed hellhound with its ferocious heads, and the other was the eight-headed Yamata no Orochi. These names were given to them by humans online. Su wasn't entirely sure if these were the actual beings from mythology. Although it was unclear whether they were the real deal, the power they displayed was terrifying. On the projection screen, two of the hellhound's terrifying heads were continuously spewing black fireballs at the enemy. Facing the fireballs, the Yamata no Orochi's eight heads roared in unison, forming a water shield around itself. The fireball struck the water shield with a hissing sound, quickly giving rise to billows of mist. As the mist dissipated, the Yamata no Orochi's unblemished form appeared in that spot. The human city behind it, however, was not so fortunate. Some fireballs whizzed past him, striking the buildings directly. Not only were the wooden houses engulfed by the fireballs, but even the concrete and steel structures were instantly incinerated. Some unfortunate people, unable to dodge in time, were instantly scorched and vaporized by the terrifying flames. As the two colossal beasts continued their battle, the damage to the city grew ever worse, and the onlookers let out constant cries of terror. Before long, 5 fighter jets dispatched by the land of cherry blossoms appeared on the distant horizon. As the jets flew overhead, they fired their missiles down at the scene below. The panicked crowd below, seeing their own military send fighter jets to the rescue, immediately erupted in cheers. The two colossal beasts sensed the threat and halted their battle. A blue water shield and a red fire shield then materialized around their bodies. As the massive sparks and smoke from the missile explosions dissipated, the crowd's cheers came to an abrupt halt. For the two colossal beasts now stood before them, completely unscathed. Seeing this, the fighter jets turned back, preparing to launch another round of bombing. Damn ants! You're courting your own destruction. Just then, everyone heard the furious roars of the two colossal beasts. Then they watched as the fighter jets that had turned back suddenly lost control and plummeted straight toward the ground below. Boom! 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 The explosions caused by the fighter jets' fuel and missiles hitting the ground were terrifying. A dozen or so Sakura people who hadn't had time to escape were instantly vaporized by the horrific flames. Seeing their own fighter jets completely wiped out, the surrounding crowd grew even more panicked and began scrambling to flee the area. However, the two colossal beasts were clearly enraged. They halted their battle and began unleashing their unique abilities to wipe out the humans below. Following a wave of screams, the video feed flickered a few times before going completely dark. Immediately afterward, the female anchoress voice came through. Just moments ago, Mount Fuji in Sakura Nation was attacked by two powerful mutant beasts. Contact has now been lost. We hope Sakura Nation will act as quickly as possible. There were countless news reports similar to this one regarding Sakura Nation, which truly broadened Su's horizons. However, what shocked Su the most was a report he had seen earlier about Africa. Africa had always been a paradise for animals, but after Mana's revival, a massive number of mutated beasts had emerged. In particular, a golden giant elephant had, in just half a month, overrun the entire Masai Mara savanna. It then began a frenzied slaughter of the surrounding human forces, killing over 1 million people in just over a week. The French had significant interests in Africa, so they suffered heavy losses in the face of the golden giant elephant's assault. Consequently, after deliberation, they launched a mushroom bomb directly at the golden giant elephant. The power of the mushroom bomb goes without saying. As a blinding flash of light rose from the ground, the golden giant elephant and most of its minions were instantly reduced to ashes. Most of the humans watching this unfold via satellite broadcast couldn't help but let out a collective gasp. But soon, they saw a mysterious purple bolt of lightning suddenly appear above the submarine that had launched the mushroom bomb. A thunderous roar. The bolt of lightning struck the submarine beneath the surface. Instantly, everyone inside the submarine was reduced to charcoal. At the same time, purple lightning bolts mysteriously appeared in many parts of France, and numerous high-ranking officials were turned to charcoal. After a thorough investigation, it was discovered that these deceased officials had either been directly or indirectly involved in the launch of the mushroom bomb. Through their investigation, they also discovered with horror that the purple lightning did not appear to be the work of some powerful mutant beast. This was because the victims were located far apart, yet all died at the exact same time and in the same manner. Finally, after thorough analysis, they reached a despairing conclusion: it seemed the world had acquired a new set of rules. Clearly, the mushroom bomb launched earlier had disrupted the environment and interfered with these rules, thereby inviting the rules' retaliation. In Eastern terms, this was divine retribution. Fortunately, they later discovered that as long as they avoided using weapons that caused significant environmental damage, they would be safe. Humanity was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. After reading this news, Sue felt a mix of concern and relief. After watching the news for a while longer, Sue turned off the projection screen in front of him, walked out to the open area, and lay down, calming his mind. Soon, he lay completely still, with only his abdomen rising and falling rhythmically. He looked as if he were asleep. But at that moment, he was fully awake, his consciousness monitoring the activity of every organ in his body. This was a new ability he discovered after breaking through to Tier 2, the ability to use his consciousness to peer inside his own body. At that moment, most of Sue's consciousness was focused on the beast core within him. The once crystal clear beast core was constantly absorbing the fire attribute mana entering his body. Although Sue couldn't see the mana itself, he could see faint red patterns spreading upward from the bottom of the beast core. He could clearly sense the intense strength contained within those red patterns. These changes were all acquired after breaking through to Tier 2 as a beast. After the red patterns appeared on the beast core, Sue discovered that his resistance to fire had increased significantly. He could easily hold his hand over the flames of burning firewood for 3 or 4 minutes. At the same time, Sue had a feeling that he might be able to transform the red patterns on the beast core into a means of attack. However, after several attempts, every time he managed to condense a ball of scorching energy in his abdomen. It would dissipate directly within his body before he could fire it, simply because the red patterns on the beast core couldn't provide enough energy. At the same time, the red patterns on the beast core also faded considerably. Clearly, the stored energy was still insufficient. Fortunately, the patterns had merely faded rather than vanished, and restoring them was not as slow as spreading them. For the red patterns on the beast core to spread, Sue needed to calm his mind. Only then could the beast core absorb the fire mana within his body. Chapter 66, Becoming the Bear Clan Chieftain. Master, a group of mutant bears has arrived outside, saying they're here to see you. Not long after Sue had entered a state of calm and composure, a heavily armed white man walked in to report. The man's eyes had lost the liveliness expected of an intelligent being. Instead, they held a mechanical numbness. This man was one of the soldiers who had been controlled by the Red Fox, Alice, back then. A few days ago, Alice, whose power had increased, had completely erased his mind, turning him into a puppet that only knew how to follow orders. She then presented these men to Sue, who accepted them without hesitation. Upon hearing about a group of bears, Sue knew it was likely Batian arriving with the mutant beasts of his clan. His original plan had only been to have the mutant beast members of the Bear Clan come here to equip themselves. As for the other members, they were hiding in a vast underground cavern not far from the Bear Clan's camp. After all, if they all came, the commotion they'd cause would be impossible to conceal. At the same time, Alice was ordered to remain there, specifically to continue misleading members of the 3 major factions who came to investigate. She was to make them believe that the Bear Clan's camp had been completely reduced to ruins. Upon arriving at the camp entrance, Sue saw that it was indeed Batian and his group who had arrived. A total of 15 mutant bears had come this time, though this was not the Bear Clan's full strength. Some mutant bears had followed the Bear Clan's former second-in-command into the underground cavern to protect the rest of the clan. Upon seeing his son, who was now a full head taller than him, Batian didn't hold back and walked straight over for a hug. After exchanging pleasantries, Sue learned about some of the events that had occurred in Yellowstone National Park since his departure. Mother Bear, Bear 1, and Bear 2 were discovered by Batian, who had led a search party the very next day after he left. Fortunately, nothing untoward had happened when found. They were still sound asleep in that cave. They then followed Batian back to the Bear Clan camp. As clan leader, Badian utilized some spirit resources, allowing Mother Bear to successfully evolve into a mutated beast. As for Bear 1 and Bear 2, although they didn't become mutants, they had both surpassed their species limits and stood over 3 meters tall on their hind legs. Considering they were only 1 year old and hadn't benefited from the mana revival bonus, their growth rate was remarkably fast. However, since speed was of the essence this time, they hadn't evolved into mutants and therefore didn't come alone. Mother Bear also stayed behind to protect her cubs. Sue didn't feel too disappointed after all, it wouldn't be long before he could see them again. Meanwhile, Badian brought Sue some good news. Early this morning, Hulai, the military strategist left behind at the camp, had returned with intelligence gathered by Alice. Crimson Flame and Black Scale had formed an alliance and were gathering their forces to launch an attack on Howling Heaven. It was estimated that within the next few days, the two sides would be locked in all-out war. Hearing this, Sue's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the plan to be proceeding so smoothly. So Sue prepared to take Badian and the others to equip them with the gear that had already been forged. However, Badian grabbed him by the arm, then turned to address the mutant bears behind him. Everyone, ever since I took on the role of clan leader, the pressure has been overwhelming. Many of the decisions I've made have put our clan in danger. I feel I no longer have the strength to shoulder the heavy burden of leading the entire clan. Therefore, I have decided to pass the position of bear clan leader on to my son. Hearing this, the mutated bears acted as if they rehearsed it. They immediately mimicked human posture, half kneeling before Sue and saying, "Greetings, clan leader." "Father, what is this?" Seeing this scene, Sue was at a loss for words. Clearly, they had already coordinated this along the way, otherwise, they wouldn't be acting like this now. "Brother, there is no need to refuse. We've always believed that strength is supreme. You are currently the strongest among us in the Bear Clan, so you are the most suitable candidate for the position of clan leader. Besides, I've realized I simply lack the ability to lead the clan under my leadership. The clan has been in complete disarray. You're different. This incident alone shows you're better suited to manage the entire clan than I am. I believe that under your leadership, our Bear Clan can take a step forward." Seeing the complex expression on his son's face, Badian thought he might refuse, so he quickly rattled off a long speech. Everything he said came from the truest feelings in his heart. It wasn't because his son was stronger than him, but because he realized that aside from combat, he was truly unsuited for managing the clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been tricked into leading the entire clan into the border area between the two territories, putting the whole clan in danger. Furthermore, managing the clan was exhausting. He had little time left for cultivation, so his strength couldn't improve much. He felt that the bloodline within him was better suited for combat. Only through combat could he become stronger. If he continued to be bogged down by the clan's trivial matters, his future achievements would certainly be limited. For all these reasons, upon learning that his son had broken through to Tier 2, Badian decided to step down as clan leader. On the way, Badian also shared this decision with the mutant bears that had followed him. At first, they were somewhat reluctant, but upon hearing that Sue had broken through to Tier 2, they agreed instantly. For creatures still in a primitive state like these, the primary requirement for choosing a leader is sheer strength. Only a powerful leader can lead them to a life of luxury and abundance. "Alright, everyone, stand up. I'll take on the role of clan leader." After a moment's thought, Sue spoke up to accept the position and urged them to rise. Hearing this, all the bears stood up excitedly, then stared at Sue with fervent eyes. Still carrying a primal aura, they harbored a frenzied worship for the strong. Looking at those fervent gazes, Sue was quite satisfied. Having such subordinates was a good thing. The reason he agreed to become the clan chief wasn't because he had any deep attachment to the Bear Clan. The main reason was that Sue knew getting stronger relied on the system, which required a massive amount of spirit resources. No matter how strong he was on his own, the time spent searching for large quantities of spirit resources would be endless. But with his own faction, gathering whatever he needed would become much easier. Since he was going to build a faction anyway, he might as well take over the Bear Clan, an already established and sizable one. After the bears had been excited for a while, Sue led them to the modification workshop to outfit them with gear. This gear had already been forged. Su had provided the humans with the exact measurements. Thanks to repeated brain enhancements that had sharpened his memory, he could recall the physiques of a vast number of bear clan members. 2 hours later, a line of massive, fully armored bears stood in orderly formation on an open field. Watching his subordinates, now radiating an overwhelming presence in their armor, Su was exceptionally satisfied. Now, these 15 bears should be able to easily subdue over 100 Tier 1 mutated beasts of ordinary bloodlines. After all, the bear clan already possessed formidable strength and defense. Paired with this armor, they were even more terrifying. Although the armor was made from relatively hard steel, it was clearly no easy task for Tier 1 mutated beasts with their seemingly flesh and blood fangs and claws to pierce through this layer of armor. Chapter 67, Before the Battle. As a warm breeze blew in, the ice and snow covering everything began to melt slowly. This meant that spring had arrived. The warm spring breeze swept over Yellowstone National Park, yet it brought little warmth to the creatures living there. On the contrary, most of the ordinary animals living there felt the oppressive sense that a harsh winter was approaching. The reason was simple. The three great beast kings, preparing for the coming war, had begun slaughtering large numbers of ordinary animals within their territories to stockpile provisions for the battle ahead. A single ordinary mutant beast consumes at least dozens of pounds of meat a day, while larger ones can consume over 100 pounds. If this food isn't prepared in advance, there is no point in fighting the upcoming war. Their troops would likely all desert by then. Consequently, these ordinary animals faced the most brutal slaughter since the revival of manna. The slain animals were hauled to the camps and processed into military rations by human hands. In addition, the mutated beasts living in this area were all rounded up. On a certain grassland, an enormous convoy was moving slowly forward. The members of the convoy were a diverse mix: snakes slithering along the ground, hoofed animals walking on all fours, and humans walking on two legs. The first two groups consisted either of creatures that had broken through their species' physical limits to become colossal, or beings that had evolved into mutated beasts. The humans were responsible for transporting the rations and for processing any wild beasts encountered along the way into long-lasting military provisions. At the head of the column were two colossal beasts, Crimson Flame and Black Scale. As they looked back at the teeming procession behind them, a sense of grandeur inevitably welled up within both of them. Soon they arrived at a river valley flanked by steep cliffs that were nearly impossible to scale. At the narrowest and steepest point of the valley, the forces of Howling Heaven had constructed a fortress 30 meters high. There, the Alaskan Malamute that had fought alongside Badian and his men was stationed with a contingent of wolves and dogs. The massive herd was now blocked by the fortress and was forced to halt. Then, at the command of the two great beast kings, both factions dispatched vanguard forces comprising 10 mutated beasts and several hundred wild beasts each to launch an assault on the pass. Soon, the vanguard squads reached the base of the fortress. They began scaling the cliffs like mountain goats, slowly making their way upward. However, the defenders above were no pushovers. As soon as the beasts drew near, they launched a counterattack. Although the beasts could scale the vertical walls, maintaining their grip required immense exertion. Consequently, faced with the defenders' assault, most of them had no choice but to plummet back down to the ground below. A fall from a height of over 20 meters would be a severe blow even to the most powerful mutated beasts. Let alone those beasts that had pushed beyond the limits of their species. A fall like that meant certain death. A few of the more agile mutated beasts managed to reach the top, only to be surrounded and killed by the vastly outnumbering defenders. With their numbers reduced to just 1/5, they finally heard the Beast King's retreating call from behind. Without a second thought for their wounded comrades, they immediately turned and fled for their lives. The two Beast Kings did not blame them after all. They had sent them there specifically to probe the enemy's defenses. To see if Howling Heaven had come here in person. It was now clear that Howling Heaven was not present. So, after a brief discussion, Crimson Flame took a step forward and charged straight toward the fortress. As he charged, smoke billowed from his nostrils, his fur turned an even deeper crimson, and flames could even be seen bursting from his body. Roar! When he was about 10 meters away, Crimson Flame opened his mouth and roared directly toward the fortress. Then, a ball of crimson flame erupted from his open mouth and shot toward the fortress ahead. The crimson flame quickly engulfed the fortress, and the wooden structure burst into flames instantly. Some of the mutated beasts on top, unable to escape in time, were instantly consumed by the flames, letting out agonizing screams. Half an hour later, the flames died down. The fortress, built from massive logs, had been reduced to ashes. Most of the garrison had already fled to the rear. Led by the two great beast kings, the massive beast horde continued marching forward toward Howling Heaven's territory. In just 3 short days, the army had breached 7 or 8 fortresses, advancing to a location a dozen or so li away from Howling Heaven. Damn it! Damn it! Why now? Why couldn't they have given me a few more weeks? And what the hell is Bat Ian doing? How could he let our clan be wiped out in less than a day? Hearing the string of bad news brought by his subordinates, Howling Heaven couldn't help but let out a furious roar. At this moment, he had already reached Tier 2 and was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to Tier 3. With ample spirit resources within his territory, he was confident he could spend a few weeks grinding through that final bottleneck. But alas! For some unknown reason, those two great beast kings had suddenly launched an attack at this most critical moment. This left Howling Heaven both furious and baffled. The two clans' previous delay in attacking didn't seem like a ruse, so why had they suddenly launched an assault now? At the same time, he was also puzzled as to why the Bear clan, which had clearly appeared so powerful before, had been wiped out in a single day. Could it be that his subordinates were playing a trick on him, planning to nurture the enemy to strengthen themselves? This theory was quickly dismissed, as many of the subordinates he had sent had perished at the enemy's hands. Though deeply puzzled, Howling Heaven knew that the most important thing at this moment was to prepare for battle. Fortunately, he had been keeping a close watch on the territories of the other two beast kings, and had already been forewarned of their recent movements. Consequently, he had long since gathered all the mutant beasts within his territory, so there was no need to panic. Thanks to his control of this prime territory, the total number of mutated beasts he had trained was roughly equal to that of the other two factions combined. This was precisely why they had banded together to launch an attack against him. After all, his rapid expansion from this strategic stronghold meant that if the other two factions didn't unite, they would eventually be swallowed up. Before long, Howling Heaven arrived at the command platform, led by his subordinates. Below the platform stood a dense crowd of beasts, 2/3 of whom were canines. These were the various pet dogs and hunting hounds that had rallied to his side during their previous attacks on human towns. Upon seeing him, all the mutated beasts present bent their front legs and knelt, barking in unison, "We pay our respects to the great king." They hadn't followed this protocol before. Ever since humans joined their ranks, they learned that human commoners used to pay respects to nobles in this manner. They felt this ritual suited their status perfectly, so they adopted it wholesale. Hence the bizarre scene unfolding before them. Gazing at his tens of thousands of followers, Howling Heaven's anger subsided, replaced by a surge of boundless pride. Without further ado, he raised a paw and pointed toward the walled-off area in the distance. "Repel the invaders, and you may enter that area to train for 3 months. I will distribute all the spirit resources within according to your merits." As soon as Howling Heaven finished speaking, the previously silent crowd erupted into a chorus of gasps. Although most present had never set foot inside that walled-off zone. They had heard from mutant beasts who had been inside what conditions were like there. There, the mana was pure. A single day of cultivation there yielded results comparable to over 10 days of training outside. Furthermore, the area contained all manner of rare and exotic fruits. Obtaining even a single one could lead to a rapid surge in strength. Even standing right here, they could sense that the mana was several times denser than outside. This alone showed just what a treasure trove that place truly was. Every mutant beast present had long harbored the desire to enter, but due to insufficient strength, none had ever dared to do so. Now, upon hearing they could go in, their eyes all flashed with madness and greed. Seeing this, Howling Heaven immediately sensed that their morale could be harnessed. He didn't expect these subordinates to be able to withstand the two beast kings who were at the same cultivation level as him. He only needed them to use their lives to wear the two of them down. Then, led by Howling Heaven, the army slowly advanced toward the approaching enemy. Chapter 68, The Battle Begins. Crimson Flame, Black Scale, what do you think you're doing? Didn't we agree back then that the three of us would support one another and rule these mountains together? How dare you now join forces to invade my territory? Are you prepared to betray our trust and tear up the agreement we made? As the two sides drew near, Howling Heaven stepped before the combined forces of the two tribes and began to shout his accusations. His voice was loud enough for the hundreds of mutated beasts to hear. Upon hearing this, their expressions turned awkward, and they couldn't help but begin to murmur among themselves. Having heard all manner of tales from the humans, these savage creatures held great admiration for those who were bold and unyielding. They held nothing but contempt for fickle, treacherous individuals. Seeing his men exchange glances and communicate with their eyes, Black Scale immediately realized this couldn't go on. Otherwise, morale would plummet, and it would be difficult to suppress the enemy's forces in the coming battle. Therefore, he spoke directly. We don't want to resort to violence either. We've merely heard that your territory harbors a dangerous item capable of endangering the entire mountain range. That is why we've joined forces to investigate. If you simply hand over the location of that dangerous item, we'll withdraw our forces, and we can all live in peace. Ha 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 ha. Black Scale, I never expected you to follow the humans' example and fabricate such baseless lies. You're nothing but shameless. Hearing this, Howling Heaven couldn't help but burst into laughter, then immediately retorted with scorn. He then turned to Crimson Flame beside him and said, Crimson Flame, do you agree? Hearing his name called, the Crimson Bull King stepped forward with a smile and spoke up, Howling Heaven. In matters like this, it's better to err on the side of caution. For the safety of the entire mountain range, you'll just have to make a small sacrifice. Hoof. Since the two of you have made up your minds, then let us fight. Seeing how shameless the two of them were, Howling Heaven couldn't be bothered to say anything further and simply returned to his ranks. Crimson Flame and Black Scale had never expected the other side to voluntarily cede this territory, so they immediately ordered a full-scale assault. Upon returning to his army, Howling Heaven said little, but likewise commanded his forces to launch an attack. Soon, the two armies collided head-on. Instantly, the scene became a bloody mess, filled with furious roars as countless beasts fell in the fray. The very center of the battlefield quickly turned into a meat grinder, with more and more bloodthirsty beasts joining the chaos. Meanwhile, the three great beast kings did not engage directly. Instead, they worked in unspoken coordination to eliminate the enemy's minions around them. They were all waiting for their own forces to wear down the enemy, thereby creating an opening for a fatal strike. This brutal war raged on until around mid-afternoon, by which time the ground was littered with the corpses of all manner of animals. Far from instilling fear in the animals present, the sheer bloodshed only served to unleash their savage instincts. The fighting became even more frenzied and reckless than at the start, turning the battlefield into an even more gruesome scene. Even the three great beast kings, as they fought, had their savage instincts stirred, and they slowly began to close the distance between them. Gradually, the two sides drew near, then unleashed their full powers, striking at one another. With the three great beast kings fighting at full strength, the Tier 1 mutated beasts that had come to provide support were instantly torn to shreds. Seeing the great kings unleash their fury, all the beasts present were inspired, fighting with even greater recklessness. Soon, the rate at which animals fell on the battlefield far exceeded that of Speed's earlier assault. After a mere half-hour of bloody warfare, the herd, which had originally numbered tens of thousands, was now reduced to less than a third. Most had already fallen, their spurting blood and exposed entrails staining the grassland red. Even the three beast kings had long since lost their initial air of triumph. Their bodies were now covered in wounds. Howling Heaven, in particular, though he had broken through to Tier 2, found himself at a distinct disadvantage against Black Scale and Crimson Flame Bloodline, both of whom were higher tiered and fighting in tandem. He looked utterly bedraggled at the moment. Most of his fur had been scorched away, making him a pitiful sight. It seems you two work together with such perfect synergy. I wonder, if you kill me, who will end up claiming my territory? After clashing palms with Black Scale's tail and being forced back, Howling Heaven spoke directly. He knew he couldn't possibly defeat the two of them alone, so he decided to sow discord between them. You needn't trouble yourself with that. With a dismissive snort, Black Scale once again joined forces with Crimson Flame to launch an attack on Howling Heaven. This time, however, Howling Heaven could clearly sense that their coordination wasn't as seamless as it had been at the start. Clearly, his psychological maneuver had succeeded. Thinking of this, Howling Heaven, the Wolf King, felt a surge of satisfaction. In the ensuing battle, Howling Heaven, who had been at a disadvantage, gradually began to trade blows with the two Beast Kings. Both the Black Spirit Python King and Crimson Flame clearly sensed this shift, which only deepened their mutual suspicion. Consequently, they began to hold back, hoping to let the other side and Howling Heaven destroy each other, so they could reap the benefits. Due to these various schemes, Howling Heaven soon gained the upper hand, forcing the two into a retreat. Far from uniting their efforts, their mutual hatred for one another now surpassed their hatred for Howling Heaven. Each was scheming to ensure the other suffered a mutual destruction with Howling Heaven. Just as Crimson Flame leaped backward, preparing to dodge Howling Heaven's sharp claws, Black Scale immediately saw his chance. His agile tail lashed out swiftly at Crimson Flame, who was mid-air. Crimson Flame hadn't expected his opponent to strike at such a critical moment. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. The powerful tail struck him squarely on the buttocks. The immense force propelled him forward, straight into Howling Heaven's claws. The defenseless Minotaur was sliced open by the sharp wolf claws, his brain matter churned into a pulp. Howling Heaven hadn't anticipated such a devastating outcome from his strike. Before he could celebrate, Crimson Flame's massive body slammed into him, sending both of them flying backward. Howling Heaven crashed heavily to the ground and was just about to get up, but Black Scale, the Berserker King, seemed to have anticipated this and had already followed him. He opened his gaping maw and bit down on Howling Heaven's head, then began to wrap his entire body around his opponent. Instantly, Howling Heaven's veins bulged, and filthy substances began spurting from his lower body. Crimson Flame, lying nearby on the ground with 4 deep, bone-exposed gashes on his head, was not yet dead. He watched Black Scale, who was clamped onto Howling Heaven's head, while glancing over at him with a mocking expression. A wave of resentment surged through him. He had expected that after dealing with Howling Heaven, he and Black Scale would inevitably face off in battle. But he never imagined the other would be so despicable to stab him in the back right in the middle of their alliance. He was furious. He was filled with resentment. Yet all he could do was watch the other's smug grin as his vision slowly blurred. Whoosh, whoosh. Just then, a piercing sound suddenly echoed from the distance. Through his blurring vision, he saw the black-faced Savage King's smug grin turn into a look of sheer terror. The other party seemed desperate to flee, but with his body entangled around Howling Heaven, escape was impossible. Boom! Boom! With a series of thunderous explosions, Crimson Flame closed his eyes in satisfaction and departed from this world.